On a moonlit night, within a brilliantly illuminated tavern in Uni County, a disheveled and inebriated man was unceremoniously carried out by several burly men, who unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground with a resounding thud. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of many onlookers. The man, towering above the average individual, possessed a stature reminiscent of an ancient pine clinging to a mountain cliff, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. Yet, in this moment, he lay sprawled upon the street, exposed to the scrutiny of passers-by. Alas, is that not Xia Chun from the Xia family? Why has he returned to the fragrant tavern once more? Indeed, Xia Chun, that good for nothing. Once regarded as a prodigy in Uni County, he was personally mentored by the patriarch of the Xia family. Yet, this individual has succumbed to lethargy, relying on his modest talent, while showing disdain even towards his grandfather. Ultimately, he achieved nothing and became a well-known failure. This fate is of his own making. Yes, a failure is but a failure. Having once basked in a modicum of fame, he now looks down upon us. How pitiful it is that he, the grandson of the patriarch of Uni County's foremost family, the Xia family, is now so destitute that he cannot afford even a cup of wine. As the fog of intoxication enveloped Xia Chun, a twinge of bitterness arose within him upon overhearing these words. When had he ever looked down upon his grandfather? Were it not for him, he would not find himself in such dire straits. In the land of the stars, chaos reigns, and strength is revered. The common folk take pride in martial prowess, aspiring to master their skills and cultivate inner energy, thus bringing honor to their families. As the grandson of the esteemed head of the Xia family, the foremost clan in Uni County, Xia Chun bore the immense hopes of his kin from a tender age, destined to lead his family beyond the confines of their modest county and transform them into a truly illustrious lineage. To this end, Xia Chun began his training at the tender age of 6 under the guidance of his grandfather. By the age of 13, he had successfully cultivated his inner energy, earning renown throughout the 3 prominent families of Uni County and even drawing the attention of several clans in Yin City. However, this prodigious talent soon faced calamity. A mysterious assailant clad in black struck him down, resulting in an abrupt loss of his inner energy, leaving him no different from an ordinary person. The head of the Xia family sought out renowned healers far and wide for Xia Chen's diagnosis, only to receive a singular, devastating conclusion. Xia Chun would never again have the slightest chance to cultivate inner energy. This revelation aged the family head by a decade overnight, prompting him to cease training his grandson. Consequently, Xia Chen's standing within the family plummeted dramatically. Once the favored grandson of Uni County's most esteemed clan, destined to inherit leadership, he now found himself ridiculed by even the most common of townsfolk. In places like the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, where Xia family members once drank with pride, they now dared not accept even a half-copper from him. Yet, everything had irrevocably changed. Xia Chun struggled to rise, disregarding the mud clinging to him and the stench of alcohol that enveloped him. He slowly advanced along the street, but before long, he was confronted by 3 individuals. Oh, isn't this the great genius? How has he fallen to such a state, even inferior to a dog? Truly pathetic, one of them sneered, prompting uproarious laughter from his companions. Upon raising his gaze, Xia Chun recognized the speaker as Xia He, the son of his uncle, who had once been the earliest in their family to cultivate inner energy, a potential genius of Uni County. However, all of that had been snatched away by Xia Chun, leaving Xia He embittered and continually scheming against him. Xia Chun was certain that this encounter with Xia He was no mere coincidence. The 2 accompanying him were Wang Yu from the Wang family and Su Rong from the Su family. Together, they formed a notorious trio in Uni County, feared by all. In the past, the old Xia Chun would never have allowed them to bully him. What? You worthless fool dare to glare at me? Tired of living? Xia He's eyes glinted with malice. In that moment, he felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. Enraged, he lunged forward, moving like a charging leopard, and in an instant stood before Xia Chun. As Xia Chun attempted to evade, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the street. Poof! Just as Xia Chun attempted to rise, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and he spewed forth a stream of hot blood. Ha ha ha, useless! Weren't you quite capable before? Xia He approached Xia Chun, stepping on his leg. With a resounding crunch, Xia Chen's eyes bulged, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. If it weren't for your equally inept father and the old man protecting you, I would have long sent you to meet the king of hell. From now on, steer clear of me otherwise. Next time, I shall break your other leg. Xia He whispered this into Xia Chen's ear before turning around and departing with the members of the Su and Wang families. Watching Xia He fade into the distance, Xia Chen murmured, "One day, I shall make you and your father repay this debt 100-fold. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xia Chen made his way along the street, following the wall for nearly 2 hours until dawn began to break. Before him stood an extraordinarily grand residence, with the 2 stone lions at its entrance towering at an astonishing height of 10 feet. The assembly hall? Is it finally time? Xia Chen forced a bitter smile as he limped through the gates of the Xia family estate, heading towards the assembly hall. Upon arriving, he spotted his father anxiously waiting at the entrance. "Ah, Chainer, you finally made it. How could you drink so much? What happened to your leg? Who did this? I will break that brat's leg." Xia Chen's father is named Xia Yuanyang. Although everyone in Yuni County looks down upon Xia Chen, Xia Yuanyang has always believed in his son. Xia Chen, being a sensible young man, did not wish to burden his father with worries. Hence he said, "Father, it's nothing serious. I merely stumbled while walking and accidentally bruised myself. It will heal in a few days. By the way, father, grandfather summoned me. What is it regarding?" "Elder brother, what do you mean by that?" Xia Yuanyang inquired with a composed tone. "You will understand shortly," replied Xia Jiang, casting a cold glance at Xia Chen as he passed between them and entered the council hall. Xia Chen exchanged a glance with Xia Yuanyang before following him inside. The council hall was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few candle holders. At the forefront of the hall stood an elderly man clad in plain garments, his hair as white as snow. Chapter 2. Forced departure. The elderly man is the head of the Xia family, known as Xia Guiyun, the grandfather of Xia Chen. In the Morningstar Continent, martial arts flourish, encompassing 10 realms: qi cultivation, soul condensation, spirit gathering, form transformation, cyclone, intent entry, earth profound, heaven observation, vapor transformation, and awakening. Each divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and peak. Xia Guiyun, a martial artist of the intermediate soul condensation realm, single-handedly elevated the Xia family to become the foremost family in Yuni County, with the Wang and Su families relegated to subordinate positions. However, Xia Guiyun understood that despite being celebrated as the leading family in Yuni County, beyond its borders, in the vast expanse of Yun City, they amounted to little. Yet, Xia Guiyun harbored grand ambitions to elevate his family further. In his advanced years, the prospect of enhancing his martial prowess became exceedingly challenging, and his sons proved to be lackluster. Thus, he placed his hopes on the younger generation. Initially, Xia Chen's extraordinary martial talent astounded him, leading Xia Guiyun to wager everything on his grandson. However, fate dealt a cruel blow when Xia Chen suffered an injury, rendering his qi incapacitated, leading to the dissolution of all prior efforts and gradually extinguishing the elder's aspirations. "Father, I am, after all, a man of 7 feet. How many would dare to bully me?" With these words, Xia Chen straightened his posture, his frame towering like an ancient pine, exuding a presence that momentarily eclipsed even that of the 3 in the council chamber. Xia Guiyun's gaze shifted, and he sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss of potential. Ultimately, Xia Chen chose to leave the family. Although compelled by circumstances, he genuinely yearned to escape the confines of Yuni County, aspiring instead for a broader world. Xia Chen nodded solemnly and turned to depart. Yet, after taking a single step, he halted, lowering his voice to say, "Father, after I leave, Mother may feel a bit lonely. You must often keep her company." It was this utterance that transformed the pent-up sorrow within Xia Yuanyang into tears that brimmed in his eyes. He murmured, "I have failed to protect your mother, and now I cannot safeguard you either. I am but a worthless man. Father, do not worry. I shall surely avenge Mother," Xia Chen declared. His shoulders squared as he strode forward without looking back. Yuni County, one of the 8 major counties of Yun City, lay the farthest from it, situated in a remote region surrounded by treacherous mountains. After departing from Yuni County, Xia Chen made his way along the official road toward Yun City. Thus, Xia Chen paused, turning to address the trees flanking the roadside. "Who are you? Lurking in the shadows? It is time for you to reveal yourself." "Haraha, you slay me." "Xia Chen, When did you adopt such a formal tone? Your Excellency, indeed. Haraha. At the sound of that voice, Xia Chen's expression darkened, and he coldly regarded the figure emerging from the thicket, none other than Xiaohe. What brings you here, Xiaohe? Xia Chen inquired. With a chilling smile, Xiaohe replied. What brings me? Naturally, I have come to bid farewell to my dear cousin as you depart. Xia Chen's countenance shifted slightly, and he retorted icily. There is no need for your concern. No, no, no. Xiaohe shook his head, his gaze suddenly turning as frigid as a serpent's fangs. Lowering his voice, he declared. You worthless fool, since I am here, it would be utterly remiss of me not to see you off. Upon uttering those words, Xiaohe suddenly leaned forward, swiftly appearing before Xia Chen, raising his fist to strike at Xia Chen's chest with astonishing speed, almost in the blink of an eye. Xia Chen had been vigilant against Xiaohe, and the moment Xiaohe advanced, he unsheathed his refined iron sword, positioning it diagonally across his chest to block the impending blow. However, the force behind Xiaohe's punch was tremendous, and an inexplicably strange energy coursed through the sword, penetrating Xia Chen's body. Instantly, he felt as if struck by lightning, his entire form sent flying backward, blood erupting from his mouth as he collided with a large tree beside the official road. In the intermediate stage of qi cultivation, Xia Chen rose from the ground, gazing at the fine cracks on his sword with a bittersweet expression. Once, at the age of 13, he had mastered qi cultivation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to attain the martial realm within 3 days. Within a year, he had advanced 2 stages, reaching the pinnacle of qi cultivation, just a step away from entering the soul condensation realm. Yet fate seemed to play a cruel jest upon him. One day, while out, he was ambushed and injured by a cloaked figure, resulting in the devastation of his qi and the loss of his internal energy. Had it not been for this misfortune, how could a mere intermediate qi practitioner stand against him? Now, however, faced with Xiaohe, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. A failure is but a failure, unable to withstand even a single punch. Xiaohe approached Xia Chen, using his foot to lift Xia Chen's sword, then relentlessly thrusting it, severing the tendons in Xia Chen's hands amidst his pain groans. Originally, the intent was to send you to meet the king of hell, but now, I desire you to live like a dog. Ha ha ha. With a mocking demeanor, Xiaohe departed, leaving behind Xia Chen's life. The summer weather is capricious. It was once clear and bright, but soon dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, as rain the size of beans poured from the heavens. The icy droplets struck Xia Chen's mountain, causing blood as dark as ink to ooze from his severed wrists. His once dull eyes sparkled slightly as the rain cascaded down his face. Struggling to rise, Xia Chen attempted to grip his hands, yet they remained immobile at that moment. A bitter smile crossed his lips. His eyes filled with confusion as he slowly ventured into the forest. Unwittingly, he lost his sense of direction and became lost. Amidst the misty rain in the depths of the woods, an hour later, he arrived at a precipice. This cliff was exceedingly high, with relentless rain pouring down, distant thunderclouds swirling, and lightning illuminating the sky, creating a grand and solemn spectacle that shattered the gloom in Xia Chen's eyes. He allowed the blood from his wrists to mingle with the rain, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent scene of nature. After a moment's contemplation, he murmured, "The eternal heavens are vast, and the human world is desolate. On the path of martial arts, myriad tribulations await. I am merely encountering a trivial hardship at the beginning of this journey. What does it truly signify?" This was an epiphany, a realization that many martial artists might never experience throughout their lives, yet at this moment, it descended upon Xia Chen. Throughout history, those who attain enlightenment are often rewarded by the heavens. With a resounding crack, as Xia Chen uttered those words, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the heavens and the earth. This lightning seemed to descend from the celestial realm, transforming into a thunderous bloom that echoed above Xia Chen's head. In the next moment, a wisp of ethereal vapor cascaded down from this thunderous blossom, merging with the crown of Xia Chen's head. He trembled as if a primordial beast had surged into his body, causing his flesh, organs, veins, and bones to erupt. Yet, almost instantaneously, a peculiar force arose within his dantian, and his shattered form began to mend at an astonishing velocity. Even the once ruined qi of his dantian experienced a renaissance, expanding to double its previous size. This meant that among his peers, his prowess would be twice that of others. It was a genuine transformation of rebirth. At the heart of his qi, there resided a strand of white vapor, seemingly born of the very cosmos, distinct from the essence that martial artists cultivate from the natural world. This white vapor was an inherent form of internal energy. From this essence, Xiaqin sensed a profound desolation, an unyielding dominance that no one could subdue. What, indeed, was this phenomenon? As tranquility returned, Xiaqin reflected upon his newly transformed body, which felt both alien and familiar, brimming with strength and grace. Even the tendons severed by Xia he had healed. Most importantly, he could now cultivate. Could it be that this white vapor possessed the ability to refine internal energy? Xiaqin was astounded as he absorbed the changes within himself. Yet it is not over. The essence of heaven and earth that Xiaqin absorbed wound around the white mist twice before ultimately dwindling to a mere slender thread. To Xiaqin's perception, this thread resembled a silken strand, transcending the realm of internal energy. At this very moment, above Xiaqin's head, amidst the gathering storm clouds, two figures stood suspended in the air. One was clad in a flowing white robe adorned with azure patterns, his hair as white as snow and his demeanor unparalleled, exuding an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being. However, a small tuft of facial hair and a gleam of triumph in his eyes marred his otherwise divine countenance. He gazed with evident satisfaction at the man in black who stood 100 feet away in the void. This black-clad figure bore a scar upon his forehead, his visage marked by a fierce intensity, and in his hand, he wielded a blood-stained blade measuring 7 feet in length. These two individuals were not to be taken lightly. The elder in white was Yun Xun, the leader of Yunwu Peak, one of the 5 great sects of the Cloud City, while the other was the leader of the Bloodblade sect, known simply as Bloodblade. Ha ha ha, Bloodblade. You have already lost. Will you not surrender? Yun Xun taunted, radiating confidence. Bloodblade, his face contorted in anger, retorted bitterly, lost? Had it not been for that bolt of lightning that disrupted my internal energy, how could I have possibly lost? Old Yun Xun, this contest does not count. Yun Xun, undeterred, exclaimed, not count? How could it not? We had agreed upon this beforehand. If others were to learn that the esteemed leader of the Bloodblade sect is resorting to trickery and refusing to concede, it would be nothing short of a farce. You humph, I cannot be bothered to engage in this dispute with you. Take this snow lotus, it is yours. The Bloodblade retrieved a palm-sized white lotus from within his robes. As soon as the lotus emerged, the air within a 3-zhang radius was enveloped in falling snow. The Bloodblade cast a reluctant glance at the snow lotus before tossing it aside, and it soared 100 zhang to the side of Yun Xun. Yun Xun grasped the snow lotus with a hearty laugh, saying, "This contest is solely for this snow lotus. We must not allow such a trivial treasure to jeopardize the amicable relations between our two sects, lest we provide an opportunity for others." The others referred to the 3 remaining sects of Yun Xun. Among the 5 great sects, there was no shortage of intrigue and rivalry. The Bloodblade's gaze flickered as he replied, "Indeed, old man Yun Xun, we shall meet again in the future." With that, the Bloodblade transformed into a crimson shadow and vanished into the distance. After watching him depart, Yun Xun remained, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The previous lightning flash was accompanied by a formidable thunderous might, a manifestation of the celestial authority inherent in the tribulations of thunder, which only emerged during the breakthroughs of high-level martial artists. However, the thunderous might within that flash was faint and dim, far from the intensity expected of a high-level martial artist's breakthrough. Thus, he pondered the origin of this elusive force. After a spell of reflection, Yun Xun traversed through the gathering clouds, descending to the ground. Chapter 4. Encountering Yun Xun, although Xiaqin was unaware of the significance of the white aura within his energy sea, he felt an innate sense of having acquired a tremendous fortune. He understood well that a common man possessing a treasure often invites calamity. Moreover, he was acutely aware that this fortune must remain concealed from others. Xiaqin, being calm and astute, recognized that the recent phenomenon might have attracted the attention of many formidable beings. Thus, after lingering briefly at the edge of the precipice, he departed swiftly. As he walked, the internal energy within him, akin to strands of silver, coursed through his limbs and bones with the swiftness of a living fish, exponentially accelerating his speed. It was due to this internal energy that Xiaqin, after many years, re-entered the ranks of warriors. Though he was merely at the initial stage of qi cultivation, a realm that might seem trivial to others, it was a level he would have once regarded with dissatisfaction. However, ever since Xiaqin had an epiphany, realizing that the path of a warrior could not be accomplished in a single leap, but required steady and deliberate steps, this stage felt insignificant. He understood that this marked yet another beginning for him, a rebirth. When Xiachen departed from the precipice, the rain had ceased, leaving the forest awash with muddy water, and droplets clung to the leaves surrounding him. With each step he took, countless raindrops threatened to cascade onto him, yet Xiachen remained utterly indifferent. After a considerable time, he suddenly paused. Beneath a great tree approximately 10 paces ahead, a figure emerged. Xiachen found himself at an impasse, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. If the figure were to discern the white energy in his qi, it would spell trouble. "Young man, why do you not come forth to pay your respects to this old man? Are you under the impression that I would devour you?" The figure was none other than Yunchen. Xiachen's expression shifted slightly, and he was compelled to approach Yunchen, bowing deeply as he said, "Junior Xia." Chun pays his respects to the elder. Upon seeing Xiachen, Yunchen noted his sturdy physique, reminiscent of an ancient pine, with exceptional roots. A wave of joy surged within him as he discreetly probed Xiachen's meridians with his internal energy. The results of this inquiry startled him profoundly. The exquisite talent for cultivation, this is indeed a remarkable potential for training. Yet, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. For one possessing such extraordinary aptitude, why is he merely at the initial stage of qi refinement? Could it be that this young lad is unaware of the ways of cultivation? Or perhaps he is merely a rustic youth, untouched by the world of martial artists? Upon pondering this, a hint of amusement suddenly surfaced in Yunchen's eyes as he addressed Xiachen. "Young brother, what brings you to wander these desolate woods?" Xiachen's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Respectfully reporting to you, esteemed senior, I have recently departed from my home, intending to embark on a journey in search of legendary martial artists to hone my skills. However, I seem to have lost my way here, much to your amusement." This, of course, was Xiachen's fabricated tale. He could never confess that he was cast out by his family for being a failure, nor that his own kin had severed his tendons, only for him to unexpectedly gain enlightenment. Besides, he feared that no one would believe such a story. Yet, Yunchen harbored no suspicions. He found it implausible that a mere qi refinement novice, who could hardly be considered a martial artist, would deceive him. However, upon hearing Xiachen's intent to seek a martial master, his interest was piqued. "Ah, so you wish to find a mentor," he mused. "I happen to know of a place that may be of interest to you. Would you care to hear about it?" "What place is that?" "Please, esteemed senior, do enlighten me." Xiachen felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he had truly encountered a wise elder this time. Moreover, this elder did not seem malevolent, and most importantly, he could not perceive the white energy within Xiachen's body. Yunchen, perceiving Xiachen's interest, began to speak. "Are you aware that the mountainous terrain surrounding Yun City, spanning 800 miles, is divided among the 5 major sects: Yunwu Peak, Blood Knife Gate, Heavenly Demon Cliff, Nine Sword Pavilion, and Heavenly Sound Academy? Among these 5 sects, the masters are numerous, with the leaders of each sect being legendary warriors who have achieved the realm of intent, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, omnipotent in their abilities. Coincidentally, this region falls within the dominion of Yunwu Peak, and in precisely 1 month, they will commence the recruitment of disciples. If you merely seek a warrior to be your mentor, it may be more fortuitous to venture to Yunwu Peak and test your luck there. Wouldn't that be a more advantageous course of action?" The mention of the 5 sects and their formidable masters stirred a tempest within Xiachen's heart. Observing Xiachen's growing interest, Yunchen seized the moment to elaborate. "In the vast expanse of the Chenxing Continent, the adept are abundant. If you aspire to attain mastery, you must endure countless trials and tribulations, trampling upon those self-proclaimed geniuses. The deluded individuals within the major sects are far too numerous. They serve as stepping stones on the path to becoming a true master. This is not a journey that can be accomplished merely through solitary practice under the tutelage of a single warrior." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of determination shone in Xiachen's eyes. He replied to Yunchen, "Indeed, esteemed senior, I understand. The path of martial arts is fraught with conflict, and thus I shall make my way to Yunwu Peak, where I shall undoubtedly become a disciple." "Ha ha ha, splendid!" Yunchen exclaimed, his heart elated by Xiachen's response. He felt a profound joy, for his sect would soon welcome a prodigious talent, a paragon of cultivation. One must ponder, who among the other 4 major sects in Yun City could possibly rival such an individual? However, suddenly, his expression shifted, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiachen's expression shifted to one of profound alarm as he hurried over to support him, his voice laced with concern. "Senior, are you injured?" Yunchen took a deep breath and replied, "It is of no consequence. I had a skirmish in the heavens. Though victorious, I sustained some minor injuries." As he spoke, Yunchen produced a white lotus from his bosom, the rare and wondrous snow lotus. The moment the snow lotus was revealed, a flurry of snow enveloped the surroundings within a 3-meter radius. Unprepared, Xiachen felt an overwhelming sensation of being frozen in ice. Even the breath he exhaled turned white. Observing this, Yunchen placed a hand upon his shoulder and then closed his eyes to regulate his breath. Xiachen felt a surge of energy coursing through him, dispelling the chill that had gripped his body. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to Yunchen, a thread of white energy within Xiachen's dantian began to stir. The frigid aura emanating from the snow lotus was being steadily absorbed by this white energy, transforming into an icy internal force that roamed freely within Xiachen's dantian. Upon realizing this, Xiachen was taken aback yet elated. He had not anticipated that this white energy was so formidable, capable not only of refining internal energy but also of enhancing its attributes. Chapter 5. Yunling, the essence of the universe, possesses distinct attributes: wind, rain, thunder, lightning, ice, fire, mountains, and marshes, to name but a few. However, the internal energy of ordinary warriors seldom carries any attributes. Only those from ancient, prestigious families possess such characteristic internal energy. Each of these ancient families is a colossal entity, their combined strength far surpassing even a fraction of that of the entire Yun city. Understanding this, Xiachen was filled with a mix of astonishment and joy upon sensing that the white energy held the potential to alter attributes, thereby deepening his awareness of the formidable power residing within his dantian. Absolutely, one must never allow others to become aware of the existence of this white mist within, otherwise, one might find oneself without a burial place. Zuchen mused inwardly. Yunchen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I have merely sustained a minor injury, and I brought along another companion on this outing. While I was engaged in combat with that celestial being, I set her aside. She should be able to find us by now." Yunchen's gaze shifted to the depths of the forest, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Look, isn't she arriving just in time?" At that moment, a girl descended gracefully beside Zuchen and Yunchen. Upon hearing Yunchen's words, her cheeks flushed as she softly introduced herself. "I am Yunlinger. May I ask your name?" The girl's voice was melodious, akin to the gentle chime of jade beads, warm and clear. Zuchen was momentarily taken aback before bowing slightly, responding, "I am Zuchen." Due to Zuchen's considerable height, Yunlinger barely reached his shoulder, prompting him to bend down, which rendered him somewhat awkward, eliciting a light giggle from Yunlinger. All right. Upon encountering others, I nearly forgot myself. Age truly renders one less capable." Yunchen feigned a complaint. Yunlinger immediately caught on, her eyes widening with concern as she looked at Yunchen and asked, "Master, are you injured?" "It's just a minor wound. Nothing to worry about. Merely a small injury." Yunlinger suddenly had a spark of mischief in her eyes as she swiftly snatched the snow lotus flower from Yunchen's hand, retreating quickly. With a graceful leap, she perched herself on a branch of a large tree and said lightly, "If it's just a minor injury, then you have no need for this snow lotus flower. It would be better suited for me." Xiachen stood in stunned silence. He had initially assumed that this girl, so sweet and beautiful, possessed a gentle and endearing disposition. Little did he know, she could transform into such a whimsical character. Was it possible that her previous demeanor had merely been a fade? Yunlinga scrutinized the snow lotus carefully for a moment, then turned her gaze to Xiachen, chuckling softly as she remarked, "You foolish boy, so entranced by a pretty girl that you've lost your wits. You're nothing but a dandy." "A dandy? How have I become a dandy?" Xiachen felt his cheeks flush, rendered speechless and burdened with a sense of frustration. Yunchen sighed softly and said, "Young brother, my apprentice is quite the trickster. She delights in teasing others, so do not take it to heart." Xiachen managed a wry smile. "How could I? It was my rudeness earlier." At that moment, Yunlinger leaped down from the tree, her left hand adorned with a verdant bracelet that emitted a radiant green light, causing the snow lotus in her grasp to vanish instantly. A storage space? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiachen immediately thought of such an item. A storage space is a tool used by martial artists to store objects. It may appear no larger than the palm of one's hand, yet the interior is vast. Such possessions are typically exclusive to the practitioners of the great sections. Although Xiachen's family was considered the foremost in Yuni County, they lacked even a single storage space. The exterior of these storage spaces varies greatly. For instance, Yunlinger's storage space takes the form of a jade bracelet. From this, Xiachen realized that Yunlinger's background must be far from ordinary, and he surmised that Yun Chun's identity was also likely to be quite remarkable. Indeed, a formidable individual who has ascended to the celestial realm is undoubtedly considered a top-tier expert in Yunqing, and his identity must be anything but simple. He pondered within himself. Having recovered significantly after using the snow lotus to heal his wounds, Yun Shun turned to Xiachen and said, "Young brother, we shall part ways here. I trust that, with your exceptional talent, you will seamlessly gain entry into the Cloud Mist Peak in the days to come. Are you truly aiming to join the Cloud Mist Peak?" Yunlingo inquired, her eyes darting between Xiachen and Yunchen, fully aware of Yunchen's intentions. She then added, "Very well. I shall await your arrival at the Cloud Mist Peak." Upon hearing this, Xiachen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Could it be that Miss Yunlinger is affiliated with the Cloud Mist Peak?" Then, esteemed elder, Yu Xiachen turned his gaze toward Yun Chun, who nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, I too am a member of the Cloud Mist Peak. I perceive that your disposition is well suited for our sect, and thus I proposed your admission, harboring a touch of personal desire to recruit a gifted disciple. I hope you do not take offense, young brother." "How could I possibly take offense? I am immensely grateful to the esteemed elder," Xiachen responded hastily. "Very well, young brother. Although I hold a respectable position at the Cloud Mist Peak, I cannot directly admit you into the sect. You must endeavor on your own. Linger and I shall await your arrival at the Cloud Mist Peak." "Understood, esteemed elder," Xiachen replied. Afterward, he raised his head only to find that Yunchin and Yunlingo had vanished from sight. Gazing at the empty space where Yunchin had been, Xiachen fell into silence for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Cloud Mist Peak, I, Xiachen, am on my way." Chapter 6, The Sacrifice of the Snow Ape. With just over a month remaining until the selection of disciples at Cloud Mist Peak, this period serves as the optimal opportunity for Xiachen's training. At this moment, in a natural cave situated 100 miles from Cloud Mist Peak, Xiachen sat still, resembling an ageless pine, unfazed by the steady drip of water from the stalactites above that fell upon his head. He remained as tranquil as a venerable monk, and this state of meditation persisted for several hours. However, Xiachen was acutely aware that while being at the pinnacle of Qi training might earn him the title of genius in Yuni County, within the talent-rich realm of Yun City, particularly at Cloud Mist Peak among the 5 great sects, such an achievement might scarcely qualify him even for menial tasks. If he aspired to join Cloud Mist Peak, to reach a state of mastery where he could command the winds and rains with ease, he feared that his current skills were woefully inadequate. A howl echoed through the mountains, resembling the cries of wolves and the calls of apes emanating from outside the cave. This area, situated 100 miles from Cloud Mist Peak, was known as the Cloud Mist Forest, which fell under the jurisdiction of the peak and was home to rare and exotic beasts, as well as wild spirit creatures. The cave in which Xiachen was concealed had once belonged to the Snow Ape, a spirit beast of considerable intelligence within the realm of Yunwuling, which had inadvertently fallen into Xiachen's domain. Upon stepping out of the cave, what had initially been a calm day devoid of wind or snow suddenly transformed as heavy snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers, and the temperature within the forest plummeted to freezing levels. Amidst the vast expanse of snow and mist, Xiachen faintly discerned a group advancing towards him, the Snow Ape Pack. Upon closer inspection, he could see there were at least a dozen of them. Beasts inherently find it easier to cultivate than humans. Perhaps their intellect falls short, yet they possess physical prowess in realms that humans struggle a lifetime to attain. Take, for instance, the formidable Snow Ape tribe before me. Each member boasts the strength of peak Qi cultivation. To confront a dozen of them? Xiachen could not help but chuckle at the predicament. These snow apes were, in a sense, divine bait offered to him. Yet the challenge of dispatching such a number at once was indeed daunting. What to do? After much contemplation, Xiachen stealthily exited the cave and spotted a snow mound below. Without hesitation, he leapt into it, cloaking his presence within the depths of the snow and masking his scent. The snow apes, having forcefully claimed the cave days prior, now bore eyes of crimson and fangs that glinted with menace. As one of the massive beasts barreled into the cave, the very structure trembled under its weight. A thunderous roar reverberated, yet within the cave, apart from a flickering candlelight, there was no sign of life. The lead snow ape wrinkled its nose, attempting to discern the scent and track down Xiachen. Its blood-red gaze could not resist glancing toward the cave entrance, where the scent had abruptly vanished. Xiachen lay concealed beneath the snow, blinking as the icy flakes clung to his lashes. Holding his breath, he awaited the perfect moment. Although the snow apes possessed a measure of intelligence, they also shared certain human traits, such as suspicion. Much like the fiery deer, another intelligent beast, they bore a fatal human-like curiosity. Every crevice of the colossal boulders was drenched in kerosene, a concoction derived from the paulownia oil of the trees within the misty forest. Prepared by Xiachun, once ignited, not even the fiercest rain or snow could extinguish its flames. 3, 2, 1. After silently counting, Xiachun unhesitatingly severed the fish dragon tendons. Crack! The moment the boulder loosened, its sound reverberated through the cavern. However, the furious and wild howls of the snow apes drowned it out. For all they could perceive were the frenzied cries of their companions. Bang! Boom! The colossal stone tumbled down like a deluge, swiftly sealing the entrance. Without a glance back, Xiachun retrieved a flint from his robe. The instant the flint struck, sparks flew, igniting the arrow fashioned from branches coated in the paulownia oil, which soared towards the oil-soaked boulder. Whoosh! The inferno erupted in an instant, flames surging higher, and as the twigs and leaves nestled within the boulders ignited, thick smoke billowed forth, suffocating enough to choke the snow apes, even if they managed to shift some of the stones. From the very beginning, Xiachun's intention was to annihilate them. The path of a warrior is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. To traverse this path far, one must not harbor the soft-heartedness of a woman. The flames soared skyward, and the snow apes within the cavern screamed in agony as they were consumed by the fire. The acrid scent of charred fur and the aroma of roasted flesh filled the air, invading Xiachun's nostrils, while the boulders remained steadfast, burying the dozen or so snow apes within the sea of flames. This marks the initial step of Xiachun on his path to becoming a warrior. And these snow apes shall serve as an offering. Chapter 7. The Bustle of All for Gain. Taking a deep breath, Xiachun gradually emerged from a state of clarity. For several consecutive days, he had endured immense pressure, tirelessly pursuing the elusive threshold of enlightenment without respite. Yet, he faced failure once more. Xiachun murmured to himself. Since the sudden arrival of thunder and fire, his meridians had been reshaped, allowing him to be reborn and embark anew on the warrior's journey. This transformation granted him a profound understanding of cultivation. His newly formed meridians remained fragile, and despite the brevity of his training, his progress was rapid. Xiachun feared that once he entered the soul condensation realm, it would impose a heavier burden on his freshly reborn meridians. I have been too hasty. Xiachun self-deprecatingly sighed, rising to massage his aching thighs and knees. He placed all the herbs he had gathered over the past few days into the stone mortar, inhaling deeply before igniting the fire with a torch. With no wealth to speak of, and possessing only a long robe and a spirit sword, Xiachun had to employ all his ingenuity to survive. The herbs from the misty forest contained potent spiritual energy, enriched by the essence of the sun and moon, rendering them extraordinary. After boiling the herbs with his internal energy to concoct a medicinal soup, Xiachun slowly shed his tattered robe, revealing his robust physique. His body, sculpted as if chiseled from jade, exhibited perfect form, with powerful muscles and an agile spirit, embodying the essence of the current Xiachun. Taking a deep breath, Xiachun poured the medicinal concoction into a natural stone basin. Then, gritting his teeth, he resolutely leaped into it. A sharp gasp escaped him as he entered. The potent herbs, infused with immense spiritual energy, penetrated his skin, intensifying with every moment. The pain. It was an excruciating torment, akin to having one's flesh mercilessly sliced away. Veins on his forehead throbbed, his skin flushed a deep crimson, and one could faintly discern the layers of his flesh ravaged by the herbal infusion. To be reborn through fire, one must endure suffering. How else could one rise to the pinnacle anew? Bearing the piercing agony, he immersed himself in the medicinal bath for over an hour, until the pain gradually subsided and the herbal liquid grew increasingly foul. Only then did Xiachun rise. His body bare, renewed and revitalized, he felt a lightness in his being, as the fatigue from days of cultivation dissipated entirely. A new layer of skin, radiant and pink, emerged, while the wounds steadily healed under the herb's influence. This sensation was reminiscent of his youth. Ha ha ha! Heaven does not forsake me, Xiachun, he exclaimed, suppressing his joy, as a deep and magnetic voice resonated from his throat. Given a month's time, if he could fully utilize everything within the misty forest, he firmly believed he could secure a place in the selection for Misty Peak. In the inner hall of the Misty Peak, an elderly man with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage sat comfortably. Beside him was a girl who appeared cool and aloof. yet possessed an undeniably mischievous spirit. At this moment, Yunlinger tugged at Yunchen's snowy white beard, idly pulling out a strand. Ouch! Yunchen jolted in pain, casting a fierce glare at the girl who was toying with the hair. Child, how goes your training with the Chonling sword? The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Just as Yunchen was about to lecture, he noticed that Yunlinger, lost in her thoughts, was not paying attention at all. She had wrapped the white hair she had just plucked around her finger, absent-mindedly gazing outside while mumbling. Why haven't they come yet? Where are they? Yunchen, with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly circled to his cherished granddaughter's side and bellowed. Whom are you so eagerly awaiting? Caught off guard, Yunlinger blurted out without a moment's hesitation. It's that person. In an instant, Yunchen realized, indeed, the time for the trial and challenge at Yunwu Peak was nearing, as more than half a month had already passed since the appointed date. This time, Yunwu Peak had issued a decree across a 1,000-mile radius of Yun City, and within a brief span of half a month. The scouts of Yunwu Peak had gathered some intriguing news. It seemed that this selection of disciples was creating quite a stir, more so than any previous events. Among the 5 great sects of Yun City, the other 4 would certainly not allow Yunwu Peak to monopolize the spotlight. Otherwise, it would mean gathering all the talented youth of the realm under the banner of Yunwu Peak. The first to catch wind of this and stir into action was Tianyin Academy. Throughout history, the Tianyin Academy has been a sect among the 5 great sects. Known for its non-contentious nature, aside from its entirely female disciples, there seemed to be little of significance to draw attention. However, upon learning of the Yunwu Peak's decree to recruit disciples, the Tianyin Academy promptly disseminated a missive throughout the various corners of Yun City. Naturally, the Nine-Sword Pavilion was not idle. Witnessing the movements of the other sects, it could not afford to lag behind. Consequently, a tempest of activity surged through Yun City, with throngs of people converging upon it. At this moment, the city lord, Luo Zhan, stood atop the city walls, surveying the bustling and opulent Fulifang, dotted with shops, taverns, and training grounds, his brow furrowed. The actions of the 5 great sects are quite considerable this time, he pondered. City lord, the 5 great sects have jointly issued a decree, extensively selecting disciples of exceptional talent within our Yun City. This is not an auspicious sign, spoke a young man respectfully beside Luo Zhan, a strategist from the city lord's office, himself possessing a gathering spirit realm. Luo Zhan nodded slightly. Indeed, we must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the 5 great sects. I, Luo Zhan, am not an unreasonable individual. If their actions are merely preparations for the upcoming Central Continent Grand Competition in 3 years, that would be understandable. However, should they harbor other intentions, perhaps to restore their sects to prominence as in the previous dynasty, I shall not entertain such notions. If that be the case, I will not be merciful. The Holy Dynasty has emerged, marking the conclusion of the chaotic era dominated by revered sects many years ago. Luo Zhan has witnessed the stability and prosperity that has unfolded over these years. Should anyone dare to disrupt the delicate equilibrium between the Holy Dynasty and the sects, he, Luo Zhan, shall be the arbiter of their fate. Although Yun City is expansive, it is merely one of the 8 cities of Zhongzhou. Those belonging to various sects would do well to harbor no ulterior motives. Chapter 8. A Night of Madness in contrast to Xia Chen's arduous cultivation in the Misty Woods. A multitude of martial artists has converged upon Yun City, preparing for the sect selection in half a month's time. Among them are individuals who appear as youthful as children, while others bear the marks of age. Throughout history, the pursuit of martial prowess has never lacked aspirants. However, fortune and serendipity often favor but a select few, leaving the majority to blend into obscurity. Within the tavern, a young girl dressed in crimson, with her hair styled in 2 playful braids, delightfully indulges in exquisite delicacies laid before her. The establishment is sparsely populated, yet just beyond the street, a bustling throng of people fills the thoroughfare. How infuriating, she exclaims. The snow apes in the misty woods have been snatched by someone else. I had hoped to procure their cores for nourishing elixirs. This spirited young girl is named Ling Long, the little mistress of the 30-mile bamboo grove in the southern part of Yun City. The elderly man seated opposite her, despite a table brimming with delicacies, refrained from partaking and instead frequently raised a gourd of wine to his lips. My dear, he remarked, I later took the liberty of investigating, and it appears that the remnants of the snow ape's essence should be found within a cave. However, given the immense value of the snow ape's core, it is not surprising that someone else has beaten us to it. We shall seek it out again. Indeed, we shall. The girl in red furrowed her brow and fell silent, focusing intently on the exquisite feast before her. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Xia Chun gazed at the dozen or so snow ape cores nestled in the palm of his hand, unable to suppress his salivation. The herbs he had previously employed seemed utterly inferior. If he were to consume the snow ape's core along with some spiritual fruits, it would surely surpass any concoction he had previously used. Xia Chun was a man of action. As the thought sparked in his mind, he swiftly set it into motion. This evening's dinner was, since his departure from Uni County, the most sumptuous he had ever experienced. Over a dozen snow ape cores. Before long, Xia Chun found himself seated upon a stone stool, contemplating the cores before him, silently praying, "Please do not be too tough." A quarter of an hour later, as Xia Chun indulged in a state of satiation and drifted into a light slumber, a faint glow suddenly enveloped his body. The snow ape's formidable size and strength were a result of certain inherent laws established since the formation of the vast world. The core of a spiritual beast serves as both the source of its power and the essence of its being. Unbeknownst to Xia Chun, consuming a dozen snow ape cores at once was a calamity he was destined to encounter at this very moment. Deep within the newly discovered cave, the direction of the wind shifted abruptly. Summerchin sat up suddenly from the stone bed, his eyes void of pupils, surrounded by a flickering glow. With remarkable agility, he leapt from the bed and surged forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This night would be forever etched in the memory of the misty woods. As the creatures within scattered in panic, unbeknownst to them, a formidable entity had emerged from the shadows, mercilessly preying upon the spirit beasts and extracting their cores. As the saying goes, wisdom accumulates over a decade and spiritual essence over a century. The misty woods had existed for a considerable time, and the spirit beasts within had long developed a semblance of intelligence, instinctively recognizing the need to avoid calamity. Yet, an overwhelming aura of energy permeated the air, wreaking havoc wherever it went. The colossal disturbance and the unfolding events in the misty woods had undoubtedly attracted attention. It was impossible to ignore, at this rate. The very fabric of the misty woods would be torn asunder, just as Summer Chun had vanquished a ground-dwelling Wan bird and was in the process of extracting its core. A furious voice rang out, "Halt! The misty woods is no place for your audacity. Release it at once." Summer Chun, only partially comprehending, loosened his grip. However, in that fleeting moment, the core of the Wan bird was already in his possession, and he swallowed it whole, with a resounding boom. The glow surrounding him transformed once more, the verdant luminescence now intermingled with the peacock blue of the bird's core. The one who had issued the warning, Wang Yifan, was utterly astounded. "My goodness, there is a monster here. He dares to consume the core of a spirit beast." It is no wonder that Wang Yifan was rendered speechless in astonishment. In truth, according to conventional methods, after extracting the core, one must distill its essence while discarding the dross, ultimately crafting a dish that, while resembling ordinary cuisine, exudes a captivating aura and an enticing aroma. As a scion of a prominent family, Wang Yifan has been accustomed to a life of luxury from a young age. And with the indulgence of his mother and elder brother, his appreciation for culinary delights is contingent upon his mood. Lu Shenqi, as a distinguished guest of the Wang family, possesses considerable strength himself. When he observed the typically arrogant third young master suddenly rendered so timid, with his legs trembling uncontrollably, he could not help but express his astonishment. Has the third young master encountered something? Wang Yifan's gaze was vacant, fixated on the spot where Xia Chun had vanished, and he abruptly nodded vigorously. Indeed, a creature that exclusively consumes the cores of spiritual beasts. I stumbled upon it. Lu Shenqi was taken aback. Although the Cloud Mist Forest belongs to the Cloud Mist Peak, it is also under the jurisdiction of the three great families. If the Cloud Mist Peak serves as the headquarters, then the three families act as the guardians of this realm. The presence of rare spiritual beasts within the Cloud Mist Forest had long been documented. Yet there had never been any mention of a beast that preyed upon the cores of other spiritual creatures. Chapter 9. The Misidentified Expert Upon Awakening from a Drowsy Slumber. Xia Chun was momentarily stunned, for he found himself surrounded by a multitude of individuals, seemingly having lingered there for an extended period, of whom he had been entirely unaware. Ordinarily, when danger looms, Xia Chun would instinctively sense the impending threat, remaining vigilant and alert, as is the most fundamental quality of a martial practitioner. However, he remained utterly oblivious to the situation. As Xia Chun awakened, one individual stepped forward and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Did you slay this wild giant ape?" It was then that Xia Chun realized he was lying atop the massive form of the ape, which had long since perished, its core already extracted. Rising to his feet and wiping away the grime from his face, Xia Chun nonchalantly replied, "Oh, perhaps." This apparent indifference incited anger in the other party. "What do you mean, perhaps?" At that moment, Wang Yifan burst forth from the throng, and upon spotting Xia Chun, he let out a piercing scream. "Brother Xiao, it's him. The shadow I saw last night seems to be this very person." Xiao Lei drew his sword with a resounding clash, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he spoke in a grave tone. "Is it you?" He found himself bewildered. For this filthy young man before him appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of qi cultivation, a stage that merely hinted at the potential for advancement within the martial realm. Yet, the spirit beasts in the cloud mist forest were all at least at the soul condensation stage. To kill an opponent of a higher cultivation level? Such feats, while not impossible in the martial world, were fraught with peril. Slaying a spirit beast superior to oneself was already a daunting challenge. Moreover, the uproar in the cloud mist forest had persisted throughout the night, only gradually quieting as dawn approached. What once thrived in the verdant expanse of the cloud mist forest now lay in desolation. The profound scar carved into the depths of the misty cloud forest left one utterly perplexed. It was as if a formidable beast from another realm had descended, wreaking havoc in its wake. At this moment, Xia Chun's mind began to clear, and the fragmented memories of the previous night gradually surfaced. Indeed, ever since he had consumed the core of the snow ape, his body felt as though it were on the verge of exploding, brimming with an inexhaustible energy that demanded release for even a semblance of relief. As Xia Chun pondered, the cores of the spirit beasts began to tumble from his sleeve, radiating a shimmering light, startling Xiao Lei. Truly, it was this young lad before him, to eliminate so many spirit beasts in one fell swoop. While his own cultivation realm merely rested within the qi refinement stage, struck Xiao Lei as a tale bordering on the fantastical. While it is said that martial cultivators can surpass their ranks to slay foes, such a feat against so many spirit beasts was simply unfathomable. Thus, two possibilities emerged, the first being that this seemingly lowly youth was, in fact, a master adept at concealing his true aura and cultivation, perhaps even rivaling the head of the Wang family. The second possibility suggested that the lad had received assistance from a powerful figure who helped him vanquish the spirit beasts and claim their cores. However, upon further reflection, this too seemed implausible. If a figure more formidable than the head of the Wang family had indeed arrived, the Wang family's treasured heavenly spirit mirror would undoubtedly have sensed such a powerful presence. Since the heavenly spirit mirror had shown no response, Xiao Lei concluded that he must regard Xia Chun as a high-level expert in his own right. "Senior, may I inquire to which sect you belong? What brings you to the misty woods under the jurisdiction of the Wang family? If you seek spirit beast cores, the Wang family possesses an abundance. Merely command us, and we shall present them to you without delay." Xia Chun was momentarily taken aback. What audacity did this fellow have to address him as senior? Although Xia Chun's cultivation was modest, his ability to sense the aura around him was not lacking. The burly man before him was clearly a peak practitioner of the soul condensation realm, standing a full tier above him. Xiao Lei lowered his posture, yet Xia Chun remained indifferent. Nevertheless, the thought of the Wang family possessing numerous spirit beast cores ignited excitement within him. If he could deceive them into yielding some high-grade cores, it would indeed be advantageous. Thus, having made up his mind, Xia Chun cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I do not wish to intrude upon your esteemed family head for no reason, but since you extend such a warm invitation, I shall not refuse. I happen to require some high-grade spirit beast cores. It would be quite fortuitous to acquire them from your Wang family." Xiao Lei was taken aback once more. He had merely been polite, unaware that this esteemed elder would genuinely accept his invitation. It is important to note that the three great families in Yun City are not to be trifled with. Despite their considerable influence, the strength of the family, aside from the patriarch who inherited superior techniques, was rather mediocre. Among the patriarch's sons, only Wang Yifan possessed noteworthy talent. With a grand flourish, Xia Chun assumed an air of superiority and nimbly leaped down from the corpse of the spirit beast. "First, let us find a place. I require sustenance and a bath." Of course. Xiao Lei observed this extraordinary individual, whose demeanor exhibited no flaws. Yet, the voice was remarkably youthful, suggesting the mastery of some form of rejuvenating technique. Particularly as he sauntered by, an ethereal radiance seemed to accompany him. With a brilliant luminescence emanating from his internal organs and skin, an unusual brilliance born of consuming the core of a spirit beast. To swallow the core whole? Such an act would be unthinkable for anyone lacking extraordinary prowess. Realizing this, Chalet became increasingly convinced that the young man before him was undoubtedly a master of his craft. Chapter 10. The etiquette of hospitality. While the weak may conceal their brilliance, true masters cannot entirely disguise their authentic realm. This notion is nearly universally acknowledged within the martial arts community. Even the patriarch of the Wang family, when disguised as an ordinary person, could only manage to mask his level to that of a nascent soul. Wang Yifan, observing Xia Chen striding ahead with remarkable confidence, felt an undeniable sense of displeasure. A robust figure, his muscles taut and sinewy, Wang Yifan moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, each step exuding vigor. He found it perplexing how even a master could consume the core of a spirit beast whole. The Wang family possessed numerous cores, yet they were typically integrated into meals or extracted through esoteric techniques to absorb the energy crystals within. Having encountered many bold individuals, Wang Yifan had never met anyone as audacious as Xia Chen, which piqued his interest profoundly. As the third son of the Wang family, he had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet Xia Chen remained an enigma, both mysterious and outrageous, his presence shattering Wang Yifan's preconceived notions of mastery. Chalet observed Wang Yifan striding ahead with an air of urgency. Quickly discerning his intentions, he hastened to catch up and grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Yifan." Had it not been for his years of capriciousness, Wang Yifan might have already emerged as the pillar of the Wang family. In the midst of his cultivation, his martial prowess was exceptionally refined. Yet, the greatest trial for Wang Yifan was not to shatter the bottleneck before him, but rather to renounce the enchanting woman who lingered in his thoughts, Qin Yao. Qigu Qin Yao, the cherished daughter of the chief family, one of the three prominent clans, was now a blossoming beauty of 18. Reputed to be the most exquisite woman in Yun City. A year had elapsed, and Qigu Qin Yao had ascended to the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm. A prodigious talent who stood in stark contrast to him. Wang Yifan's urgency stemmed from his desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qigu Qin Yao, for only then would he possess the merit to pursue her anew. With this contemplation in mind, Wang Yifan quickened his pace to catch up with Xia Chen, delivering a hearty slap to his shoulder. "Hey brother, spare me 2 of your spirit beast cores. I want to partake as well." Xia Chen, unfazed by the notion of consuming spirit beast cores, having indulged in them on several occasions himself, casually tossed 2 cores to Wang Yifan. Wang Yifan was momentarily taken aback by his friend's nonchalance. He took a decisive bite, only to find his teeth aching as he spat it out, grimacing. "Why is this so hard? How do you manage to swallow it?" Just as Xia Chen was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught sight of the anxious Shao lay beside him. He pondered the consequences should anything befall the third young master. What would he have to account for? With an air of superiority, Xia Chen cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yifan, remarking, "If you cannot digest it, then perhaps you should engage your intellect, understand?" Leaving Wang Yifan in a state of disarray amidst the wind, Xia Chen, accompanied by dozens from the Wang family, bathed in the city of Yun and adorned himself in a robe embroidered with profound patterns. Upon gazing into the bronze mirror, Xia Chen was taken aback. After consuming the core of a spirit beast, his physique resembled a statue forged from bronze and iron, emanating a lustrous sheen. Not only had his bones grown significantly, but his aura had also undergone a subtle transformation. This face, no matter how one looked at it, still appeared excessively youthful. In the spiritual light workshop of Yun City, the opulent residence of the Wang family was situated, a place befitting one of the 3 prominent clans, naturally designed to reflect the owner's stature. The household servants at the entrance held 2 white jade flying tigers, exuding an imposing presence. Should an ordinary person encounter these magnificent creatures, they would likely be struck with terror. Yet, Xia Chen found himself unconsciously salivating, recognizing that the white jade flying tiger was also a spirit beast. Its rank undoubtedly superior to that of the snow ape in the misty forest. If he could consume its core, it would surely yield immense benefits. As Xia Chen's gaze fixated intently on the 2 white jade flying tigers at the entrance, a sudden pang of dread struck Xiao Lei's heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it seemed this esteemed individual had developed an insatiable appetite for spirit beast cores. Now setting his sights on the family head's most cherished pets, the white jade flying tiger, entirely snow white, with eyes resembling emeralds, emanates a potent aura through its soft fur, possessing a soothing presence that brings warmth to its surroundings. Keeping such a creature within one's abode ensures that, even during the sweltering summer days, one can always sense a refreshing essence akin to that of water, providing immense comfort and tranquility. "Elder, please, come in. The master is awaiting your arrival." Xiao Lei hastily signaled to the two gatekeepers, urging them to lead the white jade flying tiger away swiftly. Any delay in its departure could jeopardize the lives of these precious creatures. Chapter 11. The Sword Emperor of 100 Battles. Was this truly indicative of the Wang family's hospitality? Wang Yunting had his suspicions when a distinguished figure emerged in Yun City. From the moment he received the news, unease stirred within him. It was undeniable that the recent tumult in Yun City had indeed attracted numerous formidable individuals. However, to equate these masters with Wang Yunting would be an exaggeration. The reason Wang Yunting held a prominent position among the three great families was due to his unmatched prowess. He was confident that even if the city lord intervened, he would not falter. In the realm of martial arts, the urgency to seize the moment in combat had become a shared understanding among practitioners. Since even his closest subordinate, Xiao Lei, expressed such sentiments, Wang Yunting's thoughts began to deepen. Among the three great families, the Wang family was not the most prestigious, while Wang Yunting held no fear in one-on-one confrontations. The younger generation of the Wang family was alarmingly lacking in numbers and talent. Turning his gaze, aside from his young son Wang Yifan, he perceived that the innate qualities of others were distinctly inferior to his own. The decline of the Wang family seemed an inevitable fate. Even the two other prominent families in Yun City awaited the spectacle of the Wang family's downfall. In the realm of martial cultivation, where a century can be but a fleeting moment, those who attain the level of Wang Yunting naturally enjoy an extended lifespan. Yet, what benefit does Wang Yunting's prolonged existence hold when his sons are unequivocally inept? Consequently, the Wang family's decline appears almost predetermined, perhaps in 2 or 3 decades, or perhaps a century hence. Ultimately, the essence of a great family lies in its ability to perpetuate itself, to have numerous offspring capable of inheriting the family legacy. And in this regard, the Wang family is undeniably at a disadvantage. Now, with the emergence of a formidable expert in Yun City, Wang Yunting saw a glimmer of hope. He could nurture his son gradually. However, if this expert could ally with him to vanquish the other two families, the lingering threats to the Wang family would be entirely eradicated. Thus, from the moment Xia Chen stepped through the gates of the Wang family, Wang Yunting was filled with curiosity, prompting him to act impulsively in his assessment. The results of his probing were astonishing, as Xiao Lei had indicated. This individual was indeed an anomaly, capable of devouring the cores of those spirit beasts. Moreover, he had withstood the full force of Wang Yunting's golden light palm without sustaining any injury. Xia Chen cast a frigid gaze upon Wang Yunting. Had it not been for his subtle maneuvering, he might have truly suffered from that strike. By consuming the core of a spirit beast, Xia Chen could temporarily harness the beast's formidable strength, which enabled him to withstand the blow. Nevertheless, he felt a tumult of blood surging within him, suppressing the agitation in his heart as he stood silently, seemingly awaiting an explanation. "Do not be alarmed, my friend," Wang Yunting reassured. "I merely sought to test your mettle. The recent turmoil in Yun City necessitates caution in all matters." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Lei, who, wearing a smile, promptly interjected, "Elder, the master means no offense. This is merely the custom of the Wang family. We hope for your understanding." "Humph," Xia Chen scoffed softly. Coming from a prestigious lineage himself, he understood the intricacies of such families. Was Wang Yunting truly testing him, or was he simply attempting to ascertain the extent of Xia Chen's abilities? Despite Xiao Lei's obsequious demeanor, Xia Chen felt a surge of dissatisfaction and, in a decisive manner, strode into the Wang family estate, proclaiming loudly, "Where are the items I seek? Bring them to me at once. I shall depart once I have what I came for." Wang Yunting stroked his beard, scrutinizing Xia Chen. From the earlier test, he gleaned some insights, while Xiao Lei, at the condensing soul realm, might not discern Xia Chen's true prowess. Wang Yunting sensed a hint of clarity. Even with 70% of his strength in the golden light palm, it was uncertain whether an opponent of equal caliber could emerge unscathed. The reason why Xia Chen remained unscathed was solely due to the protective layer generated by the devoured spirit beast course. Nevertheless, Xia Chen was still an anomaly. Upon seeing Xia Chen turn to leave, Wang Yifan grew anxious. "Senior, please don't go. I still wish to seek your guidance." Wang Yunting, observing his younger son, nodded in satisfaction, to say nothing of other matters. Wang Yunting had invited Master Yuni from the 3 great sects of Zhongzhou to assess his son's potential when Wang Yifan was just born. confirming that his son possessed the qualities of a genius destined to shine after a decade. In comparison to his other sons, Wang Yifan certainly deserved special favor, simply based on this talent. Feiner, wait a moment. Noticing his son hastily pursuing the enigmatic figure, Wang Yunting called out to offer a word of caution. What are you doing, father? I am about to cultivate alongside the esteemed senior. Wang Yifan, momentarily halted by his father, expressed his impatience. However, Wang Yunting calmly responded. He is not your senior. In fact, he is of a similar age to you, and as for cultivation level, he may not be significantly different from you. What? Wang Yifan could scarcely believe his ears. Before embarking on the path of martial cultivation, he had not regarded his father as particularly formidable. Yet, since stepping onto this path, he gradually came to appreciate his father's true prowess, which was indeed remarkable. As a prominent figure among the youthful elite of Yin City, Wang Yifan's strength was not to be underestimated. Who would have imagined that the senior expert, whom even Xiao Lei had failed to discern, was seen through so easily by his father? In an instant, Wang Yifan found himself at a loss. The individual before him was neither a senior nor a master. What could he possibly learn from him? Moreover, he had just overheard that the other party's strength appeared to be quite comparable to his own. However, that young man's fortuitous encounters were undoubtedly superior to his own. As far as I am aware, in this world, there is only one person bold enough to directly consume the cores of spirit beasts. Wang Yifan's interest was piqued. Who could it be? It is none other than the Lord of Zhongzhou City, the renowned sword emperor of the 100 Battles, Qin Wuyo. A gasp escaped Wang Yifan's lips, and even Wang Yunting, present at that moment, was taken aback. As a member of the royal family of the Holy Dynasty, Qin Wuyo is undoubtedly among the most formidable individuals in the contemporary world. His growth trajectory is nothing short of astonishing, and the act of devouring spirit beast cores has become second nature to him. Chapter 12. The Extraordinary Bloodline. The name Qin Wuyo, much like his moniker, the Sword Emperor of the 100 Battles, possesses an aura of intimidation. Across the 9 provinces, the flames of conflict have never truly extinguished. And as the supreme guardian of the continent's vital arteries, the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou commands an extraordinary power. This is the same individual who, in a fit of rage, vanquished 3,000 experts of the transformation realm. Rising to fame in his youth, he has since participated in countless skirmishes over the years, earning the title of the undefeated Sword Emperor, which adds an air of mystery to Qin Wuyo's persona. As one of the 8 cities under the jurisdiction of Zhongzhou, the legend of the Sword Emperor of the 100 Battles has undoubtedly reached Yin City, and various rumors have proliferated alongside his esteemed reputation, often veering into the realm of the absurd. Yet, the act of consuming spirit beast cores remains an undeniable truth. It is rumored that the Sword Emperor of the Central Plains, Qin Wuyo, possesses an insatiable passion for capturing spirit beasts, relishing the act of directly consuming their cores to enhance his strength. A master of the Cyclone Realm exudes an aura akin to mighty rivers, their presence overwhelming and ceaseless, capable of gathering myriad energies into one while simultaneously invoking tremors in the mountains and rivers with each breath. How could I, Wang Yunting, descend to such a state? Wang Yifan struggled to comprehend his father's words, yet he nodded in a daze. This robust young master, whose muscles were as firm as iron, often spoke without restraint and led a life of debauchery, yet deep within, his sense of righteousness was unwavering. As a member of the Wang family, how could he remain oblivious to the power dynamics within Yinqing? His elder brother had practiced diligently for years without reaching the spirit-gathering realm, and his second brother had perished long ago. In the vast Wang family, would they endure after the loss of their father? The thought of Qi Gu Qianyao weighed heavily on Wang Yifan's mind, stirring his emotions. How could he stand before her? Father, I shall refrain from visiting these days to focus on my cultivation, Wang Yifan murmured, furrowing his brow. Wang Yunting, having anticipated this, paid it no mind, nodding in agreement. Go then, observe how he cultivates. I have a peculiar feeling that this young man could prove to be a benefactor for our Wang family in the future. Benefactor? Wang Yifan shrugged nonchalantly. Hadn't he, his father, just mentioned that this individual might possess similar strength to his own? Such prowess would render him indistinguishable among the masses in Yunqian. What impact could he possibly have? Nevertheless, driven by an unwavering commitment to his training, Wang Yifan suppressed his disappointment and hurriedly followed after Xiaochun. At this moment, Xiaochun gazed in astonishment at the items that Xiao Lei had retrieved from the Wang family's pharmacy. Good heavens! Just how extensive is the Wang family's inventory? The sheer quantity of intermediate cores heaped before him was astonishing, their quality vastly superior to the rudimentary cores of the snow apes found in the Yunwu forest. While the cores of the snow apes possessed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, they lacked purity. In contrast, the cores before Xia Chun dazzled his senses. The Xinling fire tortoise, the Danling white deer? And what is this? Xia Chun had only encountered illustrations of these spirit beast cores in his youth, while perusing the chronicles of the unusual. A hint of pride flickered across Xiaolei's face as he remarked, "Hee, my esteemed senior may not be aware, but this core is quite a rare treasure, especially procured at the behest of the family head. Typically, the family head cherishes these items immensely, and even we are seldom permitted a glance." Xia Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could Wang Yunting possibly be scheming? From their recent tentative skirmish, Xia Chun had already deduced that if Wang Yunting had not perceived his true strength, he would hardly be worthy of his position as the family head. The fact that he recognized Xia Chen's inferior prowess, yet still sent these cores, was indeed perplexing. "Pray tell, what exactly is this?" Xia Chun inquired, his impatience evident. Xiaolei, eager to please, responded, "This item is a Danfeng core, reportedly acquired by our late patriarch from the Wind Nest." A Danfeng core? A rarity indeed. It is truly a remarkable find. Almost unable to contain his excitement, Xia Chen reached out and swept the Danfeng core into his embrace, barely sparing a glance for Xiaolei. Just as Xiaolei stood there in stunned silence, Xia Chen chuckled, "Since this treasure is so precious, I shall take great care of it. If you have no further business, you may leave. I am about to commence my cultivation." Believing firmly that Xia Chen was an esteemed elder, Xiaolei dared not intrude. He quietly stepped outside and gently closed the door behind him. Yet, even if that elder truly possessed formidable strength, would he really bestow a treasure left by the old master upon him? Xiaolei felt a pang of discontent. The Danfeng core was unique within Yun City, said to contain the essence of divine fire, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Over the years, neither the old master nor the family head had utilized it for their training. "What do you understand?" "Humph." Wang Yunting cast a glance at the oblivious attendant, pondering how Xiaolei, having been with the Wang family for several years, could still be so dim-witted. How could he fail to grasp something so elementary? Who else, aside from Qin Wuyo, could consume a core such as this in Zhongzhou? In other words, since Qin Wuyo belongs to the royal lineage of the Holy Dynasty, possessing a unique constitution, might this newcomer in his residence also carry the bloodline of the Holy Dynasty? Otherwise, how could he ingest the spirit beast core in succession? A common martial cultivator would likely have perished by now. The Wang family is merely a clan in Yun City beneath Zhongzhou. Yet if they were to be associated with someone from the Holy Dynasty, their status would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps, in a few years, the Wang family might even govern Yun City. Such possibilities are not to be dismissed. Chapter 13. The resounding thunder and the restless hearts maintain strict confidentiality regarding our Wang family's visitors. Let no one be privy to their presence. As for that individual, whatever he desires, you may grant it in my stead. I am eager to discern whether this young man truly possesses. Wang Yunting's sentence trailed off, leaving Xiaolei oblivious to the significance of the sacred dynasty bloodline or the identity of the sword sovereign of Zhongzhou. This thunder is not mere thunder. Any martial cultivator is acutely sensitive to such a thunderous sound, for it signifies the manifestation of extraordinary phenomena that occur only during a breakthrough in one's cultivation. Each martial practitioner invokes distinct celestial phenomena. Some radiate golden light, others burst forth in crimson splendor, while some unleash thunderous roars, and a few remain utterly unremarkable, devoid of any peculiarities. However, Xia Chen's breakthrough was undeniably significant. This was attributable to the relentless absorption of spirit beast cores, forcibly refining and compressing the spiritual energy contained within, ultimately consolidating it in his dantian, merging it with his own spiritual essence. The ferocious power within the spirit beast cores clashed with Xia Chen's desire to master and integrate it, resulting in a fierce competition where neither force appeared willing to succumb to the other. Two currents of energy surged chaotically within Xia Chen's dantian, causing him to furrow his brow tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, with beads of sweat cascading down. Agony, an unfathomable extent of suffering. He was on the verge of breaching the threshold, a sensation akin to an urgent need to relieve oneself, yet forcing it out proved to be an arduous endeavor. This peculiar sensation intertwines with the intricate emotions of Xia Chen, compounded by two forces swirling chaotically within his dantian. At this moment, Xiachen realizes for the first time that he is no longer the prodigious youth he once was. Once, during his initial breakthrough, he felt no pressure. It was as effortless as the mundane acts of eating and drinking, a serene transition. Upon opening his eyes, it was as if beams of brilliance surged forth. Imbued with formidable power and an indescribable spirit. A breakthrough. I must transcend. Presently, Xiahe is merely in the qi refinement stage, yet even so. He has carved out a niche for himself within the Xia family. Xiahe, along with his father, stands as an irreconcilable enemy to Xiachun. And one can only imagine the hardships his father will endure once he steps beyond the threshold of their home. In the past, within the confines of the clan, he was the target of the most venomous words, yet now, as he traverses the outside world, what fate awaits his father? Surely, he would be subjected to relentless bullying. Sometimes, the circumstances one encounters become the very impetus for their struggle. Such is the case for Xiachun. As the long-simmering humiliation and the image of his father as plight fuel his determination to break through. The two energies within him are in a tumultuous interplay, growing ever more intense. In this moment, Xiachun remains as calm as a monk in meditation, unwavering. However, while he is still, the energies within him surge like tumultuous waves, each cresting higher than the last, a relentless tide. The visible aura resembled an unending river of stars, rapidly surging and compressing, ultimately solidifying into an indomitable force, exuding an unstoppable momentum. One might even say it carried the majesty of the heavens. Boom. It felt as though something within him had erupted violently. At that moment, Xiachun could no longer discern between the reality of the world and the chaos enveloping him. He was consumed by a singular sensation, the surge of power yearning to be unleashed. A roar escaped from the depths of his throat, imbued with a hint of fury and an unparalleled valor. Fueled by fervor, he gradually stepped into the threshold of the soul condensation realm. The blinding light pierced his eyes painfully, while Xiachun, immersed in bliss and contentment, remained oblivious to the extraordinary phenomenon he had invoked. Wang Yunting, hearing the commotion, hastily donned a garment and stood in the courtyard. Not far away, thunder rumbled ominously, with bolts akin to the width of a bowl crashing down, instantly reducing the rooftop to ashes. But what kind of realm was this individual breaking through? Was it the head of one of the three prominent families of Cloud City? The relentless thunder and the dense, ominous clouds, accompanied by a world-shattering might, could only be conjured by a martial practitioner at the transformation stage. How could such a grand spectacle occur otherwise? It was utterly unfathomable. Perhaps it was time to reassess the strength of the three families, and swiftly at that. Everyone knew that Cloud City was currently in turmoil, as the 5 major sects had, for the first time in years, jointly issued a hero's decree to recruit disciples. And yet, individuals from the 3 families of Cloud City were breaking through at such a critical juncture. Henceforth, will the tranquility of Cloud City be disrupted by those who have transcended their realms? As the city lord appointed by the Holy Dynasty and the guardian of the gateway to Zhangzhou, Luo Zhan found himself compelled to ponder deeply. Lest unforeseen events arise that he could not anticipate, the members of the 3 prominent families also spent a sleepless night, for it had been an unusually long time since anyone had broken through. From the 3rd watch to the 5th, the resounding thunderous roars rendered sleep impossible for all. Yet amidst this turmoil, Xiachun remained blissfully unaware. It was only when the surging spiritual energy enveloped his being that he leisurely opened his eyes, realizing he had indeed achieved a breakthrough. Although the process had been arduous and time-consuming, he had finally transcended the qi refining stage. Chapter 14. Generations of Talent, however. Upon fully awakening and beholding the desolate ruins surrounding him and the misfortunes inflicted upon the Wang family's estate, a twinge of guilt washed over him. The head of the Wang family, Wang Yunting, despite having struck him upon their first encounter, had otherwise treated him quite well. Daily offerings of spirit beast cores and delectable meals, coupled with occasional visits from Shaolei, had rekindled within Xiachun a sense of superiority. It was important to note that before this, even within the Xia family, he was merely a fallen young master, entirely overlooked. Were it not for the protection of the venerable elder, he might have been trampled or drowned in disdain. Having now achieved a breakthrough, he felt he had honored the cultivation of the past 3 days and the nurturing guidance of the Wang family patriarch. Xiachun understood that it was perhaps time to formally meet with the head of the Wang family. As Shaolei once again followed his customary routine to deliver the daily spirit stones, Xiachun offered a faint smile and inquired, "Has the family head returned home today? I wish to meet him." Shaolei was momentarily taken aback. Why would he suddenly desire to meet the family head? Moreover, The family head had unveiled his cherished collection of new tea early that morning and was dressed quite formally, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. With a slight nod, Xiachen, feeling somewhat agitated, waved his hand dismissively. "You will understand once you meet the family head. Please convey my message." Initially, Xiachen had merely intended to feign an air of superiority to deceive the Wang family in departing with some spirit beast cores, planning to vanish amidst the vast sea of people, even if the Wang family was grand and prosperous. Once he had acquired the cores and retreated to the cloud mist peak for cultivation, how could they possibly track him down? However, after their initial encounter, Xiachen had come to a profound realization. Yet, he could not regard the family head's attentiveness and concern as anything but peculiar. After all, in Wang Yunting's eyes, he was scarcely more than an insignificant insect. The disparity in realms was such that every increment of strength allowed one to advance considerably. Xiachen understood deeply that the chasm in cultivation could not be bridged by external means. When Xiachen finally stood before Wang Yunting, the family head seemed to possess a precognitive awareness of his arrival. Family head, Xiachen could not help but express a greater degree of reverence. The head of one of the three prominent families in Yuncheng, while his status was comparable to that of the heads of families in Yunyi County. It was well known that anyone addressed as family head in Yunqing was far from a mere ordinary figure. "You have arrived," Wang Yunting said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He gestured lightly towards the grand chair beside him and invited, "Please, take a seat." Yet, Xiachen did not take a seat directly. Instead, he remained standing in the hall for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I apologize." The young man was presumptuous, pretending to be a sage. "I implore the head of the Wang family for your understanding." "Oh." Wang Yunting's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Observing Wang Yunting's calm demeanor, Xiachen continued with great difficulty. "I am merely a discarded scion of a family in Yunyi County, my meridians severed. However, by a stroke of fortune, I managed to restore them and continue my cultivation. My only purpose in coming to the Wang family is to acquire some spirit beast cores for my training." As Xiachen recounted his entire story, Wang Yunting stroked his beard, nodding slowly. His eyes glimmered with appreciation. It is quite normal for the young to err. Even when his own son had acted absurdly and extravagantly in the past, he did not consider it a grave matter. However, what one fears is not the mistake itself, but the refusal to acknowledge it. For practitioners of martial arts like them, life is an exceedingly long journey. Yet one cannot fathom how many lies are required to cover up the original deception. He chuckled softly, recognizing the youthful spirit of rebellion that often accompanies the young, a truth that he grasped quite well. However, Wang Yunting paused, casting a penetrating glance at Xiachen. "Yet, your background may not be entirely as you have described." Xiachen was momentarily taken aback. He had long understood that in this world, the strong reign supreme, and the path of cultivation is inherently a solitary journey. One must never place trust in anyone. Moreover, as I cultivate here, the commotion I caused last night could hardly escape the notice of Wang Yunting. Sure enough, in the next moment, he rose and scrutinized Xiachen with narrowed eyes. Stroking his beard, "You resemble him, truly resemble him." "Resemble?" Xiachen was utterly perplexed. "Resemble whom?" Wang Yunting then shifted his tone. "Have you ever heard of the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou, Qin Wuyo?" "Qin Wuyo?" It was rare to find anyone who had not heard of this name. Every martial practitioner along their journey had come across the legend of Qin Wuyo. He was the foremost swordsman of the sacred dynasty, reputed to have slain deities with his sword amidst the wilds. In his youth, Xiachen had looked up to this Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou as his role model and aspiration. However, years of being deemed a failure had long since dulled his ambition, rendering him a mere wastrel, devoid of the audacity to envision himself becoming the next Sword Emperor. Chapter 15. The Wang family's young man comes of age. "It is you." Wang Yunting's tone grew increasingly emphatic. At that moment, the air seemed to thicken, and the atmosphere changed palpably. Xiachen, upon hearing Wang Yunting's words, felt little astonishment. He merely thought it was a fantastical notion. Everyone knew that Qin Wuyo was an unparalleled master of the Cyclone realm, with the ability to command the very essence of heaven and earth, possessing the 5 energies within and a golden lotus beneath his navel, truly a master who could summon the winds and rain. Could Zhongzhou truly produce a figure to rival Qin Wuyo? Did such a person even exist in this world? Moreover, Wang Yunting was speaking of him. This. Xiachen could only manage a bitter smile, falling into silence. Wang Yunting gazed deeply at Xiachen and said, "Do not underestimate yourself, at the very least." You share a striking similarity with Qin Wuyo. He revels in devouring the cores of spirit beasts, and so do you. Do you not? This is a secret that Xia Chun was truly unaware of. Qin Wuyo, possessing the bloodline of the Holy Dynasty, is the sole practitioner of such cultivation. Having awakened his bloodline to such an extraordinary degree, he is the first. However, since you too can consume spirit beast cores, I find myself rather curious. Do you perhaps possess the bloodline of the Holy Dynasty? Xia Chun had no knowledge of his own bloodline. From the moment he entered this world, he was a member of the Xia family, and both his father and mother were still alive. Wang Yunting's insinuation seemed to suggest that Xia Chun might not truly belong to the Xia family. I do not possess the bloodline of the Holy Dynasty. It is merely a fortunate coincidence. Xia Chun chose not to pursue the topic further, as he held little interest in it. In truth, he had come today to bid farewell to Wang Yunting. He intended to journey to Yunwu Peak, fulfilling his earlier promise to join one of the 5 major sections. Only by doing so could he rise above the rest, redeem his honor, and allow his father, who had suffered humiliation at home, and his mother, who had been confined for many years, to see the light of day once more. With a determined heart, Xia Chun bowed his head and spoke resolutely, Master Wang. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. If one day I, Xia Chun, achieve greatness, I will undoubtedly repay the profound kindness of the Spirit Beast course. Today, I have come to bid you farewell. Oh, the selection of the 5 major sects? Wang Yunting, as the head of one of the 3 prominent families in Yun City, was naturally well informed about the happenings in the city. The simultaneous selection of disciples by the 5 major sects is indeed a momentous occasion, signifying that this selection is anything but ordinary. These sects, which have remained dormant under the rule of the Holy Dynasty for many years, have finally begun to entertain ambitions of expansion. Historically, the unity of governance and religious doctrine has been the cornerstone of prosperity. In the realm of martial cultivation, these sects, endowed with extraordinary prowess, possess a depth and significance that may even eclipse that of a newly emerged dynasty. Xia Chun nodded slightly. Is it the 9-Sword Pavilion, or Yunwu Peak? Wang Yunting inquired nonchalantly. It is widely acknowledged that the 5 major sects are Yunwu Peak, Bloodblade Sect, Heavenly Demon Cliff, 9-Sword Pavilion, and Heavenly Sound Academy. Naturally, Xia Chun would not consider the Heavenly Sound Academy, which is comprised solely of women. The Bloodblade sect practices a technique infamous for its blood-based inheritance, characterized by its malevolent nature. Heavenly Demon Cliff advocates forsaking the righteous path in favor of demonic practices, renowned for its contrarian cultivation methods that defy traditional norms. The martial practitioners of Heavenly Demon Cliff are often exceedingly powerful and unrestrained, leading the 5 major sects to regard them as unorthodox, lacking legitimacy. Thus, the remaining options are limited to the 9-Sword Pavilion and Yunwu Peak. The 9-Sword Pavilion is dedicated to the way of the sword, exhibiting an obsession that borders on fanaticism. The famed Tianshan sword pool resides within the 9-Sword Pavilion, where it is said that 9 divine swords, left by a formidable being, lie at the deepest depths of the pool. Throughout history, countless individuals have sought these divine swords. Yet who among them has succeeded? Only the sword of the Grand Master of the 9-Sword Pavilion is considered to be one of these divine swords. Should Xia Chun choose not to attend the 9-Sword Pavilion, then Yunwu Peak would undoubtedly be his optimal choice, as it embodies a graceful and ethereal martial style, evoking a sense of celestial elegance. Xia Chun spoke softly. Wang Yunting was not the least bit surprised. After the tremendous commotion caused by Xia Chun's breakthrough last night, he slightly nodded. It is well known that the entrance threshold to Yunwu Peak is exceedingly high. Perhaps, with your current capabilities, young brother, it may be somewhat challenging to gain entry to Yunwu Peak. Challenging? Now that I have reached the soul condensation realm, my internal energy may not be perfectly controlled, but it is certainly manageable. Could it be that the strength required for entry-level disciples at Yunwu Peak surpasses that of the soul condensation realm? Wang Yunting smiled faintly, knowing that the opportunity had arrived. Coincidentally, my son also wishes to go to Yunwu Peak. Why not accompany him, young brother? There is still some time left, during which you may devote yourselves to diligent practice. When the time comes, I shall arrange for the Wang family's swift steed to take you both to Yunwu Peak. My son, Wang Yifan. Xia Chun had long noted Wang Yifan's cultivation level, which currently barely reached the mid-stage of qi training. Just as Xia Chun was about to decline, a sudden streak of crimson light appeared, resembling a rainbow heading towards the heavenly bridge, casting a diagonal glow. The celestial phenomenon during a breakthrough? Wang Yunting nodded slightly. It is my son who has just managed to break through to the soul condensation realm. Last night, he was influenced by your aura, which led to today's spectacle. This moment, I have waited a full decade for it. The Wang family finally has a successor. In the realm of martial cultivation, hierarchy is strictly observed. If Wang Yifan continues his reckless ways for another couple of years, he may very well forfeit his path in martial arts, losing the chance to break through to the soul condensation realm. In the mundane world, once one marries and has children, they are often severed from the path of cultivation. As the saying goes, a cultivator must cultivate themselves, seeking a serene heart, detaching from worldly affairs, and focusing on their own growth. My son possesses no remarkable talents, yet his aptitude is commendable. What say you, young brother? Would you be interested in accompanying my son to the cloud mist peak? Time is of the essence. It is both wealth and prowess. Xiaochun is currently in a state of urgency. He requires ample time to enhance his strength. Only by joining Cloud Mist Peak does he stand a chance to distinguish himself. Therefore, how could he afford to let time slip away so carelessly? I am grateful for the head of the family's kind intentions, but I must admit that I acted rather rashly yesterday and inadvertently damaged your esteemed residence during my breakthrough. No matter. A smile lingered on Wang Yunting's face. What does a damaged residence signify? With the Wang family's wealth, even if every structure were to be destroyed, reconstruction would merely take a month or so. Such trivial matters pale in comparison to his son's breakthrough in cultivation. It seems this Xia Chun possesses an undeniable charm that compels others to pursue and strive to stand beside him. Chapter 16. A blade and a sword in the blink of an eye. The day of the official selection for disciples at Cloud Mist Peak arrived. After training alongside Wang Yifan for some time at the Wang family estate, Xia Chen remained focused and his cultivation soared. He had now reached the mid-stage of soul condensation, while Wang Yifan was no slouch either, achieving the pinnacle of the initial stage and subtly showing signs of advancing to the mid-stage. Wang Yunting gazed at his burly son, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Who says the current generation of the Wang family is lacking? The path of martial cultivation is an arduous journey. As one's realm ascends, so too does their lifespan. His son, Wang Yifan, has merely embarked on the path of cultivation with many days ahead. Hey, Xiaochen, wait for me. Wang Yifan hastily grabbed a bucket of cold water and splashed it over himself, neglecting to dry off, as he hurried to catch up with Xiaochen. What are you doing? Wang Yifan exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Xiaochen squinted at him, aware that tomorrow marked the day he would formally bid farewell to the head of the Wang family and embark on his journey to Yunwu Peak. In the past few days, he had been preoccupied with cultivation, completely forgetting the necessity of preparing a formal invitation. It was said that the selection of disciples by the 5 major sects, though seemingly a spontaneous affair, was still a matter of great significance. Thus, they could not allow just anyone to enter. Consequently, they devised something akin to an admission ticket. Naturally, they had sold off the remaining spirit beast cores to procure the jade token for entry to Yunwu Peak. Xiaochen regarded Wang Yifan with a look of incredulity. As if he were a fool. He was not a scion of a prestigious family. At best, he was merely a child from a clan in Yuni County. Now, however, he found himself utterly alone. In a prominent family, matters such as obtaining a jade token for access to Yunwu Peak would be effortlessly managed by the family members. But now, apart from the shadow that followed him, who else could assist him? Hearing this, Wang Yifan could only manage a wry smile. I was wondering what the matter was. Turns out it's just this, he replied. Rest assured, my father had already prepared the jade token for entering Yunwu Peak. With that, Wang Yifan produced a jade token from his pocket. Its emerald hue was vibrant and crisp, exuding a faint, ethereal glow. It felt icy to the touch, a clear indication of its superior quality. Over the past few days spent with Xiaochun, Wang Yifan had discovered a remarkable affinity with this enigmatic youth, who was so determined to ascend to Yunwu Peak. Let us not speak of Xiaochen's strength. Even his cultivation pace is incomparable to mine. As if he is traversing 1,000 miles in a single day, akin to a boat struggling against a fierce current with relentless vigor. Previously, Wang Yifan's ambition was centered on Qigu Qianyao, but now, another figure has entered his aspirations, Xiaochen. A peculiar individual, Wang Yifan muttered disdainfully, dismissing Xiaochen from his thoughts as he busied himself with his own matters. As a scion of one of the 3 prominent families in Yun City, he could not escape the prevailing norms, nor would he isolate himself. There were numerous matters requiring his reporting and discussion. Upon neatly arranging his affairs, Wang Yifan found himself in his father's chamber late at night, where Wang Yunting awaited his youngest son, seated in his attire. Yifan. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. As your father, I cannot offer you much assistance. Once you enter the cloud mist peak, you must devote yourself to your training and refrain from the reckless behavior of the past. Wang Yunting's concerns were not unfounded. He knew his son's temperament all too well. Passionate and earnest, Wang Yifan was indeed a person of deep emotions. Such individuals are born with immense potential. Yet they may also allow their nature to lead them astray, jeopardizing their achievements. As the only hope of the Wang family to carry forth into a new era, Wang Yunting naturally held great expectations for him. Yes, father, I shall remember. Wang Yifan conceded with a slight shrug, pondering where Qi Guqianyao might be. He had heard that she would also participate in this selection process, but he was uncertain which sect would be fortunate enough to accept her. Indeed, Wang Yifan had already resolved that if Qi Guqianyao were to join a different sect, he would undoubtedly follow her to the ends of the earth. However, Wang Yunting seemed to have long perceived the intrinsic nature of his son. With a countenance fluctuating between solemnity and uncertainty, he reiterated his admonition. In this selection, regardless of which sect chooses you, you must go. You must not allow personal affections to impede your path of cultivation. I am aging. And how many more years can the Wang family endure? The future, it must rely upon you to uphold it. Wang Yifan swallowed hard. Eager to prove himself, rest assured, father, I will not disappoint you. Observing Wang Yifan's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Yunting realized his words had failed to penetrate his son's heart. With a resigned smile, he shook his head and retrieved two sword sheaths, one black and one white, from the cabinet. The black sheath, when opened, revealed a long sword of the same inky hue. This is the spirit sword, named Wanquang, which your grandfather entrusted to me during my stewardship of the Wang family. I bestow it upon you, hoping you will wield it to turn the tide and become the pillar of our family. Wang Yifan, robust and muscular, did not quite embody the grace and agility that the sword demanded. It was rather ill-suited for him. How could you abandon the sword for a knife? Wang Yunting remarked impatiently, casting a disapproving glance at his disappointing son. A sword is regarded as the gentleman among weapons, embraced by esteemed sects and orthodox martial practitioners as their preferred armament. Yet, his son had chosen a different path, favoring the knife. And Wang Yunting was fully aware that Wang Yifan had long coveted a certain blood knife. Chapter 17. Ascending Cloud Mist Peak. Surrounding Yun City are the roots of the 5 major sects, forming a network of thoroughfares. In ordinary times, Yun City resembled a formidable fortress, its gates firmly shut, akin to an isolated realm. However, on this day, all 5 gates of Yun City swung open, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace suddenly coming to life, brimming with vivacity. Elegantly attired young lords and ladies streamed forth from the city like a surging tide, all eager to embark upon the timeless thoroughfare. In stark contrast to Wang Yifan, Xiachen had always traversed life alone. Since his youth, when his mother was imprisoned on the rocky cliffs due to his existence, and his father, too feeble to stand firm, succumbed to the bullying of others, misfortune had relentlessly befallen their family of 3. Xiachen, once the brightest prodigy of Yunyi County, had swiftly fallen from grace, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, as he walked alone, a flicker of hope ignited within him. The heavens had not forsaken him, granting him a sliver of opportunity that he could not afford to ignore. Lost in thought, Xiachen spurred his horse, racing faster and faster. Wang Yifan, struggling to keep pace, finally caught sight of the towering peaks of Yunwu Mountain in the distance when Xiachen abruptly halted. Whoa! Wang Yifan exclaimed, nearly colliding with Xiachen's steed. Xiachen, are you in such a hurry to be reborn? He chided with a playful laugh. Xiachen merely nodded in response. It is more important than rebirth. At that moment, the atmosphere around Yunwu Mountain was already abuzz with activity. The 5 major sects had established selection points at the mountain's base, positioned at a reasonable distance from one another. Those departing from the 5 grand gates of Yun City would converge here, arriving at their respective selection sites. As the crowd gradually swelled, Wang Yifan reined in his horse, casting his gaze around in curiosity. In the vast sea of humanity, finding a single individual is indeed a daunting task. Yet, Wang Yifan is certain that the person he yearns for will inevitably arrive, destined to become the favored one among the 5 major sections. After all, Qi Guqianyao has already ascended to the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm, mere steps away from the spirit-gathering realm. However, Wang Yifan is not without his preparations. He has heard that Qi Guqianyao remains in the soul condensation realm by her own volition, intentionally suppressing her cultivation level. This is because disciples selected by the 5 major sects are typically elites who have reached the soul condensation realm, significantly increasing their chances of being chosen. As a newcomer, how could Qigu Qianyao's level be excessively high? If that were the case, she would be a towering tree in the forest, destined to be brought down by the wind. Amidst the laughter, anger, and myriad human emotions, as all the martial cultivators gathered at the selection point, Xiachen finally discerned their strengths. Among them, the most captivating was a girl clad in a green robe. Unlike the others, she bore no jingling accessories nor adorned herself with intricate makeup. Instead, a jade sword hung gracefully from her slender waist. A faint aura of blood could be discerned around her. Who was this audacious figure? Her entrance was indeed breathtaking, successfully capturing the attention of the crowd. She possessed a robust physique, her muscular form exposed, skin darkened by the sun, and her striking red hair stood out vividly. Wang Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Where did this formidable being emerge from? Could she also be here for the selection? Yet, it was not long before someone recognized her identity. Was she not the young master of the Blood Knife sect? What brought her to this selection? In principle, the young master of the Bloodblade sect, although merely an honorary title devoid of actual authority, is inherently exempt from selection. It is common knowledge that the Bloodblade sect is passed down through generations to its progeny. This young master will inevitably ascend to become the leader of one of the 5 great sects, the Bloodblade sect, in the coming years. Why would he bother to come here? Ha! Have I frightened you, you bunch of ostrich-like fools? Dugui cackled loudly, provoking disdain from the crowd. Yet who would dare to confront him? After all, he is the future master of the Bloodblade sect. I take great pleasure in watching you ostriches fight to the death. Let me warn you, during this selection, it would be wise not to cross my path. Otherwise, my blood dragon claws shall tear you apart. As his words echoed, the crowd's gaze fixated on his blood-tinged fists, resembling eagle talons, with elongated nails stained with dark blood. Wang Yifan was taken aback, finally grasping the situation. Do you believe I could send you off to the cliff of reflection today? Fengyu, who had been outmaneuvered by Dugui, changed his expression momentarily, but soon regained his composure. I have no time for your nonsense. Today is the day of our sect selection, and Dugui, I warn you, do not cause any disturbances, or I shall not be courteous. Dugui cast a scornful glance at Fengyu and could not help but scoff. You, a mere disciple of the Cloud Mist Peak, think you can dictate my actions? Besides, if it comes to blows, I truly wish to see whether your gentleman's sword is superior or my blood dragon claws. I've been wanting to settle this for quite some time. Chapter 18. The selection begins as the son of Feng Nantian, the elder of the law enforcement hall at Cloud Mist Peak. Fengyu possessed formidable strength. However, how could Dugui be any less formidable? As the son of the Bloodblade sect's leader and the eldest son, his abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. In an instant, the tension between the two crackled with an electric intensity. Fengyu's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and after a few firm squeezes, he finally relaxed his grip. Taking a deep breath, Fengyu calmly remarked, "Today marks the day of selection for disciples from the 5 great sects. If the young master has a taste for competition, you may engage with me in the upcoming contest of past disciples. As for now, it would be best if you took your leave." His tone was light, betraying none of the sparks that had just ignited between them. Dugui fixed Fengyu with a look of astonishment. This fellow was indeed a slippery character, much like his father, possessing a depth of cunning. As the saying goes, it is better to contend with a gentleman than to reveal one's shortcomings to a schemer. Dugui had never held Fengyu in high regard, but he could not deny that this Fengyu was far more challenging than he had anticipated. With a heavy snort, Dugui turned to leave, but not before delivering a parting shot. "Very well, I shall await you in the contest against the past disciples." His words were imbued with an impressive bravado, and the presence of the Bloodblade sect's young master certainly captivated many onlookers. However, there exists a subtle distinction. It appears that among the crowd, she remains remarkably serene, akin to a hesitant flower slowly unfurling its petals. Qigu Qianyao, who has never once shifted her gaze towards Dugui. Xiachen could not help but steal a few more glances at this young woman. The individuals present, including Su Yang, were all of a similar age, youthful and embroiled in a contest of ambition, thus undeniably drawing attention. Yet, Qigu Qianyao did not even spare a glance, which could only imply 2 possibilities. Either she was mute and blind, or she simply deemed it beneath her notice. Yunwu Peak is renowned for the majestic spirit cranes it nurtures within its mountains, immense creatures raised as steeds. Only the esteemed high-ranking officials of Yunwu Peak are privileged to be bestowed with one by the sect leader. These spirit cranes, a breed of mystical beasts, are said to have been captured in the ethereal dreaming marsh, subsequently giving rise to generations of spirit cranes, ultimately becoming a symbol of the disciple's status within Yunwu Peak. Among the younger generation in the sect, the sole individual possessing such an honor is naturally Chen Xuandu. As the eldest disciple of Yunwu Peak, Chen Xuandu's entrance was undeniably spectacular, riding a crane into Yangzhou, a dream cherished by countless martial cultivators. In the skies appeared three figures, Chen Xuandu on the left, a female disciple on the right, and in the center stood none other than the representative sect leader of Yunwu Peak, Yun Shun. The former sect leader has largely retreated from the forefront, dedicating himself to seclusion and cultivation, seeking to attract the divine favor of the heavens through his profound meditation. Having remained in isolation for many years, all matters, great and small, concerning the cloud mist peak were entrusted to his junior disciple, Yun Shun. The girl standing to the right of Yun Shun could undoubtedly be none other than Yun Linger. At this moment, perched upon the phoenix, Yun Linger could not help but gaze downwards, surveying the multitude below from her elevated position. In the vast sea of humanity, each individual possessed their own unique semblance. With a playful smile, Yunlinga scrutinized the crowd until her keen eyes finally spotted Xiaqin. "Grandfather, look, that fellow has indeed come." With this prompt from Yunlinger, Yunchen's gaze drifted downwards, catching sight of the audacious figure amidst the throng. In just a month's time, it was evident that the aura surrounding the young man had undergone some transformation. Had he indeed broken through to a higher realm? Moreover, it appeared that his cultivation had ascended beyond the level at which Yunshin last encountered him. This lad was truly remarkable, his innate talent extraordinary. With a subtle nod, Yunshin declared, "The selection for disciples of Cloud Mist Peak shall now officially commence." Chen Xuandu, the eldest disciple of Cloud Mist Peak, vigorously waved a flag behind him. And in an instant, the gates of Cloud Mist Peak swung open. As the gates parted, an inexplicable sensation washed over the onlookers, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. The most breathtaking view unfolded when the mist dissipated and smiles adorned the faces of all present. So this is Cloud Mist Peak. Yet, Chen Xuandu wore a serious expression as the overseer of this selection process. He was acutely aware of the stringent criteria for entry into Cloud Mist Peak. With a deft flick of his wrist, Chen Xuandu conjured an ancient, unadorned box into his hand. In the gaze of the assembled crowd, he appeared nonchalant as he opened it. The moment the box was unveiled, a radiant cascade of light erupted, and a multitude of shimmering specks sprang forth, gracefully descending to the ground, captivating the attention of all present. This was the art of spatial storage, an essential skill for disciples of any esteemed sect. The extent of this spatial capacity, however, hinged upon the individual's fortune and innate talent. Some might possess a space merely sufficient to contain a teacup, while others could harbor vast realms, encompassing the myriad stars and boundless seas. The spectacle Chen Xuandu displayed immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Goodness gracious, the chief disciple truly lives up to his title. They marveled, unable to fathom how he could extract such extraordinary items from that diminutive space. As the objects emerged and settled onto the ground, they seamlessly integrated into the world around them, revealing the daunting 108 steps leading to Cloud Mist Peak. Before these steps stood a large stone, exuding a faint, ethereal glow. Chapter 19, Fate and Destiny. This 6U Spirit Stone, rumored to be a relic left behind by a formidable being who once governed the cosmos, radiated unparalleled authority and power. Striking the 6 Spirit Stone would reveal the comprehensive strength it encapsulated, making it a formidable tool for assessing the initial selection of disciples across the major sections. The 6 Spirit Stone had once been divided into 6 segments, with 5 major sects each claiming one. The most vital fragment, revered as the Celestial Spirit Stone, was said to be concealed within the residence of the Lord of Cloud City. As Xiaqin pondered, he caught sight of a burly man casting a disdainful glance over the gathered crowd. With a single hand, he rent his shirt asunder and strode confidently onto the Spirit Stone platform. His physique was a testament to sheer muscularity, exuding an aura of strength so formidable that even Wang Yifan, who had diligently practiced martial arts for several years, deemed himself no match for this formidable figure. "Let the show begin," boomed the man in a thick Kansai accent, causing Xiaqin to momentarily falter. Could it be that the selection of the 5 major sects in Yun City had drawn such attention, that even individuals from 1,000 miles away in Kansai had arrived? With a resounding thud, the burly man unleashed a powerful punch upon the spirit stone, which responded with a deep, resonant sound, echoing as if it were not merely an instrument for evaluating the qualifications of novice disciples, but rather a musical instrument in its own right. After delivering that initial blow, the man, seemingly unsatisfied, flexed the muscles in his forehead, veins bulging, and struck the stone twice more with unrelenting vigor. Thud, thud, following his display of strength. He cracked his neck, his face flushed, and his laughter hearty. Am I not the chief disciple? What say you? Does my prowess not surpass that of all others? Are you out of your mind? The burly man retorted, nearly losing his composure. How could he possibly be deemed unworthy? As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. He had devoted a full decade to his training and had only recently broken through to the pinnacle of the chi cultivation realm before the competition. While he may not have been on par with the other elite in terms of realm, he was imbued with unwavering confidence in terms of sheer strength. No one could rival him. After all, one force can overcome 10 skills. The burly man was momentarily taken aback as the 6-Yao spirit stone continued to emit its crisp and melodious sound. His gaze remained fixated on the stone, reputed to assess the strength of the candidates, and he felt an intense surge of frustration. Bang, bang, bang. As if incensed, the man, fueled by an unknown strength, unleashed a flurry of furious punches upon the spirit stone, muttering incoherently, "How could I possibly be eliminated? How could I possibly be disqualified?" At that moment, Yunling'o looked at Qin Xuandu with a face full of confusion, as if struggling to comprehend her grandfather. Yunqin. Hey, old man. That person clearly shook the 6-Yao spirit stone. Why is he being disqualified? Wasn't it said that the first selection is merely a preliminary round and not overly stringent? As long as one can shake the 6-Yao spirit stone, they should be considered qualified. Yunqin, however, simply smiled faintly and offered an explanation. Although this individual possesses considerable strength and did indeed shake the 6-Yao spirit stone, you may not have noticed that he is not a genuine human, but rather a member of the Spirit Beast clan. The Spirit Beast clan? Yunlinger was naturally aware of what the Spirit Beast clan entailed. This group was indeed extraordinary, much like those spirit beasts that had their cores extracted. They often retained a semblance of intelligence. Furthermore, once the spirit beast cores reached their pinnacle, they would inevitably attract celestial phenomena, shedding their shameful beast skins and donning human attire. This is a formidable race, residing in realms untouched by humanity. The exact number remains a mystery even to Yunqin. However, it can be anticipated that once these spirit beast clan members embark on the path of cultivation, they may find themselves counterproductive, squandering the fruits of their arduous labor. After all, the beast clan is still a beast clan, incapable of attaining the same heights of intellect as humans. Standing atop a spiritual crane, Yunqin offered a gentle smile to the burly man. The Maiyunwu Peak encompasses the vastness of the Tao, embracing all without discrimination. I cannot accept you as a disciple just yet. Your spiritual awareness is still in its infancy, not yet solidified. You do not qualify as a true practitioner. Perhaps after 2 more years of cultivation, you may return to Yunwu Peak to seek me. At the utterance of Yunqin's words, all eyes instantly converged upon the burly man. Was Yunqin's message not sufficiently clear? This man, who had come to participate in the disciple selection, was, in fact, not human. In this vast world, where wonders abound, every existing race possesses its own inherent rationale for existence, reflective of the grand cosmic order and the principles of causality. Yunwu Peak is a prestigious sect, a legitimate branch among the 5 major sects, with a history spanning several centuries. Even though it permits those of spirit beast lineage to enter its ranks for cultivation, they must wait until they reach maturity. Otherwise, they risk criticism. From the very beginning, Chun Xian's expression had been frosty, for he had never held these spirit beast folk in esteem. Indeed, the martial cultivation continent teems with oddities. Yet how audacious it was for a race as inferior as the spirit beasts to dare to roam about Yun City. After observing, Xiaochen couldn't help but shake his head. However, he finally gained some understanding of the 6-Yao spirit stone. It seemed that a mere 3 strikes would evoke a crisp sound. The stronger the force, the more profound and melodious the sound would be. What a pity. If that person were not from the spirit beast clan and returned in a couple of years, by then their intelligence would have fully matured. And the current cold reception from the 5 major sects would surely not be the case. It's my turn now. Wang Yifan silently counted a few numbers in his mind and was just about to step forward when he noticed Qi, Gu, Qian, Yao gracefully descending from her palanquin. Upon her arrival, she naturally captivated countless gazes. Among those stares were envy, skepticism, and, more prominently, a sense of lechery. The reason was simple. Gu Qianyao was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in Yun City, her beauty beyond compare. Wherever she stood, it resembled a still painting, pleasing to the eye yet devoid of any wicked thoughts. Chapter 20. The power of a single strike at that moment. As Gu Qianyao stepped onto the spirit stone platform, all eyes were instantly drawn to her. Like a breathtaking painting, her beauty belied a ferocity that was anything but pleasing. With a delicate arm raised lightly, she stood still for a moment, as if gathering her strength. Observing this scene from the crowd, Dugui wore a faint smirk, thinking to himself that what could a mere woman, especially one so beautiful, truly possess in terms of strength? In their Bloodblade sect, such beautiful women were merely playthings for dual cultivation. What other purpose could they possibly serve? However, what transpired next was utterly beyond the expectations of Dugui, for Gu Qianyao, in a fit of fury, struck the spirit stone array, unleashing a series of resounding booms. The sound resonated like a great bell, both weighty and melodious. In that moment, many present felt their blood surge with intensity. Gu Qianyao was truly astonishingly unpredictable. Even Qin Xuandu, high above in the air, was somewhat taken aback. This woman possessed such formidable strength? Her beauty and prowess seemed utterly incongruous. It had been ages since anyone on Yunwu Peak had evoked such a hauntingly beautiful sound from the spirit stone array. Not even the Qin Xuandu of yore could quite compare. Oh, while Yunqin was indeed surprised, his predominant sentiment was one of joy. He had initially believed that the promising talent of Xiaqin was sufficient to spark his anticipation. Yet he had not anticipated that this selection would yield such a remarkable gem. As Gu Qianyao struck the spirit stone array once more, producing that ethereal sound, all were left speechless. Even the Tianyin Academy evidently heard the enchanting melody and promptly dispatched someone to investigate. When Gu Qianyao descended from the platform, leaving without a trace of nostalgia, Wang Yifun's complexion flushed red, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Startling. Who could have imagined that Xiaqin would so greatly overestimate Gu Qianyao? Xiaqin had long been aware of Wang Yifun's inner doubts, thus he spoke calmly. Do not be deceived by her current state of being at the soul condensation realm. In truth, she is deliberately suppressing her own cultivation level. Were she to unleash her full potential, she would likely be at the mid to high tiers of the spirit-gathering realm, perhaps even on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. Can you advance to the spirit-gathering realm in just 3 or 4 years? This is a stark reality, indeed. Many practitioners devote their entire lives, yet never attain a level comparable to that of Gu Qianyao. It is not uncommon for one to remain at the soul condensation realm for a lifetime. Gu Qianyao, the most exquisite woman in Yun City, possesses formidable strength. Yet, no one truly knows the method she employed to achieve such rapid advancement, effortlessly surpassing all who came for this selection. Even the young master of the Bloodblade sect, Dugui, is likely only at the high tier of the soul condensation realm. Witnessing Gu Qianyao's astonishing display, the subsequent participants could not help but feel a sense of apprehension. With such brilliance before them, all favorable impressions were usurped by her, leaving them to ponder what merits they might possess. Gradually, those participating in the selection took to the spirit stone platform, and at last, it was Wang Yifun's turn. He spat to the side, rolled up his sleeves, and reflected on the rapid pace of his cultivation alongside Xiaqin in recent days. Compared to his previous slow path of comprehension, this progress was nothing short of remarkable. Now, as he stood poised to reach the initial stage of the soul condensation realm, Wang Yifun felt a newfound confidence, especially after observing that many who had ascended the stage were far inferior in strength to him. A soft sigh escaped my lips as I reflected on the past. In her youth, Gu Qianyao was not as frigid as she is today. Back then, everyone was genuine and innocent. Wang Yifan found himself puzzled by the transformation that had overtaken Gu Qianyao over the years, leading her demeanor to become so detached. Hey, what are you doing? Are you afraid? Yunling'er playfully chided. What is so special about that so-called golden light charm? It's superficial and lacks substance. As Yunling'er's grandfather, he was well aware of his cherished granddaughter's spirited nature and her lofty aspirations. With a twinkle in his eye, he inquired with genuine interest, then pray tell, what would you deem worthy of study that isn't just mere ornamentation? Humph, Yunling'er scoffed. If it were me, I would pursue the Qing Xian Xian Gong. Now that is true freedom and unrestrained power. A wave of foreboding washed over Yunchen, prompting him to widen his eyes in alarm as he fixated on Yunling air. Could it be that this girl had recently taken to practicing the Chenxing Gong? The Chenxing Gong is renowned as one of the most intricate and profound arts of the Cloud Mist Peak, said to have been popularized by the legendary Qing Mu divine sovereign, who roamed the 9 provinces with ease. However, that was an ancient tale from millennia past. Even for Yunchen, he had only reached the 3rd level, which already placed him among the elite of his time. The thought of the sacrifices required to master the Chenxing Gong sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, with a forced smile, he implored, "My dear granddaughter, there exist techniques even more formidable than the Chenxing Gong in this world. Would you care to learn about them?" Yunlingo was filled with curiosity, her enchanting eyes wide open. Is there a martial art more formidable than the Chenxing Gong? Grandfather, do not deceive me. I have perused all the martial texts in the library. Chapter 21. What did you say? Yunchen chuckled, his gaze shifting mischievously. Grandfather cherishes you the most. How could he possibly mislead you? Such a powerful technique could not possibly be housed in the library. It resides solely within grandfather's mind. If you wish to learn it, but before Yunchen could finish his sentence, Yunlingo abruptly interrupted, her captivating eyes fixated intently on the ground. He has taken the stage. Yunchen was taken aback. And once he discerned the identity of the figure ascending the Spirit Stone platform, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Indeed, the one who stepped onto the platform was none other than Xiachen. At that moment, Xiachen gazed at the vast Spirit Stone array, his fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms. This was his opportunity to prove himself once more, his only choice. Taking a deep breath, Xiachen concentrated all his strength into his fists. This strike must yield satisfactory results. Without any ostentatious techniques, he poured all his energy into this singular punch. And without hesitation, he brought it down with force. Yes, he smashed it down. He leapt high, expending every ounce of his strength in a downward strike. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of the Spirit Stone array reverberated, rivaling the shockwaves previously unleashed by Qi Gu Qianyao. Yunlingo was startled by the cacophony. While Chen Xian wore an expression of disdain, the reason was simple: Xiachen's strike was excessively clever. From the moment of selection until now, everyone has approached the task with mere fists, except for Xiachen, who leapt high into the air, channeling all his strength into a formidable strike against the Spirit Stone formation. Although the resounding crash was tremendous, it paled in comparison to Qi Gu Qianyao's seemingly effortless blow in terms of elegance. Is this a viable technique? Wang Yifun's eyes widened in astonishment, a pang of regret swelling within him. Why had he not conceived of such a brilliant method? If he too had emulated Xiachen, might he not have dazzled the audience? Yunchen, however, regarded the scene with a glint of amusement. This young man was indeed full of surprises, having thought to strike the Spirit Stone formation in such a manner. Qin Xuandu, anticipating the unfolding drama, calmly interjected, "You are in violation of the rules." Xiachen abruptly lifted his gaze, still reeling from his earlier exertion. The sharpness in his eyes was unmistakable, revealing a fire of defiance. Though Qin Xuandu felt a surge of irritation at the provocative stare directed his way, he restrained himself. After all, what was his status? He was the chief disciple of Yunwu Peak. Every action he took bore significant weight on the reputation of his sect, and thus he could not afford to lose composure. Moreover, Xiachen was merely a newcomer in the selection process, a weakling unworthy of contention. Violation? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. It seemed that clever tricks would not prevail. Such a grand affair as the selection of disciples was governed by strict protocols. Yet, standing behind Qin Xuandu, Yunchen slowly spoke up. There is no rule prohibiting the use of other body parts to strike the Spirit Stone. Therefore, he has not transgressed. As long as he can shake the stone, it counts. As he spoke, Yunchen cast a glance at Qin Xuandu, his tone turning exceedingly grave. You are truly becoming increasingly inept. Your cultivation focuses solely on technique, neglecting the essence. Have you forgotten how I taught you in the beginning? In the presence of many onlookers, no one would have anticipated that Yunchen, as the acting head of the sect, would sternly reprimand his own senior disciple in order to defend a newcomer who had just embarked on the path of selection. Xiachen couldn't help but smirk. This old man, Yin Shun, was indeed quite amusing. Qin Xuandu exhibited no further reaction. Suppressing his mild irritation, he respectfully addressed Yun Shun. Yes, disciple acknowledges his mistake. Yun Shun rolled his eyes, ignoring Qin Xuandu, and boldly stepped forward to declare, "You may join my Yunwu Peak." Before the final selection results were announced, Yunchen took the initiative to proclaim that Xia Chun could join Yunwu Peak, eliciting envy and jealousy from many, who began to speculate about Xia Chun's background. What connection did this fellow have with the head of Yunwu Peak? Surely he couldn't be his son, could he? Such favoritism. Who knows? Is there even a prominent family with the surname Xia in Yun City? Could he be an outsider? Perhaps he is even the head's illegitimate child. Hush. Don't speak carelessly. How old is the acting head? Can he still manage? Whispers and rumors began to circulate, and although Xia Chun wished to evade them, a few remarks inevitably reached his ears, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Since Xia Chun descended from the Spirit Stone platform, Wang Yifan regarded him with a gaze of profound admiration, surveying him from head to toe. Fortunate one, he mused. The acting sect leader speaks for you. Xia Chun, what is your true identity? Surely, you cannot be related to the acting sect leader, can you? Xia Chun chuckled wryly. Do you think so too? You are well aware of my circumstances. Just kidding, merely jesting. At that moment, as Wang Yifan and Xia Chun exchanged light-hearted banter, several prominent figures from Tianyin Academy hurriedly approached, drawn by the melodious voice of Qi Gu Qianyao. Yet, midway, they heard another sound, causing them to ponder. Could it be that such exceptional talents were to be claimed by Yunwu Peak? It must be said that among the female cultivators selected by Tianyin Academy this time, few possessed remarkable innate talents. Most were rather average. As a prestigious sect, Tianyin Academy seemed to have fewer outstanding candidates compared to Yunwu Peak. Xianla Fairy and Feixia Fairy felt somewhat discontented among the 5 major sects. Tianyin Academy appeared to be the least prosperous this time. Upon encountering Yun Chun, Feixia, with her fiery temperament, wasted no time with pleasantries and inquired directly, "Who struck the Spirit Stone array just now?" The old man shook his head repeatedly. "No one, absolutely no one." Feixia shot a fierce glare at Yun Chun. "I say, old scholar, I distinctly saw that the source of the tremendous noise was a girl. Your Yunwu Peak lacks any cultivation methods for female practitioners. 5 years ago, we at Tianyin Academy graciously allowed you to take Shenxuandu. It is only fair that you return the favor this time." Yun Chen's complexion darkened instantly. "Is that so? I have no recollection of it." "You." Feixia's face flushed with indignation. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never had she witnessed such audacity from a representative of the sect. Chapter 22. Stringent Conditions. Yun Chun, as the acting sect master, 5 years ago, we at Tianyin Academy indeed conceded to you at Yunwu Peak. Those present at that time can attest to this. Additionally, regarding the recent incident where Yunwu Peak occupied Kuaihua Forest, Tianyin Academy remained silent. This time, we earnestly request that you grant Tianyin Academy some consideration. Finally, Xiang Yue spoke up. Yun Chen's face reddened with embarrassment. Indeed, during the previous Kuaihua Forest incident, Tianyin Academy had refrained from voicing any objections, although they maintained a neutral stance. It was undeniable that their silence had greatly benefited Yunwu Peak. When Shun Xuandu joined Tianyin Academy 5 years ago, they did not hold Yunchen accountable for poaching him, and Yunchen was more than willing to feign ignorance. However, concerning the Kuaihua Forest affair, had it not been for Tianyin Academy's neutrality, the losses could have been catastrophic. Thus, Yunchen felt compelled to acknowledge this favor. Let us not speak so hastily. It ultimately depends on whether the young lady wishes to join your Tianyin Academy. Yunchen retorted with a sly smile. Xiang Yue appeared to have anticipated this, for she had already devised a strategy in her mind when she and Fei Xia visited Yunwu Peak. The enchanting presence of Fairy Xianla was palpable as she turned her gaze towards Qi Guqianyao, who stood there like a quietly blooming lotus. With a gentle smile, Fairy Xianla addressed her, "My dear, should you choose to enter the gates of my Tianyin Academy from this day forth, you shall be known as the Saintess of Qi Yin, endowed with the opportunity to study the supreme art of the 8 waves of sound and the Jade Lotus Sutra. Once you attain the 3rd level of the Jade Lotus Sutra, you will undoubtedly be the next successor of our academy, a promise guaranteed by our esteemed master sister, which I now convey to you intact." What? The assembled crowd was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Who could have anticipated such a generous offer from Tianyin Academy? Should Qi Guqianyao successfully cultivate the Jade Lotus Sutra to its 3rd level, she would indeed become the next leader of the academy. It was a rare honor to be bestowed with the title of Saintess within Tianyin Academy, and Fairy Xianla, the 7th generation Saintess, had similarly reached the 3rd level of the Jade Lotus Sutra. After the passing or retreat of Fairy Guhong, Fairy Xianla would rightfully assume the position of the academy's leader. Yet, astonishingly, she extended this promise to Chi Guqianyeo, who had only recently passed the preliminary selection, leaving many utterly flabbergasted. Good heavens! This condition seems rather excessive, Wang Yifan exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. However, Xiachen remained unconvinced, noting that Chi Guqianyeo was already at the pinnacle of the soul-nurturing realm. Were she not to restrain her cultivation, she would be at the gathering spirit realm. One must ponder, how many possess such extraordinary talent? At merely the age of maturity, she had already stepped into the gathering spirit realm, placing her among the elite of Yun City. In just a few years, she might very well break through into the Qi cycle and intent realms. Upon reaching a profound state of enlightenment, one would be on par with the esteemed sword sovereign of the Central Plains, Qin Wuyo, possessing the capability to dominate a realm. Thus, the terms proposed by the Heavenly Sound Academy are rather insufficient. The Jade Lotus Scripture, known to Xiachen, is notoriously challenging to cultivate, achievable only by those of extraordinary talent who may barely reach the third tier. Should Qigu Qianyao fail to meet the expectations of the third tier in the Jade Lotus Scripture, the verbal agreement would become void. Even though the celestial maiden, Xianhua, articulated conditions that stirred the hearts of all present, making them yearn to pledge their support for Qigu Qianyao, she remained aloof and composed, seemingly uninterested in the proposals. I require a promise from Master Gu Hong in exchange for my agreement. Clearly, Qigu Qianyao harbored her own ambitions. Xianhua frowned in surprise. She had not anticipated that Qigu Qianyao would negotiate terms with her. What? Xianhua exhaled softly. I seek the Heavenly Sound five-colored umbrella, left behind by the first ancestor of the Heavenly Sound Academy, the divine maiden Xinxiang. A collective gasp arose from the assembly. What is the Heavenly Sound five-colored umbrella? It is a renowned artifact known to all. It was acquired by the first-generation headmaster of the Heavenly Sound Academy, who single-handedly established its legacy. The Heavenly Sound five-colored umbrella is the Academy's treasured relic, a forbidden item that others may not touch. It is said that to wield the umbrella, one must first possess the 5 qi within, meaning one must reach the cyclone level of cultivation to transform their internal energy into 5 distinct forms of qi to utilize the umbrella. Although the current headmaster, Guhongzi, can use it, he does not excel in its mastery. I must consult with my master, the headmistress. Stenla found herself in a quandary, for this matter pertained to the secrets of their sect. The fact that Qigu Qianyao intended to utilize the celestial sound 5-color umbrella indicated her awareness, perhaps even a comprehension of the mysteries of the Celestial Sound Academy. Yet, if that were the case, why did she not simply join the selection team of the Academy's disciples? Instead, she chose to take the unconventional route and come to Cloud Mist Peak. However, Xianlu soon came to a realization and raised her head to cast a discerning glance at Qigu Qianyao. This exquisitely beautiful girl possessed a level of astuteness that was beyond ordinary comprehension. Perhaps her participation in the sect selection was all part of a grand design. Indeed, Xianlu had noted from the outset that she excelled in concealing her true capabilities. Although she possessed a considerable advantage, she had chosen to shroud it in mystery. After the passage of a mere incense stick's worth of time, Xianlu and Fei Xia arrived, accompanied by the esteemed head of the Celestial Sound Academy, the illustrious Gu Hongzi. The appearance of Gu Hongzi naturally elicited a chorus of murmurs from the crowd, yet when their gaze fell upon the object she held, their astonishment rendered them speechless. It was the Academy's treasured artifact, the Celestial Sound 5-color umbrella. Gu Hongzi made a grand entrance, her aura eclipsing even that of Yunqin. With a casual gesture from Xianlu and Fei Xia, Gu Hongzi, unhesitatingly, hurled the Celestial Sound 5-color umbrella towards Qigu Qianyao. This divine object, imbued with immense power, carried with it a clear intent. Gu Hongzi sought to ascertain whether Qigu Qianyao could fully receive the umbrella. Should she succeed, the Celestial Sound Academy would undoubtedly welcome her as a disciple. However, if she faltered, the previous conditions would likely become void. There is but one reason. The Tianyin 5-color umbrella is a divine artifact endowed with the spirit of choosing its master. Its acceptance signifies that the umbrella has recognized Qigu Qianyao. In Chapter 23, A Trust Misplaced, the seemingly weightless Tianyin 5-color umbrella is, in fact, incredibly heavy. Yet even so, at the moment the umbrella was about to descend, Qigu Qianyao bravely leaped forward, soaring approximately half a zhang high, and securely caught the Tianyin 5-color umbrella. This unexpected turn of events astonished the likes of the Lonely Phoenix Fairy and Xianhua, for they understood that Qigu Qianyao was likely the destined master of the Tianyin 5-color umbrella, a fated opportunity and connection. Upon landing, Chigu Qianyao transformed from her previously cool and aloof demeanor, although she bore a semblance of seriousness. Her voice now rang clearer and more melodious. Chigu Qianyao pays her respects to the esteemed master, to Xianyue, and to the fairy of flying clouds. This scene vividly illustrated that Chigu Qianyao had completely entered the fold of Tianyin Academy. Although Yunchen felt a pang of heartache, he did not outwardly express it. Now that Chigu Qianyao had joined Tianyin Academy, how could he let go of Xia Chun, with such exceptional talent, at Yunwu Peak? The headmaster of Tianyin Academy, the lonely phoenix fairy, offered a slight bow to Yunchen from a distance, acknowledging his sentiment, before departing with Chigu Qianyao. Wang Yifan watched for a while. Swallowing hard, they have left? Chen Xuandu reminded him. Wang Yifan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, but Qianyao has gone to Tianyin Academy. Chen Xuandu's expression suddenly shifted. Even with his exceptional composure, a hint of anger surfaced. She is merely a woman with a modicum of luck. Within my Yunwu Peak, you can achieve any fame you desire. If this were directed at Xia Chun, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of enthusiasm, for is this not precisely what he lacks? However, Wang Yifan, a wayward scion and son of the Wang family, one of the 5 prominent clans of Yun City, acted without restraint. Wherever Qianyao goes, I shall follow. With that, Wang Yifan turned to mount his horse, but Chen Xuandu sneered coldly, since the sect has chosen you, to venture elsewhere would violate the rules. According to the regulations of Yunwu Peak, those who betray their sect shall have their internal energy shattered and be relegated to the status of A. A glimmer of light flashed in his hand, revealing an iron-boned fan. Though seemingly unremarkable, those familiar with it knew it as the yin-yang punishment fan. One side summoned a refreshing breeze, ethereal and enchanting, while the other unleashed storms of wind, rain, and thunder. This is of your own making. Do not blame me. Chen Xuandu's voice rose significantly. Just as the yin-yang punishment fan, imbued with the might of thunder, was poised to strike Wang Yifan's back, Xia Chun dashed forward, raising his arm to shield him. Bang! Hiss! The tremendous force of the fan struck. And even Xia Chun felt as though the bones in his arm might shatter. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Xia Chun lifted his gaze, his eyes challenging Chen Xuandu. What great authority the chief disciple of the sect wields. It appears that the esteemed faction has yet to officially announce Wang Yifan as a disciple of Yunwu Peak. At present, he remains unbound. The chief disciple, eager to assert his dominance, has certainly orchestrated a little spectacle, has he not? Naturally, Wang Yifan is grateful to Xia Chun for coming to his aid. However, this flamboyant young master is acutely aware that both he and Xia Chun are significantly outmatched in terms of cultivation compared to Chen Xuandu. Should Chen Xuandu genuinely decide to take action, it is likely that both of them would meet their demise on the spot. Having arrived at the Yunwu Peak selection point, they are now considered part of Yunwu Peak, and regardless of whether they succeed in the selection, Yunwu Peak reserves the right to make its own determinations. This is the authority of Yunwu Peak. Chen Xuandu sneered repeatedly, not anticipating that this individual, who had previously exploited clever tactics to strike the Spirit Stone formation, would now stand before him to absorb punishment for another. You shall also face retribution. This is the consequence of your disdain for Yunwu Peak. With that, the yin-yang fan, imbued with tremendous might, surged forth like a bolt of thunder, aimed directly at Xia Chun. In a moment of dire urgency, the elder Yin Chun could no longer remain passive. Xia Chun is an exceptionally rare talent, and to see him so easily incapacitated by Chen Xuandu would surely lead to profound regret. With a sudden, resounding shout, he swiftly employed his movement technique to appear before Chen Xuandu, seizing hold of the yin-yang fan with a fierce grip. With eyes ablaze with fury, Yun Chen fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuandu, declaring, I am not yet deceased. When did it become your prerogative to dictate matters at Yunwu Peak? As Chen Xuandu beheld Yun Chen, his expression swiftly transformed, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. Master, these two are my disciples and will be your future junior brothers. How could you act with such brutality and recklessness, inflicting harm upon your junior brothers? Has your cultivation over these years been for naught? The disciple recognized his fault. Chen Xuandu, suppressing the fury within, was compelled to lower his head. Yun Chen shot him a fierce glare. Go to Wuyo Peak and clean the ancestral hall for a month. Yes. Chen Xuandu's face bore no trace of discontent, and his composed demeanor led one to ponder whether he had truly heard Yun Chen's words. Chapter 24. Trials after entry. Upon entering Yunwu Peak, Xia Chun realized the magnitude of this sect, one of the 5 great sects of Yun City. Yunwu Peak boasts 72 mountains, which are further divided into 12 palaces above the clouds and 24 palaces below, alongside 36 smaller peaks. Each of these is naturally guarded by disciples of the inner sect clad in yellow. The yellow-clad disciples represent the pinnacle of authority within Yunwu Peak. Having received their service tokens from the law enforcement hall, Chun Xuandu, as the foremost among the yellow-clad disciples, is revered as the elder brother of the 72 peaks. Even with his formidable prowess, he lacked the qualifications to reside in the 12 palaces above the clouds, relegated instead to the first palace below the clouds, known as Xuandu Palace. Gazing upon the towering peaks and the swirling mists, Xia Chen's heart was suddenly uplifted, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Yunwu Peak, at last, I, Xia Chen, have arrived. Wang Yifan felt a sense of pride, having long told his father that with his abilities, entering the cloud mist peak would be as easy as child's play. However, a lingering disappointment gnawed at him. Qi Gu Qian Yao had gone to the Tianyin Academy, elevated to the status of its holy maiden and the next prospective leader. This disparity stirred a tumult of emotions within Wang Yifan, igniting a fervent spirit of competition. A true man, after all, ought to savor the strongest of wines and pursue the most exquisite of women. Otherwise, what is the purpose of existence? Perhaps it would be better not to embark on this martial path at all. Yet, seeing Xia Chun so spirited, Wang Yifan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, I, Wang Yifan, have also entered the cloud mist peak. Does this not indicate my own exceptional talent? Just wait a few years. I shall flatten each and every peak and ascend to the pinnacle of the 12 palaces in the clouds." But no sooner had his words left his lips than a thunderous rebuke echoed forth, startling Wang Yifan, causing him to retract his neck instinctively. With a furtive glance, he assessed the identity of the newcomer. The individual bore thick brows and large eyes, yet possessed a rather unrefined visage, marked by a pointed chin and monkey-like features, rendering his overall appearance quite discordant. Nevertheless, one could reasonably deduce his identity, a disciple in yellow robes. Xiachen quickly regained his composure and inclined his hands in greeting towards the yellow-clad disciple. "Greetings, senior brother. We have just entered and, in our excitement, may have been a bit presumptuous. I thought this selection process would yield some promising talents. Yet here I find only you wretched beings. Is there truly no one of worth left in Cloud City?" Upon their first encounter, the yellow-robed disciple wasted no time in expressing his disdain towards Xia Chun and Wang Yifan. Xia Chun glanced up at the disciple clad in yellow, noticing that he held the tattered garments typically worn by novice disciples, along with other items. Suppressing the thin veil of anger that began to rise within him, he thought it prudent not to offend. "Senior brother, you jest," he replied, concealing his disdain. It seems you are but a mere bearer of tattered robes. Here, take your belongings. Remember, do not tear them further, for I shall not replace them." With that, the yellow-clad disciple tossed 2 worn and ragged garments towards Xia Chen and Wang Yifan, who caught them in disbelief. Wang Yifan was incensed. "Is this what you offer us? How can we don such tattered attire?" Laughter erupted from the yellow-clad disciple and the several crimson-clad disciples behind him. "Ah, this is the treatment for newcomers. A gift from your senior brothers, and you cannot even appreciate this small courtesy?" Wang Yifan, unaccustomed to such indignities, bristled at the insult. In Yun City, he was a figure of authority, where his words were law, and not a soul would dare to oppose him, regardless of the fabric's condition. Yet here, upon Yunwu Peak, he found himself subjected to this profound humiliation. Xia Chun, however, remained composed. He swiftly intervened, restraining Wang Yifan's impending response, and spoke with a calm demeanor. "We appreciate the goodwill of our senior brothers, but we must soon don the attire of novice disciples to meet our future master. Wearing torn garments would be inappropriate, and we kindly request your understanding in this matter." In that moment, both Xia Chun and Wang Yifan comprehended the true nature of the situation. It became evident that this individual was merely a beggar seeking alms. According to the currency exchange of the Chenxing Continent, a piece of high-quality jade can be exchanged for 50 low-tier retail cores, 100 bolts of silk, or, with a stroke of fortune, even 10 well-forged spiritual swords. Yet, the disciple clad in yellow demanded 20 jade bai, which stirred a simmering anger within Xia Chun, who had initially maintained a tranquil demeanor. "Yifan, do you possess any wealth?" After careful contemplation, he realized he must report to Shuangshi Peak after the incense burned out, deeming it unwise to squander time here. Upon exiting the Wang family estate, even Xia Chun received ample travel funds from the family head, Wang Yunting, amounting to 15 pieces of high-quality jade bai. Xia Chen had intended to exchange these for medicinal herbs and other essential items for cultivation. Never anticipating such reproach right upon entering, Wang Yifan, his face darkened, spoke in a gruff tone. I do possess quite a few jade bai, but I am unwilling to part with them out of sheer frustration. Upon hearing this, the yellow-clad disciple's expression fell dramatically. Unwilling to give? Do you take Yunwu Peak for a trivial place where you can behave so insolently? I shan't hesitate to inform you, you ruffians, that 20 jade bai is non-negotiable. Not a single coin less, or be gone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifan was incensed, his fury palpable. Damn it! What can you do if I refuse to give you anything? At that moment, Xia Chun retrieved the travel funds given by Wang Yunting from his pocket and weighed them in his hand. Senior brother, I possess only 15 jade bai. As for other items, I have this Zhongshan jade lock. Do you think it could offset 5 jade bai? Zhongshan's warm jade. Summer Chin distinctly recalls that it was a token of his youthful triumph, awarded to him by the former city lord after passing the selection of Yun City. This cherished item had remained with him for all these years. Now, in order to present himself with dignity before his master, Summer Chin painfully relinquished it. The disciple clad in yellow received it with evident satisfaction, scrutinizing the piece for a considerable time before a smile graced his features. Oh, so you do possess something of value. Very well. I shall accept this Zhongshan jade as your tribute to me, and in return, I will provide you with a new set of disciple robes. Chapter 25. The kind-hearted are often exploited. As the garment was handed from the yellow-clad disciple to Summer Chun, he was immediately struck by a peculiar odor. Is this truly the new robe the yellow-clad disciple spoke of? What a jest! Observing the darkening expression on Summer Chen's face, the yellow-clad disciple could not contain his mirth. This is your attire. What do you think, brother? I've gone out of my way to procure something new for you. Look at him, what a sight. Do you wish to challenge me? The yellow-clad disciple's words trailed off as his expression contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. The reason was simple. Summer Chen had taken action. Upon witnessing Summer Chen's move, Wang Yifan sprang into action as well, launching a punch at the faces of the two lackeys trailing behind the yellow-clad disciple. Bang! Slap! The sounds of their strikes echoed loudly. How dare you! The yellow-clad disciple was utterly enraged by Summer Chen's punch, yet it seemed he also began to comprehend something. Attack! Disable those two. A newcomer, audacious and brash, dares to offend me. With a sharp whistle from the disciple in yellow, several disciples clad in dark robes surged forth from various corners, rushing towards Xia Chen. Unexpectedly, it was utterly astonishing that upon merely entering Yunwu Peak, I would attract such attention in this manner. Wang Yifan spat disdainfully and shouted at Xia Chen, crush them. How dare they bully us? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yifan had completely aligned himself with Xia Chen. Thus, when Xia Chen was humiliated by the disciples in yellow, he did not hesitate to stand by his side. Being the fearless heir of Yun City, even upon reaching Yunwu Peak, he remained unafraid of anyone. Observing the scene, Xia Chen let out a cold chuckle. We've just joined the sect, and already someone seeks to bully us. It seems that the tiger's silence has led them to mistaken us for sickly cats. A surge of energy enveloped him as anger coursed through his veins, and the spiritual energy from the spirit stones he had consumed days prior began to manifest. In an instant, Xia Chen's speed was unparalleled. Before the disciple in yellow could comprehend the situation, Xia Chen had already appeared before him, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. He intended for that arrogant disciple to clearly see his face, to understand the consequences of his hubris. With a swift motion, Xia Chen's fist struck mercilessly into the disciple's abdomen, devoid of any emotional nuance. The impact was so sudden that the disciple barely registered it before a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The sound of the strike echoed through the air. A barrage of resounding slaps rained upon his face, the crisp sound leaving all in attendance utterly astonished. What could possibly have incited such profound enmity? The outer disciples clad in dark robes, summoned by the disciple in yellow, were unaware of the preceding events. Their presence was solely due to Zhao Zhiguang, the yellow-clad disciple, who was not one to be trifled with. Zhao Zhiguang, possessing only mediocre talents, was unlikely to stand out even among his fellow dark-robed disciples, let alone compare to the esteemed inner disciples garbed in yellow. However, his uncle was the lord of the Guangzhou Peak, the very individual wielding significant authority over the affairs of the Yunwu Peak, Zhao Dexiang, his uncle. In terms of seniority, Zhao Dexiang outclassed even the chief disciple, Chun Xian, who, despite his prominence, would still address Zhao Dexiang as master uncle. It was precisely due to this familial connection that, after 3 years of initiation, Zhao Zhiguang ascended to the rank of an inner disciple in yellow, all the while being nothing more than a pompous fool who abused his connections. "How dare you strike me? Do you even know who I am?" he exclaimed. But before he could finish, Xia Chun delivered a resounding slap, leaving Zhao Zhiguang's face swollen and disfigured, a far cry from the arrogance he once displayed. "My uncle is Zhao Dexiang," he protested. Another slap landed, devoid of any sentiment. "You seek death." Another merciless blow followed. By the end, Zhao Zhiguang, on the verge of tears, whimpered, "Please, stop hitting me. I realize my mistakes. I was wrong. Is that not enough?" Xia Chen's expression darkened. "This slap is the retribution for your previous mockery of me. This slap is for your bullying of a newly initiated disciple. And this slap, weren't you so arrogant? Why the sudden humility now? Just a moment ago, you were boasting about crippling me." Zhao Zhiguang was truly at a loss, feeling as if he had not consulted the almanac before stepping out today. In the past, whenever he bullied anyone on Yunwu Peak, no one dared to speak against him. He often relied on the influence of his uncle to indulge in petty extravagances. And at night, he would secretly slip down the mountain to seek amusement in the Baiwa Pavilion of Yun City. Wasn't he life simply a day-by-day affair? Yet now, Zhao Zhiguang genuinely wished to weep, as the fiery pain on his face and the sight of his swollen visage rendered him unrecognizable. He still had to meet with a young lady tonight. On the other hand, Wang Yifan was far more decisive. After swiftly dealing with the sycophants trailing Zhao Zhiguang, he cast a penetrating glance at the arriving disciples in black robes. "What? Do you wish to experience this as well?" Although these black-robed disciples held a lowly status, they were still part of Yunwu Peak. And they were acutely aware of the outcome of today as selection outside the mountain gate. These were all newly initiated elites. While their cultivation levels were comparable to the black-robed group, they were specifically chosen by the revered sect leader. They could not afford to offend them. "What are you all staring at? Disperse." Wang Yifan waved his hand, effortlessly managing the aftermath as a second-generation heir. Now, only Zhao Zhiguang remained on the scene. After venting his pent-up frustration, Xia Chen's hand brushed against Zhao Zhiguang's robe sleeve. In Chapter 26, The Gift of Red Attire, Zhao Zhiguang, enduring his pain, ultimately procured 2 sets of pristine black garments for Xia Chen and Wang Yifan. After Xia Chen departed, a glint of malevolence flickered in Zhao Zhiguang's eyes. "Let us observe the unfolding events," he thought. Who truly holds sway over Yunwu Peak? Is Zhao Zhiguang unaware of the power dynamics at play? As long as his esteemed uncle remained, he was certain he could avenge today's humiliation, ensuring that Xia Chun and Wang Yifan would face dire consequences. With this thought, Zhao Zhiguang's heart lightened somewhat. The weight of despair lifted, replaced by a sense of self-satisfaction and pride. Those who offended him would inevitably meet a grim fate. At this moment, as Zhao Zhiguang limped into Lingxue Palace, Zhao Dexiang had just concluded his routine affairs concerning Yunwu Peak. Upon seeing his inept nephew in such a state, he was taken aback. Regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure his uncle would advocate for him. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Dexiang's eyes. Despite his unwavering dedication to Yunwu Peak, he could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to bully his nephew. After the passing of his elder brother, he had taken upon himself the responsibility of safeguarding the Zhao family's sole bloodline. Although he held his nephew in disdain for his lack of talent and his indulgent lifestyle, blood ties were inextricable, akin to broken bones still connected by sinew. How could anyone dare to torment his nephew, given Zhao Dexiang's esteemed position within Yunwu Peak? Who could be behind this, and what were their motives? Was it merely a test? As Zhao Zhiguang embellished the narrative, Zhao Dexiang's expression transformed dramatically. "I have heard that the young lad was intentionally brought in by the sect leader. Uncle, those 2 fellows are no good. It seems someone is set to oppose you." "Oppose?" Indeed, with his current esteemed position and significant influence over the personnel of Yunwu Peak, one could hardly say he is not in a glorious situation. However, extremes inevitably lead to reversals. Great prosperity often invites troubles. Is this the intention of the sect leader? The sect leader Zhao Dexiang refers to is, of course, Yun Shun. Yun Shun has held the position of acting sect leader for several years now, while the former sect leader has devoted himself to the pursuit of the infinite path, remaining in seclusion for many years. Yet, throughout this time, Zhao Dexiang has harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yun Shun, both being senior brothers. Why should Yunchen ascend to the throne of acting sect leader? Every individual possesses ambition, and once ambition takes root deeply within the heart, it transforms into a malevolent force that leads one astray. Zhao Dexiang is not lacking in strength, nor does he fall short in connections and resources. Moreover, he is the second in command of the 12 palaces of the clouds and the master of Lingxua Palace. Such a status inevitably breeds a certain ambition within. Yet, now is not the time. Zhao Dexiang let out a cold sneer, lost in his own thoughts, likely forgetting that Zhao Zhiguang was still present. It was only then that Zhao Zhiguang broke into a smile, departing with countless expressions of gratitude. Two inexperienced newcomers? They dare to bully his nephew? Upon recalling this matter, Zhao Dexiang speculated that Yunchen was deliberately using the two newcomers to send him a subtle message. Was it possible that his recent accumulation of power had become too pronounced, to the extent that even his clandestine affairs had come to Yunchen's attention? Such thoughts did not bode well. After much contemplation, Zhao Dexiang resolved to send someone to probe the intentions of the two novices, inquiring into their true motives. When Xia Chun and Wang Yifan arrived at the council hall, the majority of the newly inducted disciples had already gathered. Yun Chun beamed with delight as he regarded these fresh faces, a smile gracing his lips. In recent years, Yunwu Peak had been gaining momentum, quietly earning a reputation as the foremost peak among the 5 great sections. The sword enthusiasts of the 9-sword pavilion, typically engrossed in their obsession with the sword path, paid little heed to mundane affairs, unlike Yunwu Peak, which, as the unacknowledged sovereign of the 5 major sects in Yun City, naturally held lofty aspirations. Otherwise, Yunchen would not have engaged in a confrontation with the Bloodblade sect previously. The Bloodblade sect, now a formidable force, had honed their practices to such an extent that their overall strength appeared to surpass that of Yunwu Peak by a considerable margin. Observing the newly arrived disciples, Yun Chun felt a surge of joy. This meant that the future strength of Yunwu Peak had just been significantly bolstered. He was particularly taken with several promising newcomers, and when he noticed that Xia Chun was adorned in dark garments, he furrowed his brow and commanded those around him, change his attire to red. From this day forth, Xia Chun shall be my designated disciple. This announcement reverberated like an explosion, drawing the gaze of all present towards Xia Chun. Within every heart lies a myriad of thoughts. How fortunate is this lad? He has captured the attention of the esteemed deputy master upon his very entrance. Is this reality or mere illusion? Even Wang Yifan harbors a twinge of envy for Xia Chun. The deputy master symbolizes the pinnacle of strength at Yunwu Peak. To be accepted as a disciple by such a figure promises countless advantages in the future. Yet, is it truly appropriate for the master to take on a mere newcomer? At that moment, Zhao Dexiang stepped forth to voice his thoughts. Yunchen casually cast a glance at Zhao Dexiang. What does it matter? When did my selection of disciples require your guidance? Chapter 27. A step forward to face punishment. Sudden benevolence may elude the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yet Yunchen's actions are rooted in his own discernment. Firstly, Xia Chen's constitution and innate potential are exceptionally rare. Even Yunchen can perceive that Xia Chun has undoubtedly endured immense tribulations to possess such remarkable roots. As the saying goes, one must break to build anew. Having faced great adversity, Xia Chen now stands at the threshold of his ascent to greatness. By granting Xia Chen the identity of a disciple in red robes, Yunchen aims to both foster allegiance and ensure his complete mental stability. Yunwu Peak has long yearned for a soul capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the younger generation. Frankly speaking, Yunchen remains skeptical of Chen Xuandu. The practitioner of the gentleman's sword lacks the breadth of vision. His swordsmanship is imbued with a certain ruthlessness and ferocity. Chen Xuandu, who venerates power, does not embody the ideal representative of the youth. Yunchen felt a profound disappointment towards Chen Xuandu, yet unbeknownst to Chen Xuandu. Despite Yunchen's numerous attempts to enlighten him, there remained no possibility of altering his cultivation methods or the desires festering deep within his heart. Surrender. Abandonment was indeed the most prudent choice. Yunchen placed all his hopes upon Xia Chun. From the moment they met in the valley, Yunchen resolved that this young man possessed a forthright nature and an indomitable spirit. After a brief confrontation with Zhao Dexiang, a smile unexpectedly graced Yunchen's face. Xia Chen, taken aback, maintained a facade of calmness. Years of neglect had rendered him all too familiar with the coldness of human interactions. Though he yearned for the innate goodness of mankind, he could not help but harbor other thoughts for self-preservation. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. There is no need for you to seek teachings from other masters. The red robe I bestow upon you is merely for convenience. Do not let me down." Upon the conclusion of this declaration, someone promptly presented the red robe, emblematic of an inner sect disciple. In that moment, Xiachen felt as if he were living in a dream. Had he truly become an inner sect disciple? Others around him could not help but feel envious. And some harbored disdain, though the current setting rendered it inappropriate to voice their sentiments. Suddenly elevated to the status of an inner sect disciple, many within the cloud mist peak began to contemplate the implications. This new identity as a disciple clad in red afforded him certain advantages. Attaining the rank of a red-robed disciple granted him access to the library. The library of Cloud Mist Peak was reputed to be a repository of diverse wisdom, housing 1,000 methods for cultivation. Upon gaining a preliminary understanding of the path ahead, Xiachen naturally felt grateful for Yunchen's actions. However, Yunchen's gesture also conveyed a message to the outside world. This Xiachen is someone I have personally selected, and I shall protect him. As he listened to Yunchen expound on the methods of cultivation for the first time, a sense of perplexity began to stir within his heart. The myriad laws of the world are traceable. The essence of the 5 energies within one's chest is the culmination of years of relentless practice. If one could attain a touch of the purest energy that pervades the heavens and the earth, entry into the realm of mastery would be assured. The innate energy is the most refined, yet it is a chance bestowed upon each individual, not something to be forced. The majority of cultivators rely on the acquired energies formed within their bodies. As he pondered, Xiachen felt a twinge of anxiety. He was well versed in the principles of the 5 elemental energies and how each organ crystallizes its own essence. This is fundamental knowledge for any cultivator, something he grasped in his youth. He vaguely recalled the moment he first broke through to the qi refinement stage, when the energy of metal was born within him. A flow cultivated through arduous effort. Laughter erupted from the crowd. It was exhilarating, simply delightful. This newcomer, who has already stirred up trouble, is now favored by the acting master, and yet, upon entering, he is still clad in red. What now? Will he not face the same consequences as us? Extend your hand. At this moment, Yunchen resembled a venerable teacher, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Xiachen let out a faint sigh, realizing that his rebirth had destined him to be unlike others. This stream of white energy might indeed be a divine blessing, allowing him to continue his cultivation journey. Snap! With a ruler in hand, it struck fiercely against Xiachen's palm, instantly leaving it flushed crimson. Xiachen remained silent, stoically enduring the punishment. Chapter 28. Like a lark, due to Xiachen being appointed as the acting sect leader and having already become a disciple of the inner sect, he was assigned to an independent residence. It seemed as though fate had conspired, for Wang Yifan and Xiachen, both selected disciples who had journeyed from Cloud City, were placed together. While others shared their quarters with a companion, Xiachen stood as an exception. Upon returning to his chamber, he closed the door behind him and, without hesitation, immediately began to meditate. He yearned to once again enter that profound and illuminating state, wherein he could introspect and discern the condition of his internal organs, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Moreover, he was determined to unravel the origins and nature of that ethereal white vapor. After a period equivalent to several incense sticks burning, when Xiachen awoke, drenched in perspiration from that translucent realm, he instinctively raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Once again, he beheld the stream of white energy, now more robust than when he had first encountered it days prior, radiating an elusive yet potent luminescence. This glow seemed to surge forth from the white vapor itself, imbued with an inexplicable authority. Yet, only Xiachen understood that this was unequivocally distinct from the 5 energies spoken of by Yunchen, for he could distinctly sense that this white vapor possessed an aura of isolation, unlike any cultivation practiced by others, exuding sanctity, tempered with a fierce and domineering essence. Even in the realm of clarity, beneath that enigmatic perception, Xiachen yearned to reach out and touch it, yet it remained somewhat resistant. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Xiachen heard a hurried knocking at the door. Surprised, he opened it to find Yunlinger, her face adorned with a whimsical expression. Ah, it is she. Yunlinger smiled lightly and said, "Hey, you little rascal. You've arrived at Cloud Mist Peak, yet you haven't come to pay your respects to me?" Her tone was playful, yet her voice was melodious and crisp, exuding a youthful charm. Miss Yun. Yunlingo appeared even more radiant than the last time he had seen her. Previously, she had donned casual attire that showcased her spirited essence, but now she wore a lovely water-green dress that accentuated her cuteness. Silly, what are you staring at? Yunlinger noticed Xia Chen's gaze fixated on her, causing her to feel a bit flustered. This fellow was truly bothersome. Who stares at a girl like that? It was so impolite. Chastened by her admonition, Xia Chen snapped back to reality and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Humph. I heard that as soon as you arrived, the old man granted you the status of a red-clothed disciple. He claims not to care, yet he is more concerned about you than anyone else. Tell me, don't you think you should express your gratitude? Xia Chen found himself thoroughly perplexed by Yunlinger's words. Grateful? What was there for him to be thankful for? Given the vastness of Cloud Mist Peak and Yunlinger being the granddaughter of its master, a genuine young lady, did she truly require his gratitude? Nevertheless, he maintained a polite demeanor and replied, Thank you, miss. Had it not been for the guidance of the young lady that fateful day, I would have found myself utterly lost in search of the misty peak. Hee, now that's more like it. Xiazi, I hereby command you to accompany me for a stroll. With that, Yunlinger sauntered out of Xia Chen's room, hands clasped behind her back, her endearing demeanor eliciting a peculiar feeling within Xia Chen. Indeed, the affluent and influential young lady seems to lead a more sumptuous life. Yunchen cherishes Yunlinger like a treasure jewel, and she is undeniably a gem. It must be said that Xia Chen often appears to harbor some unspoken thoughts. Yet it is precisely this enigmatic aura that continually draws her in. Originally, after the sect selection concluded, Yunlingo had intended to visit Xia Chen, but unexpectedly, she was unceremoniously dragged to the present moment. The oppressive gloom of recent days seemed to dissipate, and at that moment, Yunlinger was genuinely elated. For Xia Chen was her companion discovered amidst the desolate mountains, and now, her solitude in the wilderness was finally alleviated, almost being towed along. Xia Chen found himself accompanying Yunlingo to the back mountain to gather spirit fruits, all under the watchful eyes of many. Along the way, everyone regarded Yunlinger with great respect, yet when their gazes fell upon Xia Chen, it lacked any semblance of warmth. Upon reflection, the reasoning is quite simple. Ever since Xia Chen's arrival, he has captured Yun Chen's full attention, and now, not only Master Yun Chen but even his granddaughter Yunlingo regards Xia Chen as distinct from others. Being different from the rest inevitably leads to a sense of estrangement. On the very first day of his initiation, Xia Chen quickly became accustomed to the indifference and hostility reflected in the eyes of those around him. He could not help but let out a bitter smile, pondering that the days ahead might not be any better for him. Meanwhile, Yunlinger, unburdened by such thoughts, exclaimed, Look, I want to catch that lark, will you help me? To Xia Chen, a mere lark was not a rare creature in the mundane world. Yet, in Yunlinger's eyes, it held an irresistible allure. As a blossoming young girl, she was in the prime of her innocence and joy. Yet she found herself shackled by the demands of cultivation and practice, stifling her true nature. Indeed, it was a torment. However, it was also a path each individual must traverse. One must inevitably confront reality. All right, I will assist you, Xia Chen replied with a calm demeanor. This marked the first time he felt a semblance of freedom since his near-death experience. With the vastness of the world before him, could the sea not accommodate a single Xia Chen? As they dashed after the petite lark, laughter erupted between them. Each time Xia Chen nearly grasped it, he was inadvertently interrupted by Yunling. After a considerable chase, they found themselves at the 12th peak of the Cloud Mist Mountain, where Yunlinger gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. No more chasing, Xia Chen exclaimed in surprise. Why stop now? Yunlinger pouted. What would be the point of catching it? I already feel so troubled. My existence seems less free than that of a lark. If I were to catch it, it would be just as bound as I am. Devoid of any freedom, wouldn't it? Chapter 29. Seizing opportunities upon entering the Cloud Mist Peak, I embarked on the rigorous path of martial cultivation. Where every moment is precious and akin to rowing against the current, stagnation equates to regression. I must fortify myself within a short span of time, leaving me little opportunity to accompany a young lady in pursuit of larks amidst the mountains. Once, I too yearned for a bright future, pondering that had it not been for that monumental upheaval years ago, perhaps I could now lead a carefree existence. Upon returning to my abode, an unsettling silence enveloped me. There was not a whisper to be heard. The newly initiated disciples at Cloud Mist Peak, each of whom should be brimming with excitement at joining a prestigious sect and ascending the pinnacle of life, were shockingly mute. An ominous sense of danger crept into my consciousness, prompting me to unsheath my sword as I gently pushed the door open. In an instant, before I could fully comprehend the situation, I was propelled outwards along with the door, crashing heavily to the ground. It was only then that I discerned the identities of those within the room. So you are Xiachen, the leader, clad in crimson garments. Bore a striking resemblance to me. Yet, I could acutely sense the disparity in our strengths. Surely, they had reached the soul condensation realm. Struggling to regain my footing, I resolutely acknowledged my identity. Indeed, I am Xiachen. Good lad, do you still dare to admit it? That would still mark you as a true man. However, I have come today to settle a score with you. The opponent evidently did not grant Xiachen any further time for contemplation. As he unsheathed his sword, it surged forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, glimmering with countless cold flashes. The swiftness and sharpness of the blade were unprecedented. The man's speed was equally astounding, seemingly accompanied by several afterimages. Xiachen hastily drew his sword in an attempt to defend himself. But the opponent's fierce sword energy had already arrived. Indeed, it was sword energy. This meant that Xiachen had underestimated the strength of this individual. A practitioner at the soul condensation realm can perceive the sharpness of energy and engage in combat using it. This is not a mere fabrication. Yet, the sword energy before him was strikingly evident, bold and expansive, visible even to the naked eye, demonstrating remarkable ferocity. Bang! The moment their blades clashed, the opponent momentarily paused, exclaiming, "Oh, this sword of yours appears quite impressive." Xiachen had no time to ponder his musings. After expending immense effort, he finally managed to deflect the sword and retreated several feet. He truly could not fathom why this senior brother had suddenly turned against him. Upon his arrival, he had initially found Yunwu Peak to be quite agreeable, but after encountering a series of incidents, he realized that seemingly everyone here was at odds with him. Well, since you inquired, allow me to enlighten you. That red attire you donned was originally meant for me. Do you understand? What? Xiachen was somewhat perplexed. Murong Su let out a cold laugh. Clearly, you are new here and do not understand the rules. The Cloud Mist Peak has long adhered to a tradition, wherein the number of red-clad disciples remains constant. Should one be absent, another must take their place. Among the red-clad disciples, there were those who had ascended to the yellow robes, creating a vacancy that was unexpectedly filled by a newcomer. One must ponder how I should hold you accountable for this transgression. Xiachen was taken aback. The individual before him, Murong Su, was indeed garbed in red. However, the smile on Murong Su's face bore a sinister edge. This red attire was exchanged for with a jade by months ago, and I awaited the day when I could don it officially after today's events. Yet you have usurped my red robe and stolen my future. The hierarchy among disciples is denoted by their attire: black for the servants and miscellaneous workers, red for the disciples, and yellow for those who have attained a higher status. The colors signify rank and identity within the sect, reflecting what Murong Su refers to as one's future. To obstruct another's path to prosperity is tantamount to jeopardizing their very existence. Having dedicated 2 years to rigorous training, Murong Su had finally glimpsed the prospect of donning the red robes, a promise made explicitly by the personnel hall. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was assured a place among the chosen candidates for ascension to red. Once adorned in red, he would gain access to a wealth of texts forbidden to the outer disciples, a boon for his cultivation. Although progress may not come at lightning speed, the advancements would be significant. Yet, this splendid dream of Murong Su was abruptly shattered by the arrival of an unexpected rival. The path to advancing as a disciple in red has been completely severed for him. If he wishes to rise, he may have to wait until next year. However, next year promises to be one teeming with talent, and it remains uncertain whether those young prodigies will serve as obstacles to his own elevation. Tell me, how shall I settle the score with you? At this moment, Xiachen finally comprehended that it was indeed this red attire that had brought about his misfortune. Chapter 30. The surge of innate qi. At this juncture, both Murong Su and Xiachen were engulfed in varying degrees of fury. Murong Su was incensed that 2 years of arduous effort had culminated in nothing but a fleeting illusion. Meanwhile, Xiachen's ire stemmed from the question, why was this issue being laid at his feet? Was it he who sought the identity of a red-clad disciple? The simple truth that an innocent man suffers for possessing something precious was now thoroughly understood by Xiachen. Once one ascends to a lofty position, circumstances akin to today's may very well be unavoidable in the future. I shall dismantle you. I shall render you the most ridiculous red-clad disciple in history, and let those around witness the prowess of Murong Su. As the scion of the Murong family in Cloud City, Murong Su, proud and ambitious, now found his spirit ignited with a desire for revenge after this setback. Particularly after Zhao Dexiang had whispered to him that Xia Chen likely harbored some unspeakable secret with the acting patriarch. Otherwise, how could a mere outsider ascend to the rank of a red-clad disciple upon entry? How could one leap over the status of a black-clad disciple without some hidden agenda? Taking a deep breath, Morong Su flicked his long sword, creating a flurry of blossoms with his blade. Brat, prepare yourself. With each strike sharp and lethal. Morong Su was truly enraged, wishing fervently to pierce several wounds into Xia Chen's body with his longsword. Though there were indeed regulations prohibiting private duels, he thought. If by mere chance he left Xia Chen severely injured, he could easily shift the blame entirely onto him. How perfect that would be. Thus, determined to incapacitate Xia Chen, Morong Su was invigorated and relentless, unleashing one move after another, each more formidable than the last. Prepare to meet your end, he bellowed. Seizing an opening, he delivered a powerful kick to Xia Chen's chest. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and even Xia Chen could hear the sound of his bones fracturing. Huh. What audacity you possess. Your strength is but this. He mocked. You, a mere insect, dared to contend with me. Morong Su's expression shifted dramatically, veins bulging as he lost all semblance of reason. The fury within him swelled, reaching an insurmountable peak that could only be quelled by his long sword. Xia Chen rolled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his hands trembling slightly. He felt as though the sword in his grasp had become unbearably heavy. Once the accumulated energy in his chest was thoroughly disrupted, he would be left powerless. Yet, with a formidable adversary before him, Xia Chen had no choice but to muster his spirit. He needed to overcome this immediate challenge first. Come at me, he declared, the pain in his chest excruciating, nearly driving him to madness. However, in this dire moment, his resolve and courage only intensified. Having already faced death once, could he truly fear it a second time? Upon this realization, an indomitable spirit of battle surged forth from Xia Chen, transforming his very essence. Come. A glint of ruthless determination flickered in Morong Su's eyes. Since you have willingly sought this confrontation, do not blame me. With a swift flick of his sword, lethal prowess was unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a flurry of rapid strikes, a peculiar smile emerged on Morong Su's face, for the most formidable blow was now at hand. The preceding maneuvers had left Xia Chen overwhelmed, struggling to respond, yet the impending strike was insurmountable. A heavy pressure bore down from afar, a testament to Morong Su's full exertion in this singular attack. The fierce winds shattered the surrounding branches, while the crushing blow followed relentlessly. The air was thick with the intensity of the gale, the weight of the sword energy, and Morong Su's relentless pursuit. Xia Chen closed his eyes. If there remained any courage to sustain his existence, it was solely encapsulated in the notion of supremacy among the strong. Having endured humiliation, the tyranny of others, and the treatment akin to that of a mere dog, the pent-up indignation within him reached a boiling point. With a sudden surge of inexplicable strength, Xia Chen was bewildered by the absolute ferocity that coursed through him in that fleeting moment. The fervor and rage within, coupled with the fierce currents emanating from him, signified a singular truth. In the throes of his fury, Xia Chen had finally grasped the elusive essence of innate energy he had long sought to uncover. The instant this primal energy manifested, the cold smirk that had adorned Morong Su's face vanished, leaving him utterly expressionless. A desolate yet melodious aura, imbued with an unparalleled might. Is this young man somehow connected to it? In that fleeting moment, the oppressive force he exuded was something even Morong Su could not ignore. Enveloped in a pale, innate energy, Xia Chen suddenly sprang into action, appearing before Morong Su in the blink of an eye. Bang! A fist struck heavily upon his face, blood gushing forth in an instant, propelled by an extraordinarily ferocious force. Xia Chen sent Morong Su flying with sheer impact. In that moment, Morong Su was still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. However, upon noticing the kind of energy coiling around Xia Chen, energy he himself could not even touch, he seemed to suddenly grasp the situation. Who are you? The disparity in strength ought to have favored Morong Su as the victor, even considering Xia Chen's bizarre powers. In a direct confrontation, Morong Su should have undoubtedly been superior. Yet, fear gripped Morong Su now. He was acutely aware of the numerous cultivation methods available on Cloud Mist Peak. Even the most esteemed Huangting Classic, which cultivates the most domineering gung metal energy, could not compare to the astonishing white aura enveloping Xia Chen. Amazement aside, Xia Chen did not afford Morong Su a moment's respite. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches, infused with the purest innate energy, struck Murong-Su's body like air cannons. Puffed. Murong-Su, unable to suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood, could hardly believe that he had been beaten to such a state by an obscure character, one he could even deem insignificant. How could this be possible? Yet the most astonishing reality now lay starkly before him. Even if Murong-Su were reluctant to admit it, he had indeed failed, and with a profound sense of powerlessness. The anger that had been brewing within him was utterly shattered by the 3 punches from Xiachun, causing Murong-Su to collapse to the ground. Despite his efforts to suppress the tumult within his veins, his hands could no longer grip the sword. Clang! The instant the sword fell to the ground, one of Xiachun's feet came down heavily upon his head, with the weight of 1,000 pounds. It seemed that if Xiachun were to apply even the slightest pressure, Murong-Su would be utterly finished. Chapter 31. The outcome is decided at this moment. Murong-Su was completely dumbfounded. A man who had always held himself above others and had never tasted defeat now found himself gripped by an inexplicable fear. The sensation of being trampled underfoot like an ant was profoundly humiliating, especially coming from someone clearly inferior in rank. How could he possibly tolerate such an indignity? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, he caught sight of Xiachun's piercing, cold gaze, which harbored a genuine intent to kill. In truth, Xiachun cared little for eliminating the person who had bullied him. A moment of impulsiveness could very well cost him his life. Murong-Su's face turned pale. You mustn't act recklessly. Every disciple of Cloud Mist Peak possesses a jade token. If I am killed, my life token will shatter, and you cannot escape the consequences. Who said anything about fleeing? Xiachun replied, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Murong-Su. If one were to say that Xiachun is currently engulfed in anger or basking in triumph, then Murong-Su indeed possesses a means to counter such emotions. However, at this moment, Xiachun appears utterly indifferent to his own life or death, truly embodying a disdain that renders him as inconsequential as an ant beneath his foot. I am your senior brother. You cannot harm me. Are you truly willing to inflict harm upon a fellow disciple? This is the only justification that Murong-Su can muster in his current predicament. Yet, Xiachun remains unmoved, his foot poised to descend further. And it is only now that Murong-Su comprehends the audacity of Xiachun, a novice unafraid of danger, who might very well act upon any impulse. Wait. Murong-Su hastily raises his hand. Xiachun casts a derisive glance in his direction. I will no longer contend for the position of the red-clad disciple. From this day forth, I shall cease my rivalry with you. How does that sound? Xiachun remains entirely unmoved, his foot pressing ever closer to Murong-Su's face. Experiencing an unparalleled humiliation, Murong-Su realizes that crying for help is utterly futile. His voice rises several octaves in desperation. I can simply avoid you in the future, can I? I possess wealth. I am quite affluent. All this money is yours, just spare me. As he speaks, Murong-Su hastily tears open his garment, shaking out jade discs and treasures. After all, the Murong family, one of the 3 prominent families of Yin City, is immensely wealthy. The vibrant jade discs shimmer with an alluring glow alongside gold and silver jewels, items that Murong-Su typically cherishes dearly. Yet, at this moment, he finally awakens to the notion that sometimes one must part with riches to avert disaster, a lesson often imparted by his father. Upon witnessing the wealth before him, Xiachun felt a slight stir within. Indeed, even though he had received a sum from Wang Yunting upon departing the Wang family, the expenses associated with sustaining his cultivation were exorbitant. Without sufficient funds, he found himself utterly powerless. A modest amount of money would certainly be welcome. However, Xiachun cast a sidelong glance at Murong-Su. Is this all your life is worth? Murong-Su was taken aback. The treasures adorning her were worth thousands of jade coins if exchanged. How could Xiachun remain unperturbed, deeming her offerings insufficient? Yet, as she met his cold gaze and sensed the impending threat of his footfall, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly produced an object, baring her teeth in a grimace. What emerged was a luminous pearl, akin in size to a bird's egg. Even in the realm of martial cultivation, such a pearl held immense value. Now, are you satisfied? Murong-Su spoke, her voice trembling with trepidation. A luminous pearl? Indeed, according to current market trends, it could be exchanged for a wealth of medicinal herbs essential for cultivation, especially given the pearl's exquisite luster, making it a viable source of illumination. In grand households, fish oil was commonly used for lighting. Only the most extravagant families would resort to using luminous pearls. It surely commanded a handsome price. This was merely the first transaction. If your life is worth only a single luminous pearl, it would be more advantageous for me to end you right now. Listen well, for the next 3 years. You shall deliver to me a monthly tribute of jade coins and silver. As for the equivalence, let it be measured against this luminous pearl, under the eaves of another. One must bow their head. Despite Murong-Su's deep-seated animosity towards Xiachen, he ultimately relented. This audacious young man dared to demand a luminous pearl each month? Yet, as long as it meant preserving his own life, Murong-Su gritted his teeth and acquiesced. In that moment, he bore no semblance of a scion from a prestigious family. Nor did he resemble a master of the soul condensation realm. He was utterly subdued by Xiachen, devoid of even a flicker of defiance. Begone! With a dismissive gesture. Xiachen, who had spared Murong-Su, wore a smile characteristic of a conqueror. Unexpectedly, at such a pivotal moment, he awakened his innate energy. In truth, on that fateful day, as Xiachen lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, witnessing the clash between two formidable experts that unleashed a cosmic phenomenon, a whisper of innate energy silently infiltrated his being. Reduced from a once promising martial artist to a mere vessel, Xiachen became akin to a cauldron harboring this innate energy, albeit without the flames of fervor ignited within. The innate energy, having encountered its host amidst that celestial spectacle, seamlessly merged with Xiachen, becoming his greatest ally in the restoration of his meridians. Xiachen lingered in the courtyard for an extended period until curiosity compelled the occupants of the house to peek outside, eager to ascertain whether the harbinger of calamity had departed. To their astonishment, they beheld Xiachen, surrounded by an array of jewels strewn about his feet. This left all onlookers in a state of disbelief. Had Xiachen truly driven away Murong-Su? Such an event could only be deemed miraculous. Might one truly envision that a master of the gathering spirit realm, Murong-Su, could be vanquished by a mere soul condensation realm practitioner, Xiachen? The thought is utterly unfathomable. Come forth, cease your concealment. He is already departed. As Xiachen's words resonated, the group finally regained their senses and surged out of the dwelling. Did you truly drive him away? Wang Yifan clutched his chest, gazing at Xiachen with a complex expression. Upon Murong-Su's arrival at Xiachen's abode, Wang Yifan, unable to suppress his impulse, engaged in combat with him. However, the skirmish was swift and fleeting. Within mere moments, Wang Yifan found himself bested by Murong-Su. Chapter 32. Taiwei Divine Martial Arts Indeed. This is a tremendous boon for Yundong Peak. Initially, Yunshun had focused on Xiachen's exceptional innate talent. Yet he had not anticipated the presence of innate energy within him. Just how significant is this innate energy? Throughout history, those who have ushered in brilliant eras were often empowered by such primordial forces. In contrast, their successors relied solely on acquired energy, namely the elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Mastery over these elemental forces to perfection can yield cyclones and adept practitioners of profound realms, rendering them formidable entities in the world. Yet, it is astonishing that Xiachen harbors innate energy within himself, signifying that he possesses a fortuitous destiny that others may only dream of attaining throughout their lifetimes. Although luck is an enigmatic force, every individual who embarks on the path of martial cultivation firmly believes in its significance. Once one steps into a realm separated from the mundane world, they are no longer an ordinary person. For Xiachen, Yunshun was filled with both astonishment and joy. The astonishment stemmed from the innate energy within Xiachen's body. Despite merely being at the soul condensation stage, he possessed this coveted essence. It is well known that anyone who learns of Xiachen's innate energy would undoubtedly attempt to exploit and seize it through various cunning means. Who does not yearn to ascend further? Who does not aspire to become a true powerhouse, wielding the might to devastate the heavens and the earth? The existence of innate energy is fraught with peril, especially given Xiachen's current lowly realm, rendering him an easy target, akin to a living bullseye, and a potential meal for the predatory. Yet, Yunshen's joy was palpable, for the cloud mist peak, having remained dormant for a millennium, was finally poised to soar to great heights. Seemingly casual, Yunshen understood that the two texts he possessed were fundamentally crucial for the establishment of the Cloud Mist sect. The Cloud Mist Manual. Xiachen exclaimed involuntarily. Generally speaking, texts bearing the name of a sect are often of paramount importance. The Cloud Mist Manual was indeed the cornerstone upon which the Cloud Mist Peak was founded. Astonished beyond measure, Xiachen struggled to divert his gaze from the Cloud Mist Manual, only to have it captured once again in the next moment. Taiwei Divine Martial Arts? If the Cloud Mist Manual serves as the foundation for cultivating the 5 elemental energies within the body, then the Tai Divine Martial Arts undoubtedly represents a formidable technique. What I practice is indeed the Tai Divine Martial Arts. However, you must not disclose this to anyone, nor should you carelessly employ its techniques, especially within our sect. Despite these cautions, progress in mastering the Tai Divine Martial Arts remained sluggish, as he had yet to reach the requisite standard for the Tai Divine Martial Sword. Even at the initial stage, the Tai Divine Martial Sword is one of the sword techniques within the entire Tai Divine Martial Arts system, which venerates the path of authority. Distinct from the path of dominance, authority embodies the might of a sovereign, carrying with it the formidable power to expand territories, establish prestige in tumultuous times, and cultivate virtue in prosperous eras. This essence encapsulates the core tenets of authority, which cannot be comprehensively understood through a singular perspective, but must be viewed in synthesis. At present, Xiachen has yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the Tai Divine Martial Sword. Nonetheless, it is not entirely disheartening, as it has been less than a month since he commenced his journey. Having remained secluded in intensive training for an extended period, Xiachen finally opened the door to his chamber. As sunlight streamed in, he instinctively shielded his eyes, taking some time to acclimate to the outside world. The Cloud Mist Peak encompasses thousands of techniques, and Yunshin has indeed exemplified the principle of teaching according to individual aptitudes. Beyond the Cloud Mist technique, there exists a multitude of practices tailored to varying energies. At this moment, Wang Yifan diligently trains in a technique remarkably akin to his family's ancestral golden light spell, an embodiment of the Yellow Path's divine manifestations. The Yellow Path and the Equatorial Law, as legendary powers, possess practices of the utmost solar supremacy, and similarly, Wang Yifan's inherited golden light spell can only be mastered by those of unparalleled resilience and radiance. The Yellow Path's divine manifestations are countless, and each mastery of a single manifestation elevates one's strength and prowess to new heights. Currently, Wang Yifan is fervently engaged in rigorous exercises, tirelessly practicing against a swarm of stone golems and wooden posts, while a faint halo perpetually envelopes him, elusive yet palpable. Beneath the radiant sunlight, one could faintly discern certain outlines, reminiscent of a slumbering ancestor, yet also akin to a fierce guardian, presenting a different visage from every angle. This fellow has made remarkable progress. Chapter 33. Wild magical beasts. As the resonant chimes echoed across the misty peak, Xiachen suddenly came to his senses. This was the distinctive bell that summoned disciples to the misty peak, a sound that demanded attendance. Wang Yifan hardly had the time to wipe the sweat from his brow. He hastily doused himself with a bucket of water before donning his garments. Let us go. Others in the courtyard swiftly emerged, for this was the first time in a month since arriving at the misty peak that the bell had summoned the sect's disciples. When all had gathered outside the main hall, Yun Shun, clad in a moon-white celestial robe, held a whisk in hand, exuding an ethereal grace. Surrounding him were the leaders of the misty peak, all present, including the often unruly Yunlinger, who now stood obediently beneath the grand hall, though her expression remained unchanged. Her lips pursed in a pout. Noticing that most disciples had assembled, Yunshin's gaze flickered. A few individuals were absent. Had they ventured out? The sect's regulations dictated that one could not leave without a task. Thus, the absence of several indicated that they must be engaged in some duty. Fengyu, maintaining an air of composure, stepped forward and announced, aside from those injured during their cultivation, all are present. Zhao Zhiguang, the disciple in yellow from the Hall of Personnel, is currently unwell and undergoing treatment. Moreover, Murong Su, an outer disciple from the Hall of Mingda, reportedly sustained injuries while practicing sword techniques and is recuperating. Additionally, our second senior brother, Jiang Yiming, is away on a mission and thus not within our sect. Everyone else is accounted for. Yunshin nodded slightly before adopting a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "It is well known that our Yunwu Peak is rooted in Yun City, serving as one of its guardians, consistently aiding the mortal realm in resolving their insurmountable challenges. I have received a distress signal from Jiang City. An exceedingly large number of monstrous beings have emerged from the wild forest near Fengyang, including spirit-eating beasts raised by the demon clan. The purpose of gathering all disciples here is to eradicate these fiends from the depths of the wilderness, thereby restoring tranquility to Jiang City." Upon hearing this, the newly arrived disciples felt a stir of excitement within them. To think that merely a month after their initiation, they would be thrust into such a grand undertaking. The Wild Cave, located in the narrow expanse between Yun City and Jiang City, had long been a relic of the past, surrounded by seals. However, a recent natural disaster inadvertently breached these seals, resulting in a chaotic escape of the creatures confined within. The aftermath has been catastrophic, with corpses strewn across the land. In just a few days, Fengyang City, under the jurisdiction of Jiang City, has devolved into a hellish landscape, rife with ravenous beasts devouring the remains of the fallen, and an eerie atmosphere pervading the streets, rendering it a veritable den of specters. Chenxuandu. Yun Chun surveyed the assembly before calling upon his chief disciple by name. The disciple is present. Chun Xuandu, adorned in a moon-white embroidered robe, appeared even more ethereal and elegant, wielding the yin-yang fan with a graceful demeanor. His entrance naturally elicited a chorus of gasps from countless young women. Dunwu Peak is not solely populated by men, but also boasts a considerable number of female cultivators. How handsome. If only I could see the senior brother every day. I believe I would be blissfully happy. Chun Xuandu nodded slightly. Venturing into the wild caverns to confront these demonic beings was no trivial endeavor, particularly with the added pressure of guiding these newcomers. As if by design. He cast a glance toward the back, noticing Xiachen, a rebellious new disciple who seldom practiced alongside others. Chen Xuandu couldn't help but observe him a moment longer. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance. Xiachen had not yet reached the point of capturing his full attention. In Jiangzhou's Fengyang City, chaos reigned, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. The demonic entities ravaged the land, devouring crops and seizing gold and silver, while showing no restraint in their assault on the women within the city, indiscriminately contributing to their own kind. Xiachen tightened his grip on his longsword. Was this to be his first real battle? He was not facing personal enemies, but rather formidable demons filled with malice and resentment. Did he truly possess the confidence to prevail? It was likely that all the newcomers shared Xiachen's sentiments, questioning whether they could indeed triumph over these nefarious creatures. In an instant, the expressions on people's faces shifted repeatedly. Yun Chun, perceiving the thoughts of everyone present, gently spoke while holding a wispy dust brush. Do not fear. You are all newly initiated disciples who possess some foundational skills even before your entry. Moreover, each small team will be accompanied by a proficient master from our sect. This declaration undoubtedly served as a balm for their anxious hearts. However, when it comes to battling demonic creatures, absolute safety is a mere illusion. Once one embarks on the arduous path of martial cultivation, encounters with bloodshed are inevitable, and such encounters will not show leniency simply because one is a novice. They may well claim your life. Chun Xuandu understood all too well that this expedition would be fraught with hardship. For even the master instructor could not guarantee the safety of all disciples. It was likely that a few unfortunate souls would perish. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall descend the mountain, eradicate the demonic creatures, and uphold the glory of our righteous path. Immediately, a resounding cheer erupted. For the renown of Chen Xuandu atop Yunwu Peak was not mere embellishment, it had been earned through numerous displays of strength. Next came the organization of each group. Xiachun and Wang Yifan from Shuangxi Peak were assigned to different teams. Leading the expedition was Chun Xuandu. Although the events in Jiangxing Fengyang had been dire, they had not escalated to the point of requiring the deployment of seasoned elite members, a case of overqualified response. Chen Xuandu had undertaken many expeditions and possessed ample experience, making him well suited to handle such trivial matters involving unruly wild demonic creatures. Chapter 34. The aroma of flesh in the woods. As far as I know, those demonic creatures are all above the soul condensation realm, even clad in precious armor. Can you truly withstand their aura? On the following morning, as all the disciples of Yunwu Peak gathered outside the main hall, Chen Xuandu made his entrance in a manner as breathtaking as ever, riding a spirit crane, resembling a true celestial being. Whispers circulated among the crowd. How wonderful it would be if one day we could also be granted a spirit crane. Look at him standing there, akin to a grand immortal. While some expressed envy, others harbored jealousy, yet there were those who remained indifferent. Such mundane concerns had never captured Xiachen's attention. Ever since his miraculous resurgence from despair, he had cultivated a broader perspective and insight, far surpassing the chaotic days of his previous existence. Others in the ranks were seasoned warriors, formidable men who exuded strength, yet in his own team, he found himself surrounded solely by women, beautiful women at that. The adage 3SA company. For S, a tiger carried profound significance in Yunwu Peak's arrangement of teams into groups of 4. However, no matter how Xia Chun viewed the situation, He couldn't shake the feeling that he might have landed in the least secure squad. Leading them was the foremost disciple of the palace master of Shuangshi Peak, reputed to be the strongest female martial cultivator of Yunwu Peak. Clad in vibrant red attire, radiant and fierce, this woman was anything but ordinary. Her personality starkly contrasted with the somber demeanor of her fellow disciples. At her waist hung two curved sabers, reminiscent of the sabers wielded by the Huns in battle. Meanwhile, a girl to his left was desperately sprinting, her breath coming in gasps. Her innocent demeanor suggested that she hailed from a family of considerable wealth and privilege, evident from her intricately embroidered garments. It was likely that her presence at Yunwu Peak was intended to merely embellish her already gilded life. The martial spirit of the Chenxing Continent is an undeniable truth. If a family's daughter is gentle and demure, blushing even while speaking, she may find it difficult to secure a suitable husband. With this thought, Xiachen could not help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. Turning to observe the sister to his right, he distinctly remembered that their party had included a man. Yet, to his surprise, the man had been suddenly replaced by the mischievous Yunlinger. After confirming his team's composition, Xiachen had gained some understanding of everyone's capabilities. The girl on his left, who was panting heavily, was named Mu Fian. It was said that she had reached the gathering spirit realm, with the first of the 5 elemental energies within her being the Azure Wood Qi, and she practiced the mysterious hand technique, possessing remarkable healing abilities. The commanding woman in red was undoubtedly formidable. As the leader of the women of Cloud Mist Peak, she must have considerable strength, lest she become a source of ridicule among the male martial cultivators. It was rumored that she cultivated the metal qi of Gong, which made her temper quite fiery. Xiachen was familiar with the others, but he remained in the dark about Yunlinger. What exactly did this elusive girl cultivate? In any small team, a balance of abilities among its members is crucial for formulating a unique tactical approach. Yet, Yunlinger was a blank slate. If you want to be born, be born. If you don't, shall I take your place? With Xiachen showing no intention of moving, her tone inadvertently rose several degrees. However, it was this very remark that drew the attention of others, who regarded Xiachen with expressions that seemed to say, "Brother, you must accept your fate." After uttering those words, even Yunlinger's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Where had her thoughts wandered? Noticing the gleeful expressions of the onlookers, Xiachen suddenly comprehended the situation. This life is not the same as the previous one, you wretched individuals. All the disciples were resting in the woods, each equipped with provisions, except for one peculiar group. Yunlinger cheerfully removed her backpack from Xiachen's shoulder, skillfully extracting pots and pans. Xiachen was taken aback. You, are you bringing these items while venturing out to subdue monsters? Of course, one must ensure a full stomach when tackling monsters, right? Replied Yunling, seemingly boasting as she proudly held up 2 wild rabbits, flashing a triumphant smile at Xiachen. Lu Jiwei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The precious granddaughter of the acting sect leader was truly as unruly as ever, even bringing cooking utensils along, while other teams were content with dry rations and spring water. She had not only rabbit meat and fine wine, but also a small pouch of roasted sunflower seeds, treating the expedition as if it were a playful gathering. However, this young lady was accustomed to being pampered outdoors. Who would dare to utter a word of dissent? Even Chenxuandu, who strictly adhered to rules and regarded them as sacred, was subjected to sarcasm in Yunlinger's presence. Sure enough, when the enticing aroma of roasting rabbit meat attracted Chenxuandu, Yunlinger pouted and huffed. Humph, this annoying pest is back. While Yunlinger could act willfully, the others had no such luxury. Xiachen had no choice but to rise and clasp his hands in greeting. Senior brother. Came the indifferent response as Chun Xuandu frowned at the mischief of Yunlinger, exhaling a sigh as he softly inquired, Linger, have you had your fun yet? The master has stated that this expedition is intended for the eradication of malevolent creatures, not a mere excursion as usual. How can you possibly bring such items along? Furthermore, the master has instructed me to ensure your safety, so it would be prudent for you to accompany me and my team. This will allow me to look after you more effectively. Chun Xuandu typically maintains a sour demeanor towards everyone. Yet he displays a rare softness in his tone and a more composed expression when addressing Yunlinger. Before Yunlingo could respond, the red-clad sister, Lu Jiwei, sauntered over, inquiring, is it implied that I, Lu Jiwei, am incapable of protecting the young lady Lingo? Chapter 35. Blood-soaked apparition. At that moment, the previously silent Yunlinger finally interjected. I refuse to be on the same team as you. It would be utterly stifling. Chen Xuandu chose to disregard Lu Jiwei's ire. Ever since her partner's demise, this madwoman seemed intent on making his life difficult. As expected, Lu Jiwei soon broached the subject. If not for you, how would Bai Ge have met his end? Chen Xuandu was momentarily rendered speechless, yet under the scrutiny of onlookers, he felt compelled to utter a few words. The death of Bai Xianke has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? How naive, Chen Xuandu. Do you believe that by becoming the chief disciple you can erase this incident? Allow me to enlighten you. That is a delusion. As Lu Jiwei's voice escalated, Chen Xuandu had no choice but to turn away. However, after his departure, two disciples clad in green approached with offerings of food and drink. Clad in white, he embarked upon the tumultuous world, securing his position as the esteemed chief disciple, which clearly indicated his formidable nature. He possessed an astute understanding of power dynamics and recognized the advantages of allying with a formidable supporter. The union of the junior sister and the senior brother was a familiar affair. Even the once-renowned Yunchun had married his own junior sister. Yet, this matter had been quietly suppressed by Yunchen, and today, when it was inadvertently mentioned by Lu Jiwei, it resonated with Yunlinger, despite her unintentional remark. Chenxian, riding a spirit crane, had established a grand formation atop the city walls of Fengyang in Jiangqing. This formation, known as the Golden Light Demon Subduing Array, was laid out by Su Ri. It would activate only once it had absorbed sufficient inner energy along with the essence of the sun and moon. Prior to the array commencing its eradication of the malevolent creatures, each team was tasked with slaying as many demons as they could manage. At this moment, the narrow confines of Fengyang City were drenched in a sea of crimson, casting a foreboding hue even in the air. Aside from the howls and clamor of the demons, no human voices could be heard within the city. Under the cover of night, Xia Chun and his companions stealthily circumvented the city gates, entering Fengyang through a breach in the crumbling wall. The scene was harrowing, with dismembered corpses strewn about and the remnants of those devoured by the demons carelessly discarded. The events unfolding in Fengyang had yet to elicit a response from the Holy Dynasty, and the first to arrive to quell the chaos was Yunwu Peak. However, when Chenxian reappeared, he directly took Yunlingo away and assigned Lu Jiwei's team the critical task of infiltrating Fengyang City to ascertain the situation within. Naturally, Yunlingo vehemently resisted, crying out in protest, while Chenxian furrowed his brow in response, dismissively waving his hand. In a fleeting moment of farewell, Yunlinger suddenly fell silent, her wide eyes fixed intently upon Chen Xuandu. You are to go to Fengyang City. With a pointed finger, this seemingly trivial task was abruptly thrust upon Xia Chun. Whether intentional or not, Chen Xuandu circumvented Lu Jiwei. Xia Chun did not refuse. He nodded and replied in a low voice, After Chen Xuandu departed, Lu Jiwei could not help but mutter, a wolf with ill intentions. As the leader of the team, Lu Jiwei bore a heavier burden. The villages surrounding Fengyang City had been ravaged by monsters, and her first task was to ascertain whether, amidst the widespread onslaught of these beasts, there remained any semblance of life. The mission to probe into Fengyang now rested upon Xia Chun's shoulders. At this moment, Xia Chun felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. He was thrilled at the prospect of finally demonstrating his prowess and testing the progress he had made. Yet, he was equally anxious about whether he could rise to the occasion. Come on, I have already faced death once. Xia Chun silently encouraged himself. Under the moonless night, with the air thick with the scent of blood, Fengyang City was haunted by restless spirits and wandering souls. As Xia Chun stealthily infiltrated the city through a breach in the wall, the scene before him diverged somewhat from his expectations. Were these towering, fearsome beasts truly wild? Much like human society, even in the blood-soaked darkness, there were patrols of monsters roaming about. Were one not to scrutinize closely, Xia Chun might have mistaken them for the survivors of the city. Taking a deep breath, Xia Chun agilely leapt onto a rooftop, crouching there to evade a group of demonic soldiers. Stealthily surveying his surroundings, he was startled by what he beheld. At the heart of Fengyang City, a bonfire blazed, and the fiendish creatures reveled in drunken merriment, resembling a victorious army camp, filled with raucous laughter and boisterous shouts. Amidst the flames, Xia Chun faintly discerned the sound of weeping. Was someone there? A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Yet, in the next moment, he heard a woman's anguished cries, laced with curses, as she was dragged from a dwelling by several demons. You heartless fiends! You heartless fiends! But soon, her screams dwindled, culminating in a heart-wrenching final lament. Xia Chun watched in horror as the woman's heart and lungs were cruelly extracted. A wave of nausea surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. Yet he compelled himself to continue watching, determined to ascertain how many innocent lives remained. Chapter 36. The boundary of humanity, save them. The singular thought consumed Xiachun, causing him to clench his fists tightly. How strikingly similar was his own humiliating plight to that of these innocent women. Suppressing the tempest of emotions within him, he gradually shifted his body and swiftly descended from the rooftop, seizing an opportunity to make his way toward the city center. Meanwhile, outside the city, Chenxing, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. The reason was clear. He had set a grand formation above Fengyang City. Although the formation was not yet complete, still absorbing the essence of sun and moon, Chenxing could sense that someone had entered the array. Undoubtedly, it was that pawn. Chenxing's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Whether he could achieve a surprising victory hinged upon that particular chess piece. It turned out that a plan had long since taken shape in Chenxing's mind. The women who suffered in the city, aside from becoming prey for the demonic creatures, had a far more evident purpose. They would serve as instruments for the reproduction of these monsters. Every race requires propagation to ensure its survival. After years of confinement, when these demons broke free to wreak havoc upon the world, they would inevitably resort to these unfortunate women to guarantee the continuation of their lineage. Xiachun, who stealthily infiltrated Fengyang City, listened to the various anguish cries emanating from the city center, feeling as though his tender heart was being mercilessly sliced by sharp blades. How despicable, truly despicable. Anyone with a semblance of conscience and integrity would never permit such atrocities to occur. Rescuing the victims was of utmost urgency. As the cacophony within Fengyang City gradually diminished, and the inebriated demons sought their rest, Xiachun finally seized his opportunity. During the several hours spent in concealment, he had managed to ascertain the general locations where the women were being held captive. There was a detention point near the gatehouse, and another on the left side along Furong Street. The marauding demons, well-trained and seemingly driven by a specific purpose, invaded Fengyang City with an air of calculated intent. Even in their consumption of human lives, these creatures exhibited a peculiar sense of order. In the dead of night, as Xiachun silently dispatched the two monstrous sentinels, he gently pushed open the door to the holding cell. Inside, the women were taken aback, unable to discern whether the figure entering was human or specter. Instantly, a knife was thrust forth with alarming speed. Startled, Xiachun swiftly sidestepped, the sharp blade tearing through his garment, yet he bore no resentment. For these women must have been gripped by sheer terror. "Silence! I am here to rescue you," he declared, firmly closing the door behind him. In the pitch blackness of the cell, where visibility was non-existent, Xiachun's voice brought a sigh of relief to the frightened women. Indeed, it was the sound of humanity. As he counted the number of abducted women in the darkness, a glimmer flickered in his eyes. "I will lead you to freedom. We must leave at once." For the beasts are slumbering. The monsters were not unlike humans, possessing even more refined abilities than ordinary folk. Much like the spirit beast from the previous sect selection, which had attained sentience but remained estranged from human society, still exhibiting the traits of its kind, and thus was rejected by Chenxing. Xiachun forced a reassuring smile. "I am a disciple sent by Yunwu Peak, tasked with vanquishing these creatures and saving you. Trust in our capabilities." The elite from Yunwu Peak are already positioned outside the city, perhaps unwilling to instill further panic in these desolate women, or perhaps at a loss for words to comfort them. He ultimately sought to persuade them to follow him, to escape the enchanted city of Fengyang under the cover of darkness. "Let us depart." As Xiachun issued his command, the women, gripped by terror, found themselves at a loss as to whom they could trust. "No, I won't leave. I refuse to be devoured by those demons." Just then, a voice pierced through the tension. Xiachun's heart raced, for the woman was weeping. Having exhausted all gestures to no avail, he stepped forward and covered her mouth, imploring, "Do not cry. Do not make a sound. Do you wish to endanger us all?" The woman, her mouth tightly covered, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Once again, Xiachun felt his heart soften, compelling him to gently admonish her, "Do not weep. Remain calm. Yes, take a deep breath and exhale. That's right." After soothing the distraught woman, he gradually withdrew his hand from her mouth. "Would you rather await death here than escape with me? Have you not discerned the true intentions of these monsters?" Xiachun's expression faltered as he observed the woman shake her head. "I can still bear children. I know what those fiends desire. I do not wish to die. I do not want to perish." Humanity's frailty is all too evident when confronted with life and death. One seems to shed all moral boundaries. Particularly when all the men in the city have perished, leaving only women behind, these ordinary souls, bereft of possessions, drift aimlessly like reeds upon water, without a branch to cling to. The only thought that occupies their minds is the humiliating necessity of survival, even if it means becoming mere vessels for the demon's progeny, a fate they deem preferable to death. Bah, Zhang, I have long seen through your lewd nature. How could you treat Zhang the blacksmith in such a manner? The woman who first spoke to Xiachen, with a sharp and caustic tone, shouted at the already despondent Zhang, who was solely focused on seeking a compromise. Woo, I just don't want to die. Is that such a crime? Bah, you wretched creature destined for a pig's cage. Xiachen furrowed his brows tightly. Then, with a decisive wave of his hand, declared with grave seriousness, regardless of your willingness, I must take you away to spare you from the maw of these fiends. You must heed my command. Chapter 37. Blood of the Demon Clan. At the moment Xiachen was tucking the talisman back into his sleeve, several demons bared their bloodied fangs and lunged menacingly at him with malicious grins. With a clang, the instant his sword was drawn, a surge of fervor ignited within Xiachen's heart. At this juncture, his mission was to vanquish evil and safeguard those defenseless women who lacked the strength to confront such monstrous foes. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chen Xuandu suddenly revealed a smirk, affirming his judgment. Indeed, Xia Chun was an impulsive individual, and his recklessness was precisely what Chen Xuandu intended to exploit. Perhaps, with this unfolding, he could unleash his formations without restraint. Fengyang City had now transformed into a veritable hell on earth, where the demons prowling within exhibited varying degrees of intelligence. Some had been enlightened, while others still clung to their primal instincts. It must be said, this was the simplest and most expedient method to eradicate the threat these demons posed to humanity. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the survivors in the city would inevitably be reduced to mere ashes by the radiant array. Chun Xian, being the foremost disciple of Yunwu Peak, would not openly engage in such affairs. Thus, he opted for the unruly Xiachen. Having only taken his first steps on the path of martial cultivation, Xiachen was, after all, not yet a qualified practitioner, merely a fortunate individual from the common folk. How vast is the Tao of heaven, intertwined with countless perils. Compassionate leniency would only invite further troubles. Chen Xian aimed for a decisive resolution, seeking to avoid any subsequent complications. Hence, this burden was to be shouldered by Xiachen. One might wonder why Chen Xian chose Xiachen over others. Clearly, Chen Xian pondered this question as he reclined beneath a tree, his eyes gently closed, suddenly opening them with a faint smile gracing his lips. If you ask why I chose you, it is because you are still somewhat human. In the journey of the Tao, how can there be room for tender-heartedness? After uttering this rather perplexing statement, Chen Xian resumed his meditative state with closed eyes. Xiachen, now a sharp blade thrust into the heart of Fengyang City, faced an unprecedented crisis. With a swift motion, the blade grazed his skin, the pain jolting Xiachen into heightened awareness. Before him lay the fallen forms of several demonic creatures, while his own body bore countless wounds. Gasping for breath, he was drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of the demons. He retreated a few steps, valiantly guarding the entrance to the cage with his solitary strength. He understood that if he were to fall, these monstrous creatures would indiscriminately rush in and devour these women, denying Yunwu Peak any chance of rescue. How brutal! Blood trickled slowly from Xiachen's wounds, yet he cared not at this moment. He carelessly wiped his face, a hint of a smile gracing his features, though it was uncertain whether it stemmed from tension, exhilaration, or the embers of his final resolve igniting within him. Come on, you beasts! At this moment, the aura emanating from Xiachen was undeniably formidable, powerful enough to deter these creatures from making any rash movements. However, this dominance lasted but a few fleeting seconds, as the appearance of an individual sent a chill down Xiachen's spine, and a tremor coursed through his heart. A powerful, formidable monster. Like a twist in the fabric of time and space, a man suddenly materialized before Xiachen, adorned in dark garments and exuding an air of striking handsomeness. His pronounced nose, resolute visage, and soaring eyebrows, along with blood-red eyes and horns protruding from his head like soft bone, all indicated that this man was also a creature of darkness, possessing considerable strength. How intriguing. The man, draped in a black cloak, regarded Xiachen with a playful expression. Can you fend off 10, 20, or even 30 of them? After all, you are but one here. Xiachen's throat tightened, remaining silent as if awaiting the man's next words. "Come to me, and I shall bestow upon you the blood of the demon race, granting you eternal life. What say you? This is far superior to your training within the sect. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill, as long as you partake of my blood." With that, the creature cloaked in black suddenly tore open its sleeve, revealing a muscular arm. It slightly raised its arm, and with a swift motion, its two sharp fangs pierced into its flesh, leaving behind two gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. "Come, come, drink of the blood of my kind, and become a member of my immortal race." Just as Xiachen attempted to refuse, he was struck by the alarming realization that his body had become immobile. It was as though some unseen force was exerting control over him, rendering Xiachen akin to a marionette, helplessly manipulated. Aside from the urgency etched upon his face and the fear surging within, his long sword clattered to the ground, and he found himself inexorably drawn forward. "Come, dear child, drink of the blood of my kin, and you shall become an eternal member of our dark race. You will gain endless time to cultivate any forbidden technique in this world, ascending to the status of an elite among my shadowy kin." Chapter 38. The Oath Ceremony? As Xiachen, under the sway of this force, advanced step by step toward the man, his inner turmoil intensified. The closer he drew, the more he could sense the ominous bloodlust emanating from the man, alongside an aura that provoked an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Just as proximity to virtue brings virtue, proximity to vice breeds vice. Thus, the nearer he approached, the stronger the repugnant sensation became. Instinctively, Xiachen resisted within, unwilling to draw closer to this man. "No, I refuse." His desperation grew. He had no desire to descend into the depths of the dark race. He had no desire to consume the blood of the demon clan. Despite an overwhelming inner resistance, his body unconsciously drew closer to the man. It was over. A chill enveloped Xiachen's heart, as a sense of sorrow began to take root within him, intensifying with each passing moment. After finally escaping the scorn and humiliation of the Xia family, was he now destined to fall into the clutches of the demon clan? What a cruel jest. Xiachen had never harbored any lofty ambitions. He had embarked on this path of martial cultivation solely to protect his family with his own strength. Why must he endure such a torrent of injustices? Why? Armed with a flicker of indignation and an unyielding spirit, as he found himself less than 5 paces from the man, Xiachen hesitated no longer. He retrieved a thunderstrike talisman from his sleeve, bit his tongue to draw blood, and spat forcefully onto it. Go! In an instant, the talisman radiated a brilliant light before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Having unleashed all the thunderstrike talismans at once, Xiachen finally broke free from the man's control and turned to flee. At the moment of the deafening blast, the demon man seethed with anger, his crimson eyes gleaming ever more fiercely. What a little troublemaker! In truth, Xiachen had not turned to escape entirely. He had not forgotten his true purpose, to rescue all those women. Clang! Beneath the thick fog, a sound of something falling echoed, prompting the demon man to sneer. "Over there, pursue them." A throng of demonic creatures, and the man of considerable standing within the demon clan surged forth in a frenzied chase towards the source of the sound. As the dense fog dissipated, Xiachen finally emerged from an inconspicuous corner outside the dwelling, his body still reeking of a foul odor. Phew, I have finally escaped a calamity. Indeed, at the moment he had cast the Thunderbolt talisman, he had randomly seized a couple of weapons amidst the chaos. And then, seizing the instant after the explosion, he hurled one of the blades in the opposite direction. This act misled the demon man, leading him to believe that Xiachen had fled in that direction. How astonishingly low the intelligence of these demons is. Who would have thought such a child's trick could deceive them? Once the smoke cleared, Xiachen scrutinized the grotesquely contorted corpses of the demons strewn across the courtyard, as if searching for something. Indeed, what Xiachen sought was the mustard seed pouch, a vessel for spatial storage. It would enable him to transport these women away, provided he maintained a steady breath. However, considering that these demons were of a lower realm than himself, could they truly possess such a high-grade item? Xiachen recalled that even on Yunwu Peak, the mustard seed pouch was a rare treasure possessed by only a handful. Even the red-clad disciples were allotted pouches that could barely accommodate a few vials of healing elixirs, given their limited capacity. After scanning the area without discovering a mustard seed pouch, Xiachen found himself in a quandary. If he did not rescue these surviving women, the truth about Fengnong City would remain obscured, and the terrifying nature of these demons would remain unknown. Furrowing his brows, he recalled the words spoken by Qin Xuandu before his departure. The grand formation required the absorption of the sun's essence and the moon's radiance for over 10 hours to enhance its power. After this period, should no results manifest, Xiaqin would be compelled to withdraw from Fengyang City, for the formation would soon be activated. Beneath the golden light, there would be no escape. How much time did he have left? Xiaqin was unaware that the night was gradually becoming clearer. Even the faint blood moon in the sky was slowly fading. Time was slipping away. With resolve, Xiaqin decided to take a bold risk. His gaze fell upon the corpse of a demon creature he had just slain in the courtyard. The reason for his fixation was rather straightforward. The attire of this demon was distinct from the others, adorned with a bone-crafted ornament, suggesting it bore some significance. Donning the foul and sinister garments, he skinned the demon and tightly affixed its hide to his face. A shiver ran down Xiaqin's spine. In this ghastly guise, he would likely become a target should he encounter others infiltrating from Yunwu Peak. After meticulously preparing, a transformed Xiaqin boldly strode into Fengyang City. The patrolling demons regarded him with indifference. Initially, he was somewhat cautious, but soon he felt no trepidation of being detected. He had thoroughly embodied the essence of a demon, perhaps even assuming the role of a squad leader. Just as a sense of pride swelled within him, a heavy hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. Why are you still standing outside? The blood demon lord resides within. Be cautious if you arrive late, or you may face punishment. Initially, Xiaqin's hand had already reached for the sword at his waist, but upon hearing this statement, he relaxed and nodded. Bracing himself against the heavy, foul-smelling hide of this creature, he stepped into the hall. This place, once the grandest residence in Fengyang City, had now transformed into a chaotic den of monsters. The lights still blazed brightly, yet the atmosphere felt entirely altered. Upon entering, the sheer density of monsters overwhelmed Xiaqin. He had anticipated that the elite gathered from Yunwu Peak would come to eradicate the beasts, yet he was unprepared for the sheer number present. Upon closer inspection, he found dozens of monsters that closely resembled his own disguised identity, not to mention the more formidable ones seated at the front. It seemed Yunwu Peak intended to thwart our plans. Having broken free from our seal, we must fulfill the promise made 2 centuries ago, all in the name of resurrecting the Demon Lord. We are even prepared to resort to the blood demon ritual if necessary. However, the situation in Fengyang has escalated significantly. The people from Yunwu Peak are now positioned outside the city. What do you propose we do? Listening to the words of the monsters standing at the forefront, Xiaqin's understanding deepened. It appeared that the monsters were not so different from the righteous sections. Their grand assembly bore a striking resemblance to a formal oath-taking ceremony. Chapter 39. A madman and a bunch of fools devour them. A host of monsters gaped wide, revealing their fearsome fangs. A roar akin to a tidal wave erupted, and at the center of the throng stood the blood demon lord. Yet, doubts soon arose among the crowd. Have you not noticed? Above us lies an intricate formation. The blood demon lord furrowed his brow, his mind racing as if watching a film at high speed. He could not fathom the nature of this formation, at least 2 centuries prior, during his imprisonment. He had never encountered such a design. Moreover, at that time, the Cloud Mist Peak was not one of the 5 great sects, and the Holy Dynasty had yet to emerge. The era was rife with chaos, with humanity, demons, and spirit beasts each ruling their own territories, devoid of fairness, morality, or any semblance of order. Yet, I must inquire, what indeed is this formation? Xiaqin hastily assumed a posture of contrition. The blood demon lord waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that. However, you mentioned you are familiar with this formation? What is it? Xiaqin replied with a slight smile. I have heard of this formation, said to be a relic of a great power from ages past. Known as the Grand Formation of Ultimate Radiance and Divine Might. This formation unleashes sacred light, reducing all within its grasp to ashes. Furthermore, this formation has already taken shape, and the thunder could strike at any moment. What? The blood demon lord appeared taken aback. He had never heard of this so-called Grand Formation of Ultimate Radiance and Divine Might. However, judging by the description from this creature of his own kind, it seemed credible. My lord, I have an idea. Perhaps we can escape this predicament. We could seal the formation's core. Ordinary formations have 3 or 4 cores, while more sophisticated ones can possess dozens. If we can obstruct these cores, this grand formation of ultimate radiance would be rendered utterly ineffective. At that moment, the inhabitants of the Cloud Mist Peaks would undoubtedly be taken aback. The Blood Demon Lord was momentarily stunned, blocking the formation's core. This method seemed familiar. Something he had heard of before yet never implemented. As for the essence of the Taiwei divine martial formation, he remained oblivious, impatient, and almost unable to bide his time. The blood demon lord rushed towards Xiaqin, his voice heavy and hoarse. Do you know what constitutes the core of this formation? My subordinates are unaware. However, based on my experience, I could certainly lead an attempt. Subsequently, under the blood demon lord's skeptical gaze, Xiaqin elucidated how to obstruct the formation's core with creatures of the same lineage. It was essential to utilize individuals with cultivation. The captured women were utterly useless. The blood demon lord grasped the situation, his expression growing increasingly grim. How could this be? He never imagined that within a mere 2 centuries, humanity had become so formidable. Wasn't the Taiwei divine martial golden light infinite formation merely a precisely targeted lightning strike? If that were indeed the case, after painstakingly leading a multitude of demons to escape, would they ultimately descend into hell to meet Yama? As long as survival was assured, and the demon lord could be resurrected, even with a few sacrifices, it would be of little consequence. How many individuals do you require? The blood demon lord's voice gradually dimmed. Xiaqin leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, at least 30 individuals of captain rank. It is evident that the blood demon lord was taken aback by the demand for his presence. He had managed to escape the ancient and desolate cave with merely 70 or 80 members of the dark demon clan, while the rest had perished within its confines. Suddenly, half of his contingent seemed poised to depart. The principle of sacrificing lesser assets to preserve the greater, akin to the age-old adage of abandoning the cart to protect the horse, is revered by both the Spirit Beast clan and the Dark Demon clan. Sacrifices are never made without reason, nor does strength arise without purpose. To facilitate the resurrection of the Night Demon Lord, such a price is deemed worthy. And you shall accompany him, obeying his command to seal the formation's core, while the rest of us, alongside those from Cloud Mist Peak, shall fight to the death. Wait. Summer Chen's voice faltered. The blood demon lord, somewhat displeased, glared fiercely at Summer Chen. What is it? Speak. Those women are of no use. It would be better to place them outside the Tai divine martial array, where they could at least provide a modicum of defense against the assaults from Cloud Mist Peak. That is indeed a clever suggestion. Little did the blood demon lord realize that Summer Chen harbored ulterior motives. These beings, possessing nascent intelligence but lacking exposure to the most vicious and insidious schemes of the world, remained oblivious to the intricacies of deception and treachery. They believed that merely awakening their intellect equated them with others, a notion both laughable and naive. Demons are demons, even after millennia of cultivation. The enhancement of intelligence cannot be attained without the crucible of experience. They are not like humans, who are endowed with a highly developed intellect from the moment of their birth. Even Xiaqin himself had never anticipated that the plan would unfold so seamlessly, to the extent that he felt as though he were deceiving a group of ignorant fools. However, just as he was preparing to lead the expendables towards the Taiwei divine martial array, a figure emerged, obstructing his path. The person emanated a profound stench of blood, clearly having feasted upon fresh corpses once again. Who could it be but one of the demonic lords who had pursued him earlier? With this appearance, a sense of foreboding washed over Xiaqin. Deliberately evading his gaze, he contemplated a stealthy escape when he heard the raspy yet cunning voice call out, "Halt." Xiaqin's body trembled instantly, the earlier oppressive aura reasserting itself, nearly suffocating him. This individual was formidable, exceedingly formidable, seemingly either intentionally or unintentionally. He scrutinized Xiaqin from head to toe, even inhaling deeply as if to catch his scent. Before the hoarse voice echoed once more, "I feel as though I have encountered you before." Xiaqin shivered at this revelation, yet in that moment, he was at a loss for words. Struggling to muster a semblance of a smile, he replied, "You must have seen me before. I too belong to the demon lineage." Chapter 40. The late signal. The blood demon lord let out a heavy snort. "Humph. Just wait and see. This time we shall undoubtedly achieve a resounding victory, eliminating all those insignificant pests. Our next target is the headquarters in Jiang City." Xiaqin gasped in shock. What on earth did these demonic creatures intend to do? Was the bloodshed in Fengyang not enough, that their next objective was Jiang City? In the desolate ancient cave, one may ponder the true number of such malevolent creatures and the reasons behind their factional divisions. With a hint of skepticism, Xiaqin confidently led a group of these entities atop the city walls of Fengyang, directly beneath the prominent Taiwei divine martial array. This array, enriched by the essence of the sun and moon, shimmered with a gentle luminescence, casting a kaleidoscope of glimmers around them. Over there, you go that way. And you, head northeast. Xiaqin swiftly allocated tasks to his companions, well aware of the array's focal point. However, there was one crucial detail he chose to withhold. The Taiwei Divine Martial Array, renowned as the foremost formation of Yunwu Peak, identified the practitioner, Chun Xuandu, as its true core. The focal point that Xiaqin fabricated to deceive the creatures was merely an illusion. Upon entering the Taiwei Divine Martial Array, these fiends, inherently malevolent, would gradually have their inner energy siphoned away by the formation. Having retrieved a substantial number of elite fiends from the Blood Demon Lord, Xiaqin finally exhaled in relief. With this strategy, once the Taiwei Divine Martial Array was fully activated, the number of these creatures would likely be halved. Should the remaining fiends confront the overall strength of Yunwu Peak, there existed a genuine possibility of annihilation. The sole concern that troubled Xiaqin was the man clad in black robes. His cultivation level was indeterminate, and he concealed a portion of his strength. Having previously clashed with this individual, Xiaqin fully grasped the formidable power he wielded. This man posed a significant threat. Standing within the Taiwei Divine Martial Array, Xiaqin quietly retrieved a talisman from his pocket and discreetly ignited it. As the flames completely consumed the talisman, Chun Xuandu, far beyond the outskirts of Fengyang City, felt a sudden illumination. It was a signal. Xiaqin was indicating that the demonic entities had already entered the Taiwei Divine Martial Array. However, the subsequent emergence of a second talisman caused Chun Xuandu's brow to furrow in concern. This was a talisman that had been partially burnt, with Xiaqin leaving behind the remaining half. Chun Xuandu comprehended Xiaqin's intention. He required time, for there were still living souls within Fengyang City, and Xiaqin aimed to rescue them all. Yet, a faint smile appeared on Chun Xuandu's face, a smile that eluded understanding. The women, tainted by the demonic aura and subjected to the utmost humiliation by the demonic beings, had long been implanted with demonic seeds within their bodies. Perhaps these seeds would not manifest immediately, but once sown, these women would become vessels for the propagation and birth of the next generation of demonic seeds. This knowledge stemmed from Chun Xuandu's previous encounters with these malevolent entities. Should the demons within these vessels re-emerge, they would propagate at an accelerated rate, leading to an exponential increase in their numbers. Even though these unfortunate women remained human, in a certain sense, they had already become demons. In order to eradicate these malevolent beings and to prevent further calamity befalling Jiang City, Chun Xuandu was unwilling to wait for Xiaqin to extricate these women. He intended to activate the Taiwei Divine Martial Array in advance, ensuring that these vessels, along with the demons, would be buried beneath the golden light, thereby eliminating any future threats. Upon contemplating this, Chun Xuandu silently recited a few incantations, deftly manipulating his fingers to resonate with the intricate threads of the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation in the air, infusing it with a trace of his internal energy. In the next moment, the women who had just been drawn outside the formation were visibly filled with panic. Meanwhile, Chun Xuandu beckoned to everyone, preparing for an immediate advance towards Fengyang City. Lu Jiwei cast a cold glance at Chun Xuandu and could not restrain herself from speaking. You possess such deep scheming. Allowing that novice to take the lead, Chun Xuandu, do you have no semblance of a senior brother? Chun Xuandu waved his hand dismissively. Right and wrong cannot coexist. The demonic creatures must ultimately perish. Yet those women are not demonic entities. Lu Jiwei retorted angrily, after being controlled by the demons for several days. They may very well have already been implanted with demonic seeds. Once such a seed is sown, how do they differ from demonic beings? If we do not eradicate them this time, the next time the demonic seeds will only proliferate. Lu Jiwei, you two are a practitioner of the righteous path. Do not be befuddled, Chun Xuandu exclaimed. Humph. Lu Jiwei scoffed coldly. Even so, do you intend to destroy Xiaqin along with the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation? Others may be ignorant, but I possess some knowledge of the formation. Beneath the golden light, is there any hope for survival? Even if they are demonic creatures, they may not withstand it all, let alone a mortal like Xiaqin. There must be sacrifices. The reason for placing him at the forefront is that he fears not. As the saying goes, the ignorant are unafraid. Is it not best to know nothing at all? You are truly shameless. Lu Jiwei gazed intently at the Taiwei Divine Martial Array, her toes barely lifting off the ground. What are you doing? Chun Xuandu finally lost his composure. If the eradication of the demonic creatures resulted in the death of one or two outer disciples, it would be a bearable loss for Yunwu Peak, and he, Chun Xuandu, would not face undue criticism. However, if Lu Jiwei were to perish at the hands of her own Taiwei divine martial array, it would be quite an embarrassment. Chapter 41. The chief disciple's desire for control. Let us not forget that Lu Jiwei was once a disciple in yellow robes, a former palace master. Had she not committed a grave error, she would not have been relegated to Shuangshi Peak to resume her studies as a disciple. Chun Xuandu was well aware of her formidable strength. If she were to meet a tragic end beneath the Taiwei divine martial array, the sect would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, leaving Qin Xuandu in a precarious position. I am going to save her. Qin Xuandu. You had better hope I do not perish within, for Master will certainly not spare you. With that, Lu Jiwei leaped gracefully towards Fengyang City. Qin Xuandu formed a hand seal and silently recited incantations. Time was of the essence, and it seemed imperative to activate the Taiwei divine martial array immediately. The battle between the martial practitioners of Yunwu Peak and the demonic creatures would officially commence with the activation of the Taiwei divine martial array. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the crowd, Zhao Xinian licked his cracked lips, applying a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the sword blade, reawakening its edge with his own blood, now sharper and imbued with a fierce spirit. Although feeding a sword with blood carried a significant risk of injury from its own blade, Zhao Xinian had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Among all the disciples, his realm was the most inferior. During the selection process for the sect, his performance lagged far behind that of Xiaqin and Wang Yifan, not to mention the comparison with Qi Gu Qianyao, who had been chosen to enter the Tianyin Academy. His admission to the sect was due to the remote Lei family, which had generously offered their own martial arts manuscripts to Yunwu Peak, rumored to be derived from the esteemed Nine-Sword Pavilion. The techniques of any sect are closely guarded secrets, and since the Lei family is known for their sword-rearing heritage, the sword-rearing methods, having originated from the Nine-Sword Pavilion, naturally garnered the attention of Yunwu Peak. Moreover, every sect has its share of disciples who have chosen to abandon their mountain, bearing the heavy sin of betrayal to seek refuge and livelihood in other sections. This phenomenon, marked by both desperation and intrigue, serves as a testament to the fierce competition and interdependence among the 5 great sections. Even Qin Xuandu himself was uncertain whether his feelings for Yunling'o stemmed from a genuine affection or a desire for a promising future. Perhaps both motivations intertwined? Qin Xuandu, who had long envisioned Yunling'o as his future bride, could hardly tolerate her speaking of another man, especially one who was merely a newly inducted, unruly insect. Yunling'er, you are my betrothed. How can you discuss other men in my presence? Yunling'er was momentarily taken aback, her enchanting eyes widening in disbelief. What are you talking about? Qin Xuandu let out a disdainful snort. Before departing, I sought my master's blessing. Now, I am the lord of the 12 palaces of Yunwu Peak, the chief disciple, and the future leader of the sect. As the granddaughter of the current master, it is most fitting for you to become my, Qin Xuandu's, wife. Moreover, the bond between us, as senior and junior disciples, is profound and sincere. I should have informed you long ago about my intention to propose to Master. What? Yunling'o finally comprehended Qin Xuandu's words. Master has tacitly approved. He merely awaits my further accomplishments before I can assume the position of Shangyong Peak's leader. At that moment, you will be my duly wedded wife, my future partner. Ling'o, I implore you to devote yourself entirely to me from now on, and do not mention other men in my presence. Qin Xuandu, in that moment, vented all the anger that had been building within him, his tone exceedingly impatient. Yunling'er, however, was already frozen in place. How could this be possible? Her grandfather actually intends to betroth her to Qin Xuandu? She is but a mere blossom of 18, in a world where martial practitioners enjoy prolonged lifespans. How could her grandfather? I refuse to believe it. No matter what you say, I will not accept it. Furthermore, I am quite concerned about Xiaqin. I will mention him. So what? The defiance rising within Yunling'o was unlike anything she had ever experienced. When had anyone spoken to her in such a manner? Humph. Qin Xuandu's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, his teeth clenched tightly. Despite his usual demeanor of calmness, he could no longer contain himself at this moment. How dare you? He raised his hand but refrained from striking, deterred by Yunling'o's resolute gaze and the decorum he must maintain as the chief disciple. Ling'er, be obedient. If you heed my words, I shall treat you well. Yet, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing this, Yunling'o stared at Qin Xuandu in disbelief. Are you going to hit me? Is this still the meticulous elder brother I knew in my youth? He seems like a completely different person. Qin Xuandu's lips curled into a slight smile. How could I bear to harm you? However, if you refuse to comply. That fellow named Xia Chun may soon meet his demise. Chapter 42. The so-called subtle truths. How infuriating. Yunlinger appeared to grasp something in an instant. It was evident that Chen Xuandu must be exploiting Xia Chun in a manner that posed a threat to her. Chen Xuandu observed the gradual transformation of Yunlinger's expression, which eventually morphed into one of compliance. A wave of exhilaration surged within him, and the curve of his smile elevated to new heights. Lingo, as long as you remain by my side, I vow to ensure you attain all the glory. If you acquiesce to my wishes, I shall cherish you throughout my lifetime. Even after our master has departed this world, you are simply indulging in frivolity at present. Do you understand? He then rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward the distant Fengnong city, a flicker of ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. These demonic beings must not be allowed to remain in this world to wreak havoc. The Taiwei Divine Martial Formation has nearly absorbed enough solar and lunar essence. Come dawn, we shall annihilate them in one fell swoop. Yunlinga was acutely aware of the perilous situation Xia Chun was currently in. She stood there barefoot, having not even taken the time to don her shoes, rushing over with tear-filled eyes, gazing up at Chen Xuandu with a lowered head. Elder brother, what did you mean when you said Xia Chun would die? At this juncture, Chen Xuandu saw no harm in elucidating the matter to Yunlinger. If Yunlinger were to disregard her own dignity this time, the timing of the impending thunderous strike from the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation would be beyond her control. A mere tremor of her hand, clutching the incantation, could summon the lightning in an instant. Alternatively, she might choose to act only after Xia Chun exits the formation's bounds. Of course, all of this hinges on Yunlinger's disposition. It appeared that she grasped the implications of Chen Xuandu's actions as she awkwardly retreated to the side, even re-entering the carriage and peering out timidly. Chen Xuandu smiled in satisfaction, remarking that Linger was becoming increasingly obedient. Yet, Yunlinger remained indifferent to Chen Xuandu's words. Her sole desire was to prevent Xia Chun's demise. Anyone who dared to threaten Xia Chun would find themselves at odds with her. Meanwhile, Xia Chun continued to rally the demonic entities within the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation, instructing them to obstruct the formation's core. As dawn approached, an ever-increasing tide of demons surged forth, seemingly equipped with a strategic plan to confront Yunwu Peak. Xia Chun sighed. What use were battle plans? Before the might of the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation, nothing could surpass the awe-inspiring power of the relentless lightning. Even if these demons displayed their unique abilities to evade the celestial strikes, they would ultimately face slaughter at the hands of the disciples of Yunwu Peak as they breached Fengnong City. Demons are merely demons, their lives as inconsequential as blades of grass, unworthy of sympathy. What truly concerned Xia Chun were the innocent women who, despite the demons' culpability, had already suffered the devastation of losing their families. What guilt could be laid upon them? Seizing the moment when the dark creatures were momentarily distracted, Xia Chun hastily ushered the group of women to the city gates and quietly unlatched the entrance to Fengnong City. Hurry! If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Those fiends will inevitably be vanquished, so you must flee at once. The women gazed at Xia Chun with a myriad of complex emotions. After all, he was their savior. Just as these innocent women began to move, the robed demon, akin to a specter, appeared unnoticed, standing amongst them. So, you are the spies sent by Yunwu Peak. Although Xia Chun wore the guise of a demon, his voice had shifted from the deep, gruff tones he had previously adopted in the council hall. In speaking to the women, he had reverted to his true voice, hoping to convince them of his intent to rescue them. Yet, to his dismay, his ruse was discovered. Run! In a state of desperation, Xia Chun could no longer afford to hesitate. Even if it meant confronting the robed demon, he was determined to ensure the women escaped amidst the chaos. Once they were outside the city, the people from Yunwu Peak would come to their aid, for throughout this calamity, the women had played the role of tragic figures. He could not allow any harm to befall them. With a swiftness that could hardly be perceived, Xia Chun propelled the women through the gates. Yet the robed demon did not intervene. Instead, he regarded Xia Chun with a bemused expression, a chilling aura emanating from him. Xia Chun had already experienced the formidable power of his opponent. Tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? The demon's eyes sparkled with a sinister amusement. The oppressive aura emanating from the opponent intensified the pressure on Xia Chun, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. How could he possibly escape this dire situation? Or rather, do you harbor a deep admiration for our dark demon clan and wish to become one of us? If that is the case, I could acquiesce to your desire and facilitate your complete assimilation into our ranks. These chilling and sinister words sent a shiver of cold sweat down Xia Chen's spine. At this moment, the cloaked demon lord unveiled his true power. With a mere wave of his hand, the aura surged dramatically, reaching an overwhelming intensity that demanded attention. The billowing black mist rose skyward, manifesting as a formidable shadow. The instant this dark vapor soared, the individuals at Yunwu Peak across the dense forest from Fengyang City unmistakably sensed the disturbance. A battle is underway. Look in that direction. The black mist of the Dark Demon clan is rising. In an instant, everyone at Yunwu Peak gathered their focus, some even sharpening their blades in anticipation, while others turned their gaze towards Chenxing. At that moment, the weary Lu Jiwei emerged, gasping for breath. Behind Fengyang City lies a blood transformation pool, where no living souls remain, only a pool of blood. Chen Xuandu nodded silently, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. These demonic entities were indeed fearsome, audacious enough to engage in such nefarious activities. Born into humble beginnings and possessing a tenacious spirit, coupled with a lofty and rebellious nature, individuals like him must wield formidable strength to establish their place within any sect. Without such power, their ultimate fate would undoubtedly be grim. Lu Jiwei held both compassion and a sense of responsibility towards Xia Chen, having heard whispers of secrets hinting at his exceptional potential. Recognizing this, she deemed it imperative to retain this promising new disciple for their sect. Chapter 43. The one-armed bone demon Chen Xuandu remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Others, too, turned their eyes, pondering the whereabouts of Xia Chen. Noticing Chen Xuandu's reticence, Lu Jiwei's temper flared. What have you done to him? Chen Xuandu, do not display such shamelessness, nor be so cold-hearted. As he fiddled with the white jade ring upon his finger, Chen Xuandu finally spoke softly. I merely sent him to investigate the situation in Fengyang City. To my surprise, he took it upon himself to lure those demonic creatures into the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation. If that is the case, then his sacrifice is justified. Fiery in disposition, Lu Jiwei had never cowered before Chen Xuandu's words. His invocation of the sect's weight and the righteousness of the martial world only sickened her further. How shameless could one be to incessantly brandish the ideals of the martial realm? This was not the ethos of Yunwu Peak. If you wish to achieve ultimate victory through sacrifice, I, Lu Jiwei, cannot acquiesce. Xia Chen is a disciple of Yunwu Peak, and we have never belittled the lives of our students. Even if everything were to falter, I would still have words to speak before our master. As for you, my senior brother, ponder this well. Is one who disregards the lives of disciples truly worthy of being the senior brother of Yunwu Peak? Having spoken, Lu Jiwei no longer paid any heed to Chen Xuandu. With a determined push of her feet, she darted forward. Her sole purpose was to rescue Xia Chen. It was evident to Lu Jiwei that Chen Xuandu's Taiwei Divine Martial Array had reached maturity, absorbing the essence of both sun and moon, now wielding extraordinary power. Should Xia Chen fail to extricate himself from the Taiwei Divine Martial Array in time, he would surely perish amidst the impending tempest of thunder, obliterated alongside the malevolent entities. What kind of sect's elder brother was this? Lu Jiwei would not acknowledge him. At that moment, her heart blazed with urgency, desiring nothing more than to soar to Xia Chen's side immediately. However, once Lu Jiwei departed, the previously ominous countenance of Chen Xuandu transformed into a radiant smile. What could Lu Jiwei accomplish by going? The sun and moon essence absorbed by the Taiwei Divine Martial Array was already sufficient. He could initiate it at any moment. Once the array was activated, regardless of Lu Jiwei's subsequent actions, the outcome would inevitably align with his predictions, rendering her utterly powerless. Contemplating this, Chen Xuandu began to recite the incantation once more. As he did so, the aura surrounding him underwent a profound transformation, the Taiwei Divine Martial Array resembling a reservoir, its absorption of sun and moon essence remarkably pure. When Chen Xuandu resonated with the Taiwei Divine Martial Array from a distance, the golden light emanating from him grew ever more resplendent. As he silently chanted the incantation, the golden radiance intensified, and the array itself began to shift. Boom! Crack! The once tranquil array suddenly stirred, rippling with waves. Gazing upward, the grand formation suspended in midair emanated a dazzling aura, imbued with an overwhelming pressure that instilled an irresistible sensation. At this moment, Xia Chen, locked in a fierce battle with the black-robed demon sovereign, bore numerous wounds, yet found no justification for surrender. Even though the adversary's strength surpassed his by several folds, he was determined to reverse the tide and alter the course of events. You people from Cloud Mist Peak are truly unruly. The black-robed demon sovereign suddenly bellowed. Xia Chen, undeterred, vigorously shook his longsword. Failing to strike his target, he decisively retreated a few steps, panting heavily. The senior brother has activated the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation. It seems that you demons are destined to perish beneath the thunder's light. Xia Chen regarded the black-robed demon sovereign with a wary gaze, anticipating his next move. In the hands of Yun Qian, the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation could indeed be a formidable weapon, yet in the grasp of Chen Xuandu, it was little more than a child's plaything, impressive in appearance, yet devoid of substance. A chilling smile crept across the black-robed demon sovereign's face, because it cannot possibly withstand me. With that, the black-robed demon sovereign abruptly discarded his robe. Beneath his seemingly extraordinary and finely chiseled visage lay a muscular physique. But what drew attention was his arm, which was nothing but bone, devoid of flesh. Yet it was precisely that bloodless hand that gripped a sword. You. Xia Chen's mind raced, for this figure was far too familiar. Even in Yuni County, Xia Chen had gleaned useful information about the figure before him from the wild tales and pamphlets circulated by various sections. The one-armed bone demon. It was said that centuries ago, he was a ruthless general who wreaked havoc alongside the demon lord, ultimately being sealed away. Allegedly, his prowess was once formidable, however. The seal gradually diminished his cultivation over the years. Now, after breaking free a few days ago, this once powerful one-armed bone demon had fallen to the realm of spirit gathering. Chapter 44. A thunderclap on level ground. Though his cultivation had plummeted, the demon's insight and mastery of techniques rendered him a persistent threat upon his return. Xia Chen gritted his teeth, nearly biting down hard enough to draw blood. In that case, you shall not be spared. Indeed, Xia Chen had no intention of allowing this dark-robed demon to escape. He surmised that if this individual were given the chance to evade, he would inevitably become the greatest menace to Yunwu Peak in the future. Moreover, this dark-robed demon merely feigned the guise of an ordinary demon lord. Even the blood demon lord was unaware of his true identity. Upon reflection, it became clear that this man was exceptionally cunning. And should he be allowed to slip away this time, it was unlikely that his trace would ever be found again. Who knows what hidden identity he might assume next? Slowly tightening his grip on the long sword, Xia Chen raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke with measured calm. The Taiwei Divine Martial Formation is not as feeble as you imagine. And Yunwu Peak is far from the dire situation you perceive. Just watch. Xia Chen was genuinely enraged. From the continuous exchanges between the two, it was evident that Xia Chen had been at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the fierce and ruthless assaults of his opponent. However, he still possessed one crucial asset that remained untapped. Deep within his organs, a faint yet radiant essence of pure internal energy was waiting to be unleashed. Indeed, as Xia Chen resolved himself, the aura surrounding him transformed. He appeared to be enveloped in a delicate, pale stream of energy, significantly enhancing his presence. The one-armed bone demon, upon perceiving Xia Chen's pure internal energy, was momentarily taken aback, lingering in astonishment for several seconds before erupting into laughter. So, you too harbor some secrets. It seems you are no ordinary disciple. Whether that is true or not will be determined upon further combat. With that, Xia Chen flicked his wrist, resuming the fierce battle with the bone demon. Meanwhile, Lu Jiwei, hurrying towards the city, felt her frustration mounting, her agitation reaching a critical point. The reason was clear. That scoundrel Chen Xuandu clearly had no intention of letting Xia Chen or herself off easily. As the radiance of the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation intensified, it became evident that Chen Xuandu sought to eliminate any potential interference. Chen Xuandu, you scoundrel! Lu Jiwei cursed vehemently, channeling her internal energy to accelerate her pace towards Fenong City. Bang! Each strike was delivered with unrestrained force. Both Xia Chen and the bone demon bore the marks of battle, their bodies adorned with wounds of varying severity. The bone demon, once a formidable figure who roamed the world with impunity, was now reduced to a state of despair, sealed away and filled with seething rage. The humiliation was unbearable, especially as he found himself cornered by a mere novice disciple from Cloud Mist Peak. How could this be? You insolent wretch! How infuriating! With a sudden fury, he delivered a powerful kick to Xia Chen's chest, causing a sharp pain to radiate through him, nearly forcing him to spit blood. With a swift motion, the bone demon brandished a sword in one hand while the other tore a bone from his back, a jagged piece approximately 7 to 8 feet long. glistening with a sinister green hue that hinted at its potent toxicity. Xiaqin, already battered from numerous wounds, felt the warm blood seeping from a long gash on his thigh, his strength waning. He struggled to maintain his composure, pushing through the pain. In a desperate attempt to fend off the bone demon's onslaught, he utilized the last vestiges of his pure inner energy, but was met with a crushing blow to his face that left him dazed and disoriented. You are doomed. While I have a certain admiration for you, a resolute soul such as yours will never be a pawn in my game. Therefore, I must eliminate you. A chilling smile crept across the bone demon's lips as he advanced towards Xiaqin, sword and bone spike poised for the kill. Could this truly be the end? Having only taken the first step down the path of vengeance, he had not anticipated that this initial stride would lead to his eternal demise. Xiaqin could hardly fathom that a mere extermination mission would cost him his life. Was it a stroke of misfortune or the consequence of his own compassion that had brought him to this tragic juncture? If Xiaqin chose not to save those innocent women, he certainly possessed the capability to escape unscathed. However, fate often has a way of intervening, and Xiaqin found himself confronted by an exceedingly formidable adversary. It appeared that he would be unable to leave Fengyang City today, as the air was thick with tension. The thunder and lightning emanating from the Taiwei divine martial array intensified, the booming echoes mingling with the crackling of lightning, providing Xiaqin with a modicum of comfort amidst the chaos. "Chenxuandu, you must avenge me." Just as Xiaqin felt his energy dissipate and closed his eyes to await his demise, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Get away from me." A bloodied red sword materialized before Xiaqin, accompanied by the swift approach of a crimson figure, clad in resplendent and alluring red garments. It was none other than Lu Jiwei, wielding the red tassel sword. The red tassel sword moved as if it were a sentient serpent, instantly parrying the final strike of the bone demon aimed at Xiaqin. With a clang, the sword in the bone demon's grasp was sent flying, and as Lu Jiwei radiated her energy, her garments billowed elegantly. Xiaqin widened his eyes in disbelief. "Senior Sister Lu?" Lu Jiwei let out a cold snort. "I only permitted you to enter the city to gather information, yet you took matters into your own hands. Hurry and leave the city at once." With a swift motion, Lu Jiwei tossed a small vial to Xiaqin. However, the force was overwhelming, and given Xiaqin's current injuries, he could hardly brace himself. Wincing in pain, he coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough. "Shouldn't we leave quickly?" Lu Jiwei, anxious in her heart, urged him onward. However, Xiaqin's eyes sparkled with determination. "Senior sister, come with me. The Taiwei divine martial array is about to. I must slay this beast." With that, Lu Jiwei no longer hesitated. She wielded her crimson tassel sword, and the blade glimmered with a fiery brilliance, casting a red glow all around. At that moment, it was certainly not an opportune time for solitary combat. As Lu Jiwei engaged the bone demon, her mind was preoccupied with concern for Xiaqin, resolutely intent on ensuring the young lad's escape from the city. Thus, with a commanding shout, she propelled Xiaqin away with a swift motion. Xiaqin, burdened and unable to resist, was flung out of Fengyang City just as Lu Jiwei's sword was about to pierce the bone demon's chest. He soared several feet before crashing heavily to the ground. "Ouch! That hurts." Before he could finish his lament, an unprecedented, thunderous clap of thunder echoed, forcing Xiaqin to press himself back against the earth, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 45. The disappearance of the crimson attire. That deafening thunderclap drew everyone's attention. Its might and volume were beyond anything previously witnessed. The first thunder of the Taiwei divine martial array struck with unimaginable force, instantly reducing the once magnificent gates of Fengyang City to mere dust. Like a tempest, the consecutive thunderclaps followed suit, marking the beginning of an overwhelming spectacle. Each thunderclap, imbued with unparalleled might and absolute authority, directly struck the city walls of Fengyang. Summer Chen felt a chilling dread as sweat trickled from his palms. He could hardly fathom the immense power of the Taiwei divine martial formation. Suddenly, the thought of Lu Jiwei crossed his mind. She was still within. "Senior Sister Lu," he cried out in anguish. How could she possibly withstand such a cataclysmic thunder? He had witnessed with his own eyes the fiends within the formation being obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere fragments. It was utterly terrifying. "Senior Sister Lu." Summer Chen's voice rose to a desperate roar as he hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the distant ramparts of Fengyang City. In that fleeting moment as he dashed toward the city gates, a formidable bolt of lightning detonated right before his feet. Then, from the dense woods not far away, a ghostly light flickered, Accompanied by a sharp whistle, Chen Xuandu soared in on his phoenix steed. Summer Chen, if you wish to survive, do not take another step forward. Chen's warning sent a jolt of panic through Summer Chen, his fury bubbling to the surface. Senior Sister Lu. She is still inside the city. Chen Xuandu nodded slightly. If that is the case, then it is merely the tribulation that awaits Junior Sister Lu. You need not concern yourself with it. Originally, Chen Xuandu intended to annihilate the fiends, the innocent women, and anyone who dared to breach the formation. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. Once the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation was activated, anyone who entered would be deemed an enemy to be eliminated. It mattered not whether it was Summer Chen or Lu Jiwei, their deaths were inconsequential. As long as we can eradicate these demons, the loss of a few lives is a perfectly reasonable price to pay. At that moment, Chen Xuandu cast aside an object. A delicately crafted jade gourd. Having uttered these words, Chen Xuandu paid no further heed to Xia Chen, soaring into the sky atop the phoenix. The mighty thunderstorm formation of Taiwei would incessantly unleash 900 bolts of lightning. After their descent, it was certain that Fengyang would be reduced to ruins. As for the demons, each exhibiting their own abilities, should they endure through these 900 strikes of lightning, they would find themselves confronted by Chen Xuandu's gentlemanly sword techniques. The other disciples of Yunwu Peak hastened towards Fengyang City, seizing the opportunity to achieve glory. Could these demons, already battered by the thunderstorm formation, still possess the strength to resist? The answer was undoubtedly yes. The weaker beings would surely perish upon even the slightest touch of the lightning. However, entities of the caliber of Blood Demon Duke were not easily daunted. At this moment, bolts of lightning rained down upon him, yet a crimson aura enveloped his form. Impenetrable in its hardness, even the golden lightning capable of shattering city gates into dust could not breach his barrier. Observing the countless fallen kin below, Blood Demon Duke bellowed in rage. Well, you disciples of Yunwu Peak have certainly grown bold enough to challenge me. Yet at the city gate, the figures of the one-armed bone demon and Lu Jiwei had vanished, leaving behind only a tattered red garment and Lu Jiwei's sword, adorned with a crimson tassel. As the final bolt of golden lightning descended, Xia Chen was the first to rush towards the city gate. The scene before him was truly unbearable. A desolate ruin strewn with shattered walls, not a single intact blue brick in sight. The crimson tassel, belonging to Lu Jiwei, stood firmly embedded in the ground, the inner energy once infused within it gradually dissipating. A sword, being a conduit of spiritual essence, would not allow its energy to diminish if its master still existed. It would merely summon the anguished cries of the blade. Yet now, with the sword present but its owner vanished, Lu Jiwei seemed to have lost an essential connection with her weapon. Senior Sister Lu, Xia Chen cried out. His understanding of Lu Jiwei was limited. He only knew that she had treated him kindly. On the very first day of his arrival at Xuanxi Peak, she had adhered to customary practices and provided him with remedies for cultivation and healing. She even subtly imparted insights into self-awareness during training. Xia Chen instinctively harbored goodwill towards the radiant and graceful senior sister. However, he never anticipated that during the battle at the city gates, Lu Jiwei would brave the formidable Taiwei Divine Martial Formation to rescue him, ultimately casting herself into peril. If only Chen Xuandu's Taiwei Divine Martial Formation had been activated a moment later, perhaps Senior Sister Lu would not have. As Xia Chen gazed at the crimson tassel sword, its inner energy completely extinguished, his heart was overwhelmed with guilt, a profound sense of remorse enveloping him. Meanwhile, the chaos of battle raged on, as the forces of Yunwu Peak clashed fiercely with the remaining demonic creatures, igniting a brutal confrontation. Yet, in this moment, Xia Chen knelt at the city gates, cradling the crimson tassel sword in his hands, his heart burdened with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Lu Jiwei was the first woman in this world to exchange her life for that of Xia Chen. However, her mysterious disappearance and the legacy of a red tassel sword left behind became an eternal pain in Xia Chen's heart. In the midst of a great battle, as chaos reigned and darkness enveloped the sky, Xia Chen remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. He knelt at the very spot where his senior sister had vanished, resolute in his vow to turn against anyone who dared to disturb him. Suddenly, a magic-infused arrow sliced through the sleeve of his garment. Yet Xia Chen paid it no heed. He silently caressed the red tassel sword in his grasp, lamenting, Lu Jiwei, how could you have perished? But when another magical arrow approached, he unleashed a furious roar. Chapter 46, The Supreme Resolution. The arrow, shimmering with black magic, struck the ground in the very ruins where Lu Jiwei had disappeared. How could Xiaqin contain his rage? With a primal scream, he seemed to lose his senses, charging at the oncoming demonic creatures, wielding his sword like a blade, slashing without hesitation. Only after one of the creatures exploded and vanished did he finally draw a breath. Yet, his assault did not cease. He wielded both his own sword and the red tassel sword in a dual-wielding frenzy, attacking the demons with relentless ferocity. Strangely, every demon that fell to Xiaqin's blade appeared utterly powerless to retaliate, despite the fact that these creatures had survived the lethal onslaught of the Taiwei Divine Martial Array. Faced with the clearly inferior realm of Xiaqin, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever, as if slicing through vegetables with effortless ease. The reason for this was the pure internal energy stirred by Xiaqin's fury. He was consumed by rage, leaving no room for mercy. His sole desire was to annihilate these fiends, ensuring they accompanied Lu Jiwei in death. Even when no foe remained standing before him, all vanquished, he continued with this relentless onslaught. Such behavior undoubtedly astonished the crowd on Yunwu Peak. Whispers circulated, "That lad. Has he gone mad?" Lei Qianhe smiled faintly, remarking, "This is merely a sign of poor psychological resilience. Eliminating fiends hardly warrants such madness." Wang Yifan, hearing this, offered a bitter smile. Although the people of Yunwu Peak were unaware of the circumstances, they fought desperately against the fiends as commanded. However, Xiaqin's peculiar actions left Wang Yifan perplexed. This man, who had once shared his days and nights, was not one to revel in bloodshed. Clearly, he had encountered some grave misfortune. Wang Yifan narrowly evaded a strike, still shaken. The speed of Xiaqin's movements was such that even he struggled to comprehend, almost failing to escape. With renewed vigor, Xiaqin swung his sword once more. And this time, Wang Yifan could no longer maintain his composure, muttering, "Insane, utterly insane. Xiaqin has lost his mind." He hastily retreated. Yet Xiaqin pursued him relentlessly, his blade descending and rising with fierce precision. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and stop him. Help! Help!" The clamorous shouts drew Chen Xuandu's attention. At that moment, he slowly withdrew his sword from the chest of the blood demon, observing as the color drained from its face, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You foul creature, you should never have emerged. Enduring the torment within your seal is not so dreadful. At least you would not be reduced to ashes. In your next life, one must rely on skill for reincarnation, yet alas, you shall have no chance for rebirth. You are already but dust. Help! Help me! Someone, please save me." A desperate cry finally captured Chen Xuandu's focus. As he beheld Xiaqin recklessly attacking anyone in sight and relentlessly pursuing Wang Yifan, Chen Xuandu could no longer remain passive. Is this boy possessed by madness? Or is he merely venting his fury? "Stop!" Chen Xuandu's thunderous command resonated, and in an instant, he moved with fluid grace, disarming the situation as he caught Xiaqin's descending red tassel sword between two fingers. "Are you still not awake?" Employing a technique akin to the lion's roar, his furious rebuke shattered Xiaqin's inner energy, dispersing even the purest of currents. How could anyone articulate the chaos unfolding? Next, Chen Xuandu would address the women connected to the demons. For both personal and moral reasons, they could not be allowed to survive, for according to the demons' methods, planting a demonic seed within their bodies had become almost inevitable. Once such a seed took root, these women would transform into vessels for the demons. If that were to occur, their very existence in this world would pose a grave threat. Monsters differ fundamentally from humans. Each time a demon seed is sown, the resulting monstrosity grows increasingly powerful, contrasting sharply with the slow evolution of humanity. Contemplating this, Chen Xuandu waved his hand decisively, commanding the execution of all those women, leaving not a single one alive. At this moment, Xiaqin's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered by Chen Xuandu's actions and the ruthless rationale behind them. The women in question were mere mortals, as ordinary as could be, and Chen Xuandu's insistence on their extermination bore a striking resemblance to the indiscriminate slaughter perpetrated by monsters. Chapter 47. A pack of she-wolves. You have slain Sister Lu, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Now, you seek to eliminate these innocent women as well. These women were rescued by Sister Lu and me. How can you so callously disregard their lives? If this is the case, how do you differ from those monsters? At this juncture, Xiaqin could no longer contain himself, unleashing the torrent of thoughts he had long suppressed. Indeed, what reservations could he possibly have at this moment? The cold indifference exuded by Chen Xuandu, who wielded lofty moral rhetoric to dictate the choices of others, was profoundly disheartening to Xiaqin. This man was, without a doubt, hypocritical. We are the righteous, and they are the monsters destined for death. These women, corrupted by the demon's seed, cannot escape the same fate. For the greater good of our sect, they must perish. Chen Xuandu's words resounded with authority. Enraged, Xia Chen bellowed, "Then what is there to discuss? Let them come at me." With that, he brandished his crimson spear. Assuming a stance of attack, Chen Xuandu smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Chen. "Is it you? Do you dare to challenge me? Are you afraid?" Xia Chen responded with a scornful laugh. However, amidst the scrutiny of the onlookers, engaging in a physical confrontation with Xia Chen seemed rather untenable. As one of the masters of the 12 palaces atop Cloud Mist Peak and the foremost disciple of the sect, it would be utterly detrimental to clash with a newly initiated disciple. Even if Chen Xuandu held the moral high ground, he would be labeled as lacking magnanimity. Despite being battered and his vital energy in disarray, he could not allow these innocent women to face execution. That, too, was a life. Although in the realm of martial cultivation, human life is oft regarded as trivial as grass, life remains life. It is a tenet of martial practitioners not to oppress the weak with brute force. Does the path of cultivation not require humanity? I will slay you, Xia Chen bellowed. Wielding his long sword without reservation, lunging fiercely towards Chen Xuandu. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the energies surrounding Chen Xuandu swiftly neutralized Xia Chen's assault, sending him hurtling away. With a gasp, Xia Chen, already in disarray and devoid of any means to retaliate, coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. The spectators witnessed this spectacle, and Wang Yifan, seeing Xia Chen flung by Chen Xuandu, could not contain himself as he shouted, "Chen Xuandu, what are you doing?" Chen Xuandu coldly regarded the crowd. "Do you all wish to violate the rules through martial means?" Wang Yifan retorted with a sneer, "To violate the rules through martial means? If anyone is guilty of that, it is you, Chen Xuandu. Is this how you represent the sect as the senior disciple? I disdain you." A sudden change washed over Chen Xuandu's face. Had Wang Yifan uttered other vile words, perhaps Chen Xuandu would have dismissed them. Yet, it was precisely his lofty temperament and his pride that ignited Chen Xuandu's fury when Wang Yifan declared him unworthy of his esteemed position. "Very well. You dare to speak such disrespectful words. In that case, I, Chen Xuandu, shall cleanse the sect today." The declaration of cleanse the sect left the disciples of Yunwu Peak momentarily stunned. The phrase held profound implications, and it had been many years since Yunwu Peak last enacted such a measure. Unless a disciple had truly evoked the wrath of heaven, the sect had seldom resorted to purging its ranks. Chen Xuandu's smile twisted into something cruel, completely shedding the demeanor expected of the chief disciple. As he summoned his full energy, Xia Chen, who had just been sent flying by him, suddenly leapt high from behind, wielding the red tassel sword with both hands, aiming for a decisive strike to his heart and lungs. "Begone! All of this is due to you, insect." It was evident that Chen Xuandu had sensed the impending threat. In an instant, he pivoted sharply, unleashing a palm strike towards Xia Chen, who was still suspended in midair. The force, combined with a fierce gale, carried 7/10 of Chen Xuandu's power. Crack! Thud! The audible sound of shattering bones echoed through the air as Xia Chen, already injured in the chest by Chen Xuandu, felt several ribs snap under the impact. The shattered bones pierced through the lungs, and the young man, Xia Chen, coughed up a copious amount of black blood. Resembling a fledgling eagle with broken wings, plummeting to the ground, barely clinging to life. "You! I shall fight you to the end." Upon witnessing Xia Chen's grievous state, Wang Yifan could no longer restrain himself. Channeling his golden aura, he charged forward, while Lei Hequan, with a wry smile, called out towards Wang Yifan, "Take me with you." The crowd was stirred into a fervor. Had it not been for Chen Xuandu's assault on Xia Chen, perhaps they would not have defied his orders. However, as the senior brother, Chen Xuandu's intervention in disciplining his junior had escalated the situation. Chen Xuandu found himself in a predicament, pondering the difficulty of eliminating these women, tainted by demonic seeds. This had always been his modus operandi, and the sect could hardly object. Yet, Xia Chen's sudden uprising had ensnared him in a passive position. Should he take decisive action against these disciples, even if Yanqin refrained from reproaching him, it would undoubtedly tarnish his prospects. Conversely, if he hesitated, these newly inducted disciples, akin to young wolves with emerging teeth, would surely inflict damage upon him. When had his authority as the chief disciple ever faced such doubt and denial? With this alone, how could he endure it? Chapter 48. Arrivals at the sect. Ha! Good, very good. Chen Xuandu laughed rather than fumed. These audacious individuals dared to challenge him? What a farcical spectacle. He, Chen Xuandu, was a prominent figure among the younger generation. How could these rabble presume to contest his authority? Is this a jest? Wang Yifan and Lei Heming exchanged glances, both of whom had been unwavering loyalists of Xiachen since their induction. They harbored little affection for Chen Xuandu, the ostentatious senior brother who often feigned profundity. The slaughter of innocent women, though ostensibly aimed at eradicating demonic seeds, left a lingering discontent among the disciples of Yunwu Peak, particularly the newly initiated. Who among them did not possess a sense of justice? Were it not for the esteemed reputation of Yunwu Peak, who would willingly seek initiation there? Thus, the disciples' hearts bore a certain dissatisfaction with Chen Xuandu's decree. At this moment, Chen Xuandu unleashed his fury, as Lei Heming and Wang Yifan charged towards him. A brilliant radiance emanated from his hands. Suddenly, something emerged from Chen Xuandu's sleeve, catching both Lei Heming and Wang Yifan completely off guard. Lei Heming was struck and coughed up blood, while Wang Yifan fared little better. Although he had developed some evasive skills, the enigmatic object pursued him relentlessly, rendering his attempts futile. It felt as if the object possessed a will of its own, and despite Wang Yifan's efforts to evade, it struck him squarely on the shoulder. Both Wang Yifan and Lei Heming were sent flying several feet, their energies dissipated by Chen Xuandu's assault. Indeed, the chasm between realms was insurmountable. Even if Wang Yifan and Lei Heming were to stand on equal footing with Chen Xuandu, they would still find themselves at a disadvantage. Renowned as the foremost among the younger generation of the 5 great sects, Chen Xuandu's power was terrifyingly formidable. The two individuals violated the sect's regulations, provoking the sect's senior brother and resorting to violence. As a consequence, they were sentenced to 3 months of confinement and subjected to the bone-piercing punishment. Chen Xuandu declared this with an air of authority before the assembly. Wang Yifan and Lei Heping clutched their wounds, offering bittersweet smiles, astonished by the prowess of their senior brother. In that desolate place, where venomous creatures and toxic waters abounded, even the flames that erupted from the earth bore an insidious potency. Typically, those exiled to such a fate were irredeemable miscreants, the poisonous fire gradually consuming their cultivation, rendering them utterly powerless. The newly admitted disciples remained relatively untroubled, yet those who had joined earlier grasped the grim reality instantly. Chen Xuandu intended to sever Xiachen's path to martial cultivation irrevocably. Who would have thought him so ruthless? Chen Xuandu finally perceived a flicker of fear on the faces of the crowd. This palpable dread, which instilled trepidation and awe, lifted his spirits unexpectedly. The sect's senior brother, the future leader, was meant to evoke both respect and fear, coupled with envy and the desire for favor. Having tasted the sweetness of power early on, Chen Xuandu was now increasingly reluctant to relinquish his grasp on authority, which he deemed the most exquisite treasure of the mortal realm. Should he ascend to the position of leader one day, seated upon that exalted throne, surveying the world beneath him, it would surely offer a different, enchanting experience altogether. A faint smile graced Chen Xuandu's lips, and he could hardly suppress a chuckle. "Take them away," he commanded, his demeanor reverting to its usual severity. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the throng, appearing weary and travel-worn, evidently having journeyed from afar. Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Xuandu's expression instantly turned solemn as he respectfully performed a bow. "Master Feng, what brings you here?" The visitor was a middle-aged man with 3 strands of blue whiskers and a square face, exuding an aura of righteousness. His straight, sword-like eyebrows seemed poised to pierce deep into his forehead. Accompanying Feng Songhai was Feng Yu, who had previously appeared during the sect selection, overseeing the reception of newly admitted disciples along with several students. "Disciple Xuandu, have the demonic creatures been eradicated?" Feng Songhai inquired, casting a glance at the situation before him. Addressing Chen Xuandu in a calm manner, Chen Xuandu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect before responding, "Master Feng, the demonic creatures have been dealt with by the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation. The remaining women carry demonic seeds, which are the means by which these creatures propagate their kind. I have decided to execute them all, thereby completely eradicating the demonic seeds to prevent future troubles." Feng Songhai could not help but furrow his brow at Chen Xuandu's declaration regarding the handling of these demonic seeds. Although he harbored discontent, he refrained from voicing further objections. After all, if the women bearing the demonic seeds were left unchecked, it would not be long before those seeds matured within their bodies, inevitably breaking free from confinement, turning against and consuming them, and subsequently wreaking havoc upon the world. While Feng Songhai acknowledged that such an action seemed somewhat inhumane and bordered on the callousness of taking lives, the extraction of the demonic seeds was indeed a complex endeavor, fraught with uncertainty regarding the expenditure of one's energy and the likelihood of success. Although Qin Xuandu's method was undeniably brutal, it was ultimately aimed at the total annihilation of the demonic seeds, ensuring they could never regenerate. Upon contemplation, Feng Songhai's furrowed brow gradually unfurled. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over Qin Xuandu. Then, how do you account for these disciples? Just a moment ago, I witnessed you lay hands upon your fellow apprentices. Qin Xuandu remained unfazed, not even fluttering an eyelid. They obstructed my grand design. I was left with no choice but to resort to force to repel them. What a convenient justification. What a preposterous claim of obstruction. Feng Songhai suddenly bellowed. The master bestowed upon you the Qian twin stabs not to inflict harm upon your own kin. By wielding that weapon against these youths, do you intend to cripple them? Chapter 49. The sect's countermeasures. It was revealed that within Qin Xuandu's sleeve lay a treasure of spiritual significance, known as the Qian twin stabs. This artifact, embodying the duality of yin and yang, featured the yang stab infused with the essence of metal, ruthless in its lethality, while the yin stab harnessed the power of moonlight, capable of inflicting grievous, unhealable wounds with but a single strike. In a moment of desperation, Qin Xuandu had unleashed the Qian twin stabs, injuring both Wang Yifan and Lei Heming. As for Xia Chun, he had viciously shattered Xia Chen's ribcage using his own gathering spirit's energy. In essence, his actions towards Xia Chen were fueled by personal vendetta, while his intent towards Lei Heming and Wang Yifan was marked by genuine murderous intent. Anyone who dared to question the authority of the chief disciple would meet with his relentless wrath. The disciples dared not speak. At this juncture, Qin Xuandu remained composed, refraining from argument or evasion. Feng Songhai gazed at Qin Xuandu, who wore an air of nonchalance, and a wave of indignation surged within him. Xuandu, ever since you ascended to the position of chief disciple and took charge of Yunwu Peak for over 2 years, the atmosphere here has indeed been commendably clear. However, Qin Xuandu slowly raised his head, his gaze unclouded. But have you not perhaps gone too far in your rectitude? Feng Songhai held Qin Xuandu in somewhat higher regard. For, after all, during the past 2 years within the sect, he had contributed not only through merit, but also through diligent effort. Moreover, as the foremost figure of the younger generation, Qin Xuandu had not been remiss in rendering service to the sect. Feng Songhai found it difficult to chastise him too harshly. Yet, the current situation compelled him to voice the concerns that had long been concealed in his heart, lest they burgeon into calamity in the future. Feng Songhai felt obliged to inquire, for he was the head of the law enforcement hall, the custodian of order within Yunwu Peak. The penalties imposed on these 3 disciples by Qin Xuandu seemed rather excessive. Wang Yifan and the others could be spoken of lightly, as their punishment was merely the bone-piercing punishment. Martial practitioners, by their nature, recover swiftly from injuries. Even if they suffered such a grievous punishment, they would heal within a fortnight at most, or even a few days at least. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the weak water region was a true place of exile. Feng Yu scoffed dismissively. Is this not severity? It is downright cruelty. If he treats his own brothers thus, how much harsher will he be towards those from other sects? Father, Qin Xuandu will inevitably stir up great trouble. I have never understood why you do not let me. Upon hearing this, Feng Songhai's expression shifted dramatically. No. But why, father? Air is undoubtedly stronger than Qin Xuandu. Even if his Junzi sword were perfected, he would not be a match for air. His strict demeanor and obsession with power raise concerns about appointing such an individual as the chief disciple of the sect. Feng Yu has always been a person of secrets. He joined the sect much earlier than Qin Xuandu, and his innate strength is among the elite in the present day. More significantly, he is the undisputed strongest of the younger generation. In fact, he can engage in combat with his father, Feng Songhai, maintaining an undefeated stance for 300 exchanges. While Qin Xuandu, though capable, would inevitably sustain injuries. Feng Yu has consistently concealed his true capabilities, deliberately presenting himself as an upper-tier disciple within the sect. A result orchestrated by Feng Songhai. Every sect requires an individual harboring absolute secrets, often referred to in layman's terms as the hidden card. Without a doubt, Feng Yu embodies the hidden card of Yunwu Peak. With his full strength, he could surpass his father, Feng Songhai, rightfully earning the title of the strongest among the younger generation. His realm is far from the humble appearance it conveys. Feng Songhai stroked his beard. You still do not comprehend, my son. I have instructed you day and night. Do you recall what I have taught you? Er replied, I remember. To be the sustenance of the sect without concern for rank, to be the pillar of Yunwu Peak. Should the sect face upheaval, I shall serve as its final hidden card. Over the years, Feng Yu has heard such words countless times, to the point where his ears have grown calloused. While Chen Xuandu is the openly acknowledged eldest senior brother, Feng Yu silently safeguards the sect's hidden card, a decisive move in the game. This encapsulates Feng Yu's true value. Remember this, and do not concern yourself with superficial titles. Even with those hollow titles, you remain Feng Yu, and I shall always be your father. As Feng Songhai gazed upon his increasingly formidable son, a sense of gratification swelled within him. It seemed that in a few months, once Feng Yu transcended to the Cyclone Realm, Yunwu Peak would no longer face any concerns. With a master of the Cyclone Realm presiding, Feng Songhai's heart would indeed be much more at ease. Looking at the current 5 major sects, apart from the sect leader who resides in the Cyclone Realm, only a few old fellows have reached such heights, while the majority are still at the spirit-gathering realm. In any given sect, Cyclone Realm experts are exceedingly rare. Upon closer examination, once Feng Yu surpasses the Transformation Realm and ascends to the Cyclone Realm, Yunwu Peak would boast 8 individuals of such caliber. Wherever they may be, this represents an unassailable force. Qin Wuyo, the Sword Emperor of Zhangzhou, also made his name in battle as a Cyclone Realm master, only later to seamlessly transition into the Intent Realm with the passage of time. The Cyclone Realm stands among the pinnacle of experts today. Having 8 Cyclone Realm masters within a sect is indeed a matter of great joy. Moreover, with Feng Yu's youth, should he successfully enter the Cyclone Realm, in 10 years' time, perhaps Yin City will witness the emergence of a youthful prodigy in the Intent Realm. However, for the moment, before entering the Cyclone Realm, Feng Songhai has no intention of making this known. As a hidden aces of the sect, the later it is discovered, the more effectively it can be utilized. Once he reaches the Cyclone Realm, concealment will no longer be possible. This is also why Feng Yu has consistently concealed his true strength, remaining among the yellow-clad disciples. Living in obscurity. Father, there are moments when I find myself questioning whether Chen Xuandu is truly your biological son. How else could you be so benevolent towards him? Feng Yu undoubtedly understands his father's disposition, strict in law and never swayed by favoritism. Yet, despite this understanding, after witnessing today's events, Feng Songhai did not exhibit his usual fiery temperament. Perhaps it is because Chen Xuandu has indeed made notable contributions over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, at Yunwu Peak, the old master was in seclusion, while the acting master, Yunshin, frequently roamed the world, causing the sect structure to gradually deteriorate. Feng Songhai could certainly comprehend Chen Xuandu's intentions in governing with an iron fist amidst chaos. This is beyond reproach. However, now that Yunwu Peak has gradually returned to order, imposing excessively harsh regulations upon the disciples may inevitably lead to dissent among them. The halls of Yunwu Peak were aglow with light, filled with the sounds of strings and bamboo, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, within the main hall, despite the flickering lights illuminating the space as if it were daylight, Yunshin's expression was somewhat grim. Xuandu, why did you resort to such severe measures against your junior brother? Chen Xuandu stood at the foot of the hall, his demeanor respectful, for the sake of stabilizing the hearts of the people and to uphold the grand strategy of our sect. I cannot afford to be overly lenient. Yunshin scrutinized Chen Xuandu for a considerable time, stroking his beard, before finally nodding. With a sigh, he spoke, let us forego the punishment. These are merely new disciples who are still unfamiliar with the rules of Yunwu Peak. We shall let this matter pass. But you must exercise greater diligence in the future, master. Chen Xuandu exclaimed, visibly distressed. I can forgive others, but I, Chen Xuandu, am not one to revel in bloodshed or conflict. Yet that Xia Chun, I cannot possibly spare him, were it not for his actions. How could the disciples have harbored such discontent, disregarding orders and acting on their own accord, even junior sister Lu? At this moment, Yunshin is already aware that Lu Jiwei perished beneath the 900 bolts of lightning of the Taiwei Divine Martial Formation. To speak more precisely, both Lu Jiwei and Chen Xuandu were those he had watched grow up, true pearls of Yunwu Peak, possessing formidable strength and being his most trusted aides, his cherished disciples. However, with Lu Jiwei's demise beneath the Taiwei Divine Martial, Yunshin cannot help but feel a profound sense of sorrow, his heart heavy with grief. It seems the heavens have been unjust towards Lu Jiwei. She first lost her most beloved man, then faced slander from other sects. leading to her loss of the position of palace master, and now she has met her tragic end. The disciples obey. But how shall we deal with Xia Chen? Chen Xuandu stubbornly gazes at Yun Chen. Yun Chen's earlier sorrow was due to Lu Jiwei. Yet upon hearing that Chen Xuandu still intends to pursue Xia Chen, his anger flares. Do you not intend to show mercy to your junior brother? He is your junior brother, not your mortal enemy, nor a fiend. How can you be so pedantic? But there is no but. This time you have gravely injured him. As your elder brother, you have indeed gone too far. I have refrained from mentioning this matter, considering your great contributions in eliminating the fiend, yet your ignorance is astounding, daring to bring it up again. Since you have mentioned it, let me tell you. As fellow disciples, how can one resort to such means? Come forth, Songhai. Only after Chen Xuandu departed did Yun Chen speak towards the rear hall. Feng Songhai traversed from the rear hall to the main hall and respectfully saluted Yun Chen, saying, Senior brother, I have just checked on several disciples. They are all out of danger. I also administered a 6th-grade heart-protecting pill to Xia Chen. With a few days of recuperation, he should be able to rise from his bed. Yun Chen, though astonished, understood Xia Chen's constitution, were it not for the trace of innate energy within his organs. Xia Chen, who had suffered a severe blow from Chen Xuandu, would require at least 10 to 15 days of rest to circulate his energy once more. It was unexpected that innate energy could also aid in healing injuries and restoring vitality. Songhai, what is your perspective on innate energy? Yun Chen inquired almost inadvertently. Feng Songhai was momentarily taken aback by the question. Innate energy, while not distant, is a rarity that not everyone has the fortune to witness. Take Yun Chen, for instance. Even the old master of Cloud Mist Peak, who has devoted a lifetime to cultivating acquired energy, has yet to fully grasp the pinnacle of the realm. He has been striving for the earth profound realm since his youth, but still has not comprehended it thoroughly. If the old master were to truly glimpse even a fragment of the heavenly principles and thus enter the earth profound realm, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a peerless expert across the land. It is said that those who possess innate energy are legendary figures, with their realms never falling below the earth profound realm. Observing Yun Chen's contemplative expression, Feng Songhai could not help but exclaim, Ah, could it be that Cloud Mist Peak has produced a remarkable talent endowed with innate energy? Yun Chen's expression was grave as he nodded. The presence of an individual possessing innate energy within the sect was indeed a momentous occasion, yet it also posed a considerable burden. Even with the entire might of the sect, it might not guarantee that Xia Chen could advance significantly. Chapter 51. The Principle of Sacrifice and Gain. Indeed, our Yunwu Peak has lain dormant for a century, and we have finally encountered a bearer of innate energy. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yun Chen's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Who? Feng Songhai exclaimed, startled. The emergence of a possessor of innate energy represented an unparalleled opportunity for Yunwu Peak. Given time, regardless of the individual's identity, once nurtured, they would bring glory to the sect and serve as undeniable evidence of Yunwu Peak's remarkable strength. Even the severely injured Xia Chen harbored innate energy within him. With Yun Chen's declaration, Feng Songhai comprehended the situation entirely. It was no wonder that Chen Xuandu and Xia Chen were at odds. Perhaps Chen Xuandu had already sensed something unusual. A youth as exceptional as Chen Xuandu could be meticulous in his control of energy and equally discerning in detecting the energy of others. This possibility was not beyond reason. It was utterly unexpected, beyond imagination, that this young man possessed such profound fortune. Amidst his astonishment, Feng Songhai was left with a blend of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the sect gaining another potential powerhouse, as having a bearer of innate energy would undoubtedly lead to swift progress and extraordinary achievements. Perhaps in the future, Xia Chen would ascend to the realm of earth profound experts, or even reach greater heights, becoming a figure whom all would revere. The legends surrounding the masters of innate energy are known to Feng Songhai to some extent. It is said that those who possess innate energy shall not remain stagnant at the earth profound realm. In other words, the earth profound realm serves merely as the lowest threshold for these individuals. Fortune has arrived at Yunwu Peak. Rising to his feet and rubbing his hands together, how could he not feel a surge of excitement? Ever since the emergence of the Holy Dynasty, each city has appointed a highly ranked lord to govern the continent, who also bears the responsibility of monitoring the various sections. These sects, from the former dynasties to the present, have largely remained dormant, eagerly anticipating the advent of a grand era. Have martial cultivators ever feared any nation? Yet, the Holy Dynasty stands apart from all previous empires, for its members possess sacred blood, endowed with unparalleled strength. These sects, having lain in wait for centuries, aspire to shatter the bindings of this delicate balance and venture forth onto a brighter path. More precisely, the emergence of the Holy Dynasty has obstructed the martial cultivators' final attempt to glimpse the secrets of the heavens, compelling them to remain concealed within lower realms. Should a person endowed with innate energy truly arise from Yunwu Peak, this precarious equilibrium could be effortlessly disrupted, and the possibility of reshaping the cosmos would no longer be mere fantasy. The status of Yunwu Peak would soar, potentially even ascending to become the national religion of the Holy Dynasty. Of course, all of this exists solely within the realm of Feng Songhai's dreams. In recent years, the status and situation of these sects have become increasingly awkward. On the surface, they comply with the rule of the Holy Dynasty, yet in reality, they yearn to pursue the broad path leading to the pinnacle of martial cultivation, free from the constraints and limitations imposed by the Holy Dynasty. Moreover, although Yunwu Peak subtly trends towards becoming the leader among the 5 major sects in Yun City, Tianyin Academy and Zhujian Pavilion are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, there is also the ominous Tian Moya and the Bloodblade sect situated at the outskirts of Yun City. The conflicts among the 5 sects, though never overtly displayed, have always simmered beneath the surface, with a constant undercurrent of rivalry. If Yunwu Peak were to possess a person endowed with innate qi, the position of the foremost sect would be all but assured. Most importantly, he would lead Yunwu Peak to unprecedented heights. Senior brother, that's Xiachun. Is he truly the possessor of innate qi? Feng Songhai trembled with excitement. Yunshin slowly nodded. I would not mistake this. He indeed possesses innate qi, but can Yunwu Peak truly nurture such a formidable talent? Just a moment ago, Feng Songhai was enveloped in joy, yet in the next instant, his brow furrowed in concern. For exceptional disciples, the sect naturally tends to allocate training resources preferentially, as these gifted individuals progress rapidly, swiftly becoming a significant asset to the sect. Moreover, a possessor of innate qi stands as the CR de la Sarmi among exceptional disciples. The sect's resources would need to be heavily skewed in favor of Xiachun. Only in this way can his cultivation accelerate, enabling him to evolve to a truly formidable level. Senior brother, this poses quite a challenge. Though Yunwu Peak is indeed blessed with abundant spiritual treasures and herbs, these resources are allocated in fixed quantities annually, and the Holy Dynasty keeps a vigilant watch over them. We must strive to negotiate for additional mining rights to provide Xiachun with superior resources. How arduous it is. Does Yunshin not comprehend this reality? Since the inception of the Sacred Dynasty's dominion over this continent, resources have been allocated among the various sects of martial practitioners to maintain a semblance of balance, with each sect receiving a roughly equivalent share. Under the constraints of limited resources, to expedite the growth of a martial practitioner endowed with innate vital energy, it is inevitable that a substantial portion of the sect's resources must be appropriated, resulting in a comparatively slower advancement for the other disciples. Cultivation is not a fleeting endeavor. Yunshin's concern lies in nurturing Xiachun, a disciple possessing innate vital energy. Should the other disciples lag significantly behind, the effort would surely prove counterproductive. Find a way to ensure that Xiachun consumes the elixirs I usually take. Suddenly, Yunshin opened his eyes and made a resolute decision. What? This is unacceptable. Feng Songhai exclaimed, taken aback. Could it be that the plight of the world has become so dire? As the acting master of Yunwu Peak, Yunshin epitomizes the sect, holding a significant status among contemporary experts. As the esteemed leader of a sect, how could he choose to advance at a sluggish pace? Relinquishing his cultivation resources to Xiachun? Having cultivated for over a century, his progress has been slow, and perhaps this lifetime will see him reach no further. What further aspirations could he dare to entertain? Yet, if he were to allocate his resources to Xiachun, Yunwu Peak could soar to unprecedented heights. To sacrifice this modest cost for the ultimate glory of Yunwu Peak is undoubtedly worthwhile, and there is no need for such astonishment. With that, Yunshin lowered his head in silence. Indeed, every martial artist, upon transcending their boundaries, experiences a profound joy and a deeper understanding of the cosmos. Pursuing the boundless path of the Tao. Is this not the aspiration of every martial practitioner? Yet now, Yunshin offers all his resources to Xiachun, which is rather thought-provoking. At the cost of his own stagnation, He facilitates the flourishing growth of the new generation. Feng Songhai gazes at Yun Shun in astonishment, nearly at a loss for words. But once he regains his composure, he promptly declares, "Then I shall remain stagnant as well." Chapter 52. Gains and losses, gains and losses. This is an immutable truth that has echoed through the ages. No one can eternally gain without change, nor can anyone avoid the inevitability of loss. The choices made by Yun Shin are akin to sacrificing himself as a candle to illuminate a greater glory. It is this very act that commands immense respect. Before Feng Songhai could complete his thought, Yun Shin interjected, "You should hasten your understanding, if you can reach a state of comprehension. Even if my strength as the sect leader is lacking, there will still be successors from Yunwu Peak." Feng Songhai was rendered speechless, uncertain of how to respond. "Oh, the Holy Dynasty, why must you restrict the resources of the sects?" Before the emergence of the Holy Dynasty, although the major sects vied fiercely for resources, there was a certain exhilaration in that struggle. At least no one had to worry about the resources needed for cultivation, nor did they have to humbly plead with the Holy Dynasty at the end of each month. However, now, in the name of maintaining balance among the sects, the resource distribution by the Holy Dynasty is lamentably meager. Even the Cloud Mist Peak can acquire no more than 300 boxes of medicinal spirit stones each month, and their quality is far from exceptional. To possess even a few fine-grade stones is considered fortunate. Aside from the clandestine reserves hoarded by various sects, as well as the myriad resources bequeathed by their forebears, the combined total scarcely suffices to sustain the daily cultivation needs of the disciples. However, the treasury must eventually be exhausted, and when that day arrives, it will herald the lamentable decline of the sections. Can they truly continue their cultivation relying solely on the meager resources allocated by the Holy Dynasty? Setting aside other matters, even the mountains, rivers, and flora possess a certain spiritual essence. The emergence of the Holy Dynasty has delineated the territories of each sect. Should anyone trespass, the Holy Dynasty will intervene. Henceforth, they remain sequestered, much like a mute who has swallowed bitter herbs, daring not to utter a sound. According to whispers, the leader of the Bloodblade sect, confident in his refined cultivation, felt no fear even in the presence of prominent figures from the Holy Dynasty. Yet, he ultimately failed to withstand even 3 of their strikes, collapsing to the ground after merely 1.5, bleeding profusely. Had the Holy Dynasty harbored any intent to take his life, it is likely that the leader would have been forced to pass the mantle to the next generation. Alas, the Holy Dynasty. Feng Songhai let out a heavy sigh. The Feng family, a prominent lineage in Cloud City, is indeed a significant family, though not among the 5 foremost clans, which are merely the notable families of the mundane world. As a household of martial cultivators, the Feng family exercises great discretion. Nonetheless, the resources within their treasury have been instrumental in nurturing exceptional talents like Feng Yu, who stands on the precipice of the Cyclone Realm, relying on the countless resources hidden by the Feng family. Upon contemplating this, Feng Songhai took a moment to reflect before he spoke with a measured tone. While the Feng family may not possess substantial financial resources, we do have an abundance of spirit stones and celestial herbs. Therefore, I can allocate a portion each month for Xiaoqin's cultivation. In this way, Master Shixiao, you need not toil excessively, and it can be considered a small contribution on my part for Yunwu Peak. In truth, the astute old man Yun Shun had been anticipating this very statement from Feng Songhai. As the leader of a sect, he was undoubtedly aware of the resources possessed by the Feng family. From the outset, Yun Shun harbored the intention of coaxing Feng Songhai into parting with some of his wealth, thereby alleviating his own financial constraints. The moment Feng Songhai uttered those words, a broad grin spread across Yun Shen's face. "Ah, I never anticipated that you, Shitty, would be so magnanimous. Truly, it is a great fortune for Yunwu Peak. You are indeed a steadfast pillar of our sect, and it fills me with joy." Initially, Feng Songhai relished the praise, but soon he began to sense something amiss. Was this old fox merely waiting for me to speak? Upon noticing the beaming expression on Yun Shen's face, he immediately understood the situation with clarity. Internally, he couldn't help but mutter, "Old fox." After laughing for quite some time, Yun Shun, with a serious expression, spoke up. "Then it is settled. The Feng family and I shall jointly provide resources for that young lad, Xiaoqin. However, this month, due to my recent decision, I find myself with a limited supply of medicinal stones. Perhaps, dear junior brother, you could front the expenses for now." Feng Songhai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. almost to the point of spitting blood. Initially, he had intended to share the burden equally with Yunchun, so the responsibility would not have been overwhelming. According to his estimations, the Feng family's treasury could sustain the training of their younger members for at least another 30 years. However, by allocating resources for Xiachen every month, that would potentially reduce their capacity by at least 20 years. The reason for this was simple. The cultivation of innate energy demands an unimaginable amount of resources. Even though the Feng family was affluent, they were far from being able to support a martial artist cultivating innate energy to its pinnacle. Cursing under his breath, the usually stoic Feng Songhai clasped his hands towards Yunqin and said, "Farewell. Safe travels, junior brother. You truly are a great benefactor of Yunwu Peak." Yunqin offered a feigned smile, showering Feng Songhai with insincere praise, only to hear him coldly snort from a distance. Once again, he had been outmaneuvered by this old fox. Indeed, all this talk of brotherly affection and grievances was nothing but a facade. This old man, Yunqin, displayed none of the dignity or grace befitting his status. Chapter 53. The original sin of Xiachen. A few days later, as Xiachen stood in the courtyard stretching his limbs, he discovered that, apart from the ribs previously broken by Chen Xuandu, a layer of what resembled fascia had formed. He could distinctly feel that his body had become increasingly robust. Could it be that the white energy within me possesses the attribute of destruction and rebirth, the essence of great upheaval leading to profound transformation? Summer Chun, taken aback, soon noticed the law enforcement hall's leader, Feng Songhai, entering the courtyard from a distance. Naturally, Summer Chun recognized this figure, for Feng Songhai bore a square face, perpetually etched with a frown, which had, over time, formed a deep furrow at his brow, reminiscent of a celestial mark typically found on great beings. Thus, Feng Songhai left a lasting impression on Summer Chun. At this moment, Feng Songhai approached with his hands clasped behind him, suppressing his fondness for Summer Chun, the innate energy bearer, and spoke in a measured tone. "You, young lad, are nearly recovered, I presume?" Summer Chun nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for your concern. I am much better now. Do not hold Xuandu accountable. If it weren't for that individual, our cloud mist peak would have descended into chaos years ago. Today, I have come to impart a crucial lesson. Embarking on the path of martial cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not forge ahead, one will inevitably regress. You must consistently focus on your training and refrain from becoming ensnared by personal vendettas." Despite having prepared himself for this encounter, with a carefully crafted speech in mind to avoid pressuring Summer Chun unduly, Feng Songhai found himself yearning for Summer Chun to expedite his cultivation. After all, possessing innate energy, the potential explosive advancements he could achieve in his training were something no one had ever witnessed. As Summer Chun absorbed the earlier words, he could not help but steal glances at Feng Songhai as the conversation progressed. What could this steadfast master truly wish to convey? If it were merely that Feng Songhai held a particular interest in Xiachen's progress, would it warrant such attention? After all, he was merely a novice, having just embarked on his journey less than a month ago. Why would the head of the law enforcement hall take the time to offer him earnest counsel and repeated reminders? In the end, even Feng Songhai found himself somewhat unsettled, wishing he could deliver a sharp reprimand to himself for his impatience. How could he be so hasty? It was imperative to exercise restraint. After silently repeating this to himself several times, Feng Songhai's heart finally regained its composure. Turning to Xiachen, he spoke. "Xiachen, accompany your master down the mountain." What could this entail? Xiachen was filled with curiosity. It was evident that Feng Songhai had not fortuitously stumbled upon him today, but rather had sought him out with a purpose. In the sect, whenever he personally approached a disciple, it typically signified a transgression, and Feng Songhai was known to bring forth punishment. This was the first instance of Feng Songhai addressing a disciple with such a gentle tone, creating an undeniable sense of discomfort. Xiachen did not refuse. He possessed an innate sense of discernment regarding right and wrong. After enduring years of humiliation and mistreatment within the Xiao family, he had long since learned to distinguish between the goodwill and malice that resided in people's hearts. Thus, he acquiesced, nodding silently, as he followed Feng Songhai down the mountain. As they exited the small courtyard and passed through the mountain gate, the other disciples couldn't help but cast curious glances at Xiachen. Walking alongside Feng Songhai could hardly bode well. It was evident he must have committed some wrongdoing to warrant such attention. However, the two individuals exited the mountain gate, and some disciples, with their imaginations running wild, could not help but exclaim, could it be that Elder Feng intends to execute that Xiaqin beyond the mountain gate? At that moment, someone passing by scoffed. If he is executed, he deserves it. Do you not comprehend? I heard that senior sister Lu Jiwei perished because of this rascal's reckless behavior. She lost her life while attempting to save him. He is the one responsible for our senior sister's demise. Lu Jiwei has always enjoyed immense popularity on Yunwu Peak. This is no surprise, for she was once the esteemed master of Tianji Peak and the most beautiful senior sister on Yunwu Peak, a cherished dream of many male disciples. Now, with her life in uncertainty and the sect deliberately suppressing information, rumors inevitably began to circulate. Was it truly he who caused senior sister Lu's downfall? Within the span of merely an hour, the tale spread like wildfire, reaching nearly every soul on Yunwu Peak, revealing that Lu Jiwei had met her end while rescuing Xiaqin. Some even seethed with rage, their eyes ablaze, vowing, I shall flay him alive to avenge senior sister. Count me in, declared Yun Feiqing. Though I am not in want of women, Jiwei is my heart's beloved. I would fight fiercely for her, especially since she fell victim to this scoundrel. However, as soon as Yun Feiqing uttered these words, he was met with a chorus of derisive hissing. Immediately, admirers of Lu Jiwei retorted, Yun Feiqing, do you not feel the slightest embarrassment in saying such things? I have heard you profess your love to senior sister multiple times, only to be cast down from the peak of Tianji by her each time. Is that true? Yun Feiqing's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as he grumbled. What do you know? To strike is to show affection. Jiwei's willingness to hit me is precisely a manifestation of her love. He spat, enough of your shamelessness, begone. The crowd erupted in uproar, casting scorn upon Yun Feiqing, who ultimately retreated in disgrace. Of course, the disdain directed at Yun Feiqing was not entirely sincere. However, the narrative that Xiaqin had caused Lu Jiwei's demise spread like wildfire throughout the sect, given that the male disciples outnumbered the female ones. The overwhelming majority harbored affections for Lu Jiwei, and such an affront could not be tolerated. Upon hearing of Lu Jiwei's death attributed to Xiaqin, the collective outrage was palpable. If anyone deserved the scorn of the sect, it was indeed Xiaqin. After all, it was his actions that led to her tragic end. Such was the original sin. Chapter 54. Bitter wine down the throat him? Xiaqin was momentarily taken aback. Having experienced the vicissitudes of human relationships, he felt that there was truly no one in this world who might extend care towards him. He was merely a wandering spirit, undeserving of such concern. However, upon arriving at Yunwu Peak, this sentiment began to wane. Whether it was Wang Yifan or others, including Lu Jiwei, they treated him well. Even the sect leader, Yinchen, seemed to hold him in favorable regard. Xiaqin found himself perplexed, especially as Feng Songhai, too, began to show him kindness. What could be the reason behind this? Was it possible that he was a prodigy destined for greatness? If this is the case, then it seems rather absurd. At present, he is merely a novice disciple at the soul condensation stage, and with just a collision of energy from Qin Xuandu, he finds himself in this predicament. Could anyone still regard him as a prodigy in cultivation? If that is not the case, then Xiaqin can only conclude that these individuals treat others in the same manner, without distinction. Upon this realization, Xiaqin's psychological burden significantly lightened as he followed Feng Songhai into the Feng residence. Feng Songhai enthusiastically elaborated on the function of each building within the grand estate. Speaking incessantly to Xiaqin, Xiaqin mused silently that the usually stern and austere head of the law enforcement hall in the sect was, in fact, just an ordinary person, possessing emotions and the innate ability to converse. How dare you sneak down from the mountain? Feng Yu was instantly jolted from his stupor by such a reprimand. Seeing his father's face turn ashen, fear naturally welled up within him. Father, Yet before Feng Yu could articulate any justification, Feng Songhai bellowed once more, go kneel in the ancestral hall. You shall not eat for a day, no, 2 days. Feng Yu's companions swiftly scattered like startled birds, disappearing without a trace. Feng Songhai's infamous temper was well known within dozens of miles. Who would dare provoke this formidable figure and expect to escape unscathed? Observing Feng Yu begrudgingly make his way toward the ancestral hall, Feng Songhai sighed heavily. Unworthy, utterly unworthy. Xiaqin remained remarkably composed, yet within him lay an intrinsic yearning for familial affection. Over the years, his mother had been confined, while his father was continually beset by external pressures. Even though the Xia family was graced with an authoritative elder, his grandfather was nearing the twilight of his life. How long could he truly safeguard Xiaqin and his parents? His uncle harbored ambitious aspirations to elevate his status within the Xia clan and ultimately seized the position of family head, while his cousin, Xia He, was known for his treachery and ruthlessness. Xia Chen, who had never endured his father's scorn, found himself unexpectedly stirred by melancholic memories. Feng Songhai sensed something amiss and warmly urged Xia Chen to take a seat. Xia Chen, might I inquire about your family? The mere mention of the topic caused Xia Chen's heart to ache with unspoken sorrow. Both my parents are alive, yet for certain reasons. My mother has been imprisoned for many years, and my father remains virtually invisible. Feng Songhai was taken aback. Although the innate aura was not easily discernible, it was evident that Xia Chen's lineage could not be insignificant. He must surely hail from a wealthy family, particularly given that his entry into the realm of cultivation had already reached the soul condensation stage. He was undoubtedly from a prominent clan. Such a level of mastery could not be attained without the nurturing of a prestigious family. May I ask which family you belong to? You do not seem to be from Yun City. Feng Songhai had a clear understanding of the families within Yun City, and it was apparent that Xia Chun was an outsider. As dishes were served, Xia Chun remained unfazed, lifting his cup to take a sip of the bitter wine. He then nonchalantly waved his hand, stating, "It is merely a small family from Yuni County, beneath Yun City, hardly worth mentioning." Feng Songhai observed that as he spoke, there seemed to be a flicker of anger and resentment in Xia Chen's eyes. He too was a person with a painful past. Then, Feng Songhai shifted the topic, saying, "Today I grant you a significant reprieve. You may indulge in leisure and enjoyment. However, after today, you must commence your rigorous training. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your consideration." Initially, Xia Chen felt no discomfort, but as the feast progressed, he realized that he was the sole one indulging in the lavish banquet. Feng Songhai watched him with the satisfaction of a parent observing a ravenous child. His eyes filled with concern. Noticing this, Xia Chen's heart began to ache anew, causing him to slow his pace. After a while, as he desperately swallowed the food that had accumulated in his mouth, his eyes turned red. "What is it? Is the food unpalatable?" Feng Songhai panicked. Upon seeing the expression on Xia Chen's face, his alarm grew. What was wrong with this child? Xia Chen could no longer suppress the emotions that had been building within him for years and suddenly burst into tears. "Do not cry, do not cry. Tell your master uncle what has happened." Finally, under Feng Songhai's gentle coaxing, Xia Chen gradually recounted the humiliations he had endured over the years. The upheaval he experienced, his expulsion from the Xia family, and the relentless pursuit by Xia He. Feng Songhai was deeply moved upon hearing this. It was unimaginable that Xia Chen had faced such tragic circumstances before entering the mountain gate. This was indeed a story unheard of. The ceaseless strife among aristocratic families is a perennial affair, yet the ruthlessness and remorselessness exhibited by the Xia family's father and son are rarely paralleled. Had Xia Chen not been endowed with extraordinary fortune, he would scarcely have survived until now. Reflecting upon this, Feng Songhai couldn't help but contemplate the innate energy. Without it, Xia Chen would have likely perished in the wilderness. Where, then, would there have been the resurgence after the utter cessation of life? Alas! This child's destiny is truly fraught with bitterness, yet your uncle is confident that you shall overcome adversity and emerge triumphant. Xia Chen was, of course, oblivious to the true meaning of Feng Songhai's words. However, after unburdening himself of the pent-up emotions of many years, Xia Chen appeared remarkably invigorated. Feng Songhai observed Xia Chen, sighing inwardly. Generally, those who bear great destiny often endure a childhood of considerable misery, such as their predetermined fate, unless one has tasted the bitterness of human existence. It is difficult to traverse far on the path of martial cultivation. After devouring all the dishes with ravenous appetite, Xia Chen, having not eaten so heartily in a long time, released a resounding burp before setting down his chopsticks. He stood up respectfully and bowed towards Feng Songhai. "Have you eaten well?" Feng Songhai inquired with a faint smile. "Yes, uncle, I have," Xia Chen replied, beaming. The pent-up emotions of many years had been swept away, and he naturally felt closer to Feng Songhai before him. This was a distinction that no one had ever received, not even Chen Xian. Indeed, Chen Xian had repeatedly sent visiting cards to Feng Songhai, but Feng Songhai had simply ignored them. Is it possible that the venerable Yun is being so attentive to my needs? Xia Chen regarded Feng Songhai with suspicion, for in this world, neither affection nor animosity arises without cause. Yun Chen's initial encounter with me within the dense forest marked the genesis of a destined connection. However, Xia Chun has persistently perceived himself as dwelling within a dreamlike state, and since entering Yunwu Peak, Yun Chen's solicitousness towards him has only intensified. Harbor no misgivings. Feng Songhai said. Yunwu Peak dispenses the necessities for cultivation to its disciples on a monthly basis, albeit yours is slightly more ample. The reason is none other than the fact that the esteemed senior apprentice brother holds you in high regard, and he aspires for you to attain swifter progress in your cultivation. Xia Chen, upon hearing Feng Songhai's explanation, which barely qualified as such, gave a slight nod. Regardless, neither Yin Chen nor Feng Songhai seemed to harbor any malice. Then this disciple shall accept with due respect. With these words, Xia Chen gazed upon the large bundle resting on the table, hoisted it upon his shoulder, and prepared to depart. Having consumed and wiped clean, what reason remained to linger? Lin Yizhi, a disciple of Yunwu Peak who could not be considered exceptionally outstanding, possessed a cultivation base that was not particularly advanced. Indeed, his current realm was merely the intermediate stage of the Qi condensation realm. Yet, as the heir to the esteemed Lin family, a lineage of alchemists, Lin Yizhi was a force to be reckoned with within Yunwu Peak. How many disciples' expenses were personally allocated by Lin Yizhi? The self-sufficient medicinal pills of Yunwu Peak all originated from the hands of Lin Yizhi. This was the genuine reason why Feng Songhai had bestowed upon Xia Chen such a substantial bundle of medicinal pills and spirit stones. To offend Lin Yizhi would potentially deprive Xia Chen of the pills necessary for cultivation. This could prove to be a fatal blow for Xia Chen. The sentiments of Lin Yizhi towards Lu Jiwei are widely acknowledged. The eldest son of the Danding family devoted himself entirely to the Yunwu Peak, and the sole reason for this was Lu Jiwei. Although Lu Jiwei's betrothed met with an untimely demise, Lin Yizhi did not consider himself a usurper, as he came after. It is said that their fateful connection blossomed during a mission where Lu Jiwei saved Lin Yizhi's life, and the fleeting glimpse of her beauty captured his heart entirely. Subsequently, disregarding his obligations to inherit the Lin family legacy, he resolutely sought to join the Yunwu Peak, clamoring for acceptance, and ultimately realized his aspirations, becoming an indispensable figure at Yunwu Peak. Deeply harboring his feelings for Lu Jiwei, Lin Yizhi spent each day at Yunwu Peak in a state of contentment. For his residence at Guanghua Peak was in close proximity to Tianji Peak and Shuangshi Peak. Almost every morning, he would stand atop the mountain, gazing at Lu Jiwei, who busied herself on the distant peak, a sight he cherished for over a year. However, when the news of Lu Jiwei's tragic demise while rescuing a newly initiated disciple spread throughout every corner of Yunwu Peak, Lin Yizhi, who was in the midst of alchemical preparations, furiously smashed the furnace in his hands. Who is it? Tell me, who has harmed Jiwei? Lin Yizhi, a gentleman of refined demeanor, hailing from the noble Danding lineage, naturally possessed a kind heart, for one cannot concoct fine elixirs in a state of agitation. Yet, in that moment, he was consumed by wrath, as if his very essence had been shattered. Who is it? Speak swiftly. Lin Yizhi suddenly seized a disciple who had carelessly spoken, consumed by extraordinary fury. It was a newly admitted disciple, seemingly named Xia Chen. It was for his sake that Sister Lu was struck by the lightning of Taiwei. Bang! The usually gentle Lin Yizhi forcefully pushed aside the informer who sought to curry favor, then crushed several freshly concocted elixirs with a fierce grip before striding out with determination. He sought Xia Chen, intent on uncovering the truth behind Lu Jiwei's untimely demise, in a state akin to the collapse of his inner world. Lin Yizhi's expression turned chillingly severe, even his footsteps felt weightless. He could not fathom that the radiant woman, who had occupied a cherished place in his heart for many years, had quietly departed from his life. It was utterly inconceivable, driving him to the brink of madness. Standing atop Guanghua Peak, he strained his gaze towards the horizon, surveying the once familiar landscape, but after a prolonged vigil, he failed to catch a glimpse of Lu Jiwei. Xia Chen, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. After an indeterminate span of time, Lin Yizhi suddenly clenched his teeth and spoke with fervor. Chapter 56. Lin Yizhi's wrath. Meanwhile, Xia Chen was acutely aware of their discourse, which revolved around Lu Jiwei. Initially, the news of Lu Jiwei's death had been sealed as a secret within the sect, and few who ventured to eliminate the demonic creatures had witnessed the event firsthand. Apart from Xia Chen, Chenxing could be considered another informed party. Who else could there be? Yet now, this news has suddenly emerged, and it is gaining increasing momentum. Listening to the incessant murmurs about him from behind, Xia Chen yearns to stand up and proclaim, "It was not I who harmed senior sister Lu." However, He cannot even convince himself of this statement, let alone others. It is true that Lu Jiwei had rushed into the Taiwei divine weapon array to save him. That array is a formidable weapon of destruction. Had Xia Chen not harbored any intent to rescue those women from the very beginning, his senior sister would never have set foot in Fengyang City again, nor would she have entered the perilous Taiwei divine weapon array. Now, with Lu Jiwei and the one-armed bone demon vanished without a trace, he cannot even sense a whisper of her life force, not even the faintest hint. This solidifies the grim news of Lu Jiwei's demise. Rubbing his face in distress, Xia Chen instinctively lowered his head even further. Indeed, the accusations from the crowd rendered him incapable of lifting his gaze, unable to confront anyone. Even if Chun Xian had his faults, the command given to him was merely to infiltrate Fengyang City and gather useful intelligence. The subsequent decision to rescue those innocent women was solely Xia Chen's impulsive choice. Having sacrificed a life for this, Xia Chen, already burdened with profound guilt, finds himself at a loss in this moment. Confronted by the pointing fingers of the crowd, his remorse deepens and intensifies. Bang! With his head down and not watching where he was going, Xia Chen suddenly collided with another person, sending that individual sprawling to the ground. Xia Chen himself stumbled back 2 steps before ultimately sitting down on the ground. Ouch! It was evident that the other party was also in a hurry. Otherwise, the two would undoubtedly not have collided. As Xia Chen lifted his gaze, he finally discerned the appearance of the person before him. Clad in a white robe with flowing black hair, he exuded an extraordinary grace, accompanied by a blend of earthy warmth and the fragrance of medicinal herbs. At that moment, Lin Yiji's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Naturally, after being jostled, he wore a displeased expression and bellowed, "All irrelevant individuals, get lost. I do not wish to see you. I am here solely for Xia Chen. Where is he? Have him come out." After this outburst, Lin Yiji's agitation subsided slightly, yet the intense animosity within him could not simply be extinguished. The members of the sect regarded Lin Yiji and Xia Chen with puzzled expressions. After a prolonged standoff, someone cautiously ventured to remind Brother Lin, "The one who bumped into you is Xia Chen." Xia Chen, brushing off the dust from his clothes, then stood up and inquired, "This esteemed brother, I am Xia Chen. May I ask what you require of me?" Upon hearing the name Xia Chen, Lin Yiji felt the flicker of his rage rekindle, rising once more to a blazing intensity. His tone even shifted. You are Xia Chen?" Although Xia Chen was unaware of the relationship between Lin Yiji and Lu Jiwei, nor did he know the identity of the agitated individual before him, he could at least discern from Lin Yiji's expression that he was not a harbinger of goodwill. The approach was decidedly hostile. In that moment, Xia Chen still clasped his hands and said, "Indeed, I am Xia Chen. I am uncertain why my senior brother seeks me." However, before Xia Chen could finish his words, Lin Yiji's fist struck his face with tremendous force. Xia Chen's body was suddenly propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. After delivering that punch, Lin Yiji was left gasping for breath. The Danding sect's alchemical practices already demanded immense internal energy, and after several days of continuous refining, Lin Yiji was now at the brink of exhaustion. Consequently, following that punch, Lin Yiji clearly struggled to maintain his strength. Yet his overwhelming fury could not simply be swallowed down due to fatigue. "You seek death, Xia Chen. You seek death." Lin Yiji's rage intensified as he advanced with quick strides, seizing Xia Chen from the ground and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed another punch, then another. Each blow landed squarely on Xia Chen's face. Enraged, Xia Chen abruptly raised his arms to block, forcefully pushing Lin Yiji away. "You attack without even a reason? Who are you, and why do you assault me?" Xia Chen's anger flared as well. Although he felt deeply guilty over Lu Jiwei's death, it did not warrant anyone to have the audacity to strike him without cause. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Lin Yiji, instead of growing angrier, found himself laughing bitterly. In truth, he had already shed all tears. The heart-wrenching anguish that felt as though it had ripped his very heart from his chest could not be expressed through tears alone. "It was you who killed my Jiwei. You are the one who caused her demise." Lin Yiji pounded his chest in anguish, tearing at his hair, his fury akin to that of a raging lion. In that moment, Xia Chen comprehended the truth. The man before him, tormented and nearly deranged, was indeed the beloved of senior sister Lu. Within their sect, provided that the proper permissions were granted, male and female disciples could naturally unite as spouses, supporting one another on the path of martial cultivation. This was beyond reproach. For regardless of their martial prowess, They too experienced the 7 emotions and desires, yearning for the joys of human connection. Lin Yiji's frenzied actions rendered Xiachen speechless. Indeed, Lu Jiwei had perished due to his own recklessness, and now Lin Yiji had come to confront him, delivering several blows. Xiachen found himself unable to retaliate. His heart was weighed down with guilt too profound to bear. Lin Yiji's gaze, filled with a vengeful intensity, seemed to implore Xiachen. You claim my Jiwei was killed by you. If I were to end your life today, would you protest? After what felt like an eternity, Xiachen finally released the tightly clenched fist he had held for so long and, with his head bowed, spoke softly. No. Then prepare to meet your demise. I shall avenge Jiwei today. I will end you. Lin Yiji was utterly consumed by madness. If he was mad, how could Xiachen remain composed? A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, and the guilt that had taken root in his heart grew ever more pronounced. As Lin Yiji unleashed his fury upon Xiachen, he held nothing back, while Xiachen offered no resistance. At this very moment, within the gates of Yunwu Peak, an extraordinary spectacle unfolds. One individual expends every ounce of his strength to strike, while the other, despite being battered to the point of spitting blood and exacerbating old wounds, remains steadfast, refusing to budge. Each time he is knocked down, he resolutely rises from the ground, only to endure further blows. This remarkable scene evokes a sense of dread among the onlooking disciples, as the brutality of the encounter rivals that of a life-and-death struggle. It has been many years since such a scene transpired at Yunwu Peak. As Lin Yiji summoned all his strength, channeling it into a single, powerful punch aimed at Xiachen's chest, Xiachen soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth. After delivering this blow, Lin Yiji found himself utterly drained, devoid of any energy even to stand. Hailing from the esteemed Dan Ding family, his focus lay solely on alchemy, with little regard for his own martial prowess. In truth, with the immense resources at the disposal of such alchemical families, should they encounter any trouble, a mere message sent could summon a host of formidable warriors to their aid. Grateful for the support received in times of peril, one must naturally rise to the occasion. Moreover, the Lin family of Dan Ding has the potential to nurture a singular master, or even a multitude of them. The inexhaustible supply of spiritual herbs and elixirs represents a tantalizing allure for martial cultivators. Should one inadvertently make an enemy of the Lin family, the inevitable outcome is glaringly apparent. They would be relentlessly pursued and obliterated by countless powerful adversaries until nothing remains. However, Lin Yiji did not act in such a manner. He took matters into his own hands, for Lu Jiwei was the love of his life, and her demise drove him to madness. Remember this: if I, Lin Yiji, do not vanquish you today, I shall certainly do so in the future. You have caused Jiwei's death, and I shall never grant you respite in this lifetime. I yearn to dismember you, to vent the fury that resides within my heart. Xiachen struggled painfully to rise from the ground, yet despite his efforts, he remained kneeling. The energy within him surged tumultuously, and he coughed up copious amounts of blood, yet Xiachen remained unyielding. He cast a faint glance at Lin Yiji. I await your arrival at any moment. My life was saved by senior sister Lu. It is only fitting that I return it to her beloved. Should you desire my life, I shall be here. Lin Shixiang? Lin Yiji, who entered with medicine in hand, though unable to forgive Xiachen, had long since shed the frenzied spirit he exhibited that day when he brutally attacked him at the mountain gate. You are awake? He managed to force out through clenched teeth, placing the medicine aside before instinctively grasping Xiachen's wrist, resting his fingers upon it. After a moment, Lin Yiji's throat stirred, and he squeezed out a few more words. You want to die? With that, he stood and approached the doorway, rising onto his tiptoes, his fists clenched tightly. Finally managing to utter a few more words through gritted teeth. Remember to take the medicine. Until I have killed you, you cannot die. Having said this, Lin Yiji hurriedly exited the room. Observing the frantic silhouette of Lin Yiji, Xiachen could not help but exert every ounce of strength to bend forward, propping himself up with his elbows and lifting the steaming bowl of medicine to consume every drop within. Lin Yiji distinctly recalled that Xiachen bore a mole on his wrist, identical in placement to one on his own arm. Furthermore, the ethereal white aura had been mentioned by Lu Jiwei, who once spoke of a brother with a mole on his arm, a manifestation of the first essence extracted from the 5 energies within his chest, an extraordinary shade of white. However, the once stable family of Lu Jiwei faced sudden upheaval in her youth, leading to her brother's mysterious disappearance. Thus, for all these years, Lu Jue's occasional ventures beyond the mountain gates were driven by her quest to locate her long-lost sibling. Seated atop the summit of Guanghua Peak, Lin Yiji's gaze drifted towards the distant Tianji Peak and Shuangshi Peak, his expression softening unexpectedly. The lament of unrequited love, a timeless sorrow spanning ages, transcends status and prominence. Every individual, regardless of their standing, has experienced love that eludes them. Lin Yiji, as well as Lu Jue, are no exceptions. As the sun rose and set, each day began with Xia Chun meditating under the nascent rays, transforming his time on Guanghua Peak into an invaluable opportunity for cultivation. With the timely supplementation of Lin Yiji's medicinal brews and pills, Xia Chen's health flourished, and the vital energies within him gradually swelled. Upon concluding his meditation and wiping the sweat from his brow, he sat at the precipice, sipping the cooled tea just as Lin Yiji ascended Guanghua Peak. "It appears you are once again brimming with vitality," Lin Yiji remarked with a subtle smile. Xia Chen cast a dissatisfied glance at Lin Yiji, remarking, "Are you contemplating waiting until I fully recover before administering another beating?" Lin Yiji shook his head. "I harbor no such intent, nor do I possess the strength for it. You see, I have never laid a hand on anyone in my life. You are the first and will assuredly be the last. I cannot allow you to tarnish my resolve." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen offered a wry smile. "So, are you implying that it's my fault? What do you intend to do next?" Lin Yiji posed a question, but it left Xia Chen bewildered. What was there to consider? Since Lin Yiji had no plans to further complicate his troubles, Xia Chen's immediate course of action was clear: to diligently pursue his cultivation. Beyond that, was there any other course to take? The spirit stones and elixirs bestowed upon him by Feng Songhai were nearly exhausted, yet the energy within him surged ever more robustly. Each time he engaged in self-reflection, he could distinctly observe that once elusive white mist transforming back into a radiant pillar of white light, illuminating his internal organs with resplendent brilliance. Lin Yiji understood that Xia Chen was perplexed. After all, he was merely a novice disciple, incapable of grasping the challenges that lay ahead. Having remained on the illustrious peak of radiance for days without descending, Xia Chen had been wholly immersed in his cultivation. "Are you truly unaware? You have become the target of scorn within the sect. While I bear some responsibility, it is widely known that Ji Wei's demise has incited considerable discontent, especially from that individual at Shuangshi Peak." That individual from Shuangshi Peak? Could it be Su Jinghong? The lord of Shuangshi Peak, Su Jinghong. She and Lu Jiwei are intimate sisters. Since Xia Chun entered Yunwu Peak, she has also belonged to the disciples of Shuangshi Peak. Lu Jiwei was once the mistress of Tianji Peak, but due to certain circumstances, she was later demoted and assigned to Shuangshi Peak as a servant disciple. However, Su Jinghong has never regarded her as merely a disciple, but rather as a sister. Their relationship has always been exceptionally close. Surely, Master Su is not the kind of petty person who would use Sister Lu's situation to undermine me. That seems unlikely, although it may not come to that. Once you have recovered from your injuries and depart from my Guanghua Peak, you should be prepared for a challenging path ahead, Lin Yiji kindly advised Xia Chen. "Yes, I am indeed prepared," Xia Chen replied, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. Life is such that certain matters will never unfold as we wish. Be it the journey of cultivation or the resentment some individuals within these sects harbor towards oneself. Since these issues lie beyond one's control and cannot be resolved in the short term, why continue to dwell on them and invite unnecessary distress? Senior Brother Lin, could you provide me with some more elixirs? I fear that my supplies will soon be depleted after I leave Guanghua Peak, Xia Chen ultimately requested. Lin Yiji's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Xia Chen earnestly. "Can you tell me what that white aura you are cultivating truly is? I once considered forgiving you, but I find it difficult to convince myself. Ji Wei is so fiercely protective of you because of that white aura, isn't she?" Xia Chen shook his head, accompanied by a wry smile. "I truly do not know." His gaze, devoid of deceit, reflected his genuine ignorance. He could only recall that day when his meridians felt shattered, had it not been for the celestial phenomenon. Had it not been for the battle between those two that altered the flow of energy in that region, this strange white aura would never have entered his body. As for what it truly was, Xia Chun remained oblivious. "Well," Lin Yiji waved his hand, and before him appeared a void from which he effortlessly extracted a sufficient amount of elixirs and spirit stones, tossing them all to Xia Chun. "If this is insufficient, feel free to ascend the mountain and request more from me. This should suffice for your cultivation over the next 3 months." Lin Yiji was indeed generous. Xia Chun was momentarily taken aback. Let us consider it a token of apology for that day when I bested you. You need not feel any burden." With that, Lin Yizhi departed towards his thatched hut, and as the door closed tightly behind him, Xiachen understood that this fellow would soon retreat to refine more elixirs. Gazing down from the peak of Guanghua, amidst the swirling mists, Xiachen, though indifferent to the opinions of others, felt a stir of emotions as he realized that from this vantage point, he could clearly see Shuangshi Peak and the Tianji Peak where Lu Jiwei once resided. While Guanghua Peak was not the tallest among the 12 peaks of Yunwu, it afforded a commanding view of all that transpired between the two mountains across from it. In days gone by, when Lu Jiwei was still present, Lin Yizhi would sit in the very spot Xiachen now occupied each morning, silently gazing for quite some time before commencing his daily alchemical endeavors. Gazing longingly yet remaining unreachable, the sentiment now resonates deeply within Xiachen. What difference does it make to be together every day? There is a certain beauty in silent vigilance. Lu Jiwei, to this day, her fate remains shrouded in uncertainty. Unable to restrain himself, he unsheathes the crimson tassel sword, gently wiping its blade with his garment. Since the day Lu Jiwei vanished, this sword has become as mundane as any ordinary iron blade, devoid of any trace of spiritual essence. Yet, upon reflection, the passage of time has not diminished the ache in Xiachen's heart. He has been unable to sense Lu Jiwei's presence, a lingering pain that haunts him. If only he had seized the moment back when she had saved him, he should have pulled her to safety as well, unbeknownst to him. At the same time on Xuandu Peak, the other party involved, Qin Xuandu, wore a grim expression, raising his hand to shatter the coffee table beside him. What does this mean? What does this signify? Qin Xuandu clenched his teeth, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes. As a disciple clad in yellow entered, witnessing Qin Xuandu's fury, he promptly stepped forward. "Senior brother, what has happened? Why are you Chapter 59? The hostility among all speak. What on earth does Master intend?" With that, Qin Xuandu hurled the parchment scroll to the person beside him. After receiving it and scrutinizing its contents, the recipient furrowed his brow in bewilderment. The Master's meaning is indeed quite obscure. His gaze fell upon a small emerald green bottle beside the parchment, and Qin Xuandu couldn't help but grit his teeth. What does Master mean by asking me to forego the rewards of the Luotian conference? It turned out that prior to the grand gathering for recruiting disciples at Yunwu Peak, which is one of the 5 major sects in Yunqing, the peak had dispatched elite disciples to the Shangyong Academy as the official institution of education under the Holy Dynasty. Shangyong Academy is a gathering place for the most exceptional talents, annually selecting and rewarding outstanding students beyond its walls. As the chief disciple of Yunwu Peak, Qin Xuandu naturally represented his sect and achieved commendable results. Although the rewards from Shangyong Academy were not particularly lavish, they nonetheless signified that Qin Xuandu had brought honor to his sect. When Yunchun instructed Qin Xuandu to relinquish the rewards from Shangyong Academy, Qin's countenance darkened. The disciple in yellow robes couldn't help but chuckle. "Senior brother, the rewards from Shangyong Academy are merely some intermediate spirit stones and a few spatial pouches. Do you truly care so much? From what I understand, over the years, Yunwu Peak has bestowed upon you countless rewards, and these spirit stones and pouches are likely as insignificant as dust in your eyes. Despite this, did Master not strike me, Qin Xuandu, in the face with such a decision?" His heart remained restless. Deep down, he sensed a subtle estrangement and neglect emanating from Yunchun. The disciple in yellow laughed heartily. "Senior brother, this may not be a misfortune. Perhaps Master is intentionally testing you. You have presided over the affairs of Yunwu Peak for nearly 3 years. Your master, accustomed to a life of leisure, is eager to delegate various matters to you. Perhaps, in his own way, he seeks to test your capabilities." Ah? Qin Xuandu's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. Indeed, over the past year, Yunxin has gradually relinquished authority, bestowing upon Qin Xuandu greater responsibilities in the daily management of the disciples at Yunwu Peak. If Yunxin intends to evaluate him, then it is essential for Qin Xuandu to reassess the situation. You have a point. Qin Xuandu habitually stroked his chin, and after a long pause, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Very well. Since my master has requested that I return the rewards bestowed upon me by the Shangyong Academy, I shall comply. Not only will I return those rewards, but I shall also contribute a portion of my previous accolades as a donation to the sect." The disciple in yellow robes laughed heartily. "Splendid. If that is the case, brother, you will undoubtedly garner even greater favor from the esteemed master." 2 hours later, Yunxin sat in the main hall, observing the spirit stones, herbs, and several spirit swords that Chen Xuandu had personally delivered. A subtle smile graced his face as he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not only did Chen Xuandu return all the rewards from the Shangyong Academy, but he also brought additional items that could be used to reward the newly initiated disciples. Anyone who diligently practices and diligently undertakes tasks for the sect shall receive their due rewards. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts instinctively drifted to Xiaochun, and Yunshin couldn't help but rub his hands together in anticipation, for that young man was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. Cloudy Dust, the leader of the sect, was not ignorant of the happenings within the gates. On the contrary, as the head of the faction, he was well aware of both significant and trivial matters occurring within the sect. He intended to test Xiaochun, curious to see how he would respond. Instinctively reaching out to catch it, Xiaochun was momentarily taken aback. This was excrement. Suddenly, Xiaochun sprang to his feet from the cushion, hastening out the door in hurried strides. With a resounding crash, as he flung the door open, he was met with a multitude of malevolent gazes. The expressions on the faces around him varied. Some were filled with disgust, others feigned superiority with disdain, but the majority wore expressions of schadenfreude, relishing the spectacle. Who threw this? Xiaochun coldly surveyed the crowd, suppressing the anger bubbling within him. It was as if everyone had turned a deaf ear to his words. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, engaged in light-hearted banter, interspersed with pointed jabs about misfortune. Ignored and infuriated, Xiaochun shot them a fierce glare before storming into his courtyard, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding bang. Chapter 60. The endless entanglement. Uncertain how many times he had entered that transparent realm only to be abruptly interrupted by external forces, Xiaochun finally lost his temper. In the instant he rushed out, the door swung wide open. With a chilling aura enveloping him, Xiaochun clenched his fists tightly at the threshold and bellowed. Who dares to step forward? It is evident that the disciples who came to create chaos had not anticipated that Xiaochun would emerge from his dwelling. For several days, he had withdrawn into his abode like a turtle retreating into its shell, silently enduring the unfounded humiliations cast upon him. However, this time, the disciples were taken aback. One of them, wearing a forced smile, gazed at Xiaochun and playfully whistled. "Oh, isn't this our cloud mist peaks jinx? Finally decided to show your face, have you?" Xiaochun glared fiercely. "You dare to say that again?" The individual had not expected Xiaochun's sudden outburst and retorted with a scoff. "I was indeed speaking of you. You are nothing but a jinx." "What? Do you have an objection? You, who caused Senior Sister Lu's demise. How can you still have the face to remain at Cloud Mist Peak? Why don't you just go back to where you came from?" Xiaochun's fists clenched tighter, yet at that moment, he lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he confronted the speaker. "Senior Sister Lu indeed risked her life to save me, and if anyone seeks to trouble me over this matter, they may very well approach the Master for a clear explanation. Even the Master has declared that Senior Sister Lu is not dead. Let us see who dares to tarnish my reputation." Casting a sweeping glance at the Cloud Mist Peak disciples gathered at the door, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, Xiaochun felt an unprecedented surge of anger. These individuals were utterly shameless. The continuous disruptions to his cultivation had left Xiaochun stagnating, despite his previous rapid progress, causing a disarray within his internal energy. The uncertainty surrounding Lu Jiwei's fate had an incalculable impact on him. Wang Qianyuan gazed at Xiaochun, his whiskers twitching, and exclaimed, "Well, Xiaochun, I must say, your audacity knows no bounds. Are you truly oblivious to your role in the tragic demise of Senior Sister Lu? Even our esteemed senior brother has asserted that you were the cause of her untimely end. As for those women carrying the seeds of demonic entities, I dare say you haven't dallied with them all, have you? Otherwise, why such fervent protection? I shall not hesitate to inform you that, as of this very morning, those unfortunate women bearing the seeds of demonic entities have been mercilessly slaughtered." You, Xiaochun, though a relative newcomer to Cloud Peak, recognized the weasel-faced figure before him, whose body had been ravaged by wine and lust. He was rumored to be a deacon of the Scripture Pavilion. This must be Chen Xuandu's doing, Xiaochun thought. Who would have thought that the more prestigious the sect, the more unscrupulous their actions would be? Those women were innocent. Xiaochun couldn't help but shout hoarsely. Although he couldn't be entirely certain whether those women truly harbored the seeds of demonic entities, Lu Jiwei would not have misjudged. In the midst of the battle with the Bone Demon, Lu Jiwei had emerged from nowhere, intercepting a fatal blow for Xiaochun and opening the gates of Fengyang City, allowing those women to escape. Who would have thought that these innocent women would ultimately be slaughtered by Qinshuandu like mere livestock? It was simply, I shall impart another piece of information to you, Wang Qinyuan continued. With the unanimous consent of the deacons, as of this moment, you, Xiaqin, shall accompany me. This humble one takes pity on you, you jinx, and has secured a new task for you. TSK, will you accept? The daily affairs of Yunwu Peak are naturally within the jurisdiction of these disciples clad in yellow. Moreover, although Xiaqin has been appointed as a disciple in red by Yunqin himself, he is ultimately merely a novice who has been in the sect for just a month. It is true that Wang Qinyuan is Xiaqin's senior brother. It would be wise for you to accompany me without delay. Otherwise, I possess the authority to expel you from the sect. Wang Qinyuan gazed at Xiaqin with a sense of amusement. Even though Xiaqin was acutely aware that the task Wang Qinyuan had assigned him was far from favorable, he found himself compelled to comply. I will go with you, Xiaqin said, his tightly clenched fist gradually loosening and eventually hanging limply by his sides. Wang Qinyuan's eyes sparkled with mockery. Wouldn't it have been easier to agree from the start? I shan't make things too difficult for you. Follow me, and you'll soon understand. His smile was decidedly sinister, showing no concern for Xiaqin's reaction. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Presently, Xiaqin is regarded as the perpetrator responsible for Lu Jiwei's demise, a figure despised by all in the sect. Wang Qinyuan was keen to trample upon him further, and then to extract a few riches from this fellow for his own enjoyment. What a delightful prospect! After traversing one mountain peak after another, they finally arrived at an unremarkable courtyard. Within the courtyard lay piles of firewood and timber gathered from the Yunwu forest. With a grand gesture, Wang Qinyuan commanded, Xiaqin, from this day forth, you shall chop 3,000 bundles of firewood here every day. Furthermore, fill the water tanks in every courtyard of the sect. I have heard that you possess considerable strength. To waste such vigor would be a travesty. Standing behind Wang Qinyuan, Huang Yiqing stroked his beard and chuckled. I must come to inspect daily. If the quota is insufficient, you shall face the family law of Yunwu Peak. Family law of Yunwu Peak? Summer Chen had never heard of it. Although he had been a disciple for over a month, aside from the overt regulations, what could the family law entail? Observing Summer Chen's puzzled expression, Wang Qinyuan burst into laughter. Our family law at Yunwu Peak is quite elaborate. Pay attention, young lad. If either the water in the barrel or the 3,000 bundles of firewood fall short, you will truly experience the family law of Yunwu Peak. With that, the two departed, leaving Summer Chen in one of the most secluded courtyards of Yunwu Peak. After Wang Qinyuan and Huang Yiqing left, the incessant noise that had plagued Summer Chen for days finally subsided, granting him a moment of tranquility. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Chopping wood and fetching water were tasks meant for the numerous outer disciples supported by Yunwu Peak. These disciples were not truly initiated members, but mere commoners gathered from Yun City. Performing menial tasks for a meager meal was enough to earn their gratitude, as their lives were worth less than paper. Though the surroundings were not particularly lively and offered no distinct scenery, Summer Chen felt a surge of joy. This was a splendid place for cultivation, free from interruption. Chapter 61. Who says bean buns aren't sustenance? The path of martial cultivation seemed endless. After arriving at this dilapidated courtyard, Summer Chen found a profound sense of peace. It is not that no one disturbs him, but rather that everyone has chosen to forget. Nonetheless, the schadenfreude persists. Each time Xiaqin steps out of this residence, whether to draw water or chop firewood, those individuals continue to whisper and point at him from behind. Wang Yifan, agitated, stepped forward and grasped Xiaqin's arm. What are you thinking? Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Do you even comprehend where this place is? Xiaqin shook his head. This is the cold palace of Yunwu Peak. This residence is called Chenxing Courtyard. All the disciples within have violated the sect's rules and have been banished here, condemned to a lifetime of hopelessness. Relegated to performing menial tasks. Wang Yifan's words left Xiaqin momentarily stunned, but just a few seconds later, he returned to his usual demeanor. Continuing to chop firewood without a hint of hesitation, he appeared utterly indifferent. Come with me. We shall confront that old man, the sect leader. Let us clarify this matter. I wish to see if Yunwu Peak still upholds any sense of justice. With that, Wang Yifan snatched the axe from Xiaqin's hands and hurled it to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Now that is more like it. Let us go. However, the next moment, when Wang Yifan tugged at Xiaqin, he found him utterly unmoved. Why aren't you moving? Wang Yifan's temper flared. His fiery disposition could not tolerate the thought of Xiaqin being confined in this obscure place. In fact, Wang Yifan had been searching for Xiachen for several days. I am not going anywhere. I will remain right here. Suddenly, Xiachen lifted his head, his gaze piercing and resolute. Wang Yifan found himself perplexed by the demeanor of Xiachen, which was markedly different from what he had anticipated. He had expected Xiachen to exhibit at least a semblance of despondency. After all, being confined as a novice disciple equated to the forfeiture of all prospects. However, upon scrutinizing Xiachen's expression, Wang Yifan was struck with astonishment. Could it be that he was truly unafraid and indifferent? This place is quite serene, conducive to my cultivation. Is it not? Moreover, every experience can be perceived as a facet of training, as long as I remain true to my essence. Is there truly a distinction in where I cultivate? Such profound reasoning rendered Wang Yifan momentarily speechless. He gazed intently at Xiachen for an extended period before concluding that Xiachen was not merely sulking. His words bore an undeniable authenticity. This was not an ordinary act of chopping wood. Rather, Xiachen had an epiphany, utilizing the act of chopping as a means to hone his absolute mastery over strength. He realized that each swing varied in force, resulting in disparate pressure on the logs and consequently different shapes of the cuts. With keen focus, he aimed for the center, meticulously controlling his strength, striving for precision in cleaving the wood in two. For an entire morning, Xiachen devoted himself to this task. And when the pile of logs had amassed to the height of a small mountain, he finally ceased his efforts. With a gentle pat to remove the dust from his hands, a faint smile graced his lips. He could sense a profound enhancement in his understanding of force. Yin Shun had once remarked that when one could master strength with a certain degree of finesse, the time had come to embark on the cultivation of martial techniques. Such individuals resemble a who, amidst the mundane, has mastered the art of swordsmanship while neglecting the cultivation of inner strength. They rely on their unparalleled sword skills to vanquish foes, thereby compensating for their own deficiencies in internal power. Martial arts represent a more profound principle. In the morning, one practices the breath, and in the afternoon, one refines the body. Once Xiachen had filled all the water jars of the 12 palaces on Cloud Mist Peak to the brim, he set down his shoulder pole, ladled a scoop of water from the wooden barrel, removed his upper garment, revealing his robust physique. He casually tied his hair into a bun, then discarded his shoes and socks, slowly extending a foot to step into the barrel. The heat, combined with the rich essence of medicinal herbs, caused his complexion to flush as he immersed his foot. Initially, the expression on Xiachen's face seemed one of anguish, but gradually, the tension in his brows began to ease, replaced by a wave of comfort and delight. Fatigue and weariness vanished without a trace, and he could not help but lean against the barrel, his arms resting on its edge, tilting his head back, relishing every fleeting moment of ease. However, at that moment, a whimsical laugh echoed from above. Hee hee hee. Chapter 62. A glimpse of surprise clearly. The source of the sound startled Xiachen. Instinctively, he looked up to see a lively face emerging from the swirling mist, her hands playfully covering her eyes. Yet, her gaze stealthily peeked through her fingers. Oh, so you are here? Her voice was clear, melodious, and enchanting. The instant Xiachen caught sight of that charming visage, darkness seemed to envelop his senses. I am bathing. Xiachen found himself at a loss for words. The granddaughter of Yunshin, the young lady of Yunwu Peak, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. In my quest to find you, I inquired numerous times, and now that I finally have, I care not whether you are bathing. With that, Yunlinger raised her head to survey the dilapidated courtyard, pouting before declaring, "This is dull. Your place is truly boring." Xiachen, feeling helpless, longed to rise and inquire about the purpose of Yunlinger's visit, yet he was confined to the wooden tub. "You leave," he commanded without a hint of courtesy. Yunlinger's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. However, upon witnessing Xiachen's grim expression, she pouted and huffed as she exited the room. Seizing the opportunity, Xiachen abruptly leaped from the tub, hastily drying himself with a coarse cloth before hurriedly donning his clothes. His damp hair hung down his back, giving him an unsettling sensation. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on such feelings. He directly pushed the door open and inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing Xiachen's icy words, Yunlinger's enchanting eyes dimmed, and with her hands clasped behind her back, she pouted in silence, feeling wronged yet saying nothing. Xiachen's cold demeanor was a protective measure. He wished to keep her away from the controversies surrounding him. In truth, as someone already viewed with disdain within the sect, Distancing himself from others was a kindness to them in these turbulent times. However, Yunlinger held a different opinion. After a considerable pause, noticing that Xiaqin was not attempting to placate her, she abruptly lifted her head, rushed towards him in a flurry, seized his arm without a word, and bit him fiercely before darting away. Hiss. Before Xiaqin could react, a small bite mark had already formed on his wrist. Yet, by the time he regained his composure, Yunlinger had vanished into the distance. Hey, what on earth do you want from me? You are truly... Shaking his head, Xiaqin had no choice but to pursue her. This pursuit lasted for several dozen miles, and when he finally stood atop a mountain, he spotted Yunlinger leisurely seated on a large rock, her skirt adorned with an array of delectable-looking fruits. Observing her relish the fruits with great delight, Xiaqin suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in his throat. Indeed, after a day of toil, he had not even managed a sip of water, only to be led here by Yunlinger. Striding forward, he sat cross-legged beside her, brazenly extending his hand to seize a fruit, but Yunlinger was astute, swiftly shielding all the fruits against her chest and glaring at Xiaqin with fierce intensity. Humph! Xiaqin could only manage a wry smile. This little lady was indeed the most formidable character on the entire cloud mist peak. What do you want from me? Why are you looking for me? Xiaqin pondered for a moment, scratching his head. Humph. May I have one of your fruits? I am terribly thirsty, having labored all day without a drop to drink. Xiaqin felt his cheeks flush, for this was the very first time he had ever asked a girl for something to eat. Each time he initiated a conversation with Yunlinger, her response was always comically exaggerated, feigning anger as she turned away with a huff. Over time, Xiaqin had gradually grown accustomed to Yunlinger's eccentric demeanor. Thus, after several fruitless attempts at communication, he became more generous, boldly reaching out to pluck a rosy fruit from her delicate hand. He took a hearty bite, the sweet juice flowing forth, utterly delightful. You truly have a thick skin. Yunlinger finally spoke. Xiaqin devoured the fruit in just a few bites, his gaze lingering on the other fruits that Yunlinger was protectively cradling. Smacking his lips, he reached out once more. Yunlinger was quite alert, just as she prepared to lift her skirt to shield the fruits from Xiaqin's grasp. Unfortunately, her small hands were inadequate to conceal the larger fruits. Ultimately, Xiaqin managed to seize 2 of them, relishing each bite. After enjoying the fruits, which alleviated the sweltering heat of the day, Xiaqin felt a sense of coolness in his heart. I say, miss, is this how you've always approached people? Do you barge in regardless of whether they are bathing? With such caution, you might never find a husband. He chuckled, playfully ruffling her delicate nose. Yet, in that moment, Xiaqin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He realized, for the first time, that Yunlinger was truly enchanting, a beauty akin to a flower in full bloom. Despite her whimsical personality, it was undeniable that she possessed an exquisite beauty. Like those enchanting beauties leaping forth from a painting, her delicate fingers resembled tender scallions. Her skin was flawless and radiant, imbued with a vibrant health. Particularly striking was Yunlinger's profile, which was utterly impeccable. In Xiaqin's past life, there was perhaps only one woman who could evoke such feelings within him. During Xiaqin's childhood, an astonishing event transpired in Yuni County. A certain princess from the Holy Dynasty passed through Yun City, traveling through the territory of Yuni County, adorned in splendid attire. Riding atop a golden palanquin, accompanied by a magnificent entourage of 5-horse carriages. The spectacle was truly remarkable. The entire populace of Yuni County prostrated themselves, lining the streets to offer their reverent welcome. It was in that moment that Xiaqin daringly raised his gaze and beheld the princess seated within the gilded palanquin drawn by the 5-horse carriage. Her unparalleled beauty was simply captivating. That fleeting glance shattered the tranquility of Xiaqin's heart, leaving an indelible impression upon him. The scene was breathtaking, as though it emanated a fragrant aura. Now, gazing upon Yunlinger's flawless profile, Xiaqin could not help but recall that breathtaking moment from a decade ago, causing his heart to tremble with nostalgia. Chapter 63. The immutable laws of the world. Yunlinger's beauty increasingly struck Xiaqin as peculiar. Although Yunqin, that old curmudgeon, appeared to possess an air of ethereal grace, upon closer inspection, he resembled more of a tipsy old man. How could a person of his genetic heritage possibly have such an ethereal granddaughter like Yunlinger? No matter how one contemplated it, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. At this moment, Xiaqin's heart was tinged with a hint of mischief, and he did not delve deeper into the matter. Yunlinger pouted, appearing quite dissatisfied with Xiaqin's unabashed gaze fixed upon her. After some time, Her small hand instinctively brushed her face. Curiously, she inquired, "Is there something on my face that I haven't wiped clean?" Xiachen swallowed hard, his expression turning serious as he quickly shook his head. "No, not at all." Yunlinger let out a cold snort. "Humph. You seem rather displeased that I came to find you." Xiachen hastily apologized. "How could I dare to be? You. I initially thought you were quite amusing. Yet who would have known that after entering Yunwu Peak, you have become so dull," she remarked. Casting a glance at Xiachen, Yunlingo spoke in a tone laced with extreme boredom, her brow furrowed as if the strict environment of Yunwu Peak had truly left her feeling quite unsettled. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the disciplined atmosphere within Yunwu Peak was indeed justified, as it served as a sanctuary for various sects and a haven where numerous martial practitioners discovered their paths to cultivation. Inevitably, there would be moments of tedium, especially considering that Yunlinger could not step foot outside Yunwu Peak unless she was accompanied by that old man, Yunshun. Otherwise, if she wished to leave, she would have to sneak away on her own. Initially, Yunlinger had hoped that Xiachen would take her down the mountain, yet to her dismay, Xiachen turned out to be so utterly uninteresting. "Did you seek me out simply because you were bored?" she asked, to which Xiachen showed little interest in responding. Bearing the weight of hatred while also shouldering the suffering of his parents, upon arriving at Cloud Mist Peak, he devoted himself to diligent cultivation, striving to clear his mother's name and liberate her from that place of confinement, allowing his father to once again hold his head high under the immense pressure from the Xia family. Upon hearing Xiachen's words, Yunlinger became intrigued. "Hatred? Do you harbor a deep-seated enmity? Speak of it. Let me see if it is entertaining." The term hatred is perhaps the most brutal word in existence. The genesis of hatred is accompanied by boundless agony. Yet in Yunlinger's eyes, such profound enmity is merely a source of amusement. The mention of a place of confinement sparked a glimmer of interest in Yunlinger's gaze. It resembled the cliff of reflection at Cloud Mist Peak. However, those who enter the cliff of reflection still have a chance to see the light of day again, while my mother does not. As he spoke, Xiachen clenched his fists tightly. If he could not rescue his mother within his lifetime, how was he any different from a beast? His father, too, suffered greatly due to his plight, with his ambitious uncle likely already scheming to usurp control of the Xia family. A single individual could throw an entire family into chaos, a realization that Xiachen had not previously considered. He had rushed over from his earlier confrontation with Xiahe, only then grasping the significance of his success for the family. Yunlinger, somewhat bewildered, nodded, lacking a profound understanding of familial enmity. For years, she has been cherished within the protective embrace of Yunshun, undeniably the junior disciple of Yunwu Peak, the beloved granddaughter of the sect leader, Yunshun. Who would dare to show her disrespect? Who would be indifferent to her feelings? Even the cunning and treacherous Chenxing finds himself powerless against Yunlinger. Yet, all this is contingent upon the fact that Yunshun currently serves as the acting sect leader. Should Yunshun depart from this realm one day, Yunlinger would inevitably experience a staggering fall from grace, akin to plummeting from paradise to perdition. In this world, where relationships grow cold and fortunes shift, power reigns supreme. The greater one's abilities and strength, the more weight their words carry. The law of survival of the fittest is an immutable truth of existence, unbreakable by anyone. Cultivation, and cultivation alone, stands as the eternal verity. Chapter 64. The Three Rules. If that is the case, it is not yet time for Xiachen to ponder matters of the heart. There will be ample opportunity to reflect on such affections when he has achieved formidable strength. The immediate priority is clear: to cultivate and to cultivate again. With that thought, Xiachen suppressed the strange emotions stirring within him and began to channel his energy, summoning the vital force from within his organs. This method, which caused his body temperature to surge, left him feeling increasingly restless. Yunlinger wept bitterly, her tears like delicate blossoms in the rain. It must be said that even in sorrow, a beautiful girl captivates the heart. Why are you crying? Please, don't cry. Xiachen panicked. He had never witnessed a girl in tears before. With his temperament, he was ill-equipped to comfort a distressed maiden, especially when it was someone as whimsical as Yunlinger. Her weeping utterly disordered his thoughts. In a state of utter helplessness, he abruptly ceased his training and hurriedly dashed towards Yunlinger, exclaiming, "Please, do not cry. I implore you, cease your tears." However, the more Xiachen coaxed, the more fervently Yunlinger wept. Her cries resonated through the valley, echoing into another, lingering in the air like a haunting melody. Xiachen grew increasingly anxious, fearing that her lamentations would attract others. Should that transpire, he would find himself in a predicament from which even the yellow river could not cleanse him. The delicate beauty of the young lady, with tears cascading down her cheeks like rain-soaked pear blossoms, would surely lead onlookers to a grave misunderstanding of Xia Qin's intentions. My dear lady, I beseech you, please do not cry any longer. I shall acquiesce to whatever you desire. Just please stop weeping. Overwhelmed by her tears, Xia Qin's greatest wish was for her to silence her cries. To his astonishment, her sobs abruptly ceased. Yunlinger gazed at him with sparkling eyes, brimming with hope and anticipation. Xia Qin was taken aback. It was no wonder that people say women are made of water. Truly, the ancients did not deceive. She cried when she wished and ceased when commanded, as if her tears were entirely under her control. You have stopped crying? Xia Qin felt a sense of resignation. He realized that this little girl intended to weep until he was utterly flustered, waiting for him to propose some form of compensation. Upon witnessing Xia Qin's epiphany, Yunlinger feigned another bout of tears, sending him into a panic as he hastily reassured her. Everything I previously stated stands. Whatever you wish. I shall comply. Everything is negotiable, as long as you don't cry, all right? Xia Qin said earnestly, his expression sincere. Yunlinger, however, with her eyes glimmering, pondered thoughtfully for a while before nodding emphatically. Okay, but you must take me down the mountain, and you must buy me lots and lots of delicious food. Then I want to cry. Xia Qin found himself at a loss for words at Yunlinger's request. The cherished jewel of the esteemed Yunwu Peak. The little junior sister of the entire sect, what delicacies could she possibly lack? He gazed at Yunlinger, akin to a beautiful bird confined in a cage, always yearning to glimpse the vast sky outside. Once upon a time, he too had been a caged bird, yet now, he was no longer that. However, descending the mountain without the command of the sect leader, Yin Shun, would be a grave offense. Moreover, taking away the little junior sister of Yunwu Peak, such a transgression would surely compound his sins. Just as he hesitated, a delicate voice pierced the air. Ing. Oh no. This young lady was about to unleash her tears. How could Xia Qin withstand Yunling's tearful prowess? A chill ran down his spine. Please don't cry. Whatever you do, don't cry. Yunlingo had initially intended to accompany Xia Qin down the mountain, and if he proved to be entertaining, she would gladly stay. However, if the journey turned out to be dull, she had secretly planned to escape. Unfortunately, Xia Qin had discerned her plan immediately. Thus, she could only sulkily nod in agreement. Choosing silence, a sudden sense of relief washed over Xia Qin. This young lady was indeed not easy to handle. Chapter 65, Finding a Scapegoat and So. Xia Qin stealthily led Yunlinger down the mountain from the rear slopes. Yunlinger has lived on Yunwu Peak since childhood, and she is intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree within its bounds. She knows precisely where the pathways are, where she can stealthily slip out beyond the mountain gates. Her knowledge is impeccable. Perhaps even the acting sect leader, Yun Shun, is unaware of these secret passages, but Yunlinger is well informed. After the two emerged from a concealed cave and meticulously covered the entrance with straw once more, Yunlinger, feigning maturity, placed her hands on her hips and took a deep breath. How wonderful! The air outside is simply delightful. However, Xia Qin scoffed at her remark. Is it truly that splendid outside? Yunlinger had evidently gone to great lengths to sneak out from Yunwu Peak for a bit of fun. If Yun Shun were to discover that his precious granddaughter was digging tunnels in the mountains, he would likely be furious. Moreover, the appearance of a cave leading directly to the outside world on the back mountain of Yunwu Peak is hardly a favorable development for the sect. While Xia Qin pondered this, a voice rang out from nearby. What are you doing? Upon hearing this, Yunlinger turned pale with fright and urgently grabbed Xia Qin, urging him to flee. Run. Senior brother Feng seems to have discovered us. Who? Xia Qin asked, puzzled. Yunlinger's face turned ashen. Feng Yu, senior brother Feng. How unfortunate. We've actually run into him. Feng Yu? Undoubtedly, Xia Qin has left a profound impression on Feng Yu. From the day of the disciple selection, where Feng Yu clashed with the heir of the Bloodblade sect, to the later encounter at the Feng Songhai residence, where he was found inebriated with friends, only to be reprimanded by his father, it is evident that the scion of a prestigious family bears immense burdens, with a legacy of parental achievements and renown above him. Coupled with the weighty responsibility of upholding the family's honor for the new generation, individuals like Feng Yu, who were groomed as key figures of their sects and clans, experienced considerable pressure. Even the episode where Feng Yu gathered a few friends for a drunken revelry in his father's absence suggests that he is, indeed, grappling with significant emotional strain. Those desires concealed deep within one's soul can transform an otherwise virtuous individual into a devil. Gazing at the pure and innocent Yunlinger, Xiachen found himself momentarily entranced. Such an ethereal, unblemished girl, with a heart as pristine as snow, is exceedingly rare in this world. Had he not faced a sudden upheaval in his own life, perhaps his own heart would have remained equally untainted. The strict regulations of the Feng family aligned closely with those of Yunwu Peak, and over the years, aside from his father's contemporaries, who else could possibly merit an invitation to dine with Feng Songhai? Xiachen stands as the first. Consequently, Feng Yu could not help but regard this newly initiated junior brother with newfound respect. Moreover, his father had once subtly alluded to the necessity of fostering a connection with Xiachen, advising him to look after the newcomer with sincerity, a suggestion that felt far removed from a mere command. Feng Yu found himself bewildered by the sudden impetus from his father to cultivate a friendship with Xiachen. Could it be that this young man harbors some other hidden identity? Yet, upon witnessing the beckoning of Xiachen, Feng Yu stood atop the mountain peak, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had often lamented the lack of opportunities to engage with his junior disciple, and now, a fortuitous moment had presented itself. Observing Xiachen and Yunlinger energetically waving their arms at the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but smile lightly. With a grand gesture, he summoned an object from his mustard seed pouch. Unlike the mounts of others, Feng Yu's mode of transportation was a yellow-tier spiritual treasure, which, when wielded, summoned gusts of fierce wind, carrying him swiftly down to the base of the mountain. Ah, it appears to be junior brother Xiachen and junior sister Linger. Where might you be headed? Feng Yu inquired with a warm smile directed at the two before him. Xiachen hesitated, stammering. We're going out for a bit. Down the mountain. Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback. What does the master want you to do down there? Could it be that you have some task assigned? Chapter 66. A trio sets out. He. The master did not send us down the mountain, Xiachen replied with a cryptic smile directed at Feng Yu. On the surface, Feng Yu appeared exceedingly stern, mirroring the demeanor of his father, yet deep within him coursed the restless blood of youth. For a young person to be stifled is indeed a lamentable state, especially for Feng Yu, who stood as a paragon of his generation and could scarcely endure the constraints imposed by his father, if his father were to permit him to conceal his true abilities. Then within the mists of Yunwu Peak, it remained uncertain who would rightfully claim the title of chief disciple. It certainly should not fall to Chen. The strongest among them, is it not the pillar of the sect? Feng Yu, possessing unparalleled strength among the younger generation, surpasses Chen by a considerable margin. However, he conceals his true prowess at the behest of his father, refraining from showcasing his full capabilities. While this fact eludes others, Xiachen astutely discerned it during his previous visit to the Feng residence. The reason is none other than the rare herbs utilized by the Feng family, precious concoctions in their own storied reserves, which are difficult to procure. As a prominent lineage, it is only natural for the Feng family to maintain a stock of such invaluable resources to facilitate the cultivation of their descendants. Therefore, if Feng Songhai has no need for them, who else could it possibly be but Feng Yu? After all, once one enters the spirit-gathering realm, the substances required for cultivation are no longer those distributed by the sect, and procuring such items necessitates reporting to the sect. Yet, Feng Yu has not adhered to this protocol. The sect remains oblivious to the fact that his cultivation has indeed reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, poised to step into the cyclone realm at any moment. These herbs remain an undisputed secret within the Feng household. Several individuals from various sects linger in the area, whether operating shops or taverns, effectively serving as the eyes of their respective sects, providing reliable information amidst the mundane world. Otherwise, how could a well-established sect maintain a network of information so extensive and far-reaching? The credit for this undoubtedly belongs to these individuals. Golden Light Tai Sui, are you truly speaking of that? Upon hearing Xiachen mention the black market of Wanqing, Feng Yu felt a stirring in his thoughts. That is indeed a golden light Tai Sui, which flourishes in relatively tepid environments, predominantly in locales with rainforest climates. Legend suggests that the age of a Tai Sui mirrors that of a person. After 2 decades of growth, a golden radiance emanates from the Tai Sui, a result of solar exposure. It is said to accumulate the essence of the sun and moon, rendering it an exceedingly rare treasure. Given its absorption of solar and lunar energies, the Tai Sui inherently possesses remarkable spirituality, which, if harnessed for cultivation, could be profoundly beneficial. For nearly 2 months, Feng Yu had been striving to transcend the Qi whirlwind realm, yet he consistently found himself merely touching upon the elusive threshold, unable to break through despite his strenuous efforts. Should he acquire this golden light Tai sway, perhaps this time he could succeed. With this thought in mind, Feng Yu feigned aloofness and remarked, "Ah, so you too have surreptitiously absconded from the sect. I had intended to reprimand you, but considering your escape was motivated by the pursuit of martial techniques, I shall feign ignorance of this matter. You may depart." Feng Yu naturally intended to wait until Xia Chun and Yunlinger had departed before covertly venturing out himself. Ensuring his actions remained discreet, Feng Yu was momentarily stunned. How could he not be tempted? It was, after all, a golden light Tai sway. If he were to descend the mountain in secret after Xia Chun and Yunlinger had left to retrieve it, he would face no particular difficulty. However, Yunlinger was the cherished granddaughter of the acting sect leader Yun Chun, and Xia Chun was a junior highly esteemed by his father. What if something were to befall them in the mixed environment of Thousand City? As one of the witnesses, I ponder how to account for this. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Feng Yu immediately felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Yet he maintained a facade of solemnity. Very well. I shall accompany you. It is prudent to keep a close watch and avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you, senior brother. Xia Chun, naturally pleased, even allowed his brows to lift slightly in delight. Within the sect, Feng Yu was held in as high regard as his father, Feng Songhai. He was seen as the perfect successor to the position of head of the law enforcement hall, poised to become a formidable figure in the future of Yunwu Peak. However, upon hearing Yunlinger's words, it felt as though he had been unjustly branded as a rogue. How have I been unruly? Feng Yu mused, puzzled. Although Yunlingo was known for her capriciousness within the sect, his interactions with her had been few and far between. The reason for this was straightforward. Feng Yu bore such a striking resemblance to his father, Feng Songhai, that the clever and mischievous Yunlinger, who constantly dreamed of escaping the confines of the mountain, would never dare approach him. Humph, you still dare to deceive me? Do you think I am unaware of your true level of prowess? Even that treacherous Chenxian pales in comparison, Yunlinga retorted, unabashed and forthright. Yet, her words utterly astonished Feng Yu. How could she possibly know? This was an exceptionally clandestine matter. Chapter 67. The Gatekeeper. You. Feng Yu initially intended to inquire how Yunlingo had come to this knowledge, for this was a secret of the Feng family. Known only to his father Feng Songhai and himself, even Yun Shun was in the dark. Concealing one's cultivation level is inherently challenging. Yet, Feng Yu and Feng Songhai had painstakingly obscured theirs for many years, undoubtedly investing considerable effort. Could it be that Yun Shun had discerned their secret and divulged it to Yunlingo? However, upon further reflection, if Yun Shun had indeed penetrated their disguise, he would not have revealed it to Yunlinger. Given his perceptiveness, he would have comprehended Feng Songhai's intentions and refrained from confiding in the indiscreet young maiden. Consequently, Feng Yu sheepishly regarded Yunlinger, hesitating for a considerable time, his face flushed with suppressed inquiry, yet unable to utter the question that lingered on his mind. Yunlinger offered a knowing smile, puffed out her chest, and adopted a mysterious tone, inquiring, "You're wondering how I found out, aren't you?" Feng Yu cast a profound gaze at Yunlinger, then at Xia Chun, ensuring they were alone before nodding with clenched teeth. Observing Feng Yu's evident discomfiture, Yunlinger reveled in her triumph, humming a merry tune before declaring, "Ascertaining your cultivation level isn't an insurmountable task. You carry a persistent medicinal fragrance, indicative of prolonged medication. Furthermore, I am intimately familiar with this particular aroma." Medicinal fragrance? Prompted by Yunlinger's remark, Feng Yu promptly raised his arm, inhaling the scent of his sleeve. Indeed, a medicinal fragrance clung to his sleeve, a fragrance of no ordinary kind, but rather the unmistakable aroma of the Hunyuan pill. The Hunyuan pill, a Xian-grade elixir, is far too potent for disciples of the Qi-gathering realm to withstand its vigorous properties. Should a newly initiated disciple inadvertently ingest this potion, the formidable potency would likely lead to their immediate demise. Why do you not reveal your true strength? Shinchuandu, that treacherous minister, has the audacity to be the chief disciple. If you were to ascend to that position, you would undoubtedly surpass him. Yunlinger murmured in dissatisfaction. The title of chief disciple, as the pride of the sect, naturally attracts considerable attention. It would be disingenuous to claim that Feng Yu remains unmoved by this. With strength surpassing that of Chenxuandu, why should he not be entitled to the same honor? The thought of occupying that esteemed position is undeniably exhilarating. This is not mere ambition. but rather the aspiration of a youthful prodigy. Who among us does not harbor dreams? Yet, Feng Yu's current desire is to no longer labor in obscurity, to cease concealing his true capabilities. A young person ought to don fine garments and ride spirited steeds, living boldly and openly. Concealing one's strength for future advantage is simply not Feng Yu's nature. He, too, is young and yearns for recognition and flamboyance. As Xia Chun observed Feng Yu lost in his reverie, he gently cleared his throat. Let us depart, senior brother. The crowd is large and watchful. If we linger any longer, we may find ourselves unable to leave. Only then did Feng Yu awaken from his daydream. Following Xia Chen's gaze and indeed spotting figures on the mountain peak, those must be the patrolling disciples of the sect. If discovered by them, an inevitable accusation would ensue. After all, who could blame his father, Feng Songhai, for instituting such stringent rules? Let us go, swiftly. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and followed Xia Chun and Yun Linger as they sprinted for 100 miles, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Wanjian City, rich in exotic charm, lies in the northeastern corner of Cloud City, serving as a border town. The Chenxing Continent indeed has several locations for open border trade, and Wanjian City, with its myriad pathways, is a prime choice at the convergence of several cities and nations. Thus, Wanjian City is not as diminutive as it may appear. On the contrary, it is a hub of undercurrents. Here, one finds both black markets and illicit fortunes. Countless shops line the streets, bustling like any ordinary border town. Yet within each establishment, events unfold steeped in blood and darkness. As Feng Yu, Xia Chen, and Yun Linga stepped into Wanjian City, they were immediately halted. Unlike other places, Wanjian City is a melting pot of diverse elements, necessitating stricter scrutiny. What brings you to Wanjian City? The gatekeeper, armed with a formidable spear, exuded an imposing presence. Upon his approach, Xia Chen sensed that the man's prowess was likely formidable. We merely wish to wander about, perhaps purchase a few items. I hope you might grant us a favor, brother. Xia Chun beamed at the gatekeeper, discreetly retrieving a jade disc from his sleeve and slipping it into the man's garment. However, to his surprise, when Xia Chun offered the jade disc with a broad smile, the man did not reach out to accept it. Instead, his expression darkened. His gaze fixed not on Xia Chen's face, but intensely locked onto Feng Yu. I did not inquire of you. My question is directed at him. Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Isn't there an auction taking place here? I merely wish to join the festivities. The city guard sneered. Since when have the young elites of Yunwu Peak come to Wanjian City to procure items? Upon this revelation, those trailing behind Feng Yu and Xia Chun were instantly taken aback. Although Wanjian City served as a clandestine stronghold for various sects, providing them with intelligence, these so-called esteemed individuals vehemently denied entry to their disciples, citing the market's dubious nature. After all, it was a black market where anything could transpire. I am merely here to observe. Feng Yu felt a surge of frustration, noting that both Xia Chen and Yun Lingo had slipped out dressed in plain attire, while he alone donned an embroidered robe depicting mountains and rivers. It was impossible not to attract attention. Here to observe? I fear your intentions are far from innocent. The guard bellowed. Seize him. With the guard's command, individuals emerged from all corners of Wanjian City, effectively blocking the path of Feng Yu and his companions. Xia Chen, upon witnessing the situation, was incensed. Isn't Wanjian City a place where anyone can conduct business and make purchases? Why are you obstructing us? The guard retorted with a cold laugh. Entering Wanjian City is indeed for the purpose of amicable transactions. We welcome all manner of dealings, yet you too may pass. But he, Feng Yu, suppressing his fury, felt the sting of unjust treatment, enduring an unwarranted affront. When had he ever been subjected to such indignity? Why must I be left alone? Can you provide me with a reason? Feng Yu, with his fists tightly clenched, felt a shift in his aura. Originally cultivating the billion Jew, the transformation of his energy emanated from it. The moment his aura began to change, an exquisite white lotus materialized beneath his feet, not as a physical entity, but as a manifestation of his ethereal energy. The guardian's expression shifted dramatically, the pinnacle of energy gathering. Feng Yu extended his hand, raising an index finger and pointing at the guardian. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, do not blame me for taking action. Someone, quickly summon assistance. Inform the young lady that we have a master at the pinnacle of energy gathering here. The guardian was now in a state of panic. He was merely at the intermediate level of energy gathering, trained in spear techniques suited for battle, and he realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he might suffer considerable losses. Especially considering the vast difference in their realms, half a realm, which was a significant disparity. Even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he would ultimately face defeat. I am certain it is him. Without a doubt. Hurry, call for help. With the Guardian's commanding shout, individuals swiftly dashed back, spreading the alarm. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiaochen quickly grasped the situation. This must be a misunderstanding. It appeared that Feng Yu had been mistaken for a heinous criminal. Just as he was about to interject with a defense, the Guardian, disregarding everything else, thrust his spear toward Feng Yu. If battles among those in the soul condensation realm relied merely on brute strength, then at the level of energy gathering, they became a dance of elegance. Especially the formidable Feng Yu, who appeared even more so. What he unleashed was nothing other than a resplendent golden lotus. The moment the petals unfurled, golden rays erupted from its core, reminiscent of the torrential rain and pear blossom needles wielded by the chivalrous in the mundane world. The brilliance was dazzling, encompassing a vast area. Although the city guard fell short of Feng Yu's realm by half a measure, he still belonged to the gathering spirit realm. Moreover, the long spear in his hand was an exceptional weapon for both offense and defense. Consequently, despite the ferocity of Feng Yu's lotus, the guard managed to withstand the assault with minimal cost. Breathing heavily, he knelt on the ground, his body battered and bruised by the golden light radiating from the lotus core. Instinctively, he touched the blood on his cheek, acknowledging the true power of this technique. Its extensive range and formidable might were undeniable. Had he not donned armor capable of slightly mitigating the force of the attack, he might have been pierced through by the golden rays in the next moment. Struggling to rise, the guard couldn't help but regard Feng Yu with newfound respect. Although reaching the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm was not uncommon in the myriad cities, such individuals were merely considered skilled practitioners. In the underground trading posts of the myriad cities, there were countless people of similar caliber. However, someone as formidable as Feng Yu was exceedingly rare. Not only was his aura robust, but it also seemed that his peak gathering spirit realm status was merely a faude, as he had hardly engaged in battle, yet still inflicted significant hardship upon the guard. Who exactly are you? The gatekeeper's expression shifted dramatically. According to his original plan, the informant would summon the young lady, taking at least 10 minutes to traverse from the inner residence to the city gate. Even in the fastest scenario of 5 minutes, he believed that his mid-tier gathering spirit realm could withstand the peak level for that duration. However, only a few seconds had passed, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, the golden light emanating from the lotus as if it possessed its own consciousness, piercing into his vital points and rendering him immobile. The only reason he could still breathe and speak was due to Feng Yu's mercy. Are you not well aware? Feng Yu cast a scornful glance at him. The gatekeeper was seething with anger, yet at that moment, he was utterly powerless against Feng Yu and could only resort to threats. Once our young lady arrives, you shall experience the taste of suffering. The young lady? Feng Yu was completely uninformed about the figure the gatekeeper referred to. In his hazy recollection, the Lord of Wanqing was a man, as it was a place beyond the jurisdiction of the Holy Dynasty, a veritable lawless territory. My young lady, without mentioning anything else, in terms of one-on-one combat. There is no one in Wanqing who can defeat her. Oh? Is she formidable in single combat? Feng Yu suddenly found himself reevaluating Wanqing. He had visited the place a few times in his youth with his father, and he never anticipated that upon his return after many years, it would have undergone such a transformation. As Feng Yu pondered the identity of this young lady, the gatekeeper, hearing commotion from behind, immediately wore a look of elation. The young lady has arrived. Haha boy, you are doomed. Chapter 69. Misidentifying the scoundrel. I shall not rest until I have your head. A fierce woman emerged from the rear of the city, brandishing a supple whip. This whip, slender and crafted from fine steel, exuded an aura of sharpness and dominance. With a swift motion, she lashed out, the whip darting forth like a dragon unleashed from its lair, aimed directly at Feng Yu. In that fleeting moment, Feng Yu deftly evaded the attack, simultaneously thrusting his palm forward, causing a golden lotus to materialize, radiating with brilliance. The gatekeeper hastily retreated. It was evident that he could no longer remain safely within the vicinity. To be precise, both Feng Yu and the young lady he referred to far surpassed him in power. Remaining here could very well cost him his life. When the city gate is ablaze, the innocent fish in the pond suffer. Moreover, these two were celestial beings engaged in their own battle. What business did a mere mortal have meddling in such affairs? Even Xia Chun, at the instant the whip approached, instinctively shielded Yunlinger behind him. The whip's fierce assault was no mere illusion. A glancing blow could very well result in severe injury, if not worse. Feng Yu, however, remained composed, his energy flowing effortlessly. His robust aura was his greatest asset. The Golden Lotus served not only as an offensive weapon but also as a protective charm. Regardless of the whip's ferocity at this moment, Feng Yu appeared more than capable of handling the situation. Yun Linger, observing the woman whose countenance was wild with fury, could not help but murmur softly to Xia Chen. "Humph, senior brother Feng seems so serious most of the time, yet he shows such leniency here. No wonder he chose not to accompany us." Xia Chen shot a fierce glare at Yun Linger, exclaiming, "Do not speak recklessly. I find senior brother Feng to be far from the sort of person you imply." The misconception did not arise from mere conjecture, but stemmed from the fury etched upon that woman's countenance, as if she regarded Feng Yu as her mortal enemy, genuinely intent on taking his life. The dazzling array of lethal strikes, coupled with Feng Yu's movements that flowed like water, was a sight to behold. Yet, the woman undeniably possessed skill. Her whip danced with impenetrable precision, subtly conveying an intent to subdue Feng Yu. Humph! Feng Yu was truly incensed. When had he ever been subjected to such disdain? And to be accused unjustly? He could endure much, but this baseless slander ignited a fierce blaze within him. Unyielding as a mountain, yet the lotus beneath his feet began to blossom, enveloping him entirely. Upon reaching the gathering spirit realm, he could effortlessly manipulate his energy, his mastery of techniques reaching an unparalleled zenith. With a sudden exclamation, "Azure Lotus!" Feng Yu's voice erupted in fury. In an instant, a sword materialized in his grasp. Holding the sword, Feng Yu was now utterly serious. The earlier advantage the woman held was swiftly nullified. With a resounding clash, the sword met the steel whip, igniting a shower of sparks. With a deft flourish, Feng Yu separated the whip completely, then spoke in a low yet commanding tone, "If you continue this nonsense, I shall take decisive action." The woman, undeterred by Feng Yu's warning, became infuriated, her teeth clenched in frustration. "You will take decisive action? I am the one being unreasonable. Last night, who absconded with my belly band?" In the midst of a crowded gathering, a woman suddenly uttered such words, sending a shiver down Feng Yu's spine. What on earth? Even though Xia Chen had initially intended to defend Feng Yu, he now found himself utterly speechless. Well, splendid. Brother Feng, you are truly remarkable." Feng Yu was naturally at a loss for words, his composure shattered by the woman's declaration, his hand that clutched the sword involuntarily lowering. "Miss, I am Feng Yu, a disciple of a reputable lineage. I implore you to refrain from making baseless accusations." "I have never committed the act you allege," he stated earnestly. The woman, now agitated, retorted, "Do you dare to argue?" At that moment, Feng Yu's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he shook his head vehemently. "This is our first encounter, and I have never seen you before. Moreover, it was you who charged at me, threatening to kill me." "To kill you? That would be too lenient," she snarled, her teeth clenched, as she forcefully struck the ground with her steel whip, shattering the bluestone tiles into mere powder, leaving no trace behind. Crack! The blow came swiftly and fiercely, instantly tearing through his garment and leaving a line of blood in its wake. Yet, rather than evading or retaliating, Feng Yu simply focused on his breathing technique, silently reciting the mantra. Crack! Another 2 lashes struck Feng Yu's body with unyielding force. Yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain, exhibiting no intention of resistance or retaliation. In the face of such unfounded injustice, the best course of action was to simply ignore it. The woman before him, feeling slighted, was naturally filled with indignation. Once her fury had subsided and she had regained her composure, she should have sensed the truth. "Aren't you going to retaliate?" The woman was momentarily taken aback. Feng Yu remained silent, steadfastly standing there, murmuring the calming incantation. "Very well. Since you choose not to strike back, I shall not hold back." With that, she lashed out once more. Feng Yu felt the sting of pain as her blow tore through his garments, exposing flesh beneath. Yet, he endured the agony, resolute and unmoving. By this point, the woman's anger had nearly dissipated. Although she had struck Feng Yu several times in succession, now she found herself unable to land another blow. Even she could discern that while Feng Yu's strength and realm were comparable to her own, he had consistently held back during their confrontation. Had it been anyone else, they might have engaged in a true life-and-death struggle. At this moment, Xia Chen could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward boldly, declaring, "My senior brother is an upright individual. I fear you have mistaken him for someone else. Are all those of such caliber in Wanzhong City merely figments of your imagination? Vile scoundrels? This was rather excessive. Who do you think you are? Step aside, she retorted. I pride myself on my ability to discern character. A person may disguise themselves or conceal their identity, yet the energy they emanate cannot deceive. Xiachen found himself at a loss for words. The woman spoke the truth. While one may alter their appearance, conceal their identity, or even infiltrate unnoticed, the woman at the center of this matter can discern the essence through the flow of energy. I am certain, the one who so brazenly approached me last night emanated a distinct aura, warmth, and sunlight, accompanied by a heavy sense of pressure that could not be mistaken. Indeed, when Feng Yu exerted 7/10 of his strength earlier, the oppressive sensation was palpable. Not only could Xiachen feel it, but even the woman who battled him was acutely aware of Feng Yu's formidable energy. While one might cloak the brilliance of their energy, they cannot disguise its true nature. Suddenly, Feng Yu opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the woman before him, and let out a deep sigh. If you are so certain, miss, that I have wronged you, then I implore you to take my life to prove my innocence. With that, he closed his eyes once more, and his ethereal sword transformed into mere nothingness, vanishing into his spatial pouch with a wave of his hand. Do you think I fear death? The woman seethed, casting her whip to the ground and brandishing a dagger as she advanced towards Feng Yu. Yet, he remained motionless, his brows furrowed, eyes shut tight. Xiachen found the situation absurd. They had just arrived in the city of Wanqian and were already branded as lecherous thieves? How amusing. And the man deemed a scoundrel was none other than Feng Yu himself? Wait a moment. Xiachen felt that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Just after descending the mountain, encountering such a situation was utterly absurd. My senior brother and I had only just come down. Prior to this, he had never strayed even a step from the sect. How could he possibly travel such a distance to offend you? Your rashness is, in my opinion, a fitting irony for the slight you claim to have suffered. At this juncture, can words alone resolve this predicament? Witnessing Feng Yu endure such an unjust grievance, Xiachen could not help but empathize. How reminiscent it was. Once, he had fallen from the heights of youthful genius to the depths of uselessness, and his mother had also suffered unwarranted slander due to a single utterance from his uncle, resulting in her confinement for many years, from which she had yet to be liberated. Xiachen understood the weight of such injustice all too well. If you dare to lay a hand on my senior brother, then you must first contend with me. With that, Xiachen extended his arm, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Yu, his aura radiating outward. Now at the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm, although his energy could not compare to Feng Yu's, the prolonged immersion in medicinal herbs and the consumption of spirit beast cores had rendered his presence formidable. The woman cast a deep glance at Feng Yu, then turned her gaze to Xiachen, seeking destruction. In her fury, the woman became truly perilous. It is no wonder some say a woman possesses zero intelligence in two instances, when in love and when enraged. In these states, women resemble enraged beasts, devoid of reason, and any attempt to counsel them could lead to dire consequences. Fierce and formidable. Yet, in the very next moment, as the woman brandished her dagger, Xiachen suddenly closed the distance, maneuvering beside her and deftly encircling her dagger with one hand, firmly grasping her wrist. Meanwhile, with no regard for decorum, one hand forcefully seized her arm, causing her body to lurch forward. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiachen's hand descended heavily upon the woman's ample posterior. The resounding slap echoed, fiery and vibrant. In that fleeting moment, not only did Feng Yu open his eyes, but Yunlinger also stared in disbelief with her beautiful eyes at the scene unfolding before her. Even the countless onlookers in the city were left agape. The young lady was being publicly trifled with. Moreover, in such a humiliating manner. I'll kill you. I'll skin you alive. Lu Qingyuan, trapped under Xiachen's arm, was nearly driven to madness. Having been disrespected the previous night, she could hardly fathom that in broad daylight, before the eyes of the crowd, she was subjected to yet another indignity, and by a man who appeared to be merely a youth, evidently weaker than herself. How could she endure this tremendous disgrace? Young lady, now you see, it is I who has disrespected you, so recognize my aura and ascertain whether I am indeed the one who wronged you last night. Xiachen's intention was not to shield Feng Yu from this deranged woman. Rather, he sought to demonstrate a singular truth. While each individual's aura is unique, those who cultivate the same or similar techniques inevitably share commonalities in their auras. Taking the cultivation of the essence of metal as an example, the techniques of the Qingxu sword and the Yunwu sword exhibit a remarkable resonance. Both generate a misty vapor when employing their energy, as the saying goes. A gentle breeze arrives. However, how can such a swordplay, characterized by its gentle arrival, serve as a basis for discerning the intentions of others? If two practitioners embodying the fiery essence exhibit flames in their techniques, can it be presumed by Lu Qingyuan that anyone wielding fire, provided their realms in fullness align, is merely a lecher who has slighted her? In an instant, the truth became glaringly evident. Lu Qingyuan found her hand seized by Xiachen, immobilizing her, causing her dagger to clatter to the ground with a melodious chime. "Miss, please compose yourself," he urged. After a considerable time, once Xiachen was assured that Lu Qingyuan had regained her composure, he forcefully pushed her away from his embrace, staggering several steps before regaining her balance. Lu Qingyuan's expression was one of profound complexity. Today she had undeniably lost face, previously subdued by one man, and then chastised by a younger one. The most astute and ruthless young lady of Wansheng was left questioning her dignity in this situation. "I shall have your life," Lu Qingyuan growled, tears spilling uncontrollably. She was weeping from indignation. Chapter 71. Only more dazzling. No matter how astute a woman may be, she remains a woman at heart. Is there any woman who can remain unyielding to the end? The heavens bestow upon women two of the most formidable weapons, beauty and tears, both capable of inflicting harm in the most insidious of ways. At this moment, the tears streaming down Lu Qingyuan's face, provoked by Xiachen, were not weapons of vengeance, but rather manifestations of her profound embarrassment, as if she had disgraced herself in front of her grandmother. She could no longer maintain her formerly aloof demeanor, nor could she uphold the dignity associated with her status as a young lady. All that Lu Qingyuan yearned for now was to release her pent-up emotions through weeping. This sorrowful spectacle left Xiachen utterly astonished. Was it a common trait among women to behave thus? Previously, he had witnessed Yunlinga sobbing uncontrollably. And now yet another woman was in tears? Feng Yu spoke indifferently. "Junior brother Xiachen, junior sister Linger, let us depart. We have no business here." Xiachen nodded in agreement, indeed. However, Yunlinger pouted. "This is no fun at all. I expected a dramatic display of love and conflict. Yet nothing has transpired." Feng Yu could only chuckle wryly. If such a drama were to unfold, I fear for my very life. Even the gatekeeper who had previously stepped forward to block Xiachen and Feng Yu's party was momentarily taken aback. What was he to do now? It seemed he was utterly powerless. Should he simply allow these individuals who had so lightly treated the young lady to walk away unscathed? "You shall not leave." Lu Qingyuan suddenly ceased her tears, gritting her teeth as she uttered those words. Her expression of humiliation suggested that Xiachen was indeed guilty of a grave offense. Xiachen was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. It appeared that Feng Yu was safe, yet he himself had fallen into a den of wolves. "Do not move. If you do, I shall take his life," Lu Qingyuan shouted at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was left speechless, pondering what course of action to take. Had Xiachen refrained from uttering those words, had he chosen to observe coldly, how could such a predicament have arisen? Now, how could I possibly rescue him? "I will accompany you. Is that acceptable?" "Do refrain from wielding that knife. It is rather intimidating, is it not?" Xiachen forced a smile. The blade perilously close to his throat, perhaps poised to sever his carotid artery at any moment. "My junior brother Xiachen is in this predicament because of me, and thus I must endeavor to save him." Yunlinger nodded, her face brightening with excitement. Let us rescue Xiachen tonight and perhaps play a trick on that woman as well. Her flustered demeanor is simply delightful to witness." Alas, in the end, Feng Yu sighed. Yunlinger's unpredictability is well known on Yunwu Peak. This whimsical girl, even at such a critical juncture, still contemplates teasing that woman. I truly wonder whether accompanying her to this myriad city has been a blessing or a curse for Xiachen and myself. My initial aim was to seek the golden light Tai Sui, yet given the current circumstances, it appears this matter will consume an entire day. Whether we can rescue Xiachen by nightfall remains uncertain. Should the situation change, how shall I explain it to the master and my father? It seems I must inevitably send a message detailing all that has transpired here, though I most dread the loss of freedom. I find myself compelled to do so, for I brought Yunlinger out of the mountain gate. In a moment of desperation, Feng Yu retrieved a white feathered pigeon from his mustard seed pouch, carefully placing the prepared letter into the bird's satchel before releasing it into the sky. This act, performed in full view of the public, was intended to convey a crucial message to the inhabitants of Wanjian City. They should refrain from rash actions, for he had already sent word via the messenger pigeon. However, at that very moment, the guards found themselves in a quandary regarding how to handle Feng Yu and Yunlinger. Should they apprehend or release them. The young lady had swiftly fled with the young man, leaving behind the formidable master at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. It seemed unlikely that even all the guards combined could subdue him. Moreover, a clever-looking little girl accompanied him, likely possessing considerable abilities as well. Even if one were to disregard the matter of their realms, the jade pendant dangling from the girl's waist instilled a sense of trepidation in the guards. He recognized it as a token of high status from a certain sect, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. When had Wanjian City become so vulnerable? Although Wanjian City was not under the stringent control of the Holy Dynasty, it existed for a reason, and the Holy Dynasty had indeed intervened at times. Thus, on the surface, Wanjian City appeared no different from any ordinary city. Yet, it was only upon entering the underground trading market that one would discover an entirely new world. The guards merely performed their duties of gatekeeping and protection, aware of the clandestine dealings, but not deeming them particularly alarming. Chapter 72, A Moment Worth 1,000 Gold. Astonishing? Xiachen appeared bewildered, his eyes wide as he gazed at the enchanting Luqing Yuan before him. At this moment, Xiachen found himself encircled by a throng of women, leaving him in a predicament where retreat was as challenging as advancing. In his attempt to escape, he inadvertently stumbled backwards into a lavish flower hall, resplendent in its opulence, yet permeated with an overwhelming scent of perfume. This was unmistakably a woman's boudoir. Xiachen was taken aback, utterly astonished that he had been led to such a place by a group of women. As he continued to retreat, the astonishment within him was indescribable. At this juncture, Luqing Yuan appeared markedly different from her earlier demeanor in the city. She seemed to have transformed entirely, exuding an effortless allure in her every gesture. "Oh, it seems you are quite susceptible to temptation. It appears you are still a naive one," Luqing Yuan remarked, her smile radiating mischief. It was only now that Xiachen began to grasp why Luqing Yuan had been subjected to such frivolity. Was it not a trap of her own design? Observing her innate charm, he realized that the events at the city gate were nothing more than a theatrical performance orchestrated by Luqing Yuan herself, and a rather garish one at that. Initially, he had no intention of falling into this snare. Yet, with Feng Yu's absence, Xiachen found himself ensnared. "What do you intend to do? Kindly instruct your companions to show some respect," Xiachen exclaimed, his gaze fierce and indignant, for the women had begun to lay hands on him. His anger was, of course, entirely justified. To one's surprise, Luqing Yuan smiled gently and said, "In my realm of bliss, you should set aside your pretenses and truly enjoy yourself. Perhaps after tonight, you may find yourself free to leave come dawn." It was well known throughout the myriad cities that Miss Luqing Yuan was not to be trifled with. Whenever a fair-faced young man ventured into the city, she would invariably seek to ensnare him, refusing to relent until she had had her fill. Thus, Luqing Yuan earned the moniker the Young Man Slayer. With an innate charm that bewitched those fresh to the world, countless young men willingly fell into her trap. Unaware of the depths of the waters they were wading into, Luqing Yuan could be likened to a vibrant flower amidst the chaos of the city. Once the women surrounding her had pushed Xiachen into the room, the door suddenly shut with a resounding thud, and a lock clicked into place outside. Luqing Yuan's voice echoed, "You shall remain there, while I prepare the items needed for the bridal chamber." No wonder when Xiachen entered, he noticed the residence was adorned with festive decorations. In truth, the revelry had never ceased. Luqing Yuan had been preparing for her role as a bride almost every night. The cultivation technique she practiced involved the absorption of yang energy to replenish yin, a practice found solely in the southern regions. Xiachen had heard whispers of this peculiar art, which bore similarities to the dual cultivation methods of the joyful sect. The esteemed Miss Luqing Yuan of the myriad cities was indeed a practitioner of such arts. By continuously drawing forth the essence of youthful men to enhance her own vitality, this was no longer a secret. On the contrary, the inhabitants of Wanwan City are well aware of this secret. From the moment Feng Yu and Xiachen entered the city, they had already caught the attention of others. The doorkeeper's actions were not motivated by the incident involving Luqing Yuan the previous night. Rather, it was all part of a grand performance from the very beginning. Unbeknownst to them, both Feng Yu and Xiachen were oblivious to the true nature of the unfolding drama. "What do you intend to do?" Xiachen exclaimed, struggling in vain against the confines of his predicament. Although the door was firmly shut, the women who had forcefully ushered him inside remained present. This was the first time Xiachen had encountered such a multitude of women, though they were all mere frivolous distractions, hardly worthy of note. "My dear husband, tonight is our wedding night. At this juncture, do you still fail to comprehend?" It was not that Xiachen did not understand. Rather, He was unwilling to accept the reality of his humiliation, an unprecedented affront. He had scarcely stepped into Wanquan City when he found himself ensnared by a woman's machinations. And it was a brazen betrayal, devoid of any pretense of subtlety. As a lawless region within the realm of the Chenxing Continent, this place was rife with bizarre occurrences that unfolded daily. The commonplace nature of these events had rendered them unremarkable to the general populace. What was so extraordinary about yet another young lady ensnaring a man? Such events transpired day in and day out, year after year. What day was not like this? Only those ensnared might truly feel the sting of indignation. As Lu Qingyuan's voice faded at the doorway, Xia Chen resignedly sank to the floor. Realizing that he had been coerced into this predicament, forced to become a captive husband. Although the martial world is vast and replete with bizarre tales, Xia Chen never anticipated that he himself would fall victim to such an ordeal, and in such a humiliating manner. The women before him were resplendent and exuded an intense fragrance, which caused Xia Chen considerable discomfort, prompting him to exclaim in exasperation, "Keep your distance. I have no desire to behold you." "Oh, is our young gentleman feeling bashful?" One of them retorted. "There's no need for coyness, truly. Every man who arrives here initially reacts in this manner, but eventually they come to understand the true meaning of earthly delight." As they proclaimed, the men who had been abducted shared Xia Chen's initial reaction: fury, indignation, and even suicidal tendencies. Chapter 73. A bungled attempt to profit backfires with belated realization. Xia Chen comprehended that from the moment he entered, he had been ensnared in Lu Qingyuan's trap. His physical strength gradually waned, and even his senses began to diminish. Xia Chen was unaware of the specific concoction of the powder, but it possessed formidable potency. The world spun around him, and a myriad of images flooded his mind, as if watching a movie. However, these visions were unfamiliar to Xia Chen. The alluring beauties and the scenes that evoked a sense of shame were all products of the powder's influence. A seductive melody seemed to resonate in his mind, and under the sway of the suggestive music, Xia Chen's once unyielding resolve began to erode. Once the corrosion is successfully executed, the inevitable consequences become painfully evident. Xia Chen is destined to descend into a state he most fervently wishes to avoid. Logically speaking, since he stepped through the threshold, he should have succumbed long ago. The reason for his continued resistance lies in the ethereal white current residing in his chest, safeguarding his heart's essence and allowing him to cling to the last vestiges of lucidity. Should this white mist dissipate into oblivion, it will signal the complete collapse of Xia Chen's psychological defenses. As time inexorably passes, Xia Chen, in agony, closes his eyes. Despite his dwindling rationality urging him to resist succumbing, such matters are hardly within one's control. Uncertain of how long he can endure, he finds his mind consumed by a singular thought. He must hold on, hold on. He believes that Yunlinger and Feng Yu will surely come to his rescue. If he can simply endure until that moment, victory will be his. In this state of hazy confusion, Xia Chen gradually feels the pull of slumber. Overwhelmed by an unbearable heat, he remains unaware that Lu Qingyuan has donned a striking crimson garment and silently appeared at the door. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Xia Chen suddenly perceives an unusual fragrance wafting before him, accompanied by a chilling touch. Startled, he opens his eyes to behold Lu Qingyuan's enchanting visage before him. In truth, Lu Qingyuan possesses an exquisite beauty that surpasses the captivating allure of Yunlinger. Lu Qingyuan's charm is innate, exuding a beguiling grace in every gesture, a charm that no man could possibly resist. The breathtaking scenery before him jolted Xia Chen into a profound awareness. Beneath the vibrant red wedding attire lies Lu Qingyuan's flawless, delicate skin and her perfectly sculpted figure, awakening deep-seated desires within Xia Chen that had long remained dormant. The most alarming aspect of this awakening was the realization that he harbored a voice of yearning within his heart, startling him to his very core. "Oh, my little husband," she teased, "you claim to resist, yet your body betrays your true intentions." Her slender fingers, reminiscent of delicate scallions, lightly grazed Xia Chen's chest. Even through the fabric, the sensation sent a shiver coursing through him. Such a youthful complexion indeed, a sight that brings great delight. Lu Qingyuan's words dripped with allure, and her naturally seductive demeanor was an irresistible temptation. Xia Chen felt his throat grow hoarse, a sensation he had never experienced before. By all accounts, young men of his age and status had already indulged in the pleasures of romance, with some having been completely consumed by their pursuits. Yet, Xia Chen, having devoted his youth to cultivation, found himself in a sudden and drastic shift of fortune, his once noble identity reduced to mere dust. Individuals of such nature would naturally find themselves devoid of women who would willingly offer their affections, and Xiachen himself had never contemplated such matters. This explains why the hidden yearning within him suddenly blossomed, intensifying with fervor. Even a seasoned individual would struggle to resist the allure of Lu Qingyuan, let alone Xiachen. His gaze gradually became ensnared, and one could assert that at this moment, he had irrevocably succumbed to the whirlpool of desire. Lu Qingyuan smiled mischievously, exclaiming, "Hee, I never anticipated that you, little fellow, would possess such a fine exterior." Xiachen could no longer suppress a growl akin to that of a wild beast. He, drawing upon an unknown reservoir of strength, seemed to have transcended the effects of the medicinal powder. Fiercely clasping Lu Qingyuan in his embrace, he resembled a beast, tearing at the vibrant red ceremonial garments adorning her, rending them into tatters. It was only when his gaze and breath momentarily stilled that he paused. "Do you like it? If you do, I permit you." Before Lu Qingyuan could finish her words, Xiachen had already seized her in a passionate kiss. In that moment, the innate energy within him surged forth, enveloping him in a swirl of white mist, amplifying his strength and rendering his actions even more frenzied, reminiscent of when he had consumed the core of a spirit beast in the misty forest. However, whereas then it was the primal instincts awakened by the spirit beast's core, now it was the beastly nature harbored within his own heart, two distinctly different phenomena. Wait. Originally, the situation was gradually improving, and even Lu Qingyuan's heart felt somewhat softened. With so many men falling at her feet, it should have been difficult for Lu Qingyuan to feel such emotions again. However, from the moment Xiachen forcefully tore at her clothing, she increasingly sensed that matters were spiraling beyond her control. Moreover, she astonishingly realized that she seemed to possess no strength to resist. Xiachen, at this moment, was breathless and disoriented, his mind clouded. With bloodshot eyes fixated solely on the person before him, desperate to alleviate his predicament. Chapter 74. The origin of misfortune. Xiachen, enveloped in confusion, was oblivious to his own actions. The surge of innate energy left Lu Qingyuan genuinely astonished. She had already discerned that Xiachen was extraordinary. However, she initially believed that he was merely more enticing than Fengyu. Little did she realize that Xiachen's innate energy would leave her utterly shocked. Innate energy? This was a phenomenon that existed solely in legends, remarkably pure, even after consuming countless martial cultivators' essence. It paled in comparison to the potency of a single breath from Xiachen. Just a whiff of this innate energy could elevate her to euphoric heights and accelerate her progress. For Lu Qingyuan, currently at the initial stage of the Cyclone Realm, relying solely on this innate energy, she would likely soon become a peerless master of the Intent Realm. At that point, not only could she reign as the queen of countless cities, but even in foreign lands, she would still possess the power to subdue all. She would ensure that those who defied her would be rendered compliant, though this notion merely flickered through Lu Qingyuan's mind for an instant. She soon realized that she had indeed stumbled upon a treasure today. Meanwhile, Xiachen remained enveloped in confusion, his actions unceasing. Lu Qingyuan seemed to comprehend that if she wished to savor the essence of innate energy, she must completely captivate Xiachen's heart and soul. Only in this way could she seize the opportunity to taste that legendary innate energy. Thus, Lu Qingyuan exerted herself with even greater fervor, employing all her wiles, solely to entice Xiachen, plunging him into an inescapable reverie of tenderness. She had even envisioned her future. As long as she could master Xiachen, it would mean securing the most formidable ally for herself. By continuously absorbing the innate energy, with such a gem as Xiachen by her side, her progress could be astonishingly swift, and she firmly believed that within a year, she could ascend to a higher realm. This was no exaggeration. Observing Xiachen's transformation from a crippled wastrel to someone who had traversed 2 realms in a mere 2 months was nothing short of astonishing, even to Xiachen himself. Therefore, one can only imagine the excitement of Lu Qingyuan, who was already at the initial stage of the Cyclone Realm. While the red gauze curtains offered warmth, a sense of urgency loomed heavily elsewhere. Had Fengyu witnessed the situation within, she would undoubtedly perceive that Yunlinger possessed the potential to be a true oracle. For ever since she left the mountain, every whimsical prediction she made had remarkably come to fruition. Fengyu felt a sense of uncertainty, his voice trembling slightly. It appeared that his junior brother, Xiachen, was indeed inside, yet the nature of their activities remained a mystery. The estate within Wanjian City exuded an air of festivity. seemingly devoid of guards, making entry a trivial endeavor. Should that old woman truly be forcing Xiaqin into marriage, they would have the perfect opportunity to rescue him. With a resigned nod, Feng Yu agreed. Very well, let us venture inside. As they spoke, Feng Yu and Yunlinger stealthily infiltrated the premises, just in time to hear Xiaqin's heavy roar echoing from the flower hall. It is indeed junior brother Xiaqin. Feng Yu's heart raced, and he instinctively moved to push the door open. However, the next moment, a delicate voice floated from within, murmuring softly. At this, Yunlinger's face turned ashen. What could they possibly be doing inside that elicited such sounds? Feng Yu, who had previously been engulfed in confusion, suddenly grasped the situation with startling clarity. The nature of those sounds required no further inquiry. He was no stranger to the naivete of women. Such matters were familiar territory for him. Anger surged within him as he recalled the sight of Lu Qingyin weeping openly in public, leading him to a disheartening realization. It dawned on him that everything was a trap set by that insidious woman, all to lure him and Xiaqin into her web. With a fierce determination, he delivered a powerful kick to the door. Under the weight of his fury, breaching the door should have been effortless, yet astonishingly, he found himself unable to force it open entirely. Upon closer inspection, Feng Yu noticed that the door was adorned with a complex array of prohibitions, evidently crafted by someone far from ordinary. Given his abilities, it would likely take him some time to unravel this intricate barrier. Yunlinger, her complexion pale, could no longer restrain herself as she observed Feng Yu's sudden halt. Why are you not acting? Xiaqin is inside. As she spoke, seeing Feng Yu's in action, she struck the lock ring on the door with great force. In that instant, a wave of dizziness washed over Yunlinger, as if an unseen force was pulling her upwards. Do not move. This is a complex prohibition. Feng Yu quickly patted her back, helping her regain her senses. Junior brother Xiaqin, can you hear me? I am your senior brother Feng. He shouted into the room. Wake up quickly. Do not let this demoness ruin your primordial essence. The urgency in Feng Yu's voice only amplified the murmurs of passion emanating from within the chamber. Yunlinger's cheeks flushed, tears welling in her eyes. Though she was still somewhat naive regarding matters of intimacy, she understood all too well what Xiaqin was engaged in with that older woman. Clenching her nails into her flesh, she found herself unable to cry or express her anger. Wasn't this all a consequence of her own actions? Chapter 75. The secret method of rescue. How to break the prohibition posed a significant challenge for Feng Yu. He seemed never to have considered that the opponent's realm might indeed surpass his own. In the present Cloud City, those who appeared to possess a higher realm than Feng Yu could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and particularly among his peers, such individuals were exceedingly rare. It was not to say that they were entirely non-existent, but rather that the likelihood was exceedingly slim. However, now, faced with the restrictive seal affixed to the door, Feng Yu found himself utterly at a loss, for he could not unravel it. The reason for this impasse was, of course, due to the opponent's superior realm, making it impossible for Feng Yu to completely dismantle the intricate seal. The sight of Yunlinger, who looked thoroughly dejected, caught Feng Yu's attention. Surely this little girl was not smitten with that lad, Xiaqin? With this thought, Feng Yu could not help but silently apologize to himself. He then retrieved a talisman from the pocket of his coat. This talisman was imbued with formidable power, and Feng Yu intended to use it to obliterate the seal on the door. How could one ascertain the outcome without first attempting? Thus, when Feng Yu produced the talisman from his bosom, even Yunlinger's eyes brightened. Was that a Five Thunder talisman? Indeed, it was the Five Thunder talisman. As a sacred esoteric talisman handed down from Yunwu Peak, it was renowned for its tremendous might. If this talisman were to be affixed to the door and the incantation recited, it would erupt with a thunderous blast in no time at all. What did it matter if the opponent's realm was higher? The treasures of Yunwu Peak were known far and wide. With this thought in mind, Feng Yu decisively placed the Five Thunder talisman upon the door, without a moment's hesitation. On the other side, the boundless allure emanating from the room caused Xiaqin to unleash all his vigor. The faint innate energy surrounding him made it evident that Lu Qingyuan had no means to contend with Xiaqin. She could only endure his onslaught, incapable of resistance. Her initial intention to effortlessly consume Xiaqin and absorb the innate energy within him had now become an unattainable illusion. She found herself utterly powerless to fight back. Instead, Xiaqin, having thoroughly exhausted himself, collapsed onto the ground after emerging from the crimson tent. As clarity suddenly returned to his mind, Xiaqin finally comprehended the events that had transpired. He stood there, dumbfounded, astonished by the scene before him. Within the red drapery lay Lu Qingyuan's exquisite form. while Xiachen himself was completely unclothed. What had truly occurred? There was no need for him to ponder, as the flushed complexion of Lu Qingyuan spoke volumes. You were truly uncanny. Lu Qingyuan weakly addressed the recently awakened Xiachen. The reason for her feebleness was clear. She was utterly drained of energy, rendered immobile. The acquired energy she had cultivated paled in comparison to the innate energy before her, almost as if she were a novice. Not only had she been completely drained, but Xiachen had also turned the tables, asserting dominance over her. This was an unprecedented experience for Lu Qingyuan, who had always navigated through the world of flowers without encountering such a forceful claim from a man. In the past, Lu Qingyuan had always reveled in her ability to manipulate men, causing them to succumb to her charm. This was the first time she had faced such a complete failure, one so profound that she found herself devoid of even the slightest resistance. At this moment, Xiachen felt invigorated, not only brimming with energy but also radiating a vibrant spirit, having thoroughly absorbed Lu Qingyuan's essence. His face flushed with embarrassment as he grappled with the realization of his actions, his brow furrowed tightly, and vivid images replaying in his mind like a relentless film. The alluring and enchanting scene swirled within him, relentless and unyielding. Understanding the entirety of the recent events, Xiachen hastily snatched up his clothes from the ground, stammering, "Please, don't misunderstand. I have no idea what happened. It wasn't me." Lu Qingyuan shot him a fierce glare, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. Terrified, Xiachen's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze intently on her. Lu Qingyuan, now drained of strength, spoke wearily, "Save your breath. Only I can unravel this binding. I am utterly powerless. All my energy has been siphoned by you, leaving me unable to break free. You might as well remain here obediently." "That is unacceptable." Xiachen suddenly raised his voice. The thought of being trapped here sent a shiver down his spine. Every moment felt like a thorn in his back, a lump in his throat. How could he possibly remain calm? In a state of frantic agitation within the confines of the room, Xiachen suddenly heard a voice emanating from outside. "Junior brother Xiachen, the thunder talisman is about to explode. You must take cover." With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered, sending the door flying alongside it. The resounding crash drew the attention of those within the inner quarters, and Feng Yu could not help but furrow his brow, inwardly lamenting the dire situation. He had already sensed that among those approaching were two individuals of equal standing to himself. Indeed, this bustling city was teeming with hidden talents, its masters emerging in abundance. At this moment, Feng Yu only wished to hasten their escape with Xiachen. Thus, as the door erupted, he wasted no time, rushing into the room and swiftly pulling Xiachen out. "Let us go." Yun Linger did not enter. Women possess an innate clarity of perception. Upon hearing the murmurs from within, she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, rendering speculation unnecessary. As the trio turned to flee, intent on breaking free from this entrapment, they were suddenly confronted by individuals from the underground trading post, who had either heard the commotion or were otherwise alerted. It appeared that a violent confrontation was inevitable. With a resolute grit of his teeth, Feng Yu summoned forth a series of golden lotuses beneath his feet, their brilliance more intense than during his earlier sparring session with Lu Qingyuan. "Whoever stands in my way today shall meet their demise." In his hand, he wielded a sword, its sheen augmented by the power of the golden lotuses, exuding an aura of formidable might. Just then, however, Lu Qingyuan, leaning weakly against the doorframe, furrowed her brow and let out a desperate cry. "Let them go. No one is permitted to obstruct." As soon as those individuals beheld Lu Qingyuan emerge from the house and speak, they instantly fell silent and withdrew. The pressure on Feng Yu suddenly alleviated, allowing him to smoothly escort Xiachen and Yun Linger through the encirclement. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan gazed with an expression of profound complexity as she watched Feng Yu and Xiachen depart. Her hands were tightly clenched, her sharp nails piercing the flesh. Drawing blood, "I shall not allow you to leave. I am determined to possess you." Xiachen's face flushed with embarrassment. "I was just about to say that." Before he could finish, Feng Yu irritably patted Xiachen on the shoulder. "I thought she had harmed you. It turns out it was merely this?" "It is of no concern, really. Of no concern? For a scion of a prestigious family like Feng Yu." Despite the high expectations and strict upbringing from Feng Songhai, the latter remained indifferent to the romantic entanglements that befell his son, a man of stature, a martial cultivator, a paragon of the younger generation. A king without a crown, what does it matter if a woman is involved? Furthermore, at Feng Yu's age, one might even have children already, were he in the mundane world. Although the realm of martial families differs from that of ordinary households, Feng Songhai has always adhered to the belief that among the three forms of filial piety, the greatest sin is to have no descendants. Thus, simply regard the next encounter as your first, and all shall be well. In truth, what truly concerned Xia Chun was not these matters, but Yun Linger. Upon bursting forth from that courtyard, he noticed Yun Linger's countenance. She seemed to fully comprehend what he had done within those walls. As she made an excuse to leave and ascended the stairs to rest, a heavy knot formed in Xia Chen's heart. He gazed at Feng Yu with a stony expression. Feng Yu nodded in response and chuckled. That woman has been thoroughly exhausted by you. Would she dare to provoke you further? You truly possess remarkable skills. Xia Chen, however, could only manage a bitter smile and refrain from further conversation. That night, while Feng Yu remained vigilant, despite claiming that Lu Qingyuan would not trouble Xia Chen, he still harbored a lingering sense of caution. Should anything untoward occur, he would find himself in a difficult position to explain. Meanwhile, both Yun Linger and Xia Chen tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Their adjacent rooms were almost touching, separated only by a single wall, with their heads nearly aligned. Xia Chen could hear every gentle movement Yun Linger made, and she, in turn, was acutely aware of Xia Chen's inner turmoil. Enduring the long, torturous night, the following morning, Yun Linger rose and, upon opening the door, was met with the sight of Xia Chen standing awkwardly in the doorway, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though a flicker of emotion stirred within her, she maintained an icy facade and feigned indifference as she inquired, "What do you want from me?" Xia Chen's face turned beet red as he stammered, What happened last night is not as you think. I didn't mean to. I truly did not. As the saying goes, mistakes arise in moments of haste." And at that moment, Xia Chen found himself entangled in a web of his own clumsy explanations. Chapter 77, The Art of Winning Hearts. Why am I so inept with words? Even a single explanation seems to elude comprehension? Now it appears that the more one attempts to clarify, the murkier the situation becomes. Though Xia Chen is reluctant to revisit the matter, it looms over him like a heavy stone pressing against his chest, leaving him in a state of unrest. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly surged into the tavern. Xia Chen recognized them immediately. They were the gatekeepers who had obstructed their entry into the city the previous day. What brings them here? As this crowd gathered below, they encircled a singular figure, much like stars surrounding the moon. It was Lu Qingyuan. Today, Lu Qingyuan donned a vibrant purple attire, exuding vitality that starkly contrasted with her frail appearance when Xia Chen departed the night before. Her luscious red lips were reminiscent of a blooming flower, alluring and enchanting. "You must be Xia Chen, disciple of Yunwu Peak?" Lu Qingyuan remarked, her gaze condescending as she regarded Xia Chen. Despite standing below, her demeanor and expression commanded attention. Upon seeing Lu Qingyuan, Xia Chen felt as though he were facing a formidable foe. He furrowed his brows and spoke in a low, tense voice. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Qingyuan clicked her tongue, hands on her hips, and descended the stairs with confident strides. With her advance, Xia Chen instinctively retreated, his apprehension towards that dwelling now palpable. It was not Lu Qingyuan he feared, but rather the temptation that stirred within his own heart. Previously, Xia Chen had been quite content with his resolve, burdened by profound enmity. How could he harbor a heart as steadfast as rock if he sought vengeance? Yet after the events of the previous night, his conviction wavered, revealing that his so-called strength of heart was not as formidable as he had believed. Especially in the presence of a woman as alluring as Lu Qingyuan, everything else seems insignificant. "Do not fear, for I shall not devour you." Lu Qingyuan leaned closer to Xia Chen, her breath as fragrant as orchids against his ear. This scene was witnessed by Yun Linger, who, having felt a brief moment of joy when Xia Chen sought her out to explain, now found her heart heavy with discontent upon seeing that wicked old woman approach again. Thus, she strode forward assertively, pulling Xia Chen away with determination. "You shall not pursue him any further. If you do, I will summon my grandfather to annihilate your watching." Lu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the hostility in Yun Linger's gaze. In that instant, she comprehended the situation. So, Xia Chen had already found himself a little paramour? With a deliberate twist of her slender waist, she filled the air with seduction and smiled sweetly. "Little sister, are you contemplating men at such a tender age?" She then turned her gaze towards Xia Chen. At that moment, Xia Chen wished fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole, refusing to emerge. Clenching his fists tightly, he summoned the courage to lift his head, ready to utter a word of rejection. Yet, at that very instant, Lu Qingyuan whispered softly in his ear, do not play the heartless one. After all, you engaged in that act with me last night. Do you wish to deny it? At this moment, however, Xia Chun stood frozen like a wooden post, his expression growing increasingly grim. At the moment when Xia Chun felt that the matter was utterly insolvable, Feng Yu strolled out of the room, yawning, and cast a profound glance at Lu Qingyuan. Xia Chun, my junior disciple, is a member of Yunwu Peak and possesses a life-bound jade token. Should you attempt to detain him forcefully, our Yunwu Peak will not let this matter rest lightly. Upon seeing Feng Yu, Xia Chun's heart eased considerably. As long as Feng Yu was present, while it might be challenging for the three of them to resist, escaping would not pose a significant difficulty. Lu Qingyuan, with her enchanting eyes, glanced at Feng Yu and let out a melodic laugh. I never intended to forcefully keep my little husband. I merely sought an opportune moment to formally propose to Yunwu Peak, requesting Xia Chun to be my Yuan Jun. Surely, this would not violate your sect's customs? I understand that Yunwu Peak permits marriage and familial arrangements. With a strong ally like myself, you might even find yourself secretly rejoicing. As she spoke, Lu Qingyuan shed her earlier queenly demeanor, adopting a more reasonable approach, as if she could read Feng Yu's thoughts as if they were inscribed within him. With a clap of her hands, a subordinate emerged, bearing a gift box. Chapter 78. Sister Yun's Rescue. Feng Yu, utterly captivated by the resplendent golden light of the Tai Sui, found his gaze entranced by its brilliance. Could he still uphold his refusal to Lu Qingyuan's proposition? The golden Tai Sui is invaluable and rarely seen. The chance to encounter such a treasure is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. That Lu Qingyuan would offer such a rare gem so willingly left Feng Yu with no justification to decline. I entrust my junior disciple, Xia Chun, to you, Feng Yu said, swallowing hard. Lu Qingyuan had long anticipated this turn of events. That letter, which Feng Buyuan had stealthily dispatched from the misty peaks to the bustling city of Wanqian, was motivated not only by the allure of the golden light Tai Sui, but also by other desires. It is well known that many covet the golden light Tai Sui, yet Lu Qingyuan may not be willing to part with it easily. Feng Xian, having reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, was merely a step away from the cyclone realm. The golden light Tai Sui could guarantee his ascension, allowing him to leap across a substantial boundary. Once he fully absorbed the golden light Tai Sui, it was possible that the world would witness the emergence of a peerless master at the insight stage. However, Lu Qingyuan had greater hopes for Xia Chun. It was rumored that those endowed with innate energy possess, at the very least, the potential to reach the insight stage. This implies that Xia Chun's future achievements are boundless, far surpassing those of Feng Yu. With the golden light Tai Sui firmly in her grasp, Lu Qingyuan swiftly subdued Feng Yu, then turned her gaze to Yunlinger. Yet, when her eyes fell upon Yunlinger, there was a hint of amusement. As women, how could they be oblivious to each other's thoughts? Which young girl does not harbor dreams of love? And which spirited young man can genuinely resist the allure of a mature and enchanting woman? Most importantly, what Lu Qingyuan had taken from Xia Chun the previous night was his first time, a moment of profound significance for any man. Akin to the importance it holds for a woman, at the very least, it plants a seed in a man's heart, subtly altering his perceptions of women. Little sister, Lu Qingyuan mused, I know who you are, and I understand what you desire. You followed him out merely to witness the splendor of the world, did you not? Yunlinger remained silent, her lips sealed. In the next moment, Lu Qingyuan clapped her hands, summoning her subordinates to bring forth a chest filled with exquisite antiques. Rare treasures indeed. Among these items were numerous curiosities brimming with imaginative ingenuity, which utterly captivated Yunlinger's attention. These artifacts were procured from Master Lu, and one could argue that nothing more entertaining exists in the world. If you are willing to leave Xia Chun with me, then you may take these treasures as you please. Though Lu Qingyuan's words were lightly spoken, they bore an undeniable weight of persuasion. In essence, while she appeared to negotiate terms with Yunlinger, the conditions were anything but equitable. Lu Qingyuan merely sought to win over Yunlinger with this chest of antiquities. Having been confined to the cloud mist peak since childhood, Yunlinger, despite the vastness of her surroundings, was a naive little girl, entirely oblivious to the world beyond. To her, these toys were undeniably enchanting. She had never encountered such wonders. Instantly, Yunlinger's gaze was drawn in, and she could not help but tiptoe closer, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld the contents of the chest. Had it been anyone else, Yunlinger would likely have given no thought and simply surrendered them to secure these treasures, which she deemed priceless. Even the idea of leaving Feng Yu with Lu Qingyuan would not have elicited a moment's hesitation. Yet, in this instance, her attention was suddenly fixated on Xiachen. Regarding Xiachen, although she was uncertain about the origin of her peculiar feelings, she found herself utterly unwilling to part with him. No. Yunling'o gazed longingly at the box filled with exquisite artifacts and rare antiques, silently shaking her head. TSK. It is truly unexpected that this little girl appears to harbor such deep affection for Xiachen. It is indeed touching, remarked Lu Qingyuan, observing the distress etched on Yunlinger's face. A girl of her stature, born into privilege and accustomed to luxury, naturally felt no attachment to gold and silver treasures. However, the allure of these rare and uncommon items proved to be her Achilles heel. A canary trapped in a cage yearns to soar beyond its confines to behold the vast world. These mundane treasures serve as a testament to the wonders that the world holds. Yet now, Yunlinger chose to refuse? Lu Qingyuan had meticulously devised her plans. Convinced that Yunlinger could not withstand such temptation, little did she anticipate that Feng Yu, a scion of an illustrious family, would be the first to yield. Presently, she could not discern the familiar glimmer of fear on Lu Qingyuan's countenance. Could it be that her grandfather has lost his touch? Lu Qingyuan suppressed a smile. Speaking with a measured tone, Yunwu Peak remains Yunwu Peak. It bears no relation to our Wanqing and has never been intertwined with us. Moreover, even if that old fool Yunchen were to arrive, it would amount to naught for someone I wish to retain. The assertion made by Lu Qingyuan may indeed be somewhat exaggerated, yet it bears a semblance of truth. After all, her domain, Wanquan City, resides in a place beyond jurisdiction, untouched even by the Holy Dynasty, while the prominent sects of Yunjian Peak are subject to its governance. Any act of defiance would surely result in eradication by the Holy Dynasty. Upon hearing that her grandfather's influence had waned, Yunlinger, filled with indignation, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Humph! You always boast. Did you not claim to be formidable? Even the other 4 major sects fear you, yet in this new territory, they show no trepidation." Feng Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that this junior sister harbored misconceptions about Yunchen. Outside the confines of Yun City, what could the leaders of the 5 sects accomplish? Even if Yunchen were to personally arrive in Wanwan City, Lu Qingyuan, as the clandestine matriarch of the underground trading hub, would hold an identity that is hardly inferior to his. Yunjian Peak boasts its own elite, while Wanquan City possesses its own underground realm, where experts akin to Feng Yu are not uncommon. Thus, in terms of presence, Lu Qingyuan has little reason to fear Yunjian Peak. However, there exists a singular aspect that instills fear in her: Yunjian Peak's profound heritage. Wanquan City, merely surviving in the crevices, has struggled to persist until now. Should she offend Yunjian Peak and provoke this acting leader, the repercussions for Lu Qingyuan's future dealings in the underground market may be quite severe. After all, does Yunjian Peak not possess its own golden ticeway? Lu Qingyuan looked amusingly at Lu Qingyuan, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl, accompanied by the grace of a little daughter. It seemed that this precious gem in the hands of the acting sect leader was truly naive to the ways of the world. Indeed, even if one scoured the entire Chenxing Continent, it would be impossible to find a substitute of equal stature to this golden light ticeway. It could be said to be unparalleled in the realm. Lu Qingyuan spoke softly, while Feng Yu's face flushed crimson. In truth, Yunlinger had not erred. For the sake of the golden light ticeway, she had swiftly sold out Xiachen. Upon hearing Lu Qingyuan's words, Yunlinger was momentarily taken aback, for she had not anticipated that Lu Qingyuan would go to such lengths to retain Xiachen. Wait. Huh? Lu Qingyuan was suddenly startled. As Yunlinger appeared genuinely anxious, her lips tightly bitten as if she were making a momentous decision. As expected, when Feng Yu watched in astonishment as Yunlinger withdrew an object from her embrace, he was thoroughly taken aback. It was a cloud dragon silver ring, adorned with intricate patterns resembling 2 dragons intertwining in a lifelike manner. Legend has it that this item was bestowed upon the world with Yunlinger's birth, a divine gift from the heavens. Most importantly, within this cloud dragon silver ring, it is said that a myriad of worlds is concealed. Through the intertwining patterns of the 2 dragons, one could glimpse a dazzling array of stars, revealing a reality unlike any other. Utilizing the cloud dragon silver ring for cultivation offers the extraordinary efficacy of stabilizing one's realm and consolidating one's qi. The cloud dragon silver ring is also revered as a profound treasure of the mysterious tier. However, it is quite astonishing that the highly esteemed cloud dragon silver ring is actually carried by a mere young girl. What is even more perplexing is that the current Yunlinger is willing to exchange the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring for Xiachen. Both the Golden Light Tai Sui and the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring are treasures of unparalleled value in this world. Had I known that Xiachen was so precious, Lu Qingyuan would have certainly taken the opportunity to exploit the resources of Cloud Mist Peak. I refuse to make the trade. Xiachen is my little husband, after all. Have you ever encountered a woman who would offer her husband as a treasure for exchange? That is simply out of the question. Lu Qingyuan smiled brightly. At this moment, Yunling seemed to be in a predicament as well, pondering what else she could possibly offer besides the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring. As she racked her brain, contemplating a scheme to escape with Xiachen, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts as she patted the exquisitely crafted ring-shaped mustard seed pouch. With the pouch wide open, Lu Qingyuan's eyes brightened as well. Who would have thought that Yunlingo possessed such hidden power? It turns out that the secrets of Cloud Mist Peak were all contained within her mustard seed pouch. Truly astonishing. Chapter 8. The long road ahead. Once Yunling's mustard seed pouch was fully opened, what unfolded before everyone's eyes was a collection of scrolls resembling small mountains. The weight of these scrolls could not be underestimated. Although they were not public property of Cloud Mist Peak, they were nonetheless a personal collection of Yunqin. These scrolls encompassed a variety of martial arts techniques, ranging from the basic to the advanced, and included some forbidden arts and curious methods as well. The bustling black market of Wanqing is, in essence, an immense treasure trove. One can procure nearly anything through the exchange of substantial amounts of jade currency. As long as the price is right, nothing is beyond reach. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that individuals often expend great fortunes in pursuit of coveted items. Should such a coveted treasure emerge within the black market, it is promptly sold to the eager buyer. Conversely, if the desired item is absent, the black market, having accepted a deposit, must devise means to acquire the sought-after treasure for its patron. The underground exchange of Wanqing's black market fundamentally hinges on trust. Without this principle, it would scarcely survive amidst the rivalries of various factions. Its existence is justified, as those of reputable backgrounds need not resort to cunning theft to obtain their desires. A sufficient monetary offer suffices to fulfill their wishes. Among the treasures concealed within Yunqin's mustard seed pouch, there exists one particular artifact that has captured Lu Qingyuan's attention: the blood-drinking sword manual. Legends tell that the blood-drinking sword was forged by a certain master of the demonic path, wielding formidable power akin to a blade that drinks blood. The mysterious individual who has expended a fortune to acquire the blood-drinking sword manual is likely a practitioner of the demonic arts. Should Lu Qingyuan manage to obtain this manual, in addition to the Yunlong silver ring, the transaction would yield enormous profit. Lu Qingyuan surmised that Yunlinger must be aware of the innate energy residing within Xiachen, leading her to believe that securing both treasures would pose little challenge. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. She harbors no desire to completely offend Yun Wufeng, nor to cross the enigmatic figure of the demonic path. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to barter Xiachen for the two treasures. This way, the arrangement proves exceedingly advantageous. Once this hurdle is overcome, there may come a time in the future when one might encounter Xiachen again. Although the world is vast, those who are devoted to the path of martial cultivation are indeed rare, akin to the mythical phoenix and Qilin. While their numbers are not insignificant, they are also not frequently encountered. Unless Xiachen chooses to retreat into obscurity, it is likely that Lu Qingyuan will have another opportunity to meet him, especially since he possesses innate energy within him. As long as one harbors such innate energy, their journey in martial cultivation is destined to be enduring. Upon hearing Lu Qingyuan's agreement, Yunlinga was instantly filled with joy. You agreed. Lu Qingyuan nodded slowly, affirming, indeed, you may take him away now. With that, her subordinates in Wanqing promptly stepped back, revealing Xiachen. At this moment, Xiachen was engulfed in a swirl of complex emotions. He had not anticipated that his night of folly would nearly incite a conflict between two factions. Even more surprising was the fact that Yunlinger was willing to engage in a trade with Lu Qingyuan, offering her treasured possession in exchange. After receiving Lu Qingyuan's reassuring words, a smile returned to Yunlinger's face. She approached Xiachen with a beaming expression, playfully patting his shoulder as if assuming a leadership role. So what do you think? Am I not quite generous? Not only did I rescue you from the furnace, but I also relieved you of future concerns. How about joining me from now on? Xiachen could only manage a wry smile, slowly nodding in response. As all the pieces converged, Xia Chun began to grasp a certain reality. He seemed to be fundamentally different from other martial cultivators. However, the exact nature of this difference remained elusive to him. Although he was unaware, Yin Chun must surely know. During this escapade, Xia Chun has come to comprehend many truths. In this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. Lu Qingyuan regarded Xia Chun's retreating figure with a gaze filled with intrigue and ambiguity. When will this little man grow to a stature that warrants her admiration? Should Xia Chun indeed evolve into a master at the Cyclone Realm and the Intent Realm? Perhaps then, by absorbing a portion of his pure primordial yang, her own cultivation could achieve a dramatic transformation. Her subordinates, ever diligent, hastened to seek him out. Yet after Lu Qingyuan uttered her thoughts, she seemed to lose all interest. In the past, she found these pretty boys rather appealing. But ever since she encountered the enigmatic and wondrous innate energy, her desire for the murky postnatal energy has evaporated entirely. The disparity is not merely one of degree. It is a chasm akin to heaven and earth. Nevertheless, since Yin Chun is temporarily unattainable, she shall regard this as a long-term investment, anticipating that in the future, she can leverage the influence of having taken his first experience to fully possess him. At that juncture, the joyous technique she cultivates may very well become the foremost martial art in the realm, and she would be the strongest woman by the side of the mightiest man. Chapter 81. Rules and Family Law. Upon returning to Cloud Mist Peak, Xia Chun was evidently burdened with thoughts. Last night, when Feng Yu and Xia Chun had not returned, Feng Yu had sent a message via carrier pigeon to his father, Feng Songhai. Thus, the figures of Feng Yu, Xia Chun, and Yunlinger, standing outside the mountain gate today, were tinged with trepidation. The rules of the sect were immutable. Their unauthorized descent from the mountain had already transgressed these edicts, and the severity of their impending punishment remained uncertain. Consequently, Xia Chun took the initiative and stepped towards the gate. Observing Xia Chun's retreating silhouette, Feng Yu could not help but exhale a sigh before a resolute expression of defiance emerged upon his countenance, emboldening him to follow in Xia Chun's footsteps towards the mountain entrance. Finally, only Yunlinger was left behind, pouting in dissatisfaction. She glared at the two figures ahead before exuberantly bounding forward to join them. At the entrance, the acting sect master, Yin Chun, wielded a whisk, his gaze fixed in anticipation. His precious granddaughter had always been the most reckless and willful. Fortunately, this time she had not caused a significant calamity. Otherwise, he would have been filled with profound regret. Beside him stood Feng Songhai, his face shrouded in solemnity, a countenance as dark as a cast-iron pot, embodying an unyielding ferocity. This time, he was determined to administer a fitting punishment to Feng Yu and the others. Otherwise, what would become of the sect's regulations? If the rules were to be applied with favoritism, would the disciples within the sect not descend into chaos? Upon catching sight of Feng Yu, Feng Songhai erupted in a furious rebuke. Rebellious son, step forward and receive your punishment. At his father's thunderous call, Feng Yu shivered involuntarily. The whip in question was no ordinary implement. It was crafted from the tendons of a tiger, known as the black-blue whip, infamous for inflicting excruciating pain. Like a winter melon battered by frigid winds, Feng Yu reluctantly twisted his body and trudged towards his father. The stormy sea of anger within Feng Songhai had yet to subside. Kneel before me and accept your punishment. As Feng Yu fell to his knees, Feng Songhai seized the staff from his subordinate's hands, showing no mercy as he struck with fierce intensity. Thud! The blow landed squarely on Feng Yu's back, leaving an immediate bruise. One after another, the strikes rained down upon him. While ordinary disciples faced a maximum of 20 lashes for breaking the sect's rules, Feng Yu endured a staggering 50. The staff splintered under the relentless assault. Clenching his teeth, sweat trickled from his forehead, falling to the ground, only to be evaporated by the scorching sun. Just as he attempted to shift his knees, a thunderous command rang out. Maintain your kneeling position. The punishment of the sect was complete, and now the family law of the Feng clan would be enacted. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu's cold sweat poured forth. 50 lashes from the sect's rules paled in comparison to the torment of the dark blue whip employed by the family law. Humph! With a heavy snort, Feng Songhai produced the dark blue whip from behind him and struck Feng Yu's back with a ferocious lash. The whip tore through flesh and skin, blood gushing forth, creating a gaping wound that was both shocking and horrifying to behold. Such was the law of the Feng family. Crack! Crack! The whip continued to rain down on Feng Yu's back, leaving him bloodied and battered. Even the sect leader, Yunxin could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to offer a plea. Brother Songhai, since the sect's punishment has been carried out, perhaps we could forego the family law? However, Feng Songhai, consumed by rage, retorted, no way. Rules are rules, and family discipline is family discipline. Neither can be overlooked. With a sharp crack, Feng Songhai delivered another lash, striking Feng Yu precisely where his flesh had been recently torn. After dozens of lashes, it became increasingly difficult to find an unscathed patch of skin on Feng Yu's back, and beads of perspiration began to form on Feng Songhai's brow. Observing this, Yunxin seized the dark blue whip from Feng Songhai's hands, exclaiming, enough is enough. The punishment has been more than sufficient. If you continue this way, you might just end up killing your own nephew. It is precisely this rebellious child I wish to bring to heel. Whether Feng Songhai's actions were a display meant for the onlookers or a manifestation of genuine wrath, the wounds on Feng Yu's body were undeniably real. At that moment, he lacked the strength to maintain his kneeling position, his head drooping forward as he collapsed onto the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, Feng Yu had not uttered a single sound, truly embodying the spirit of a man. After delivering the punishment, Feng Songhai muttered, remember this count of lashes. Should you dare to defy the rules again, the punishment will not be merely 50 lashes. If such a time comes, I shall beat you to death. His words instantly silenced the surrounding disciples, who were well aware of the fierce temperament of the law enforcement hall's master, Feng Songhai. Yet, none could have anticipated that even towards his own flesh and blood, he would maintain such unyielding strictness. The combination of the rules and the 50 lashes left many trembling with fear. In the next moment, Feng Songhai's gaze shifted to Xia Chun. Xia Chun, fully aware of his transgressions, did not resist. Instead, he tore his own garments and knelt before Feng Songhai. Feng Songhai scoffed, stating, though your descent from the mountain was lured by Feng Yu, you remain culpable and cannot escape punishment. According to the rules of our sect, those who descend without permission shall receive 20 strikes. This time, it was not Feng Songhai who wielded the rod, but rather the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Xia Chen knelt there, and though the blows upon his back were painful, he could distinctly perceive that they did not inflict serious harm. It could be said that he felt merely discomfort, with no internal injury whatsoever. After enduring 20 strikes, his back was left bruised and bloodied. Just as he prepared to rise, something struck his knee, causing him to lurch forward and stumble. Chapter 82. The so-called castle in the air this fall did not faze Xia Chen. Feng Songhai immediately seized the opportunity to command the disciples of the law enforcement hall, seize Xia Chen and confine him for 3 days of solitary reflection, to serve as a warning to others. In truth, Xia Chen understood that Feng Songhai had shown him mercy. Although 20 strikes seemed few, had the disciples of the law enforcement hall truly exerted their strength, he would have been bedridden for days. His earlier attempt to rise and depart was a grave misstep. Had he succeeded, it would have revealed a flaw. Feng Songhai's order to have him dragged away appeared to be a display of his sorrowful plight. At that moment, all the disciples of Yunwu Peak gathered outside the main hall fell into a hushed silence, none daring to utter a word. Encountering such a formidable enforcer, whose decrees are stringent and whose words are as binding as law, is something one must never take lightly. Especially for those disciples who entertained the notion of stealthily descending the mountain in search of amusement, each one of them bowed their heads in trepidation, hesitant to utter a word. Satisfied with the palpable effect of his intimidation, Feng Songhai waved his hand dismissively. You may disperse. Should anyone dare to descend the mountain unbidden, the fate of these two today shall be yours tomorrow. Yunxin smacked his lips and squinted. His junior brother, though commendable in many respects, was excessively devoted to the rules. Yet, it is precisely thanks to him that Yunxin, with his carefree and unrestrained nature, would have never considered assuming the position of sect leader if the old master had not secluded himself. Had the old master not been acutely aware of Yunxin's disposition, he might have long ago bestowed the leadership upon him. The chaos that would ensue with a carefree recluse as the leader is easily imaginable, without Feng Songhai's iron-fisted approach. The millennia of prestige that Yunwu Peak had painstakingly accumulated would likely be obliterated in an instant. Indeed, it was not long before Xia Chen appeared before Yunxin. Upon seeing him, Xia Chen, disregarding the bruises and pain upon his back, suddenly knelt down. Master, please tell me, am I truly different from others? It is rather surprising that Xia Chen could pose such an evident question, for deep down, did he not already possess the answer regarding this matter? Yunxin was contemplating whether to reveal the truth to him. As he hesitated, he heard Xia Chen speaking to himself. This disciple was forcibly abducted due to the distinct energy within. There are 5 energies in one's chest: Gung metal, Qing wood, Yang fire, Wei water, and Huang Tian Ho Tuesday. However, recently I have discovered a faint white energy residing in the position of the Gung metal. Master, what could this possibly be? Upon uttering these words, Yunshin's murky old eyes suddenly widened, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. Xiaqin's insights were indeed accurate. He possessed a natural understanding of innate energy. In the realm of martial cultivation, there were ancient mighty beings who ascended to the heavens, and others who sanctified themselves through their physical forms, all thanks to innate energy. In contrast, the 4 emperors and 5 sovereigns were the result of cultivating acquired energy. The distinction between innate and acquired energy was evident. The human body resembles a microcosm encompassing myriad phenomena, corresponding to the stars above and the geography below. Hence, the energies of the 5 elements emerge, while this unique innate energy, unlike any of the 5 elemental energies, is vastly more potent than the acquired energies gradually developed. Being the essence of heaven and earth and the marvel of the universe, it exudes an air of profound mystery. Innate energy? To think. Upon hearing Yunshin's remarks about the energy residing within his organs, Xiaqin was momentarily taken aback. Long ago, in his youth, he had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, having practiced yang fire energy. Yet, he never anticipated that after falling from the heights of genius to the depths of mediocrity, he would experience a resurgence akin to a withered tree blooming anew, discovering innate energy within himself. Indeed, this is a profound truth: calamity may be the foundation of fortune, and fortune may conceal calamity. Even Xiaqin himself finds it difficult to ascertain whether his fall from the heights of a prodigious youth to the depths of obscurity, reduced to a mere wastrel, is a blessing or a curse. Undoubtedly, the energy coursing within you is the innate essence, which is precisely why, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I harbored the genuine desire to take you as my disciple. Yunshin stroked his beard, and once this topic was broached, a wealth of discourse unfolded, unlike when he had previously refrained from mentioning it. For centuries, those extraordinary beings endowed with innate essence have invariably been the heroes of their age, whether leading others toward transformation or staunchly opposing oppression. Individuals imbued with innate essence often attain remarkable realms, ultimately becoming legends. Yet, legends remain just that, rarely witnessed. Even I, before encountering you, had only glimpsed them within ancient texts. The resplendent grandeur of this place resembles a celestial paradise. This is the forbidden ground of Yunwu Peak, where, from the founding master to my generation, only one individual has ascended the aerial pavilion, our founding patriarch, Yunwuzi. Within this lofty edifice, he delved into profound truths and ultimately emerged as a formidable sage. Apart from him, no one possessing acquired essence has ever set foot here. The true celestial harmonies of the great Tao reside within this aerial pavilion. However, we remain devoid of the fortune to witness or comprehend them. It is only upon encountering you that I have come to the profound realization that the future of Yunwu Peak does not rest in the hands of others, but rather lies within you. Chapter 83. The heavenly sound of the great Tao. Though Xiaqin was momentarily taken aback, he ultimately gleaned some understanding from Yunshin's words. It became clear that the true peak of Yunwu Peak was not the foremost mountain of the 12 palaces, but rather the mountain concealed within the Shumi ring held by the successive patriarchs. This very Yunwu Peak is the authentic gateway to the blissful realm, the place where one can perceive the heavenly sound of the great Tao. Within this ethereal pavilion lies an unfathomable array of mystical techniques and extraordinary treasures, the extent of which remains unknown to all. Even Yunshin, the current patriarch, lacks the qualification to enter and is utterly incapable of doing so. Without a path paved in golden bricks and the golden bridge leading to Yunwu Peak, even though Yunshin is a master of his age, he is unable to tread upon the infinite Tao due to the absence of innate qi within him. If that day truly arrives, I shall depart this world without regrets. Do you understand? After much discourse, Xiaqin finally grasped the essence of the old man's words. Indeed, Yunshin urged him to diligently cultivate, to harness the innate qi within him to ascend to the legendary ethereal pavilion, thereby perfectly inheriting the infinite Tao. This would enable every disciple of Yunwu Peak to discern what constitutes the true great Tao. For a millennium, no one possessing innate qi has emerged, and for a millennium, the people of Chenxing Continent have been ensnared by lesser paths, their faith unwavering, leading to incessant strife among them. How could the true great Tao possibly manifest under such circumstances? If in his lifetime he could merely catch a glimpse of the resplendent infinite Tao, Yunxin would find contentment. To hear the Tao in the morning is to be content to die in the evening. The disciple keeps this firmly in mind. Xiachen, with a complex expression, never anticipated that he would find fortune in misfortune, discovering the presence of innate energy within him. No wonder that when he practiced the cloud mist technique, he could always perceive another realm between the lines. It turned out that this realm was a castle in the air, the true place of enlightenment. What the sect can provide is merely a finite amount of resources, and the fact that he possesses innate energy must remain a secret for now, in the presence of outsiders. He must not reveal this innate energy to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Xiachen nodded silently. Yet, within him, there was only innate energy and no acquired 5 elemental energy. Did this mean that when he faced challenges alone, he could never employ his innate energy? Yunxin seemed to sense Xiachen's confusion and beckoned him forward. Xiachen, in a daze, approached, only to see Yunxin extend his fingers, forming a claw-like shape. In an instant, what had been a blazing fire transformed into a chilling abyss. As icy torrents swiftly engulfed Xiachen, just when he was reeling from the overwhelming force of the earth and sky, a sudden flash of green appeared before him. Initially a mere speck, it blossomed like a flourishing flower, growing ever more vibrant. Finally, Xiachen's eyes brightened at the sight of a verdant landscape, brimming with life. The possessor of innate energy can perfectly harmonize with the acquired 5 elemental energies. Yunxin understood this principle, which is why he imparted a fragment of the source of his own acquired 5 elemental energies to Xiachen, with this fundamental source as a seed. Xiachen can adeptly harness the postnatal energy through his diligent cultivation and continuous refinement. In doing so, he can effectively obscure the fact that he possesses innate energy. Unless it is absolutely necessary, unless he finds himself in a life or death situation, I shall not permit you to utilize your innate energy, especially while your realm remains low. This is non-negotiable. Finally, Xiachen issued a stern warning. After this encounter, he comprehended fully why he had drawn the attention of Lu Qingyuan. It was indeed due to the innate energy he harbored. Furthermore, starting today, you need not undertake the tasks assigned by the various academies. I shall personally assign you tasks and impart the principles. Yunxin appeared resolute. In this tumultuous era, despite the reign of the Holy Dynasty, can we truly regard this dynasty as a benefactor to the world? These immortal sects, which have existed for millennia and possess boundless heritage, can they genuinely continue to submit to the Holy Dynasty? To be categorized by the Holy Dynasty and to receive allocated resources for cultivation? Such a notion would have been inconceivable even 2 centuries ago. Hence, which of these immortal sects and factions is not lying in wait? They are all biding their time for the opportune moment. Once the situation shifts, they will likely rise against it. The Holy Dynasty and its noble lineage are ultimately outsiders, not the native martial cultivators of the Chenxing Continent. How could a land so rich in sects allow them to govern for long? Not to mention Yunwu Peak. But even the sects in other regions would surely not remain submissive for long. Due to the millennia of profound heritage and the accumulated resources for cultivation, they are, after all, not inexhaustible. There will inevitably come a time when they are depleted. When that moment arrives, it will mark the fracture between the various sects in the Holy Dynasty. Although Yunxin is reluctant to witness such a scene in his lifetime, how could he not comprehend the former brilliance of Yunwu Peak in his capacity as the acting headmaster? The Chenxing Continent desperately requires an unparalleled powerhouse to advocate for these sects, not for any other reason, but for the sake of those who, like boats battling against the current, either advance or retreat in their martial cultivation journey. Who wishes to perpetually listen to trivial paths? Who would not cherish the boundless avenues of the universe? Yet, the Holy Dynasty has truncated all of this, preventing martial cultivators from experiencing the true resonance of the Grand Tao, which is fundamentally a grievous error. After imparting the 5 elements essence to Xiachen, Yunxin felt somewhat fatigued and, with a faint gaze, spoke to Xiachen. You may go ahead and summon Linger. I have matters to discuss with her. Just then, a person rushed in from outside, their face etched with urgency. No, this is bad. Junior sister Linger has fallen ill. Chapter 84. A visit to collect debts. Initially, upon hearing the news of Yun Linger's sudden illness, Yunxin's expression changed dramatically. For this was an occurrence that should not be possible. Others may be unaware, but Yunxin is acutely aware. Yun Linger has always been unlike others. She was born with the Yunlong silver ring adorning her wrist. When Yunxin found her, she bore it then as well. Moreover, after nurturing her for many years, Yunchen is well aware of when Ling'er might fall ill. The Cloud Dragon Silver Ring is akin to Yun Ling's life-saving talisman, imbued with immense protective power. As long as she wears it, she remains free from illness. However, should she part with the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring, within mere hours, she would surely find herself as if afflicted by the deepest sorrow. How could her most cherished possession be lost? At this moment, Xiachen finally awakened from his stupor, comprehending at last why Lu Qingyuan had released him, and that the item Yun Ling'er had produced was no ordinary trinket. The disciple realized that Ling'er had traded something of great significance for his freedom. Xiachen recounted the entire truth, leaving no detail unspoken. Upon finishing, he sprang to his feet and swiftly departed. Yunchen, tears streaming down his face, was left in turmoil. He did not know what fate awaited Yun Ling'er without the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring. How would she be tainted by the mundane world? Without that precious item, would she lose her life? How could Yun Shun, who regarded Yun Ling'er as his own granddaughter, stand idly by as his beloved, pure-hearted girl met with doom? Young man, will you accompany me? Yun Shun, now unrestrained, revealed a previously concealed brilliance. His imposing presence was overwhelming. Even the slightest release of his aura was enough to leave Xiachen in awe. Alas, the prowess of a master in the Cyclone Realm was truly astonishing. Having witnessed Lu Qingyuan's Cyclone Realm skills yesterday, Xiachen now saw that compared to Yunchen, she was but a firefly beside the bright moon. Completely on a different level, Yunchen's aura had reached an extraordinarily terrifying purity. Just a slight approach from Xiachen could result in being harmed by that concentrated energy in an instant. Although there was no wind around Yunchen, it seemed as if a vortex of fierce winds enveloped the space beyond the two. Come forth. Yunchen waved his hand, and a long sword emerged from his mustard seed pouch. As he chanted incantations, the sword expanded in size, transforming into a majestic steed for sword flight. With his flowing robes, snowy beard, and white hair swirling in the air, Yunchen, standing atop the giant sword, suddenly shifted his aura. Lu Qingyin, come out. Quickly meet me. This roar, though not earth-shattering, resonated clearly for miles around. Such a lion-like roar amplified Yunchen's voice hundreds of times, causing countless citizens in the city to turn their heads and notice the enormous flying sword hovering above. In response, Lu Qingyuan irritably waved her hand. You may go out first. I shall join them once I have changed. Meanwhile, Yunchen stood atop the flying sword, observing the throngs of people in the city. Yet Lu Qingyuan's absence filled him with immense rage. Lu Qingyuan, I grant you a quarter of an hour. Should you fail to appear, I shall lay waste to your entire city. Do you believe it or not? As he spoke, Yunchen waved his hand, unleashing a cascade of radiant light from behind him, which poured down like a waterfall, mercilessly reducing the tallest stone tablet in the city to mere dust. Yunchen, the esteemed leader of a prestigious sect, is generally known for his easygoing nature, never allowing his anger to unjustly affect others. However, this time was different. Lu Qingyuan had audaciously dared to jest about his beloved granddaughter. Consequently, Yunchen's fury had transcended the bounds of reason. And if Lu Qingyuan did not provide him with an adequate explanation, he might very well be driven to slaughter the entire city. Chapter 85. Escalating Chaos. Yet Yunchen could not possibly believe that there was no significant backing behind this incident. If indeed there were individuals orchestrating events from the shadows, it would only serve to simplify matters. Should Lu Qingyuan attempt any underhanded schemes, he would possess the means to respond. Before long, Lu Qingyuan emerged from the confines of her dwelling. As she lifted her gaze, she immediately spotted Yunchen. Though she was still somewhat perplexed as to why the sect leader had come in person, she was aware that, despite Yunchen's high status, she too held considerable influence as the clandestine leader of the myriad factions within the city. Thus, she did not feel intimidated by Yunchen of Yunwu Peak. However, her lack of fear did not imply that her supporters would remain unconcerned. Consequently, the moment she stepped outside, Lu Qingyuan dispatched someone to convey a message. Yunchen's true intentions for this visit remained a mystery to Lu Qingyuan. Yun Zongjiao, I implore you to sheath your sword. Let us discuss this matter amicably. Lu Qingyuan called out into the air. Yunchen, however, scoffed disdainfully. Speak here. I have no time for games. Return to me what you have taken from Ling'er, or I shall lay waste to your city. As Yunchen's words were uttered, it was only then that Lu Qingyuan grasped the reason for Yunchen's arrival and his irascible demeanor. The rumors surrounding Yunchen depicted him as a figure of ethereal grace, a carefree wanderer in the realm of Chenxing particularly in Yun City. No one dared to dispute this portrayal. Indeed, Yun Chun embodied the legends, a spirit unbound by worldly ties. Had he desired to assume the mantle of the sect leader, then Yunwu Peak would undoubtedly stand as the foremost among the 5 great sects, rather than being a mere figurehead chosen by the collective of the 5. There exists a fundamental distinction between the two. When the sect leader of Yun spoke of the Yunlong silver ring, he could not be blamed for adopting a less than courteous demeanor. At that moment, Yun Chun was genuinely enraged, for the matter at hand had encroached upon his limits. Throughout his life as a wanderer, he held 2 sacred tenets: the honor of Yunwu Peak and the life of Yunlinger. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyuan had trespassed upon the latter. Taking a deep breath, Yun Chun conjured a ray of light, which appeared gentle yet harbored immense destructive power. In an instant, a tall building was effortlessly obliterated. Yun Chun withdrew his hand and declared, "Return it, or do not return it. Should you choose the latter, do not blame me for disregarding the suffering of the common folk and the anguish of all beings." Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyuan clenched her teeth in frustration. Since her arrival in Wanjin City, she had painstakingly established order. When had she ever been subjected to such provocation and humiliation, regardless of the circumstances? She is indeed a master of the Cyclone Realm. In the present-day Chenxing Continent, individuals of the Cyclone Realm are exceptionally rare. Within a venerable sect that has existed for a millennium, how many can truly claim to possess such prowess? The Cyclone Realm has reached a level of autonomy. How dare you, Yun Chun, a supposed leader of your generation, come to my Wanjian city seeking trouble? If you lack benevolence, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. What, pray tell, is the Yunlong silver ring? Even if it were mere scrap metal, I would not return it to you. Moreover, that object was a matter of commerce, a mutual agreement. Today, I simply refuse to return it. What can you do about it? In that fleeting moment, Yun Chen's fury ignited, and he yearned to eliminate Lu Qingyuan at once. So, let the city lord Lu come forth and spar with me. Let me witness the talents of the contemporary youth. As he spoke, Yun Chen suppressed the sword light, and the instant his feet touched the ground, he unleashed a thunderous roar. This roar, infused with his innate 5 elemental energy, reverberated with unparalleled purity, sending all the merchants in Wanjian City flying. Under ordinary circumstances, Xia Chen would never stoop to such actions against these individuals. Yet today, he chose to defy that norm. After years of seclusion, it seemed that no one regarded him as a significant threat any longer. They believed him to be an amiable soul. However, when it concerns the life of Yunlinger, the situation becomes exceedingly clear. Yun Chun must assert his authority, ensuring that all witnesses acknowledge him, and from this day forth, no one shall dare to harbor any intentions against Yunlinger. Embracing such thoughts, Yun Chun unleashed a formidable roar, sending the group of merchants sprawling. Lu Qingyuan, unable to contain herself any longer, swiftly unsheathed her whip, determined to contest with Yun Chun. Chapter 86. The Fragmented Ones, priceless beyond measure. The Yunlong silver ring, a cherished treasure that had accompanied her since birth, held an undeniably paramount significance. Over the years, Yun Chun had witnessed its remarkable capabilities on numerous occasions. On one occasion, Yunlinger inadvertently lost the Yunlong silver ring while playing, which led her to fall gravely ill, nearly costing her life. The old man's Cyclone Realm was genuine, without a hint of pretense, a product of years of cultivation and enlightenment. As the two engaged, even the heavens seemed to be stirred by their clash, resulting in a shift in the atmosphere. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a bolt of thunder struck, leaving Xia Chen in awe. He had previously witnessed the fierce duel between Yun Chen and the Bloodblade ancestor in the dense forest, where the sky darkened and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. At that time, Yun Chen was far from the vigorous state he exhibited today. After all, facing a sect leader like the Bloodblade ancestor not only drained physical strength and energy, but also involved 2 individuals of unparalleled prowess, making it a grueling contest. The outcome was uncertain, and even when a victor emerged, it was merely a matter of a few techniques. However, the battle between Yun Chun and Lu Qingyuan was markedly different. After just a few exchanges, Yun Chun firmly established his dominance. Lu Qingyuan found herself ensnared in an unprecedented struggle, utterly bewildered by Yun Chen's overwhelming strength. Is he not the legendary nice guy? Is he not the most adept at muddling through? How can his strength be so formidable? Determined, the fiery and passionate Lu Qingyuan finds herself cornered at last. In the next moment, her pearly teeth sink fiercely into her own lip, drawing blood that trickles down as she glares furiously at Xia Chun, her eyes brimming with a resolve of no retreat. Suddenly, she tears open her clothing, revealing a shimmering allure, blood pooling in her mouth as she intones an incantation. Heart enchantment. As Lu Qingyuan completes her incantation, phantoms materialize behind her. These phantoms are none other than a series of alluring women, each with their own unique charm and grace. Unaffected by the laws of gravity, they advance towards Yun Qin, enveloping him in a myriad of seductive and provocative poses. Should Yun Qin's resolve waver even slightly, he would be completely ensnared by Lu Qingyuan's hard enchantment. Thus, he would become her captive, a defeated foe. Relying on this tactic, Lu Qingyuan has captured countless talented young men over the years. In truth, from the moment Xia Chun entered her flower hall, he too fell under her hard enchantment. Albeit not as masterfully as today. Yun Qin takes a deep breath. Although the old man is generally a nice guy, appearing amiable and somewhat unscrupulous in his desires. Yet all of this is merely an illusion. The true essence of Yun Qin lies in a heart that is steadfast and pure, in a person who is indomitable, in one who is impeccable. Ethereal phantoms drift through the air, executing a series of enchanting movements. At this moment, those among the crowd in the city who possess a modicum of courage, captivated by the spectacle, find themselves entranced, with some collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Yun Qin tightly shuts his eyes, paying no heed to the seductive smiles of the phantoms. As long as not a single temptation pierces his heart, then Lu Qingyuan's enchanting heart technique shall meet its inevitable failure. After the passage of a brief incense stick's time, Yun Qin remains utterly unmoved. Lu Qingyuan cannot help but spit in frustration. Bah! How is it that this old fool is not ensnared? Lu Qingyuan, who has always been exceedingly confident in her beauty, cannot fathom that anyone in this world could possibly resist the allure of such an exquisite woman. What a temptation this is! Why does Yun Qin steadfastly refuse to be entrapped? No matter how she contemplates the situation, Lu Qingyuan realizes she has no choice but to unveil her final stratagem. She retrieves a treasure from her sleeve, a square object resembling an ornate box. The moment the box is opened, a series of paper figures emerge. With a breath, Lu Qingyuan invokes some dark sorcery, and in an instant, these paper figures transform into vibrant, enchanting beauties. Unlike the previous phantoms, which were mere illusions, these women, birthed from paper, are vividly alive. This sorcery is indeed most sinister. Through the previous charm of the heart, one could discern the true visage of the goddess residing within Yun Qin's heart, which also elucidated the genuine reason for his indifference towards those mundane admirers. When this malevolent art was once again employed, the beauty conjured was precisely as Yun Qin envisioned, almost to the last detail. As a delicate voice echoed, Yun Qin opened his eyes in confusion, only to be met by an exceedingly familiar figure. Sakura? He exclaimed involuntarily. Observing this, Xia Chun realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed Yun Qin had truly been captivated. Without waiting for Yun Qin to utter another word, Xia Chun rushed forward and, with a swift stroke of his sword, cleaved the so-called Sakura in two. In that instant, a torrent of crimson erupted forth. Initially, Xia Chun had presumed this to be merely a figment, a mere paper doll. After all, it was an illusion. However, as the blade sliced through, the warm spray of blood struck him like a jolt, awakening him from his reverie. Goodness! These women, transformed from mere paper, were indeed real, imbued with flesh and spirit. Lu Qingyuan's mastery in this craft was truly remarkable. Chapter 87. The Lord of the Church in the Cloudy Mist. Sakura. Yun Qin was suddenly frantic, but as Xia Chun severed the so-called Sakura, a soft patter of footsteps approached from a distance. Xia Chen looked up in bewilderment, and there appeared a woman who was the spitting image of the earlier Sakura. Walking gracefully and lightly, Yun Qin, upon encountering an old acquaintance, felt a surge of tumultuous emotions. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly, filled with a sense of triumph. In this world, regardless of a man's status or age, every man inevitably harbors vulnerabilities, does he not? Even the esteemed Yun Qin is not exempt from this truth. At the moment when Yun Qin's heart wavered, Lu Qingyuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, charm heart technique. With a peculiar cry, Yun Qin realized it was already too late. In an instant, he felt his heart descend into chaos, and the energy surrounding him became murky. As if under some form of control, his movements ceased. Lu Qingyuan then approached, casting a faint smile at Yun Qin. TSK, I initially thought you were a sage, but it turns out you are merely an ordinary man. Yun Qin, did you not request a favor from me? Upon hearing this, Xiaqin stepped forward. Positioning himself protectively in front of Yunshan, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingyuan. After a prolonged silence, Xiaqin managed to utter, "Lu Qingyuan, you are truly shameless." "Shameless? Spare me. Are not all men of the same ilk? Whoever possesses your body will leave a lasting impression on you. This holds true for every man. Even the esteemed leader of Yunwu Peak. Lu Qingyuan is well versed in employing the charm heart technique and the paperman technique. Since she began utilizing this tactic, it seems no one has ever managed to escape it easily. It appears that Yunqin is the first. You. At this moment, a fierce glare crossed Yunqin's face. This detestable woman dared to use the memory of his beloved, Xian, to ensnare him. Unbeknownst to all, the dear friend residing in Yunqin's heart is an unparalleled and extraordinary woman, far surpassing the likes of the mundane and insipid Lu Qingyuan. Had it not been for a twist of fate, Yunqin would not bear the regret of a lifetime. Perhaps he would now be a husband and a father. It seems that today, a resolution must be reached between us. I shall not show you mercy, for you dare to insult me and tarnish my cherished heart." The weight of his voice deepened, and the aura surrounding Yunqin shifted once more, becoming oppressively heavy. Even Xiaqin, who stood beside him, sensed this change. The intensity of the atmosphere threatened to crush his spirit. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a radiant light surged forth, soaring to a height of over 10 zhong, obscuring half the sky. It seemed that the very moment this brilliance cascaded down, it could obliterate the world itself. This was a lethal move Yunqin had perfected over the years, known as the cloud and sunset spectacle. The potent energy of the metal element emanated fiercely, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Lu Qingyuan had never witnessed such a spectacle and was instantly rendered pale with fear. "Yunqin, you cannot kill me. I am a person of status." In her terror, Lu Qingyuan finally spoke the truth. "You are the intermediary sent by the Holy Dynasty, are you not?" The term intermediary refers to the liaison between the Holy Dynasty and various sects, simultaneously acting as the watcher of their movements. Several years ago, the city of Wanxian, where Lu Qingyuan resides, was annexed by the Holy Dynasty, transforming it into an underground trading hub. As for the individual behind Lu Qingyuan, it must undoubtedly be a powerful noble from the Holy Dynasty. Otherwise, how could a place like the underground trading market, rife with sordid transactions, possibly catch the attention of the aristocracy? Lu Qingyuan, as a witness and a direct participant in these unsavory dealings, is regarded as equally tainted in the eyes of those nobles. Were it not for the substantial profits generated annually by the black market of Wanxian, it is likely that Lu Qingyuan's fate, be it life or death, or perhaps being subjected to 1,000 tortures by Yunqin, would be of no concern to them. However, at this moment, as Lu Qingyuan's cries for help grow increasingly desperate, a ray of light emerges from the horizon. This ray, distinct from Yunqin's lethal strikes, radiates a dazzling brilliance, piercing through the clouds. The sky now displays an unprecedented spectacle, with one half dominated by Yunqin's deadly assaults, while the other half is illuminated by that blinding light. In comparison, Yunqin's expression darkens considerably. It seems that Lu Qingyuan's backing is indeed no trifling matter, but rather someone of significance within the Holy Dynasty. When an individual steps forth from the radiant light, Yunqin instinctively narrows his eyes. The Southern Pontiff? The Southern Pontiff is a position appointed by the Holy Dynasty, overseeing all sects in the southern region, including the Cloud Mist Peak. Each month, this esteemed pontiff personally manages the allocation of resources among the sects, leaving no detail to others, thus maintaining a vigilant watch over all factions. Chapter 88. Unrelenting Coercion. At this moment, Yunqin finally discerns the true identity of the newcomer. As if clinging to the last straw of salvation, Lu Qingyuan suddenly cried out to the Southern Pope, "Your Holiness, you have finally arrived. Yunqin is intent on killing me." The Southern Pope, a noble of the Holy Dynasty, ruled over the realm based on familial ties. Qin Wuhui, although of the same lineage as the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou, Qin Wuyo, was not his brother by blood. The appearance of Qin Wuhui rendered Yunqin's countenance exceedingly grim. It seemed that Lu Qingyuan indeed possessed the influence to summon the Southern Pope to her aid. Upon seeing Qin Wuyo, Yunqin merely nodded in acknowledgement, "Your Holiness." Qin Wuyo wore a cheerful expression, exuding a remarkable warmth and approachability. Standing beside him evoked a sensation akin to basking in the gentle breeze of spring. Yet, was the reality truly so? "Ah, it is my younger brother Yunqin. I wondered who dared to intrude upon Wanxian City. It turns out to be you. This is indeed a case of the Dragon King's temple being flooded by its own waters, where kin turn against kin. With his remark about familial conflict, Qin Wuhui diminished what could have been a life-and-death scenario to mere bickering. I have come today to reclaim an item from Lu Qingyuan, one that pertains to my granddaughter's life. It was deceitfully taken from her, and I believe Lu Qingyuan should return it. Would you not agree, Your Holiness? Oh, what is this item that intertwines so significantly with your granddaughter's life? Is it truly that grave? Qin Wuhui inquired, astonished. He could not help but cast an intense glare at Lu Qingyuan, perceiving her insatiable greed. It appeared she had indeed consumed that which she ought not to have. The Cloud Dragon Silver Ring has been my granddaughter Yunling's cherished possession since her birth. Now it lies in the hands of Lu Qingyuan, and without it, my granddaughter is undoubtedly doomed. Oh, such a miraculous object exists? Qin Wuhui had indeed heard of the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring, and had even encountered it before. However, he had never perceived it as anything particularly extraordinary. Now, the revelation that Yunling would perish without it left him astounded. Given that it is something of great importance to the esteemed Master Yun, Lu Qingyuan, you ought to return it to him, for it concerns a matter of life and death. Lu Qingyuan, feeling cornered, gritted her teeth. The effort she had expended to obtain this item felt like a torment worse than death to relinquish so easily. Returning the Cloud Dragon Silver Ring could be arranged. But I have a condition. Master Yun must offer me something of at least 10 times the value of this artifact in compensation. Otherwise, I will have much to say. These nobles, with the bloodline of the Holy Dynasty, have committed unspeakable acts. In pursuit of greater heights, for the sake of boundless prestige, and to stand atop the pinnacle. These individuals would devour others without leaving a trace. Thus, Yun Chen felt disheartened. According to his original plan, eliminating Lu Qingyuan would have been justifiable. However, with the appearance of Qin Wuhui, Yun Chen found himself unable to proceed as intended. Consequently, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances and endure, hoping to secure Lu Qingyuan's silence on this matter. Very well, since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall grant the esteemed Pope a favor. Speak freely of any treasures you desire, and I shall not refuse. Upon conveying her thoughts to Lu Qingyuan, she became overcome with delight. Let me ponder for a moment. What rare artifacts might reside within the misty peaks? How about the Nine-Dragon Seal? Lu Qingyuan, it seems, has an uncanny knack for broaching subjects best left untouched. The Nine-Dragon Seal, originally the treasured emblem of the Misty Peak, was a relic unearthed by the founding ancestor from the ethereal pavilions. However, following the Holy Dynasty's dominion over the Chenxing Continent, the Nine-Dragon Seal has become a taboo subject. The reason is quite simple. Those of the Holy Dynasty lineage naturally revere the dragon, and thus, the Nine-Dragon Seal is deemed an artifact that ought to be surrendered to the Holy Dynasty. Yun Chen has consistently evaded the inquiry, claiming that the Nine-Dragon Seal has been lost and cannot be retrieved, thereby deflecting the matter. Yet now, with Lu Qingyuan resurrecting this old tale, it is evident she seeks to outmaneuver Yun Chen. His expression darkened further, but he found himself at a loss for words, merely bowing slightly before Qin Wuhui, stating, "The Misty Peak no longer possesses such an artifact as the Nine-Dragon Seal. I kindly request that Miss Lu consider an alternative." Lu Qingyuan cast a cunning glance at Yun Chen, well aware that the Nine-Dragon Seal would remain beyond her grasp. However, if she could manage to procure it from Yun Chen and present it to Qin Wuhui, it would serve as a fitting repayment for today's act of salvation. Moreover, her standing in the myriad city would be further solidified, rendering this transaction exceedingly advantageous. Oh, Chapter 89. The Mystery of Lineage to Yun Chen. The Nine-Dragon Seal is a trivial matter. He has long perceived it as a considerable burden upon Yunwu Peak. An innocent man may bear no guilt. Yet possessing such a treasure can lead to misfortune. In the hands of the founding patriarch, it undoubtedly symbolized unparalleled power and an unmatched status. However, after a millennium of inheritance at Yunwu Peak, the true wonders of this artifact remain unseen by anyone. After Yun Chen and Xia Chen departed, Qin Wuhui furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Yun Chen's retreating figure, unable to suppress a cold snort. The leaders of these sects increasingly disregard the Holy Dynasty. Lu Qingyuan approached with a charming smile, whispering, "Your Holiness, I believe that old man Yun Chen is rather easy to handle, but those beneath Yunwu Peak are certainly not to be underestimated." Qin Wuhui was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Isn't that old patriarch in seclusion for 10 years? It has only been a little over 2 years. How could he be on the verge of a breakthrough? Where did you hear such news? Lu Qingyuan glanced around to ensure no one was listening before leaning closer to Qin Wuhui, speaking slowly. I've heard that although he claims to be in seclusion, he has actually been utilizing the foaming stone to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Presently, the foaming stone at the back of Yunwu Peak radiates vibrant colors and ethereal brilliance. Does this not indicate that the old patriarch is nearing the end of his seclusion? Qin Wuhui furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the stone glows with splendor, and its size is comparable to a large vessel. Moreover, under the shroud of the clouds that envelop Yunwu Peak, it is indeed difficult to discern the brilliance emanating from the foaming stone. It appears that one must remain vigilant. Once that old man steps into the realm of comprehension, he may prove to be unparalleled. Moreover, who can ascertain whether this old man has truly entered that level? There have been rumors suggesting that although he remains at the pinnacle of the cyclone realm, he subtly exhibits signs of having grasped comprehension. It seems that upon his return, many formidable figures will inevitably fall before his sword, which bodes ill for the Holy Dynasty. As the leader of a sect, should the elder master of Cloud Mist Peak re-emerge in the world, he will undoubtedly bolster the strength of these sections. At that point, even the Holy Dynasty may find it challenging to suppress these factions that typically heed only the call of authority when it suits them, creating a situation that is difficult to manage. It appears we must prepare ourselves in advance. Qin Wuhui nodded gravely, his thoughts gradually becoming ominous. Cloud Mist Peak, the leading faction among the 5 great sects of Cloud City, cannot be allowed to grow unchecked. You performed admirably this time. My journey here has not been in vain, and I shall duly record your merits. After uttering this profound remark, Qin Wuhui took to the skies, quietly departing. Lu Qingyuan watched his retreating figure, offering a cold smirk. Fool, men are often simple-minded, and one must take advantage of them when possible. Qin Wuhui, the southern sect leader, may soon leave this place. The reason Lu Qingyuan's myriad city remains under the dominion of the Holy Dynasty is solely due to Qin Wuhui's current stable position. When he can no longer maintain that position, Lu Qingyuan will naturally seek a more advantageous alliance. Her greatest desire is for the world to descend into chaos, for it is only amidst turmoil that the myriad cities can endure eternally. A few years prior, the Holy Dynasty sent individuals to secretly eliminate the Lord of the myriad cities, resulting in a complete takeover of the underground black market, a scheme orchestrated by Lu Qingyuan. She is adept at employing such tactics of substitution. At this moment, Yunlinger lies within Yunxi Palace, her once radiant visage devoid of color and vitality. Her lips tightly sealed, her heartbeat faint. Even now, Yun Shun has yet to uncover the true identities of Yunlinger and the Yunlong silver ring. The Yunlong symbols engraved upon the ring seem to be artifacts not of this era, adorned with characters that are foreign to any script within the 9 provinces of the Starry Continent, and are not found in any historical texts of that realm. They appear as if they have never been seen before, akin to celestial scriptures from beyond. The incomprehensible characters, the celestial infant descending from the heavens, and the protective Yunlong silver ring that accompanies her throughout her life, all contribute to the enigma surrounding Yunlinger's identity. The master remains oblivious, only aware that this Yunlong silver ring seems to be the very pillar supporting Linger's existence, as long as it is with her. She remains the healthy and vivacious Linger, the apple of his eye. Chapter 90. Misfortune to whomever it touches. Upon hearing Yun Chen's words, Xia Chen's last doubts evaporated. The fewer who are aware of this matter, the better. Those cognizant of the Yunlong silver ring's significance do not exceed a handful on Yunwu Peak. Anxiously, Yun Chen and Xia Chen hastened toward Yunwu Peak, when suddenly, a sound echoes from a distance. In a state of disarray, Xia Chen found himself in a harrowing predicament. Who could be so audacious as to launch a surprise attack on Yun Chen at this moment? The sudden assault disrupted Yun Chen's protective aura, causing it to shatter in an instant. As the barrier crumbled, the surrounding shadows revealed their true forms. Yun Chen abruptly lifted his gaze, observing the individuals before him, and, stroking his beard thoughtfully, inquired in a deep voice, "Who are you? It seems I do not recognize you." Dozens of figures emerged from the darkness. Led by one whose laughter pierced the air, "Master Yun, it is unnecessary for you to concern yourself with our identities. However, since you have offended our master, you must pay a price." A tumult surged in Yun Chen's chest. The stealthy approach of these individuals caught him off guard, primarily due to his preoccupation with Yunlinger's ailment, rendering him less vigilant. Furthermore, the prowess of these intruders was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, how could they have come so close to him? Since you dare to besiege me, you ought to reveal your names, for that is the mark of a gentleman. If you refuse to disclose your identities, I shall regard you as cowardly vermin." With that, Xia Chen dashed toward Cloud Mist Peak. As Yun Qin's powerful aura began to manifest, with his protective energy disrupted, Yun Qin resolved to seize this fleeting moment to deal with these faceless intruders. Lest the situation worsen with delay. Anxious, Xia Chen quickened his pace, and although he had distanced himself, the echoes of their words faintly reached his ears. Xia Chen hurriedly raced towards Feng Songhai, clutching the item in his arms. At that moment, Feng Songhai was addressing his disciples, aiming to quell the recent rumors circulating from Yunwu Peak. Previously, when the number of disciples at Yunwu Peak was modest, such whispers held little weight. However, as the sect expanded and the number of disciples swelled, Feng Songhai discerned a critical issue. The congregation of individuals from diverse backgrounds led to incessant gossip at the slightest provocation. Recently, the mysterious fate of Lu Jiwei had stirred considerable unrest within the sect, and Xia Chun had unwittingly garnered notoriety, now being referred to as the harbinger of misfortune. If Xia Chun were not indeed a harbinger, how could he have attracted such turmoil? "Master Feng, there is trouble," Yun Chun exclaimed, his brow slick with sweat. Yet he clutched the Yunlong silver ring tightly. Feng Songhai's expression darkened. He had just begun to instill discipline among the disciples, and Xia Chen's loud outburst, coupled with the mention of trouble, would undoubtedly ignite speculation. Nevertheless, Feng Songhai cast a glance at Xia Chen, guiding him to a secluded spot. What has transpired? It was crucial to note that the location where Yun Chun had been attacked lay just beyond the bounds of Yunwu Peak. The assailants bore no responsibility for actions taken outside the sect's territory. However, if they ventured 30 miles further, it would fall within the jurisdiction of Yunwu Peak. Who possesses such audacity? Dozens of individuals, but their ranks I cannot ascertain. Xia Chen's eyes widened in alarm. Indeed, he is merely at the soul condensation stage, and the opponent's cultivation level surpasses his own. How could he possibly perceive it? Moreover, the most critical factor is the sheer number of adversaries. Yun Chen finds himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Feng Songhai, disregarding the chaos within the sect, stepped back into the spotlight and summoned Feng Yu. "Where? Accompany your father for a moment." Feng Yu, clearly unaware of the unfolding events, suspected that this matter was somehow related to Xia Chun. "As you command." Xia Chun, swiftly deliver the Yunlong silver ring to Linger. "As for matters beyond the sect, do not concern yourself any further. Leave them to me. Now be off." Upon receiving the order, Xia Chen ceased his stubbornness and hurriedly made his way towards Yunxiu Palace. With Feng Songhai's departure, the previously tranquil disciples of Yunwu Peak erupted into chaos once more. Chapter 91. 3 Blades, 6 Cavities in an Instant. Xia Chen's reputation tarnished irreparably within a matter of mere incense sticks burning. The stench of disgrace was overwhelming, and all gazes were cast upon Xia Chen with suspicion. From Lu Jiwei to Yun Linger, and even the headmaster Yun Qin, who had left the mountain gate alongside Xia Chen, all faced unforeseen calamities. Thus, when Xia Chen arrived at Yunxiu Palace, he was immediately obstructed. The 2 individuals at the entrance were female disciples clad in crimson attire. "Stop!" A sharp command halted Xia Chen's previously frantic pace. "Sisters, please allow me entry. Linger requires my presence." Xia Chen was indeed anxious. For every moment he delayed without the Yunlong silver ring, Linger was in increasing peril. The disciple on duty at Yunxiu Palace, Chu Chaoxiu, cast a disdainful glance at Xia Chen before drawing her sword and placing it menacingly against his throat. "Begone! Depart at once. It is because of you that junior sister Ling has come to this state. Do you still wish to entangle yourself with her?" Another disciple clad in red, Mei Xiang, could not restrain herself from scoffing. "Indeed, Xia Chen, are you still oblivious to your own standing? The scourge of Yunwu Peak. Anyone who associates with you is bound to suffer misfortune. I truly cannot fathom why Master chose to accept you as a disciple. Yet, time was of the essence. Yunling Er's life hung by a thread, and she required the Yunlong silver ring. Sisters, the situation is dire. Please return this item to junior sister Ling and allow her to wear it. Only then can she recover." Xia Chun implored earnestly. Mei Xiang regarded him with suspicion, her gaze drifting to the Yunlong silver ring. "Humph, you should reconsider, for Master explicitly forbade anyone from approaching junior sister Linger." As Chu Chaoxiu noted that Xia Chen remained obstinate, she advanced without hesitation, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Each strike was more ferocious than the last, completely disregarding Xia Chun as a disciple of Yunwu Peak. Alas, Xia Chun was burdened with an ill reputation, branded as the recent harbinger of misfortune. No one wished to associate with him. Stricken with helplessness, Xia Chun realized that neither Chu Chaoxiu nor Mei Xiang understood the secret of the Yunlong silver ring. They could not fathom that what he held was, in fact, the life-saving talisman for Yunling Er. If he failed to gain entry into Yunxiu Palace today, would it not render Yunshin's hopes for him a mere illusion? No, he could not allow that. Today, I must, under any circumstance, enter the Yunxiu Palace. Senior sister, please allow me to enter. I truly can save Linger, I implore you. Xia Chun cried out in desperation. Chu Chaoxiu's fist did not waver, landing a fierce blow on Xia Chen's face. You wish to enter? Then adhere to our rules. Do you dare accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chun gritted his teeth and nodded, his gaze resolute. As long as you two senior sisters permit me to enter the Yunxiu Palace to save Linger, I will accept any condition. Very well, let us purge the ill fortune of this jinx, lest Lingo, my junior sister, be ultimately harmed by you. The ritual of 3 knives and 6 holes shall cleanse your misfortune. If you dare to accept, we shall grant you entry to see Linger today. Chu Chaoxiu finally issued her harsh ultimatum. Mei Xiang wore a look of anticipation. In truth, they had long sought an opportunity to teach Xia Chun a lesson. His presence had brought a series of oddities to the previously tranquil Yunwu Peak. Now that they had this chance, how could they let it slip away? What is the ritual of 3 knives and 6 holes? Xia Chun furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from asking. Mei Xiang, with a haughty demeanor and a slight smirk, replied, What? You do not know of the 3 knives and 6 holes? It is an established rule of our sect. 3 knives must pierce to create 6 blood holes. If you can endure this, we shall believe you can save Linger and grant you entry to the Yunxiu Palace. The ritual of 3 knives and 6 holes. Xia Chen comprehended Mei Xiang's explanation in an instant. It merely entailed 3 knives piercing his own body, leaving behind 3 penetrating wounds, such as the essence of the so-called 3 knives and 6 holes. Snap! Without uttering a word, Chu Xiaoxiu directly cast forth a long sword and 2 short blades. Xia Chen, you know what to do. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Chu Xiaoxiu and slowly nodded. Very well. He then bent down to seize the long sword, and as he knelt on one knee, the moment he drew the blade from its scabbard, an icy aura surged forth. Yet more piercing than the blade's gleam was the intensity in Xia Chen's gaze, unyielding and filled with a fierce determination. Without a hint of hesitation, Xia Chen reversed his grip and aimed the sword's tip at his own chest, plunging it deep within. Blood gushed forth instantly, yet this act merely pierced flesh and bone. Gritting his teeth, Xia Chun felt the excruciating pain surge through his nerves, a sensation so vivid it was as if it had struck his very mind. Mei Xiang and Chu Xiaoxiu were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, Goodness! This boy truly dares to go this far. Their intention had merely been to intimidate him, to humiliate Xia Chun with the concept of 3 knives and 6 holes, ensuring he would never hold his head high again on Yunwu Peak. Who could have anticipated that Xia Chun would act without a moment's doubt, truly embracing the notion of 3 knives and 6 holes? Clenching his jaw tightly, he gradually forced the long sword deeper into his chest, inch by inch, until he felt the blade pass through the crevices of his bones. The sound of tearing flesh resonating vividly in his mind. He could even sense the reverse flow of his blood. At last, the blade pierced through Xia Chen's back, tearing through the disciple's robe, revealing the sword's tip. Xia Chun trembled uncontrollably, yet his hands slowly descended. Enduring the pain and the discomfort of the sword pressing against his chest, he turned sideways and grasped the dagger from the ground. Chu Xiaoxiu and Mei Xiang, despite being female martial cultivators, had never encountered such a brutally visceral scene. What had begun as a mere teasing remark had unexpectedly prompted Xia Chen to take such drastic action. They were now utterly stunned, their faces pale, hands pressed tightly against their mouths, their minds blank, unsure of what to say to Xia Chen, thus forgetting to urge him to cease his actions. Chapter 92. The most venomous is a woman's heart. Xia Chen's decisive strike terrified Chu Xiaoxiu and Mei Xiang beyond measure. They had never anticipated that he would truly go through with it. As they stood in shock, Xia Chen moved once more, plunging the dagger he had seized from the ground into his own abdomen without hesitation. Blood gushed forth instantly. At this moment, Mei Xiang and Chu Xiaoxiu were completely paralyzed with fear. Good heavens! They staggered backward several steps, and Chu Xiaoxiu fell onto the steps of Yunxiu Palace. The scene before them far too gruesome to bear. As female disciples of the sect, although they donned crimson garments, they merely basked in the glory of Yunlinger. Their usual proximity to Yunlinger did not confer upon them true martial prowess. At best, they had only mastered rudimentary skills. Relying on Yunlinger's status as the granddaughter of the sect's leader, Chu Zhaoxiu and Mei Xiang often held themselves in high regard. Even when Chenxing appeared at Yunxiu Palace, they maintained an air of arrogance. Originally, they merely intended to play a trick on Xiaqin, aiming to strip him of his dignity henceforth. Little did they anticipate that such a tragic scene would truly unfold. Mei Xiang, possessing even less courage than Chu Zhaoxiu, was unable to contain herself upon witnessing the bloody spectacle before her, and she promptly succumbed to nausea, her stomach churning violently. Xiaqin furrowed his brows tightly. The excruciating pain sharpened his mind, yet his vision began to blur, and faintly, he perceived the silhouette of Yunlinger. Why? The regulations within Yunwu Peak were stringent, almost draconian, and infighting among disciples was an unforgivable transgression. Furthermore, the mere mention of the punishment 3 knives and 6 holes by Mei Xiang and Chu Zhaoxiu was utterly outrageous and absurd. This form of punishment was reserved for grave offenses such as the expulsion of rebellious sect members or the assassination of a revered master. To think that Mei Xiang and Chu Zhaoxiu would dare to impose it upon Xiaqin, should this incident come to the attention of Fengsong Hai, it would be Xiaqin who escaped unscathed, while the 2 perpetrators would face execution. In a panic, Mei Xiang sat there murmuring to herself about whom she could enlist to save his life. Chu Zhaoxiu, stealing her resolve, hastily sought a solution. However, at that moment, Xiaqin's 3rd dagger had already pierced through his back, fulfilling the dreadful 3 knives and 6 holes. 6 gaping wounds oozed blood, a gruesome sight that would chill anyone who beheld it. Chu Zhaoxiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she watched Xiaqin collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, she realized that both she and Mei Xiang were irrevocably doomed this day. With a determined resolve, Zhaoxiu declared, "Let us eliminate him." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Mei Xiang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Zhaoxiu's true intentions. Zhaoxiu, sensing her hesitation, let out a cold scoff and continued, "If we dispose of this brat, won't all our troubles vanish? As for his demise occurring at the gates of Yunxiu Palace, we could easily spin it as a matter of guilt driving him to take his own life." Mei Xiang's eyes widened with sudden clarity at this suggestion. However, she pondered the impossibility of such an act going unnoticed. Would there truly be no one to uncover the truth? Observing Mei Xiang's lingering fear, Zhaoxiu intensified her threats, asserting, "If you disagree, I will have no choice but to eliminate you as well. That way, no one can hold us accountable." A chill ran down Mei Xiang's spine. She understood all too well that Zhaoxiu's words meant her own life was at stake if she did not comply. The woman, who typically exuded a spoiled and willful demeanor, now revealed a chillingly dark side. In the face of such dire circumstances, Zhaoxiu's ferocity was laid bare. "Very well, I shall comply," Mei Xiang responded, her resolve solidifying. Zhaoxiu gave her a knowing glance, and Mei Xiang realized that she should not have hesitated. Any delay could have cost her dearly. For Zhaoxiu would not hesitate to turn her wrath upon Mei Xiang herself. Regardless of the circumstances, Chu Zhaoxiu was undeniably at the pinnacle of the qi refinement realm, while Mei Xiang remained merely at the initial stage. In a one-on-one confrontation, she would undoubtedly fall short against Chu Zhaoxiu. Ultimately, whether this matter came to light or not would lead to her demise, it would be wiser to decisively eliminate Xiaqin, ensuring that only she and Chu Zhaoxiu bore witness to the act. There would be no third party privy to the knowledge. Moreover, the rationale presented by Chu Zhaoxiu was impeccably sound, leaving no room for suspicion. At that moment, Mei Xiang drew a finely crafted short sword from her waist, gritting her teeth as she advanced step by step towards Xiaqin. The latter was on the brink of death, having failed to utilize his internal energy for protection while sustaining multiple grievous wounds. Chu Zhaoxiu let out a cold laugh. "At this juncture, you still wish to survive? I suggest you quietly accept your fate here and not complicate matters for anyone else. Xiaqin, do you not realize that a newly initiated disciple like yourself has caused such turmoil? You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, a scourge upon the sect, one that must be eradicated." In uttering these words, it was as if Chu Zhaoxiu was galvanizing herself with a sense of righteousness. "Mei Xiang, eliminate him," she commanded. In her mind, once Mei Xiang dispatched Xiaqin, the incident would remain shrouded in secrecy. Should any flaws be detected, she would deftly shift all blame onto Mei Xiang. Mei Xiang tightly gripped the short sword in her hand, stepping before Xia Chen with a fierce bite of her lip. She had never taken a life in all her years. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chu Zhaoxiu shouted with authority, "If you do not eliminate him, I shall take your life as well." Fear gripped Mei Xiang, and with a swift motion, she thrust the short sword towards Xia Chen's vital point. Chapter 93. A critical moment. As Mei Xiang's sword was poised to pierce Xia Chen's throat, an unexpected flash of light from a sword suddenly sent her flying. Chu Zhaoxiu stood momentarily stunned, glancing around in confusion, finding no one in sight. "Who is it? Show yourself. Come out." The sound of footsteps echoed, revealing Lin Yizhi, clad in a green robe, with several silver needles delicately held between his fingers. The earlier flash of light was indeed the gleam of those silver needles. Silently appearing beside Xia Chen, Lin Yizhi crouched down, checking Xia Chen's pulse with a furrowed brow. He then retrieved several pills from his robe, administering them to Xia Chen hastily. Subsequently, he discreetly gathered a flow of vital energy, gently channeling it through his palm into Xia Chen's internal organs. Soon, the vital energy was fully absorbed by Xia Chen's body. Those possessing innate energy naturally welcomed the acquired energy. Through extensive stimulation of the meridians and channels, the multiple wounds on Xia Chen's chest began to gradually heal, a process that lasted a full hour. Mei Xiang, struck by Lin Yizhi's silver needle, was sent flying and fainted instantly. The only one remaining was Chu Zhaoxiu. According to Chu Zhaoxiu's original design, this matter was meant to remain a secret, allowing him to maneuver undetected. However, he never anticipated that Lin Yizhi would uncover the entire affair. Consequently, the situation now presents two potential outcomes. Either he risks everything to eliminate Lin Yizhi, thereby ensuring that no one else is aware of this incident, or he faces capture and judgment at Lin Yizhi's hands. It is crucial to acknowledge that Lin Yizhi holds a transcendent status on Yunwu Peak. Technically, he does not belong to the disciples of Yunwu Peak. Having joined its ranks out of admiration for Lu Jiwei, he is the sole heir of the illustrious Lin family, renowned as one of the few alchemists in the martial arts realm. In any context, an individual of Lin Yizhi's caliber naturally attracts a cadre of formidable allies. The significance of alchemists cannot be overstated. The elixirs they produce may grant warriors the hope of achieving dreams that otherwise remain unattainable throughout their lifetimes. Lin Yizhi's profound expertise in alchemy transcends mere wealth and material possessions. The connections and resources he possesses could rival those of a major sect. After imparting energy to Xia Chen and witnessing the restoration of color to his face, Lin Yizhi rose, clapping his hands and fixing an intense gaze upon Chu Zhaoxiu and Mei Xiang. To his astonishment, he had encountered such venomous individuals in this world. What offense has junior brother Xia Chen committed? Even if he has erred, it should be left to the sect to determine his fate. Are you treating him as a heretic, subjecting him to such ruthless measures? Lin Yizhi, typically mild-mannered and carefree, now erupted with intense fury, his formidable aura surging forth. He understood that the two women before him had genuinely harbored murderous intent, and thus, this matter would not conclude easily. Realizing this, he resolved to personally intervene and teach these ignorant individuals a lesson. Chu Zhaoxiu, filled with indignation and unease, exclaimed, Brother Lin, Xia Chen is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. You must have seen it yourself. Anyone who associates with him meets with calamity, be it junior sister Lu, the young lady, or the sect leader. If you continue to defend him, you shall be the next to suffer. Upon hearing Chu Zhaoxiu invoke the name of Lu Jiwei, Lin Yizhi initially felt little anger, merely intending to take action. However, at that moment, the rage concealed within him erupted violently. How dare you utter Jiwei's name? You seek death. In an instant, Lin Yizhi transformed his intent into reality, revealing his murderous intent. The overwhelming aura he exuded was beyond what the peak chi cultivator, Chu Zhaoxiu, could contend with. She was taken aback, unprepared for the depth of his formidable presence. When Xia Chen approached Yunxiu Palace, he had not revealed his own aura, choosing instead to keep it restrained, preventing others from discerning his true level. Lin Yizhi's piercing gaze scrutinized the two ruthless yet utterly inept women before him, and he could not help but scoff. You, as disciples of Yunwu Peak, are hardly worthy. With a flick of his hand, a glimmering silver needle appeared between each of his fingers, radiating a dazzling light. Lin Yizhi's mastery of the flying needles was something Xia Chen had already experienced. It was no ordinary skill. Had he not been closely adhering to Lin Yizhi, engaging in close combat to render Lin's silver needles ineffective. The outcome would undoubtedly have seen Xiaqun sprawled on the ground. How could there have been a scenario where both individuals ended in a stalemate? You cannot kill us. We are under the protection of the young lady. Chu Chaoxiu was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between herself and Lin Yizhi. Should she take the initiative to attack, it would be her demise in an instant. Thus, her preemptive cowardice marked her as quite exceptional. Killing you would be akin to slaughtering a dog. I am not an official disciple of Yunwu Peak. Should I choose to kill, I would naturally seek atonement from the sect leader. As for you two wretched hounds, what would it matter? Killing you is merely a matter of consequence. Lin Yizhi felt no need to justify his actions. Eliminating these two women was beyond reproach. Would Yunwu Peak really offend the Danding Lin family over two women who had committed transgressions? Absolutely not. In the next moment, Lin Yizhi slightly raised his hand, adopting a posture as if to flick a needle, sending Chu Chaoxiu into a state of sheer terror, weeping profusely. I was wrong. We truly recognize our mistakes. We should not have treated Xiaqun that way. We merely wished to play a prank on him. Play a prank? Lin Yizhi raised an eyebrow, deeply dissatisfied with this explanation. Had he not intended to visit Yunqiu Palace today to inquire about Yunlinger's condition, he might never have witnessed this scene. In other words, had he not appeared at the opportune moment, Xiaqun would likely have met his end by now. That was the person Lu Jiwei was determined to protect with her life. How could Lin Yizhi allow him to be harmed by these two women? If this could be considered a jest, then it was utterly excessive. No, this was not a prank. It was a blatant intent to kill. Silence! Lin Yizhi bellowed fiercely. At the sound of his thunderous voice, Chu Chaoxiu immediately ceased her weeping, and even Mei Xiang fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Just as Lin Yizhi resolutely decided to eliminate these two calamities, he suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. A hand was gripping it tightly as someone struggled to rise from the ground. Enough, senior brother Lin, spare them. Chapter 94. The Rescuer, Lin Yizhi. Xiaqun. Lin Yizhi was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. As a member of the Danding lineage, he was also a master of medicine and was acutely aware of Xiaqun's injuries. Given the severity of Xiaqun's condition after his preliminary treatment, he should have been exceedingly weak, with no strength to speak. Although some color had returned to Xiaqun's face, it was merely the effect of the medicinal herbs. Once their stabilizing effects faded, Xiaqun would likely remain bedridden for 10 to 15 days. Yet now, to Lin Yizhi's astonishment, Xiaqun was tugging at his sleeve, struggling to rise. You. Lin Yizhi hastily extended his hand to support Xiaqun. Was this fellow some sort of monster? It was utterly inconceivable, defying all belief. Regardless of Lin Yizhi's astonishment, Xiaqun stood up at that moment and even offered Lin Yizhi a smile, exclaiming, I am fine. How could he possibly be fine? Are you aware that no one who has endured the torturous punishment of 3 blades and 6 holes has ever survived? In response to Lin Yizhi's words, Xiaqun felt a stir in his heart and lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yizhi's eyes. That gaze was strikingly familiar, mirroring that of Lu Jiwei. With a wry smile, Xiaqun laboriously retrieved the blood-stained Yunlong silver ring from his bosom and staggered toward the grand entrance of Yunqiu Palace. Where are you going? Lin Yizhi, unable to quell his concern for Xiaqun, inquired. As he walked, Xiaqun muttered, Linger, wait for me. I am coming to rescue you. As Xiaqun passed by Chu Chaoxiu and Mei Xiang, he hesitated for a moment and softly asked, May I enter, esteemed sisters? Chu Chaoxiu seemed to awaken from a dream. Had it not been for Xiaqun's intervention, she might have already fallen victim to Lin Yizhi's wrath. Who in the sect would dare to impede Lin Yizhi? Who would willingly provoke him? Xiaqun had just saved their lives. Mei Xiang was the first to comprehend the gravity of the situation, hastily kneeling and crawling a few steps forward, pleading, Junior brother Xiaqun, please do not hold it against us. We were merely... Enough. No need for explanations. I understand, Xiaqun replied with a resigned, self-deprecating smile. And then he raised a leg to step into Yunqiu Palace. The palace was resplendent and magnificent, a place where even beings as ethereal as Yunqiu, untouched by worldly affairs, still felt the pull of earthly ties. He was deeply pained for his precious granddaughter, who remained entwined in mortal concerns. Stumbling before Yunlinger, Xiaqun gently adorned her wrist with the cloud dragon silver ring, and at last, the anxious expression on his face relaxed. With this ring, Yunlinger was assuredly saved. Indeed, the enigmatic power concealed within the cloud dragon silver ring remained a mystery to all, yet it proved remarkably effective for Yunlinger. Her previously pallid face, devoid of any color, gradually regained its rosy hue. Xiachen observed that her delicate arms, akin to tender lotus roots, bore some unsightly bruises, a shocking revelation. However, after donning the Cloud Dragon's silver ring, those bruises began to fade, restoring her skin to the youthful blush it ought to possess. It seemed as though an ethereal energy enveloped Yunlinger, drawing in the invisible spiritual essence around her. After about the time it takes to burn a fragrant stick of incense, Yunlinger opened her drowsy eyes. Xiachen, however, remained indifferent to such matters, especially with the presence of the two troublesome women, Chu Chaoxiu and Mei Xiang, by her side, who would likely incite further complications. It would ultimately prove to be a double-edged sword. "Get in here," Lin Yi bellowed in anger, conjuring a storage space with a mere wave of his hand. As the eldest son of the Dan Ding Lin family, even his mustard seed bag was considerably larger than those wielded by the palace masters of Cloud Mist Peak. When Xiachen opened his eyes, he found himself in a humble abode atop the radiant peak. Gazing at the ceiling, Xiachen could not help but let out a bitter smile. It seemed that once again, he had been saved by Lin Yizhi. Speaking of which, Lin Yizhi had rescued him on 2 occasions, each time in a moment of dire peril. Although Lin Yizhi still harbored lingering resentment over Lu Jiwei's death due to Xiachen, it was undeniable that her animosity towards him had significantly diminished. Upon seeing Xiachen, she felt a pang of anxiety, even daring not to lift her gaze towards him. Trembling, she knelt on the ground. Raising the medicine jar and tray high above her head, "Xiachen, junior brother, please take the medicine." It turned out that ever since Mei Xiang and Chu Zhaoxia were captured at Guanghua Peak that fateful night, they had been thoroughly dealt with, rendering the previously arrogant maids completely subdued. Chapter 95. A father-son team in battle as events unfolded, on that day when Xiachen hurriedly made his way to Yunxiu Palace. Feng Songhai and his father Feng Yu were equally consumed by anxiety. Yunxian, the acting head of Yunwu Peak, held a prestigious position and served as the spiritual leader of the peak. If anything were to happen to him, or if he were to fall prey to those malicious individuals, would it not plunge Yunwu Peak into utter chaos? Whoever dared to harm Yunxian would be a sworn enemy of Yunwu Peak, a vendetta that would last for generations. Feng Songhai, with his fiery temperament, was particularly agitated. The urgency of the situation made him wish he could sprout wings and fly directly to the scene of the incident. "Hurry up. If we are even a moment late, and something befalls my senior brother, I will flay your skin." Feng Songhai possesses a rather foul demeanor, even towards his own son. However, there exists an exception to every rule. Despite his fiery temperament, he has never shown favoritism towards his disciples when they err, always maintaining a stern expression. Yet, there is one individual capable of eliciting a smile from him, and that person is naturally Xiachen, who possesses innate energy. As the paramount hope for the future of Yunwu Peak for the next century, if not millennia, Feng Songhai yearns to impart all his resources to Xiachen, urging his swift growth. It is likely that the recent ambush on his elder brother, Yunxian, might have some connection to Xiachen. Regardless of whether those attackers discerned anything, Feng Songhai has resolutely decided in his heart that even if the entire world knows of Yunwu Peak's innate energy bearer, he would risk everything to protect this young man, Xiachen. Feng Yu dared not lag behind for even a moment, closely following his father, fearful of incurring his wrath should he fall behind. Yet, as he observed the increasing pace of Feng Songhai, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. It seemed his father had never truly engaged in meaningful conversation with him. After all, he is his biological son. He reminded himself, today, as father and son, we must fight with all our might, regardless of the outcome. The backbone of Yunwu Peak must never bend. While Feng Songhai continued to instruct those behind him, he suddenly shifted his tone, pausing briefly. "You are the son of whom I am most proud. I have often been harsh with you, but as one approaches the end of life, their words become kind. Know that my strictness stems from deep affection." It appears that something has settled upon the tree trunk that just passed by. Feng Songhai gazed with utmost satisfaction at his son, a youthful prodigy whose prowess was beyond question. Over the years, he had been meticulously honed, and although the boy remained arrogant and proud, constantly seeking to prove himself, Feng Songhai considered this trait not necessarily a flaw. Entrusting the vast Feng family to Feng Yu, he felt a great sense of relief. Yet, it pained him that such a remarkable son would not witness his brilliance shining upon the Chenxing Continent. This was, indeed, a father's lamentable shortcoming. Let us not tarry any longer. At this moment, Feng Songhai was brimming with combat spirit. Having thoroughly grasped the profound mysteries of life and death, he bore no hint of fear in his eyes. For a martial cultivator, life and death were indeed significant matters. However, in certain specific circumstances, some ideals may transcend the very essence of life and death. Feng Songhai and Feng Yu ceased their paternal exchanges with unwavering resolve. Feng Songhai tore away the bandages that bound his arm and the white cloth from his chest as he soared through the air. He even discreetly unraveled all the seals upon his being. A subtle transformation in his aura ensued. Though faint, it was unmistakable, and how could Feng Yu, now half a step into the cyclone realm, fail to perceive it? The recent delicate shift felt as if it had drawn Feng Yu into an endless abyss. A boundless void filled with ceaseless energy, vast and grand, its boundaries invisible to the eye. For a long time, Feng Yu had a limited understanding of his father's realm. Feng Songhai, regarded as the foremost individual beneath the clouds, had merely reached the initial stage of the cyclone realm, despite having cultivated for 40 years. In contrast, the less than 20-year-old Feng Yu had already set one foot into the cyclone realm. At times, he felt a tinge of disdain towards his father. After all, how could one languish for over 40 years only to attain such a modest level, while he himself had progressed to near the cyclone realm in merely 7 or 8 years? However, the moment Feng Songhai discreetly unraveled the seals, Feng Yu found himself utterly perplexed by his father. Just a slight leak of aura enveloped him, as if he stood amidst a vast sea of stars, so grand, so magnificent. Could it be that this extraordinary aura belonged to his stern, rigid father, who was solely focused on educating his disciples and enforcing justice, yet possessed such limited strength? As Feng Yu was lost in thought, the distant sounds of battle reached his ears. Feng Songhai took a deep breath and called out, "Where? Are you ready? It's time to engage." Chapter 96. The hidden move. At this moment, Yinshin found himself ensnared in a desperate struggle. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the cyclone realm, facing dozens of equally skilled opponents was no small feat. Despite being at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit remained undeterred. This old man was indeed a testament to the resilience of age, unparalleled through the ages. Feng Songhai cast aside all reservations, for he had entrusted everything to fate. The only course of action left was a fierce battle to the death. Like a primordial beast unleashing boundless power, Feng Songhai charged towards the masked masters with the ferocity of a sharp spear. From the moment he appeared, he instantly disrupted the encirclement formed by the enemy. "Senior brother." Feng Songhai's gaze could not help but fall upon Yunshun. At this moment, where was the ethereal and inscrutable demeanor that Yunshun had previously possessed? His pristine white robes were thoroughly soaked in blood, blossoming into a crimson flower upon his chest. The spiritual sword in his hand had long since splintered into 2 pieces. Yet Yunshun's fighting spirit remained undiminished. His beard, now streaked with blood, was half severed, and the cloud crown atop his head had been knocked away, leaving his hair disheveled and in utter disarray. This massed group of several dozen members mostly possessed the cultivation of the cyclone realm and practiced exceedingly sinister techniques. They moved like shadows, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, akin to battle-hardened siege soldiers. Each wore identical black robes, and even the weapons they wielded were indistinguishable. Their black masks concealed their faces, and if one did not observe closely, one might even mistake them for a band of brothers born of the same womb. For how could they exhibit such extraordinary synergy otherwise? Having temporarily broken through the blockade, Feng Songhai finally stood back to back with Yunshun. This was an act of profound trust. In a life-and-death struggle, surrendering one's back to another speaks volumes of the faith placed in that individual. Yunshun let out a bitter laugh and spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason he had fought so fiercely before was to preserve this vital energy. However, with Feng Songhai's arrival, Yunshun could no longer sustain himself. The energy that had coalesced in his chest suddenly dissipated, and his spirit and vitality plummeted a tier. The great Moluo palm? Feng Songhai finally discerned the imprint of a palm strike upon Yunshun's chest, instantly plunged into boundless contemplation. The Great Moluo Palm is renowned as a secret technique of the esoteric sect from the northern part of the starry continent, traditionally passed down through whispers. In this era, who could possibly wield such a profound mastery of the Great Moluo Palm, if not the dragon-mad monk of the esoteric sacred realm? Naturally, the one who poisoned the well is none other than the enigmatic Feng Songhai, who could not help but roar in indignation. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the venerable dragon-mad monk of the esoteric sacred realm. Dragon-mad, since you have arrived, why do you not reveal yourself? Do you take us for fools? Yet, Yunshun interposed himself before Feng Songhai. offering a wry smile and shaking his head. Among those besieging him today, there was indeed no sign of the dragon-mad monk, and moreover, the marks upon him were not solely from the great Maluo palm, but numerous others as well. These imprints could not have been inflicted by a single individual. Rather, they were the work of many. In other words, nearly every person present possessed knowledge of the great Maluo palm. Gradually grasping the gravity of the situation, Feng Songhai could not suppress his fury, exclaiming, "The esoteric sacred realm has always refrained from meddling in the sectarian disputes of the Central Lands. Your actions today are tantamount to inciting war. You seek to assassinate the esteemed master of Yunwu Peak. Rest assured, I shall come knocking at your door one day, demanding an explanation from the dragon-mad monk for this affront." Ha ha ha. At that moment, laughter echoed from all directions, making it abundantly clear that no one here was inclined to heed Feng Songhai's claims. Yun Shun seized the opportunity for a brief respite, finally taking a few deep breaths and circulating his energy through a minor cycle, gradually restoring the color to his face. No, they not only wield the esoteric sect's great Maluo palm, but also the dragon-slaying technique of the dragon control sect. What? At this revelation, Feng Songhai was utterly rendered speechless. Unexpectedly, it is utterly astonishing that these individuals are capable of wielding the dragon-slaying techniques of the dragon-riding sect. According to legend, the dragon-riding sect consists of merely a dozen or so members who are the descendants of the ancient Ninely tribe, renowned for their mastery of the art of dragon extermination. It is said that in the ancient times of the Chenxing Continent, these inheritors of the dragon-slaying art were tasked with eradicating all malevolent dragons within the realm, resulting in numerous sacrifices, after which their presence gradually faded into obscurity. The dragon-riding sect has long existed in realms beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, and whenever evil entities emerge, they would emerge en masse to hunt them down. Even with the rise of the Holy Dynasty, which has dominated the Chenxing Continent, the members of the dragon-riding sect remain unthreatened, as if they have no connection whatsoever to the mundane world. Thus, even the Holy Dynasty is unable to exert complete control over this enigmatic lineage of the Ninely tribe. At this moment, those who have come to besiege Yunshun astonishingly possess the dragon-slaying techniques of the dragon-riding sect, leaving many in disbelief. Who are they truly? No one is aware of their origins, their backgrounds remain a mystery, and no one knows whose orders have brought them here to eliminate Yunshun. The only plausible speculation points towards that southern pope, Qin Wuhui. Is he motivated by the desire for the Nine Dragons seal? Or perhaps he is dissatisfied with Yunshun's demeanor? Or could it be that he seeks to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Yunshun, the revered leader of Cloud Mist Peak, thereby leaving the sect leaderless and submissive to the southern pope? All these conjectures, at this juncture, evidently fail to convince. While Yunshun, who has been circulating his energy for an entire small cycle, has finally begun to regain some strength. Junior brother, it has been a long time since we fought side by side. Over the years, have you not grown complacent in managing the sect? Upon hearing Yunshun's words, Feng Songhai chuckled lightly and replied, Senior brother Yunshun, do not forget that my presence is subtle and unassuming because I bear the weight of the destiny of Yunwu Peak, while others may see me as ordinary. Do you not understand? Upon hearing this, Feng Yu was taken aback by the term hidden strength. In the past, when Feng Songhai instructed Feng Yu to conceal his abilities and to be content as the hidden support of Yunwu Peak, he struggled to comprehend why. Despite possessing remarkable talent, he willingly settled for the role of the second in command. Even the esteemed chief disciple, Chenxing, was no match for him. Why then could he not occupy the position of chief disciple? Yet, in that moment, Feng Yu suddenly grasped his father's true intentions, realizing the depth of his father's thoughtful strategy. Chapter 97. Boundless Fighting Spirit. The Tai scripture states, the golden core is as large as a dough, presenting an overlapping form, which can be termed the dual core connection. Feng Songhai's hidden strength is none other than this dual core connection. This is his so-called hidden strength. Unlike Feng Yu, who is openly brilliant, Feng Songhai has tirelessly cultivated his second golden core over the years. Upon reaching the Cyclone realm, he can manipulate his aura with ease. Compared to the gathering spirit realm, possessing a golden core allows for a broader reservoir of energy, capable of embracing all that comes. Mountains, rivers, stars, and the vast moonlit sea are all within his grasp. The existence of two golden cores within Feng Songhai is itself a remarkable phenomenon, and his stagnation at the initial stage of the Cyclone realm over the years is entirely due to the second golden core. Feng Yu suddenly comprehended the true intentions of his father, Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to always leave behind a contingency plan. A sect may boast numerous skilled practitioners and possess formidable artifacts to confront crises. Yet, there must always exist a weapon capable of turning the tide. One that can reverse peril and allow the sect to regain its composure amidst tumultuous waves. This embodies the true essence of the hidden move that Feng Songhai spoke of. Yunqin could not help but cast a distant glance at Feng Yu, who stood outside the fray, and let out a rueful smile. If I am not mistaken, Feng Yu, my dear nephew, is indeed the next generation's hidden move for Yunwu Peak, is he not? Though Feng Songhai is his junior disciple, it is undeniable that should I perish here today, the one with the dual Dan constitution, Feng Songhai, would be the most suitable candidate for the next sect leader. The reason is simple. With the first Golden Dan already at the Cyclone Realm, it stands to reason that the second would also be at the Cyclone Realm. When both Golden Dawn reside in the Cyclone Realm, their cumulative effect transcends mere Cyclone status. It may very well propel him beyond the threshold of the Intent Realm, potentially placing him at the pinnacle of that stage. In comparison to myself, my junior brother possesses boundless potential for the future. In truth, Yunqin was prepared to face death with valor, while Feng Songhai approached with a resolute determination to rescue him. Both driven by a singular purpose, to ensure that Yunwu Peak is left with an exceptional successor to the position of sect leader, preventing it from becoming a headless entity and allowing rival factions to exploit the situation. Senior brother, do not forget the secret of the Nine Dragon Seal. As our master once stated, only you can lead the next successor to fully comprehend its mysteries. Therefore, there is no need for you to contend further today. Upon hearing Feng Songhai's words, Yunqin's head instantly drooped. His heart bled. The bond forged over many years between brothers had transcended that of mere kinship, intertwining like sinew and bone, inseparable and profound. Now, Feng Songhai intended to utilize the double elixir to completely incapacitate them, allowing Yunqin to escape. A course of action born from desperation. Senior brother, do not grieve for me. Yu has far greater potential than I. The next generation of Yunwu Peak will undoubtedly shine brilliantly and astonish the world. Though I may not witness it, should that day indeed arrive, please do share it with me. With that, Feng Songhai resolutely turned toward the encroaching masked figures clad in black and laughed. You wretched vermin. Even with so many surrounding us, you dare not reveal your true faces? Cowards. Feng Songhai's intention was to provoke them, yet his taunts fell on deaf ears, met with a chilling calmness akin to that of cold-blooded creatures. They were well-trained, demonic beings lurking in the shadows, sharp blades whose existence was solely to eliminate those deemed a threat to their master. In an instant, the energy of the double elixir surged forth, transforming his physique. What was once a 7-foot frame suddenly expanded, his stature towering and muscles swelling with palpable strength. The explosive surge of muscle caused his garments to tear apart instantaneously, revealing his robust physique. His hair, propelled by an overwhelming force, cascaded backward like a burst of thorns. With the naked eye, one could perceive an inexhaustible energy emanating from his dantian, an eruption of power both grand and unparalleled. Even Yunqin could not help but feel astonished, as he distinctly sensed that once Feng Songhai liberated his second golden core, his energy soared relentlessly. Until now, it showed no signs of abating. Originally at the initial stage of the cyclone, Feng Songhai, upon unleashing the power of his second golden core, caused the ground around him to fracture, and the dust in the air was violently dispersed, swirling like headless flies in a chaotic frenzy beyond his protective aura. At this moment, Feng Songhai was devoid of any reservations or constraints. With a thunderous roar, his energy continued to amplify, reaching the pinnacle of the cyclone. Feng Yu, observing from a distance, was left in stunned disbelief. He had always believed his father's strength to be inferior to his own, only to discover that his father was, in fact, extraordinarily powerful. Suddenly, a crack of thunder, devoid of ominous clouds or fierce winds, struck down with immense force, landing squarely upon Feng Songhai. The thunderbolt struck his back, leaving behind charred flesh, yet Feng Songhai remained utterly unfazed. He understood that this was merely child's play. The true trial lay ahead. The realm of entry had provoked a thunderous upheaval, signifying that Feng Songhai had indeed achieved a breakthrough. His formidable aura suddenly coalesced, becoming more refined, though it appeared slightly diminished compared to before. However, when the second bolt of lightning descended, Feng Songhai, with a fierce determination, extended his hand and seized the lightning that was impossibly swift. He then tore it apart with ferocity. the thunder let out a final, mournful cry before vanishing into thin air. This was the power of the realm of entry. Feng Yu was so astonished that he felt his jaw nearly drop. He never anticipated that his father, who often appeared blusterous yet timid, was, in fact, an unparalleled master, and one whose prowess could scarcely be matched in the world. This revelation left Feng Yu both shocked and awestruck, a true man of valor indeed. Chapter 98. Half-Step to the Mystical Realm. How could those masked figures not feel a surge of trepidation? A master of the realm of entry was a formidable force in this era. While they, as a mere handful, could engage in battle, the inevitable outcome was all too predictable. In the contest of realms, a slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences, though they were predominantly at the Cyclone realm. The chasm separating Cyclone from entry was insurmountable, akin to an expansive ocean. Confronted by dozens of Cyclone realm practitioners who were mentally synchronized and rigorously trained, Feng Songhai understood deeply that even with 1 foot in the realm of entry, vanquishing them would likely cost him his life. Ultimately, whether Yunshun can be successfully extricated remains a significant dilemma. A solitary master of the Cyclone realm poses little threat. I could easily crush him. Even 10 such masters would not instill fear, as they too could be vanquished. However, when faced with dozens of Cyclone realm experts, synchronized in breath and heartbeat, their wills interwoven, forming a formidable alliance of offense and defense, the odds for Feng Songhai would dwindle to a precarious 50-50. This is due to Yunshun being at the end of his tether, while my son, Feng Yu, lurks nearby, biding his time for the perfect moment. These masters could not possibly overlook Feng Yu's presence, nor could they be oblivious to Feng Songhai's true intent, to rescue Yunshun. It is inevitable that they would seek to entangle Feng Songhai, prioritizing the elimination of Yunshun. Yet, even if I were to attain the Insight Realm, it would still prove insufficient. Gritting his teeth until blood was drawn, Feng Songhai resolved to shatter his second golden core, allowing the boundless energy within to be redirected to his first golden core, amplifying his power through this sacrificial act. However, whether this would enable him to breach the earthly profound realm remains an enigma. Should he truly succeed in transcending into the earthly profound realm, he would emerge as a cataclysmic force, capable not only of dispatching these trifling foes, but also of retreating unscathed. As for the aftermath of such a retreat, Feng Songhai was well aware. The shattering of the golden core was but a desperate measure, and the window to enter the esoteric earthly profound realm would be fleeting, lasting no longer than a single incense stick's burn. Yet, when his vital energy was entirely depleted, it would signal the moment he must unleash a final, desperate struggle, sacrificing his very flesh and blood. In the span of a single incense stick, the most prudent strategy would be to eliminate these masked individuals entirely. However, whether one could truly ascend to the earth profound realm remains uncertain, even for Feng Songhai himself. The phenomenon of dual elixirs is inherently intricate, requiring individuals of exceptional skill, talent, and innate ability among martial cultivators to possess such a physique. Those endowed with this rare constitution exude a formidable aura, capable of manifesting a second Dantian energy, to store internal energy. Yet, to breach the earth profound realm in one fell swoop may necessitate the possession of 3 golden elixirs. Given the dire circumstances, Feng Songhai, undeterred by the enormity of the situation, bellowed with unrestrained intensity, his brow furrowed and his expression fierce, as he clenched his fists and arched his body, channeling all his strength into a resolute roar. This thunderous cry instantly startled everyone present. Yunshun, witnessing Feng Songhai's actions, became alarmed. "You must not, junior brother. You must not." Feng Yu was equally perplexed by his father's intentions. Now that he had entered the realm of intent, could he not subdue these cloaked assailants? To have reached the realm of intent signifies mastery over the Cyclone, equating him to the legendary sword emperor of Zhangzhou, Qin Wuyo. It is said that he traverses the 9 provinces without rivals, embodying unparalleled might and authority. Yet, at that moment, accompanied by a distinct shattering sound, Feng Songhai harnessed the immense energy within his Dantian energy sea, rotating it in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions, ultimately breaking free from the constraints of the golden elixir. The resounding crack heralded the eruption of internal energy that had been concealed within the Dantian energy sea, now unleashed without restraint. A fierce and indomitable force radiated from every vein, every meridian, and every pore of Feng Songhai's body. In this release, the heavens and the earth seemed profoundly stirred. as dark clouds shrouded the sky, adding a layer of tragic beauty to the already torn thunderclap. This marked the final eruption of Feng Songhai, a sacred elegy of his anguish. He roared, akin to a wild beast, his voice resonating clearly for miles around. Alas! Cloud dust abruptly slapped his forehead in alarm. Feng Songhai shattered his golden core, channeling the inner energy from a second core to fortify the first, a desperate act akin to quenching thirst with poison. Whether he could advance further remained an unknown. Yet, Feng Songhai felt no regret. The moment his energy was stirred, the wrath of heaven and earth descended mercilessly. The punishment from the heavens corresponds to one's realm, an inevitable truth. Different levels of cultivation entail varying degrees of tribulation, as the heavenly thunder and fire rain down. Feng Songhai lost one golden core, and before the fierce energy could fully penetrate the first core, he was struck violently by the celestial flames. The blaze enveloped him instantly, searing his skin and devouring his flesh. The inferno raged for several minutes before gradually subsiding, while streaks of thunder crashed down. With each thunderclap, Feng Songhai bent lower, until at last, his chest pressed tightly against his knees, his posture appearing most peculiar. Yet it was this final thunderbolt that struck his head, causing his dark hair to dissolve into smoke, scattering into the wind in that fleeting moment. Finally, Feng Songhai stood tall once more. His body bore no unscathed flesh. The exposed skin had been seared by the fierce flames. Yet, what did it matter? Was not the ultimate desire of Feng Songhai to seize the day? With another roar, a tempestuous might surged forth, embodying boundless martial fervor, as his aura escalated relentlessly, soaring ever higher. The masked figures in black were stricken with terror, and among them, some began to harbor thoughts of retreat, entering the initial stage of the realm, progressing to the intermediate stage, achieving the pinnacle of mastery. Yet, Feng Songhai's strength continued to amplify, and at last, after the passage of a brief incense stick's time, this extraordinary surge that had stirred the heavens and the earth finally ceased. With one foot stepping into the earthly profound realm, his essence stabilized at the peak of mastery, subtly radiating a hint of the ethereal law aspect characteristic of the earthly profound state. At this stage, one's essence could transform into anything, and the law aspect derived from the heart emerged as the hallmark of an earthly profound master. A martial practitioner reaching such heights, upon revealing their law aspect, would command reverence and veneration, perhaps facing no rivals across the realm. Yet, Feng Songhai's law aspect was merely transparent, for he had not truly attained the earthly profound realm. He was merely half a step into it. That was sufficient, more than enough, to utterly vanquish these enigmatic masters of the cyclone. Chapter 99. The final lament. When the half-step, earthly profound Feng Songhai fixed his gaze upon the black-clad figures, they felt as if countless blades were piercing toward their hearts and lungs. This was the might of a sovereign, the myriad phenomena that only a master of the earthly profound could wield. Could there exist a state more profoundly terrifying than this? Nay, there is none. A considerable number among them felt a burgeoning desire to retreat, yet their leader had not issued the command, and thus departure was not an option. Even were they to scatter like startled birds, their ultimate fate would remain sealed in death. Lacking the concerted effort of their comrades, how could they possibly withstand the lethal strike of one who stood on the precipice of the earthly profound realm? Meanwhile, ensconced within the forest, Feng Yu was utterly dumbfounded. His own father had, in fact, attained the threshold of the earthly profound. The realm of intent was the apex that Feng Yu could conceive of. Yet who would have imagined that beyond intent, one could genuinely reach such a lofty state as the earthly profound? And that person was none other than his father, whom he had always held in contempt. Today, you shall all meet your demise. I care not for your identities, nor the figures who may stand behind you. In short, you shall all atone here. With these words, Feng Songhai moved. His swiftness resembled that of a shooting star. In but a fleeting moment, his massive hand had already pierced through the chest of one, and with the brute force of one on the verge of the earthly profound realm, he tore the man asunder into fragmented flesh. Alas, shattering one's core to break through was akin to imbibing poison to quench one's thirst. Those who attained the strength of the half-step earthly profound would naturally cultivate earth-tier techniques, but throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces of the Chenxing Continent, there had been no tales of earth-tier techniques. The highest were merely profound tier. Without earth-tier techniques, Cloud Mist Peak possessed but 2 kinds of profound tier techniques, neither of which suited Feng Songhai's cultivation. Thus, for years, he had painstakingly cultivated only yellow tier techniques, Possessing a formidable physique, yet wielding a mere toy sword meant for children is, in itself, an exceedingly humiliating predicament. Thus, relying solely on boundless energy and the formidable murderous intent of the half-step Earth realm, Feng Songhai harnessed this breathtaking power to eliminate one masked assailant after another. It did not take long for others to discern the situation, and they surged forward in a frenzied attempt to encircle Feng Songhai in combat. While another faction hastily advanced towards Yinshun, Feng Yu could no longer restrain himself. He erupted from the thicket, still at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Yet not yet having stepped into the cyclone, he could no longer afford to hesitate. With his father fighting desperately, what words could he possibly utter? Yinshun confronted and dispatched one masked foe, but amidst the onslaught of adversaries, he was abruptly struck in the chest by a sword. Blood gushed forth, and at the moment his protective aura was disrupted, Yinshun spat blood, his vision swirling. "Master!" Feng Yu exclaimed in panic, hastening his steps towards Yinshun. However, a formidable blade of light descending from above inflicted considerable suffering upon him. How could they be so powerful? He began to comprehend the caliber of enemies that Master Yinshun faced. None were anything less than the strongest in the world. Were he to confront such a multitude of opponents with such high realms, he would surely be defeated in an instant. This illustrated the true extent of Yinshun's formidable strength. Though Feng Songhai had now stepped into the earth realm, it was akin to quenching thirst with poison. A fleeting moment. Once the half-step earth realm attained through the shattered golden cord dissipated completely, he would likely meet his demise. The final lament, purchased with death, embodies the value of the aftermath as perceived by Feng Songhai. With a series of swift strikes, Feng Yu watched anxiously as Yinshun was pierced by multiple swords. His protective aura shattered, leaving him defenseless. Meanwhile, Feng Yu found himself unable to extricate himself from his predicament. In a moment of utter desperation, he called out into the air, "Father!" It was this very opening that granted him the opportunity to reach Yinshun's side. "Senior brother, how are you?" Feng Songhai, who was originally shorter than Yinshun, now held him in his arms as if he were a mere child. "I am fine." Yinshun's energy was nearly depleted, and he faced formidable foes with exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Confronted with such fierce adversaries, Feng Songhai felt the gravity of the situation. With a fierce shout, he summoned his strength, blocking the onslaught of weapons and energy that surged towards them, amidst a barrage of countless arrows both visible and hidden. The moment tore through flesh, turning his already scorched skin into a bloody mess. Yet, Feng Songhai remained undaunted. His heart was resolute in the face of death, holding on to a flicker of hope that he must ensure the safety of Yinshun and Feng Yu. With a roar, he channeled every ounce of energy from his dantian, launching himself at the throng of enemies. The air cannon, formed from his energy, was immensely powerful, especially amplified by his mastery in the earth-profound realm. Those struck by it suffered grave internal injuries, some even perishing on the spot. Feng Songhai fought with unyielding determination, and soon he witnessed half of their assailants fall in an instant. Yet, despite this, tears ultimately streamed down his face. No one knows what thoughts occupy his mind at this moment, nor can anyone truly comprehend the immense strength that resides within Feng Yu's heart. Having witnessed his father's selfless sacrifice, this marks a profound transformation for Feng Yu. He begins to earnestly contemplate the true essence of his father's words. He starts to acknowledge his father, regardless of past criticisms or the stern demeanor he often exhibited. Anyone who witnessed the moment of Feng Songhai would understand that he is a true sage. "Hurry! You will forever be my pride, my son." With a thunderous roar, Feng Songhai proclaimed this, immediately sealing off the path of the dark-clad assailants with all his might. Beyond the colossal barrier, Feng Yu soared away on the clouds, while within the confines of that barrier echoed Feng Songhai's final lament. Chapter 100. A Battle of No Retreat. Firstly, it is worth noting that Lin Yiji's entry into Yunwu Peak years ago indeed caused quite a stir. As the sole heir of the Danding Lin family, his solitary decision to join Yunwu Peak attracted considerable criticism from the elders of his clan. It is understood that the Danding sect commands respect and authority wherever it may be, yet Lin Yiji, against all expectations, shunned such glory, insisting on joining Yunwu Peak solely to safeguard the one he cherished deeply. Nonetheless, it was evident to all that despite Lin Yiji's extraordinary talent in the realm of Danding, his own cultivation remained a significant flaw. Otherwise, he would not have needed rescue from Lu Jiwei. In that fleeting moment of escape from the forest, Feng Yu suddenly awoke from his reverie and shouted, "Hey!" However, This exclamation seemed to alter nothing. Only in this way could his father's sacrifice hold meaning and not be in vain. At this moment, after Feng Yu led Yin Shun in a frantic escape, the fierce battle within the forest seemed to unveil an entirely new chapter. Feng Songhai, fueled by relentless vigor, showed no mercy despite his body being marred with countless wounds. However, the moment of exhaustion was inevitable. Thus, Feng Songhai had already come to a profound realization. He must annihilate this group of adversaries before his own life force waned completely. With a sudden spurt of blood from his tongue, he bellowed, "Manifest." As a half-step practitioner of the profound, Feng Songhai's ethereal manifestation appeared translucent and void. Yet, at this juncture, he had no alternative but to summon forth this manifestation by force, utilizing the blood from his very core. Only in this way could he ensure that these foes would be utterly sealed within this realm. Standing resolute, Feng Songhai resembled a deity of war, immovable yet brimming with an immeasurable aura. The manifestation seemed infused with boundless vitality, and at the moment it surged forth, an ethereal sound akin to celestial music resonated in the ears of all present. This celestial sound was both mysterious and profound, as if traversing the vast expanse of the cosmos, allowing one to perceive the immense pressure of the depths while simultaneously invoking an overwhelming sense of dread. For the depth of this place was so profound that it instilled a palpable fear in the hearts of all. "Come. Aha. You wretched vermin. Why do you hesitate now, cowering in fear?" With a thunderous rebuke directed at the masked figures before him, Feng Songhai had effectively confined them within his dominion, obstructing their path deeper into the thicket. This was truly a battle of life and death. If the masked individuals wished to escape, they would undeniably have to vanquish Feng Songhai first, in order to buy time for Yin Shun and Feng Yu. Feng Songhai naturally fought until the very last moment. The unfolding of this protracted battle, while lacking in intensity, was rife with bloodshed and imbued with the aesthetic of violence. It had transcended mere exchanges of techniques. Rather, each combatant was depleting the other's overall strength. Feng Songhai had performed countless pushing gestures, yet he could scarcely fathom how many beams of golden light his Dharma manifestation had unleashed. Gradually, he began to feel fatigued, as the vital energy within him was being drained little by little. Both his energy and the golden light diminished, yet at this juncture, Feng Songhai had no choice but to resort to the method of igniting his own blood. Since death was inevitable today, he resolved to render his demise more meaningful, to incinerate every drop of blood within his body in exchange for a final moment of time. As he activated the technique, a crimson aura enveloped him, rendering Feng Songhai akin to a war god reborn from the flames. His existence was a bulwark against the forces of malevolence, and he was prepared to sacrifice his life to ensure that Mount Yunwu remained undisturbed. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all the masked figures. They discerned Feng Songhai's intentions with clarity and profound understanding. His actions were a clear indication of his willingness to fight to the death. Whether to continue battling or to seek every possible means of escape from this confinement, none among them harbored a definitive answer, nor did they wish to contemplate one. For they understood that the ultimate outcome of today's endeavor would undoubtedly be failure, and a catastrophic one at that. In a dire predicament, both sides found themselves cornered, with no alternative but to engage in a battle to the death. "Fight," declared the masked figure, his voice resonating with a somber intensity. This confrontation was a reckless venture. Undertaken without the command of their master, they had willingly come forth to intercept Yun Qin. However, they were unprepared for the formidable resistance they encountered, suffering immense setbacks that were utterly devastating. Each masked warrior felt a fervent mantra surging within their minds. "We offer our lives as a sacrifice of sacred blood, defending our master's honor with our deaths." Without hesitation, the masked warriors united in a resounding chorus of this declaration. Yet, amidst this fervor, Feng Songhai remained unfazed. He could discern the identity of his adversaries even with his eyes closed. They were the disciples of the southern pope, Qin Wuhui, the hounds of the Holy Dynasty, deeply entrenched in the shadowy recesses of the Chenxing Continent. Astonished by the Holy Dynasty's capacity to cultivate such elite forces, he was equally taken aback by their formidable prowess. The true extent of the Holy Dynasty's might and terror was shrouded in mystery. However, the revelation of their hounds today led Feng Songhai to realize that he had grossly underestimated the Holy Dynasty in the past. In the presence of such an overwhelming number of formidable masters of the Cyclone realm, and considering this is merely a fraction represented by the Southern Pope, one can only ponder the vast multitude of such experts scattered across the entire Chenxing Continent. If this is indeed the case, it would not only spell calamity for the 5 great sects of Yun City, other factions would inevitably meet the same fate in due time. Chapter 101. The fury of the masses. With all his strength, Feng Songhai suddenly summoned every ounce of his energy, igniting a blood-red force that was visibly pulsating. He let out a thunderous roar. The massed individuals momentarily froze, their gaze drawn upwards to the sky. There, a blood-red sun emerged, seemingly poised to plummet from the heavens. Its magnitude was such that it obscured an indeterminate expanse, chilling the hearts of all present. This was it. This time, it was truly over. Even if that crimson sun did not descend, the sheer gravity of its presence was sufficient to instill terror in every soul. Yet, they could hardly fathom that the blood sun was indeed descending, having already reached halfway to the horizon in the blink of an eye. Panic swept through the crowd as they stared at the ominous orb above. Despite their earlier fervent chants that had stirred their spirits, a profound sense of dread now enveloped them, leaving not a shred of courage in their hearts. The reason was unmistakable. It was simply too terrifying, so horrifying that it sent shivers of despair through every individual, echoing a mournful lament within their very souls. Each person understood that their demise was all but assured this day. Go to your doom, all of you. Perish, you pitiful wretches, you heartless fiends. Feng Songhai stood at the epicenter of the crimson sun, igniting every drop of his vitality to forge an unparalleled blood orb. In doing so, he orchestrated a magnificent spectacle that extinguished the lives of all in an instant. Die! Feng Songhai bellowed, his voice a ferocious roar, akin to the final flicker of life radiating a blinding brilliance. At that moment, the assembled crowd could scarcely maintain their footing. The violent tremors and the overwhelming pressure emanating from the colossal blood sun left them disoriented, their vision clouded. Yet, as clarity returned, they beheld the blood sun crashing down upon them, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. A cacophony of wails ensued, as panic-stricken, they scrambled for safety, their resolve shattered. Feng Songhai, standing at the threshold of the mystical realm, activated the blood sun at the cost of his very essence. As the infinite crimson spread from the depths of the forest, his life approached its conclusion. At this moment, his body, scorched by the sun's radiance, was left in tatters, shrouded in a veil of black ash. A faint crackling sound echoed, and a chilling breeze swept through, reducing his legs to mere wisps of smoke. Lin Yizhi, racing through the woods, was not oblivious to the recent tumult. Struggling to remain upright, he grasped the wind-settling pearl, anchoring himself amidst the tumultuous upheaval. As he widened his eyes to comprehend the scene unfolding nearby, Lin Yizhi was instantly consumed by madness. Oh my goodness, what level of battle is this? That it has resulted in such devastation, so utterly horrific. The extent of the carnage raises questions about the price paid by Feng Songhai. It remains a mystery to all. Even those masked figures who perished beneath the blood-red sun have been reduced to nothing but charred ash. The only remnant is Feng Songhai himself. After the violent upheaval, Lin Yizhi rushed forward, yet he halted 5 feet away from Feng Songhai's form, approaching cautiously. He feared that a single careless movement could cause Feng Songhai to disintegrate into dust once more. The heart had ceased its rhythmic beating, yet warmth lingered. The temperature resembled that of molten lava, compelling Lin Yizhi to furrow his brow in concern. The Dan Dinglin family is not merely a household of alchemy and artifact crafting. It also possesses a complete lineage of medical knowledge. However, even with Lin Yizhi's flawless inheritance of his family's profound skills, could he truly save Feng Songhai in this moment? Witnessing the dire state of Feng Songhai, he quietly retrieved a delicate treasure from his pocket. This artifact resembled a golden toad, yet its mouth was firmly closed, allowing nothing to enter or escape. As Lin Yizhi recited the incantation, a warm and gentle aura enveloped him, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Feng Songhai's body began to transform, with tiny specks of light rising around him, akin to stars scattered across the night sky. Gradually, they converged and coalesced. Ultimately, when these twinkling lights formed a luminous orb the size of a fist, the golden toad's mouth suddenly opened, swallowing the glowing sphere whole. After swallowing, Lin Yizhi painfully closed his eyes. He gently called out to the woods, instructing, "Go and place Master Feng's spirit in the Lin family's lotus pond, nurturing it with the golden lotus for 10 years. The individual who emerged from the forest, calm in demeanor, respectfully bowed to Lin Yizhi, affirming, "As you command, young master." With Feng Yu's face etched in profound sorrow, Everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, directed their ire towards Xiachen. Were it not for him, how could the tranquility of Yunwu Peak have been disrupted? Ever since his appearance on Yunwu Peak, nearly all the upper echelons had faced calamities, while he, Xiachen, remained unscathed. Expel Xiachen from the sect. Yes, this harbinger of misfortune cannot remain at Yunwu Peak. Let him be banished far away. Everyone shared a uniform sentiment. They had grown weary of this existence, and the upheaval Xiachen's presence had wrought upon Yunwu Peak. Meanwhile, Xiachen lay oblivious to the turmoil in the outside world on Guanghua Peak. 7 days passed in succession, and the anger within the people continued to mount. All awaited with bated breath for the awakening of the sect leader, Yunchen. On the evening of the 7th day, Yunchen finally regained consciousness. Having fallen a complete realm, the cost he paid was, naturally, trivial compared to that of Feng Songhai. Chapter 102. The conditions for rescuing. The first question that escaped Yunchen upon awakening was naturally about his junior brother, Feng Songhai's condition. When his subordinate relayed the news of Feng Songhai's demise in a tone tinged with sorrow and indignation, Yunchen's body trembled violently. The relationship between him and Feng Songhai was extraordinary, having trained together since childhood. They shared the wisdom imparted by their venerable master and supported each other throughout their journey. Now, with the sudden absence of Feng Songhai, Yunchen found himself at a loss regarding his future. Stumbling and struggling, he rushed out of the dwelling, only to behold Feng Songhai's coffin positioned at the center of the grand hall outside Yunwu Peak. Barefoot and disregarding the fact that he had just plummeted an entire realm, Yunchen hurriedly approached the coffin, tears streaming down his face. Feng Songhai, the one who had united the dual Dan, was the second person in a millennium to reach the semi-transcendent realm at Yunwu Peak. Furthermore, he was the first ever to be fatally attacked by a multitude of masters in the Qi rotation realm. Serving as the head of the enforcement hall at Yunwu Peak. Gazing at the grand coffin, Yunchen's eyes turned crimson as he commanded his subordinates, "Open it. I must see my junior brother one last time." Trembling with trepidation, his subordinates hesitated, uncertain of what Feng Songhai might look like after 7 days of death, especially since the coffin had already been sealed and was prepared for the funeral. As the acting master, Yunchen's commands were not to be disobeyed, and thus the disciples of Yunwu Peak hurriedly pried open the coffin. Stepping forward boldly, he leaned in to take a glance inside, only to be struck with horror. At that moment, Lin Yizhi emerged slowly from the crowd, stating, "I have sealed Master Feng's remains with ice spirit herb water." In the battle against those masked masters, Master Feng's body was scorched to cinders, and his legs were utterly obliterated. Yunchen, in a fit of rage, struck the coffin with a forceful punch, leaving a profound dent. Lin Yizhi, anticipating such a reaction, spoke in a leisurely manner. Even if Master Feng were to return to life, he would likely do so without his legs. What? Yunchen abruptly turned his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, all the disciples gathered outside the grand hall of Yunwu Peak gazed at Lin Yizhi in utter astonishment. Feng Songhai had already been placed in the coffin, prepared for burial, yet this heir of the Dan Ding Lin clan asserted that Feng Songhai could still be revived. Lin Yizhi offered a slight smile after the Blood Sun explosion. "I rushed to the scene and utilized the binding spirit golden toad to consume all of Master Feng as spiritual fragments. I nurtured them in the golden lotus of the Lin family's lotus pool. In 10 years, the fragmented spirits will reunite, and at that time, we can simply use the yellow path technique to guide the spirits back into Master Feng's body. The ice spirit Ganoderma water will preserve his remains, sustaining them until that moment." The onlookers regarded Lin Yizhi with expressions of incredulity mixed with a reluctant acceptance. The lotus pool of the Dan Ding Lin family is renowned in the martial arts world. It is widely known that, a millennium ago, a powerful alchemist emerged from this very pool. The multitude of golden lotuses present is the sole testament to that great being's passage through the void, said to possess a consciousness of its own. Nurturing Feng Songhai's spiritual essence with the golden lotuses from that pool would undoubtedly allow it to grow to an indomitable state within 10 years. Furthermore, the yellow path technique is a skill mastered by both the Dan Ding sect and those who have attained the realm of comprehension. Those who enter the realm of intent can penetrate the dreams of others, thus aligning with their desires. Yet, those who have not yet attained the mastery of this state may, through the empowerment of the elixir, temporarily wield the same strength as those who have. This power can be utilized to perform miraculous feats of healing. The news that Lin Yizhi conveyed to Yun Shun, that Feng Songhai could still be saved, was an immense comfort to him. Lin Yizhi, your affection shall be repaid by me. Yun Shun, in this lifetime, even if it means traversing fire and water without hesitation. However, Lin Yizhi's demeanor and his subsequent words left everyone on Yunwu Peak utterly astounded once again. Indeed, Lin Yizhi did not conceal the truth. He spoke plainly. I can certainly save Master Feng, but I must state my conditions first. This declaration prompted a torrent of indignation. Lin Yizhi, you have a heart of stone. Are you no longer a part of Yunwu Peak? Murmurs of resentment filled the air. Yet Lin Yizhi appeared oblivious to their outcry. Turning away to address them, I am not a disciple of Yunwu Peak. I sought only to join its ranks to refine elixirs and have not practiced any of its techniques. This revelation left everyone speechless. Lin Yizhi was not merely a disciple. He was the heir of the Dan Ding Lin family, a figure of considerable significance to the 5 major sects. Should he choose to express his support for a particular sect, that sect would gain unfettered access to a continuous supply of elixirs. Rather than relying solely on the spiritual stones and elixirs distributed by the southern sect. In more straightforward terms, whoever Lin Yizhi supported could ascend to the pinnacle of the 5 sects. This is also why Yunwu Peak has subtly emerged as a dominant force among the 5 great sects in recent years. At this moment, Yun Shun's mind was remarkably clear as he spoke calmly. Speak. What conditions must be met for you to wait until my disciple Feng's spiritual essence is successfully nurtured before rescuing him? Chapter 103. A comforting message that is easily arranged. My conditions are not difficult for you, esteemed teacher. I require you to swear an oath today. Lin Yizhi declared with commanding authority, his gaze fixated intensely on Yun Shun. Yun Shun stroked his grizzled beard and nodded. Speak. What is the condition? As long as it can save my disciple's life, I shall agree to any terms. I demand that you swear an oath. As long as you draw breath, you must protect Xia Chun at all costs, even if one day you are no longer present. The future leader of Yunwu Peak must not bring any harm to Xia Chun. These resolute words left everyone in stunned silence. Who exactly is this Xia Chun? How could he compel Lin Yizhi to extract such a solemn vow from Yun Shun in front of everyone? Some in the crowd began to sneer derisively. That Xia Chun is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. His very presence caused the demise of Master Feng, as well as Sister Lu and the young lady. Lin Yizhi, however, scrutinized all those present. Did you hear my words clearly? Should anyone dare to trouble him, not only will Master Feng remain forever entombed, but I, Lin Yizhi, will also depart from Yunwu Peak without hesitation. The first part of his statement could still be considered polite, as it was a condition agreed upon by the esteemed teacher. However, the latter part of the statement is a stark threat. Lin Yizhi's departure from Yunwu Peak will undoubtedly attract the attention of the other 4 major sects, as well as those from outside the boundaries of Yun City. Once he leaves, the rich heritage and the endless supply of elixirs from the Dan Ding Lin family will inevitably become the possessions of others, while Yunwu Peak will receive not even a fraction of that wealth. This represents Lin Yizhi's dual assurance. For a span of 2 weeks, Xia Chun remained reclined upon Guanghua Peak. The injuries inflicted by the 3 knives and 6 cavities were severe, although he appeared no different from an ordinary person. Lin Yizhi steadfastly refused to allow him to cultivate his energy. With a single strike, he could shatter stone. Xia Chun, filled with restless anticipation, realized that what he lacked at this moment was precisely martial skills. Upon reflection, it seemed that the Qi sect sword resonated harmoniously with the innate energy within him. Additionally, the acquired 5 elemental energies infused into his body could also complement this technique. Unable to suppress a grin, Xia Chun mused that he had stumbled upon a solution without any effort. Suddenly, he sprang from his bed and, taking advantage of Lin Yizhi's absence, secretly assumed a meditative posture. In no time, Xia Chun entered a realm of profound clarity, faintly perceiving that the column of innate energy within his internal organs exceeded an inch in length. Indeed, ever since he had endured the 3 knives and 6 cavities punishment, it seemed that his innate energy had not diminished, but rather flourished, subtly overflowing. I believe my body is already healed, and there is nothing seriously amiss. Lin Yizhi let out a cold snort. Do you think you understand your condition better than I do? Quickly extend your hand. Left with no other choice, Xia Chun reluctantly reached out. Lin Yizhi's pulse diagnosis left him secretly astonished. Truly, one could see why he was the possessor of innate energy. The punishment of 3 cuts and 6 holes would be severe beyond measure for an ordinary individual. Yet, for Xia Chun, It felt as simple as receiving a mere lash. The unique healing method inherent in innate energy not only eradicated the injuries within Xia Chen's internal organs, but also rendered his fascia and bones visibly stronger. Even Lin Yizhi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This young man was nothing short of a prodigy, an absolute anomaly. At that moment, Lin Yizhi continued his pulse reading with an impassive demeanor, glancing at Xia Chen before solemnly declaring, "You still cannot cultivate energy. At least 3 more days are required." 3 days? Xia Chen mused, having already waited for half a month. He was not particularly concerned about this brief extension. After 3 days, when he descended from Guanghua Peak, he would emerge as a robust young man once more. Seeing that Xia Chen was complying with his words, Lin Yizhi suddenly grinned mischievously. "Perfect. Since you have 3 idle days ahead, you might as well venture to the back mountain of Guanghua Peak and gather some herbs for me. Consider it a way to stretch your limbs and prevent you from secretly yearning to cultivate." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen realized that Lin Yizhi's intention for him to stay an additional 3 days was merely to have him work as a laborer. Gritting his teeth, Xia Chen finally stood up. 3 days it is. But let us agree that I shall descend from Guanghua Peak after that. Deal. Lin Yizhi replied with a grin, revealing his small white teeth, clearly satisfied. As he watched Xia Chen stride out of Guanghua Peak with vigor, Lin Yizhi's eyes were filled with a sense of contentment. He was the person for whom Lu Jiwei would rather sacrifice her own life to protect, and to Lin Yi, Xia Chen was the person he equally sought to safeguard. He wondered, however, about Lu Jiwei's current whereabouts. After the battle at Fengyang that day, Lin Yi had dispatched a multitude of subordinates to inquire about Lu Jiwei's fate. But the ultimate conclusion was that Lu Jiwei had apparently not perished in that conflict, but had instead vanished. Though unfortunate, this at least indicated that Lu Jiwei was still alive. She had not died. Chapter 104, Qi Sect Sword. Setting aside Lin Yi's musings for the moment, the next day, Xia Chen arose early in the morning, carrying a bamboo basket, and went to gather herbs in the back mountains, much to Lin Yi's satisfaction. Once outside, Xia Chen's eyes darted about mischievously, and as he was about to sneak off to practice the Qi Sect sword he had just acquired, he heard Lin Yi's voice calling from the house. Upon entering the back mountains, Xia Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Throughout these mountains, various exotic flowers and rare herbs were scattered, and one could inhale a fragrance unique to spiritual medicines. Ancient trees and verdant vines were also abundant. Xia Chen took several deep breaths and immediately sensed an extremely dense spiritual energy pervading the mountain forest. I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so rich. No wonder there are so many spiritual medicines. Xia Chen murmured to himself. If he didn't have other matters to attend to, he would have truly liked to cultivate in these back mountains, but he also understood that it was essentially impossible, even if others didn't object. Lin Yi alone would not agree. The Lin family has devoted several generations to transforming the rear mountain into a sanctuary brimming with spiritual energy. If others were permitted to cultivate here, it would not be long before this abundant energy was completely depleted. At that point, not only would the plethora of spiritual herbs be at risk, but even the ancient trees and spiritual vines would suffer. This rear mountain is of utmost significance to Lin Yizhi, who approaches the gathering of herbs with utmost caution. It is inconceivable that he would allow anyone to engage in long-term cultivation here. However, while prolonged cultivation is out of the question, brief practices are indeed possible. With a sly smile, Xia Chen placed his bamboo basket aside and sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his gaze inward to achieve a meditative state. He summoned the innate energy from within his 5 organs and 6 intestines, following the pathways outlined in the Sword of Qi Sect's martial techniques, completing a full circulation. Under the influence of this innate energy, Xia Chen's extraordinary meridians had already been unblocked, and within moments, a unique aura of the Qi Sect sword began to take form within his channels. The Qi Sect sword refers to a technique where cultivators condense their internal energy into a sword's edge, which is then projected through the Shaochong and Shaoyang meridians in the arm, causing harm through sheer force. This innate spiritual energy is the source of all energies. As it brushed against the sword's edge, the previously unruly energy trembled in fear, as if it were a mouse confronted by a cat. With a chuckle, Xia Chen inhaled deeply, controlling the sword's edge energy to flow into his Shaochong meridian. With a swift glance, he pointed towards a distant boulder, and an invisible yet piercing force surged forth from his fingertip, striking with the precision of a golden blade. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated as the mountain stone was pierced by the force of Xia Chen's finger, creating an opening as slender as a finger. To his astonishment, the power of this Qi sect sword was indeed formidable. Gazing at the now translucent rock, Xiachen was momentarily taken aback by the might of the martial skill he had acquired, only to swiftly express his delight. Moreover, given your meticulous regard for the age of spiritual herbs, I have only managed to gather this few specimens in a day. Lin Yizhi, with a hint of exasperation, glanced at the bamboo basket containing a few seedlings, feeling too weary to reproach Xiachen any further. As for Xiachen's claim of being physically weak, it was utterly preposterous. Observing him bounce about energetically as if he had just completed rigorous training, it was hard to fathom any notion of weakness. Wait, have you secretly been practicing again? Noticing the fire almost igniting in Lin Yizhi's eyes, Xiachen quickly waved his hands in denial. How could that be? I truly am just slow. Lin Yizhi remained skeptical. Do not deceive me. If you practice recklessly while injured without allowing time for recovery, it could jeopardize your foundation, a matter of lifelong consequence. Xiachen hurriedly reassured him, and Lin Yizhi reluctantly conceded. Initially intending to refine a couple of elixirs for you using the herbs you gathered to restore your vitality, it appears that these may be of little use. With a sigh, Lin Yizhi turned and retrieved a bowl of dark, murky substance, offering it to Xiachen. Here, drink this. What is this? Xiachen inquired, his appetite vanishing at the sight of the bowl's contents, as he instinctively took a step back. This is the potion I have meticulously prepared for you today. Lin Yizhi remarked with a gentle smile. It will be beneficial for your health. Xiachen hastily shook his head, exclaiming, I won't drink it. Not even if it kills me. Lin Yizhi persisted, presenting the bowl once more before Xiachen. Hurry up. Do not compel me to force it down your throat. Reluctantly, Xiachen accepted the bowl, pinching his nose and tilting his head to pour the bitter concoction into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of intense bitterness surged onto his tongue, causing him to gag involuntarily. Chapter 105. Reflections. What on earth is this? Xiachen gazed at Lin Yizhi with a pallid expression, yet the latter maintained a cheerful demeanor. This is a specially formulated elixir designed to nurture your foundational essence, Lin Yizhi explained, grinning. Others desire it, but cannot obtain it. Xiachen rubbed his belly, but in truth, as soon as the potion entered his system, it transformed into a stream of pure spiritual energy, flooding into his internal organs and mending the injuries he had previously sustained. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Xiachen chuckled, and Lin Yizhi, with great insistence, cautioned him against hastily gathering energy for cultivation, allowing him to rest in the meantime. For 3 consecutive days, Xiachen collected medicinal herbs, and each night, Lin Yizhi would administer a bowl of the dark potion. The advantages of this elixir became increasingly apparent. Xiachen felt that the white energy in his dantian had thickened considerably, while the 5 elemental energies had not grown significantly, merely becoming more refined. Only when Lin Yizhi was assured of Xiachen's complete recovery did he release him from the radiant peak, albeit still somewhat apprehensive. Xiachen, you have now reached the pinnacle of soul condensation. You are but a step away from entering the spirit-gathering stage. Be cautious not to rush. I understand. Senior brother Lin. Lin Yizhi nodded, then waved his hand. Xiachen respectfully bid farewell and descended the mountain. Upon returning to his humble abode on Double Joy Peak, Xiachen couldn't help but sigh. Along his journey, although the disciples no longer pointed and whispered as before, few greeted him with warmth, most casting disdainful glances his way. Little did Xiachen know that this was the result of an agreement between Lin Yizhi and Yunshun, with Yunshun issuing a strict decree forbidding the other disciples from uttering a word against Xiachen, lest they face consequences far graver than mere glares. Yet, even scornful looks were preferable to the blatant bullying he had previously endured. At least his cultivation would no longer be interrupted, wouldn't it? Thus, Xiachen settled into a meditative posture, gradually entering a state of profound and subtle enlightenment, quietly perceiving the innate qi and acquired 5 elements qi within his body. Unlike other cultivators, whose 5 elements qi was rooted in one dominant element with the others serving as auxiliary forces in a cycle of mutual generation, Xiachen's 5 elements qi consisted of spiritual energy infused into his organs by Yunshun, with no element inherently stronger than the others. Only the wisp of innate qi reigned supreme in Xiachen's dantian, acting as the sovereign of the 5 elements qi. This was his fundamental power. In the realm of postnatal elements, the yang fire erupts with fervor, the gung metal shines with sharpness, the earth remains steadfast, the soft water flows endlessly. and the spiritual would sustain life perpetually. One must harness the essence of these 5 elements to transform into myriad forms of the Great Way. Xia Chun, with closed eyes, contemplated deeply, employing the techniques recorded within the cloud mist formula to guide the postnatal elemental energy within him to gradually circulate, harmonizing it with the innate energy until both converged in his dantian. Upon concluding a full cycle of spiritual energy flow, Xia Chun exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he was greeted by a face mere inches from his own. "Well, what is your name? Am I truly that frightening?" the girl exclaimed, irritation lacing her tone. Xia Chun hastily waved his hands in apology. "I dare not say so, young lady. You possess an innate beauty. I merely—" Yin Linger pouted, rolling her eyes at him. "Do not waste my time with such trivialities. My grandfather has summoned you to the Hall of Justice and Clarity. We must hurry." Xia Chun nodded, still somewhat shaken, and remarked, "I must ask, dear lady, could you kindly knock before entering next time?" Yunlinger chuckled lightly, pointing at the door now reduced to splinters. "Look at that. The door has long been destroyed by others, and you were unaware?" Feeling a tinge of helplessness, Xia Chun scratched his head, realizing that the door's condition was the result of frustrations vented by other disciples who could not direct their ire towards him. However, now was not the time to dwell on the door's fate. Yunlinger seized Xia Chun's hand and hurriedly led him towards Yunwu Peak. Thank you for earlier," she murmured suddenly, though Xia Chun did not quite catch her words. "What?" he inquired. "Nothing," she retorted. Yunlinger, filled with indignation, abruptly released her grip on Xia Chun's hand. Xia Chun offered a wry smile, fully aware that Yunlinger referred to the ordeal he had endured previously to save himself, suffering 3 blades and 6 wounds. Yet, he could only blame himself for failing to recognize that woman's treacherous scheme, which had unjustly implicated Feng Songhai. This thought prompted a heavy sigh within Xia Chun's heart. Upon arriving at Yunwu Peak, they discovered that most of the disciples clad in yellow and red had gathered at the summit. The chief disciple, Chen Du, stood flanked by Feng Yu at the entrance of the Zhengda Guangming Hall, while Yin Chun remained seated within. However, the expressions of these individuals were far from pleasant. Chen Du regarded Xia Chun from his elevated position, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt, while Feng Yu bore an expression of profound sorrow and unease. Even Yunchen, typically the most amiable, now wore a serious countenance. As the other disciples noticed the arrival of Xia Chun and Yunlinger, they began to murmur among themselves. "Look, it is that harbinger of misfortune. If it weren't for him, how could Uncle Feng have met with such a fate? We should keep our distance from him in the future. And the young lady, why is she associating with someone like him? Has she forgotten the reason for her previous illness?" Seated within the hall, Yunchen, upon hearing the commotion outside, let out a heavy snort. Chen Xuandu understood the implication. What is all this ruckus about? Do they not realize the significance of today? As the disciples below quieted, Yin Shen cleared his throat twice before speaking slowly. "Due to certain circumstances, I have decided to seal the mountain for 6 months. Henceforth, no one's activities may extend beyond the bounds of Yunwu Peak. Those who defy this decree shall forfeit their cultivation and be banished from the mountain." As Yin Shen spoke, he unveiled a staggering revelation that left the disciples astounded, their gazes fixed upon the grand hall, yet none dared to engage in further discussion. Additionally, due to injuries, the head of the law enforcement hall, Feng Songhai, appointed Feng Yu to temporarily assume his duties. Chen Xiandu's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, what about Feng Shidi?" Yun Chen shot him a sharp glance, dismissively waving his sleeve. "My decision is resolute. No further words are necessary." Although Chen Xiandu felt a twinge of discontent, he could only acquiesce with a respectful gesture. Ultimately, due to his own carelessness, Xia Chun fell victim to a scheme, and Feng Yu failed in his responsibilities. Yun Ling Air. Yun Shen paused momentarily before resolutely declaring that Yun Ling Air's actions had been imprudent. He ordered the 3 to reflect on their misdeeds at the cliff of contemplation for 3 months. "Very well, you may all withdraw." While the earlier announcements had shocked the other disciples, this last pronouncement was akin to a stroke of good fortune. Xia Chen noted the gleeful satisfaction reflected in the eyes of his fellow disciples, and even Chen Xiandu regarded him with disdain, as if to say, "At last, your downfall has come." Chapter 106. Preparations in the Shadows. Chen Xiandu reveled in their misfortune as he turned to Yun Chen and respectfully stated, "Master, allow me to escort these 3 to the cliff of contemplation." Yun Shen, clearly displeased, furrowed his brow and rebuked, "Attend to your own affairs. I shall personally see to these three. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed directly from Yunwu Peak with Xia Chun and the others in tow. Chun Xiandu watched their retreating figures, his eyes narrowing into slits, glinting with a sinister light. Master, a group of disciples who usually follow him quickly gathered around. Although it was fortunate that Xia Chen and the others were restricted at the Cliff of Reflection, one must not forget that Feng Yu is currently the acting head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chen Chuandu let out a cold snort. Expressing his discontent, our master is becoming increasingly muddled. How could such a significant matter be entrusted to someone like him? Is Feng Songhai's death related to him? Yes. And yet, no? Had he not fallen into Lu Qingyuan's scheme, he would not have provoked such subsequent troubles. However, even without Lu Qingyuan, there are still others like Lu Baiyuan. His innate energy attracts covetous gazes wherever he goes, inevitably endangering those around him. Thus, Xia Chun remained troubled, pondering whether this innate energy was a blessing or a curse. Do not worry, Feng Yu forced a smile. My father will not die, and he has never blamed you. The more Feng Yu insisted on this, the deeper the roots of guilt grew within Xia Chun's heart. Yun Chen walked silently ahead, and Xia Chun dared not approach him with inquiries. Yet, the path seemed increasingly uncharacteristic of one leading to the Cliff of Reflection. Yunlinger, however, showed no concern and curiously asked, Grandfather, where are you taking us? Yun Shun, slightly exasperated, patted her head and remarked, You truly are a source of worry. With that, he approached a stone wall, gave it a firm tap, and to their astonishment, the wall gradually slid aside, revealing a narrow passageway for a single person. Yun Shun boldly entered first, and the three of Xia Chun exchanged glances, only to hear Yun Shen's voice emanating from within. Come in, what are you waiting for? Summer Chun and the others hurried inside, only to discover that they had entered a cavern nestled within the mountains. This was one of the three celestial abodes of Cloud Mist Peak, typically reserved for my cultivation and that of the sect leader. Yun Shen casually seated himself on a stone bench and declared, I have matters to discuss with you. As he gazed at Summer Chun and the others, he waved his hand, and a teapot appeared upon the stone table. With a cheerful smile, he took a sip before continuing, especially you, Summer Chun. Your resolve is becoming unstable. If you continue to endure such disdain, your progress in cultivation will inevitably slow. Summer Chun felt somewhat perplexed. Although those disciples were indeed vexatious, their contempt paled in comparison to the humiliations he had previously suffered in the Xia family. According to Feng Yu, the disciples in the sect's grand competitions merely focused on gathering spiritual energy. It seemed that Yun Shun was intent on ensuring that both Summer Chun and Yun Linger could break through to the gathering spirit stage within these 3 months, cleverly securing their retreat in this celestial abode for uninterrupted cultivation. However, could they truly achieve the gathering spirit stage in just 3 months? Summer Chun was in a better position, having reached the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm, just a step away from advancing. Yet, Yun Linga was still merely at the initial stage of soul condensation, feeling the gaze of Summer Chun and Feng Yu upon her. Yun Linger's delicate face flushed slightly as she declared, Humph, don't underestimate me. With my talent, 3 months is more than sufficient for me to break through to the gathering spirit realm. Summer Chun shook his head in resignation and, alongside Feng Yu, sought out a separate room to commence their training. Yun Lingo flailed her arms in frustration behind them, but when she realized no one was paying attention, she reluctantly retreated into a stone chamber to focus on her cultivation. Thus, after a series of upheavals, Yunwu Peak fell into an unexpected tranquility. As the disciples began their secluded training, with the absence of Xiachen, Shuangshi Peak also saw a significant reduction in troublesome disciples, and over time, the memory of Xiachen began to fade among them. However, Xiachen was not faring well. He was confronted with the first major bottleneck on his path of cultivation, the challenge of breaking through to the gathering spirit realm. Chapter 107. The will to fight. Ordinary cultivators who reach the pinnacle of soul condensation must diligently absorb spiritual energy to form the Naiwan Palace in their dantians, allowing them to accommodate more spiritual energy. Yet Xia Chen's situation was different. If he were to cultivate like an average practitioner, the moment his dantian was breached, the innate energy would surge forth, swiftly consuming the acquired 5 elemental energies infused into his body by Yun Shun. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly conceal his innate energy? Xia Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat conflicted as he inquired. Yun Shun shook his head with a sigh and asked, Tell me, how many dantians does a person have? Xia Chen was perplexed by the question and hesitantly replied, 1? Nonsense. Yunchen shot him a disapproving look. The human body contains two dantians, one located in the lower abdomen, known as the lower dantian, and the other, the upper dantian, situated between the internal organs. Let me ask you again, why don't you allow the acquired 5 elemental energies in your body to enter your organs? Xia Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that even possible? Yunchen smiled and retorted, what is the issue? You merely need to categorize them, and thus your internal organs shall transform into a vast dantian, allowing you to absorb as much spiritual energy as your heart desires. Xia Qin quickly clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have learned much. Yunchen waved his hand dismissively, yet retrieved a collection of elixirs from his storage space. Dividing them in half, these are the elixirs sent to you by Lin Yizhi. They are sufficient for you to break through to the spirit-gathering realm. Xia Qin nodded. Tu rushed to say more, and, invigorated by the insight imparted by Yunchen, once again immersed himself in the stone chamber to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yunlinger emerged and addressed Yunchen, Grandfather, cultivating here is exceedingly dull. Yunchen, with a tender smile, patted Yunlinger on the head and replied, do not fret. Once Xia Qin breaks through to the spirit-gathering realm, I shall allow you to venture elsewhere for training. No sooner had he spoken than both felt a surge of breakthrough energy emanating from Xia Qin's stone chamber. Yunlinger's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Has he truly broken through so swiftly? Yunchen smiled softly. His talent is not inferior to yours, and coupled with his diligent training, it would be rather surprising if he did not achieve a breakthrough. Filled with excitement, Yunlinger exclaimed, wonderful. At last, we can leave this dreadful place. Yunchen could not help but smile wryly, shaking his head. He began his cultivation much later than you, yet has surpassed you in breaking through to the spirit-gathering realm. Yunlinger, possessing an intellect as sharp as ice and snow, could not fail to grasp the implications of Yunchen's words. With a playful tone, she exclaimed, with Grandfather here, what need do I have to strive so hard? Yunchen chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Xia Qin, in the throes of a breakthrough, was oblivious to the outside world, as an excruciating pain had completely overtaken his mind. The 5 elements technique merely described the process of refining the essence of the 5 internal organs to cultivate the energies of the 5 elements. However, he had chosen to defy this principle, infusing the energies of the 5 elements directly into his organs, which naturally resulted in immense agony. His heart felt as though it were being scorched by flames, his lungs akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades, while his kidneys were engulfed by an overwhelming chill, leaving him in a perpetual state of torment. Moreover, the innate energy within his dantian was stirred by the 5 elemental energies, causing a violent upheaval within. To attempt a breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm was akin to courting death. One could imagine the spirit energy within him violently forcing its way through his dantian, expanding into the Niwen Palace, the pain rivaling that of the rebirth of bones and sinews. Amidst this dual agony, Xia Qin perceived his body transforming into a battlefield, rife with the clash of his internal organs, innate energy, and the acquired energies of the 5 elements. Clenching his teeth, he endeavored to maintain a modicum of clarity in his spirit. The spiritual energy within this blessed realm surged towards him, irresistibly drawn in by his 5 elemental energies and innate spirit energy. In comparison to the innate energy, the 5 elemental energies within him, imparted by Yunchen, not only lacked in quality, but were also significantly inferior in quantity. However, under the influence of the breakthrough in his vital energy, the external spiritual essence of the world swiftly compensated for this deficiency. Xia Qin felt the postnatal 5 elemental energies, which had been residing within his internal organs, gradually increasing, ultimately achieving a delicate equilibrium with the innate energy. Eventually, accompanied by a barely perceptible cracking sound, he sensed the innate energy, which had previously existed solely in his dantian, surge forth and fill his Niwen Palace. The postnatal 5 elemental energies within his internal organs enveloped this unique essence of the innate energy, harmonizing as if they were the dual forces of yin and yang. Experiencing an indescribable sense of ease coursing through his body, Xia Qin could not help but smile broadly. He had finally made a breakthrough. Subsequently, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. After more than half a month, with the aid of the elixir specially delivered by Lin Yi, Xia Qin solidified his realm, and thus, he had become a cultivator at the initial stage of the gathering spirit realm. During this month, Yunlinger also diligently practiced and reached the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm. Observing the two, Yunchen smiled and remarked, "Excellent. Now you can proceed to the next stage of your training. The sect competition is no mere amusement. It entails genuine combat. So what you must do now is to swiftly refine your battle intent." Xia Chun and Yunlinger exchanged a puzzled glance. Battle intent? Chapter 108, Trials. Xia Chun scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "But now that the mountains are sealed, where can we possibly engage in battle?" With a chuckle, Yunchen elegantly flipped his wrist and retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. A gentle shake unfurled the scroll upon the table. It was the task list from the Yun City Assassin Organization. You may select any task that piques your interest. Assassins? Master, how could you? Xia Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Traditionally, disciples from the sect would undertake missions from the assassin organization. Feng Yu, observing the scroll, remarked, however, the assassin organization is now covertly controlled by the Holy Dynasty, and everything has taken on a different hue. Yun Chun stroked his beard and smiled, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Although it still bears the name of the assassin organization, the majority of tasks have transformed into ones involving the collection of spiritual cores. These serve as excellent practice for you. Upon hearing this exchange, Xia Chun comprehended and nodded, just as he was about to step forward to examine the so-called tasks. He was halted by Yun Chen's gesture. This time, your descent from the mountain is less about accepting missions and more about gaining experience. Therefore, the three of you must act together, supporting one another, to avoid any casualties. We shall heed your words, the disciples replied. After Yunchen departed, Xia Chun and the others gathered to deliberate on which task to undertake. To hunt 10 white apes, and the bounty is a remarkable 3 medium jade plates. Xia Chun exclaimed, startled by the bounty displayed. The white apes were merely at the soul condensation realm, yet the reward was astonishingly high. Yunlinger looked at Xia Chun, puzzled. Is that a significant amount? Xia Chun was left speechless, on the verge of tears. Yunlinger is undoubtedly the most cherished granddaughter of Yunchen. Her daily expenses, even for mere sustenance and attire, easily amount to 10 exquisite jade pieces each month. However, ever since he has fallen into a state of disrepair, such extravagance has become untenable. Thus, what appears trivial to Yunlinger, in his eyes, signifies a considerable amount. Feng Yu quickly intervened to smooth over the situation. That is not the case. Junior brother Xia has selected a white ape of modest strength, which is perfect for us to test our skills. Furthermore, this white ape resides within the cloud mist peak, eliminating the need for us to venture beyond the mountain gate. Only then did Yunlinger nod in agreement. After a month's worth of cultivation, she has reached the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm, making her more than capable of handling the white ape. Xia Chun, suppressing his surprise, turned to Feng Yu and remarked, Senior brother Feng, given the white ape's feeble prowess, both Yunlinger and I can easily deal with it. Perhaps you should consider selecting another task. Feng Yu nodded in acquiescence. That would indeed be prudent. He then chose a task involving the hunt of a lava tiger, and the three of them parted ways. Xiachen followed Yunlingo to the foot of Cloud Mist Peak, where the white apes were most abundant, marking their first battlefield. Now, remember the agreement. You shall observe from the sidelines and must not interfere or seize my spoils, Xiachen said with a wry smile. Rest assured. Yunlinger replied with a light laugh, before leaping gracefully onto a large tree, where a curious white ape was peering down. Come down here, she commanded, brandishing a short sword that materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, she sent the white ape tumbling down from its perch. Yunlinger was also practicing the exquisite technique of the Cloud Mist Peak, the Cloud Mist art. Her sword strikes as light as a gentle breeze. Yet each one was a lethal maneuver. The white ape facing her had merely just entered the soul condensation realm, and within the span of 3 moves, it was vanquished. Its life extinguished by Yunlinger's sword. Now, go and extract its spirit core. Xiachen scratched his head, recalling that he had just been admonished not to seize spoils of war. Why was he now being asked to retrieve the spirit core? Nonetheless, he understood that such menial tasks were beneath Yunlinger, so he drew a dagger and carefully extracted the white ape's spirit core, securing it in a pouch before proceeding towards the next white ape. Ever since reaching the spirit-gathering realm, Xiachun felt his senses heightened, his spiritual awareness extending to encompass the entirety of the forest, every movement and stillness resonating in his mind. However, this time he intended to engage not through innate energy, but by harnessing the acquired 5 elements energy. Thus, he commanded the innate energy to lie dormant in his dantian while channeling the acquired 5 elements energy from within his lungs. Xiachen exhaled forcefully, delivering a palm strike against the towering tree before him. The earth attribute's spiritual energy coursed through his palm, and with a powerful blow, the white ape was sent crashing down. He swiftly advanced. The white ape, still bewildered by its sudden descent, was met with Xia Chen's fist imbued with earth attribute spiritual energy. A torrential flurry of strikes rained upon it, and before it could mount any resistance, Xia Chen had decisively ended its life. "Wow, you are so violent," Yun Linger exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she witnessed Xia Chen extracting the spirit core. Xia Chen smiled and said, "Miss, let us pursue the next challenge." Yun Linger pouted, feeling a sting of humiliation as Xia Chen, who had only recently joined the sect, had already outpaced her. For someone of her exceptional talent, this was a considerable blow. Consequently, her ire was directed towards the white apes, startling the creatures of the forest into flight. "Fengyu, what are your thoughts?" he inquired. "Disciples obey," Fengyu replied with a respectful gesture. Contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly, the essence of combat spirit lies in utilizing every possible tactic to vanquish one's opponent. Yunchen, with a noncommittal smile, turned to Yun Linger. "Linger, what do you think?" With a playful grin, Yun Linger replied, "It should be about completely overpowering the opponent with one's own realm." Yunchen shook his head in mild exasperation and then turned his gaze to Xia Chen. Understanding the unspoken cue, Xia Chen stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Master, combat spirit should entail an unwavering determination to never concede. As long as there is breath, there must be the belief to fight." Yunchen burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, I never anticipated your comprehension would be so profound." Xia Chen chuckled, recognizing that it was not merely his insight but rather the life-altering experiences he had endured that had led him to this realization. "Very well. Today marks the selection of disciples for the Grand Sect competition. You shall all proceed to the main hall." After speaking, Yin Chun waved his sleeve and departed, with Xia Chun and the others hastily following. Upon arriving at the Hall of Radiance, they discovered that not only had all the disciples gathered, but also the lords of the 12 Peaks and the 3 elders who had been in seclusion had arrived. Upon seeing Yunshin, they promptly rose to greet him, saying, "We respectfully welcome the acting master." Yunshin casually waved his hand, gesturing for them to take a seat before settling into the main position. He spoke directly, "Esteemed guests, the day of the sect competition is approaching. I wonder if anyone has recommendations for disciples to represent us?" The Grand Elder rose slowly and said, "It is well known that Chen Xuandu's gentleman's sword is a remarkable asset of our sect. He should undoubtedly participate in this competition." Yunshin nodded, casting a glance at the self-satisfied Chen Xuandu, and replied, "Indeed." The second elder chuckled and remarked, "Feng Yu possesses considerable strength and serves as the head of the law enforcement hall in place of his father. He too could bring honor to our sect." Yunshin nodded once more, yet the third elder remained silent. "Third elder, do you have a candidate?" the second elder inquired. "Indeed, I do," the third elder pondered briefly. "The granddaughter of the sect leader, Yunlingu, is now at the intermediate stage of the soul condensation realm and is in the prime of her youth. She could represent our newer generation of disciples." As soon as Yunlinger was mentioned, Yunchun could not remain composed and interjected, "If we are to discuss strength, the younger generation Xiachen is more than capable of representing us." Before the 3 elders could respond, Chen Xuandu hastily said, "Master, Xiaoshidi has only been with us for a little over a year. His time in cultivation is still too short too. Does your opinion even hold weight here?" "Step back." Yunshin let out a cold snort. This Chen Xuandu, relying on his status as the sect leader's direct disciple and the chief disciple, had become increasingly audacious. The elder beside him flicked his dust whisk and frowned, saying, "What Chen Xuandu said is not without merit. This sect competition pertains to the reputation of our sect. With Xia Chen's qualifications, he likely lacks the eligibility to participate." The second elder hastily echoed his sentiment. However, Yun Chen smiled slightly and countered, "On the contrary, this sect competition is precisely intended to assess the strength of the new generation. If we were to only dispatch those disciples who have been cultivating for a long time, how could we possibly showcase the elegance of our sect?" The elder frowned, somewhat displeased, and remarked, "Even so, he should not be allowed to go. He has not practiced for 3 years. How could he possess such strength? To send him would be a disgrace to our sect." Yun Chun waved his hand with a smile and replied, "He has already reached the initial stage of the gathering spirit realm." Upon hearing this, all 4 were taken aback. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, Xia Chun had only been at the soul condensation realm when he first entered the sect, and now, merely a year later, he had crossed a significant boundary. Seeing their disbelief, Yunshin gestured for Xia Chun to step forward. Xia Chun, reveal your aura. Xia Chun nodded and directly drew forth the innate 5 elemental energy hidden within his organs. With a slight manipulation, a formidable presence emanated from him, and upon observing this, everyone recognized it as the aura of the gathering spirit realm. However, his qualifications were indeed lacking. Allowing him to participate would inevitably invite criticism from other sections. The elder regarded Xia Chun with suspicion, remembering the whispers he had heard upon emerging from his retreat. He harbored a strong aversion to this ill-fated star. Yunshin laughed heartily and remarked, "What does qualification matter? If other sects were to learn that he has achieved such a realm just 1 year after entering, they would surely feel ashamed." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu promptly echoed, "Indeed, junior brother Xia Chen's strength is quite remarkable." Yunshin nodded with a smile, not minding Feng Yu's presumption, and added, "Moreover, it would do him good to witness such an event." Seeing Yunshin's resolute decision, the other 3 elders could only concur. At that moment, a figure rushed in from outside the door. Xia Chen couldn't help but grin, recognizing Wang Yifan, who had been in secluded cultivation. In his haste, Wang Yifan hadn't even restrained his aura, revealing his mid-stage spirit condensation realm cultivation, startling everyone present. These 2 newcomers seemed to possess exceptional talent. Wang Yifan, after his hurried entrance, immediately bowed to Yunshin, saying, "Master, your disciple requests to participate in the sect competition." Yunshin nodded, and the Grand Elder remarked, "Judging by his aura, he is quite promising among the new generation of disciples. If Xia Chun is deemed fit to attend, so is he." Yunshin's interest was piqued. The Grand Elder, who cultivated the lineage of metal, must have recognized Wang Yifan's talent for the metal element and intended to take him as a closed-door disciple. Thus, he agreed, naturally. With that, the selection was finalized. Wang Yifan quickly expressed his gratitude, while Xia Chen gently tugged at him, whispering, "Yifan, is this for that woman?" Chapter 110, The Conspiracy of the Sky Demon Cliff. This sect competition was to be held at Cloud Mist Peak. The main peak's plaza had been prepared with a stage. As the host, Xia Chun was ready to witness the skills of other sections. Over these 3 days, disciples from the Bloodsaber clan, the Heavenly Demon Cliff, and the 9 Swords Pavilion, each led by their respective elders, have arrived at this location. Only those of the Heavenly Sound Abode are conspicuously absent. Nevertheless, the perpetually tranquil Cloud Mist Peak is now teeming with activity. Fortunately, the Hall of Law Enforcement, temporarily managed by Feng Yu, maintains strict order, preventing any disturbances. The day of the official grand competition swiftly approaches, yet Xia Chun grows increasingly anxious, as he is yet to catch a glimpse of Wang Yifan. However, the grand competition must proceed as scheduled. At this moment, the disciples of Cloud Mist Peak have gathered around the main peak's arena, eager to witness the spectacle. Esteemed colleagues, Yunshin announced from the arena, news has arrived from the Heavenly Sound Abode that they will be forfeiting this year's grand competition. Consequently, the original rules must be amended. Xia Chun, seated among the reserve contestants, was perplexed. Before he could inquire, Chen Xuandu's resonant voice echoed from the arena. "I am Chen Xuandu, chief disciple of Cloud Mist Peak. I wonder which disciple would deign to grace the stage and offer their instruction? Do not be so arrogant. I, Shui Quan of the Bloodsaber clan, shall challenge you." Before the words had fully faded, a burly figure leaped onto the arena. This imposing man, clad in a sleeveless, close-fitting garment, revealed a mass of knotted muscles. His tigerish eyes and leopard-like gaze marked him as an individual of fiery temperament. Chen Xuandu offered a respectful bow, and with a flick of his wrist, retrieved a gleaming silver longsword from his storage space. Paired with his pristine white Taoist robes, he presented a picture of effortless elegance. The blood maniac let out 3 maniacal laughs before retrieving a crimson 9-ring blade from his storage space. With a flourish of the blade, his aura erupted forth, revealing him to be a master at the initial stage of the gathering spirit realm. This blood maniac was the close disciple of the Bloodblade sect's leader, and his strength was indeed formidable. Feng Yu spoke with great caution, while at that moment, the blood maniac had already engaged in combat with Chen Xuandu. Renowned for its agility, Chen Xuandu's gentleman's sword moved with a grace akin to that of a celestial being guiding the way. Flowing seamlessly due to his cultivation of the orthodox Cloud Mist technique from Cloud Mist Peak, with spiritual energy continuously surging around him, saturating the arena with his aura. In contrast, the blood maniac's frenzied blade style was characterized by bold and expansive movements, compelling Chen Xuandu into a relentless struggle where neither could inflict harm upon the other. As the saying goes, the untrained observe the spectacle while the skilled discern the subtleties. Upon witnessing their standoff, Feng Yu chuckled and remarked, Chen Xuandu is on the brink of victory. Upon hearing this, Xiachen eagerly inquired, what makes you say that? Feng Yu explained with a smile, observe, though the blood maniac's blade technique is grand and elaborate, it demands excessive energy. Xia Chen's eyes brightened at the revelation, and since senior brother Chen's spiritual energy flows unceasingly, he will undoubtedly outlast him, thus determining the victor. Feng Yu nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak further, he noticed Wang Yifan staggering towards them. Yifan, where have you been these past few days? Xia Chen asked urgently, noticing his unusual demeanor, prompting her to inquire, what's wrong? She didn't come. Why didn't she come? Wang Yifan murmured. Are you referring to Qi Gu Qianyao? The Tianyin Academy has chosen to forfeit this time. Xia Chen responded. Why? Why hasn't she come? Wang Yifan seemed oblivious to Xia Chen's words, merely repeating those phrases incessantly. Xia Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Wang Yifan's obsession with Qi Gu Qianyao was troubling indeed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yin Linger remarked. He must have been cultivating with the Grand Elder for the past 3 days. It is said that the Grand Elder has taken him as a closed-door disciple. Xia Chen nodded in surprise, astonished at the revelation. On the misty peaks of Yunwu, disciples are categorized into several ranks. The black-clad disciples represent the lowest tier, followed by the ordinary disciples in dark robes, and then the red-robed disciples, who are the personal students of the elders. The yellow-clad disciples rank higher still. But closed-door disciples are distinct from these categories. Such disciples are nurtured by the elders as the next generation. And it could be said that once one becomes the Grand Elder's closed-door disciple, the position of the Grand Elder is destined to be his. However, given Wang Yifan's current state, it seemed unlikely that he would ever ascend to that position. Meanwhile, the outcome of the contest had been decided. Chen Xuandu had successfully exhausted the spirit energy of Blood Mad through his relentless reserves of spiritual strength, securing his place on the arena. However, he had also suffered considerable losses and thus requested a moment to recuperate. Seizing this opportunity, Xiachen intended to offer Wang Yifan some much-needed consolation. Just then, he overheard the disciples from Tianma Cliff whispering behind him. Chen Xuandu is a formidable adversary in this sect competition. Fear not, we shall proceed as planned. With our young master's strength, aside from that somewhat troublesome Dugui, the rest are hardly worthy of concern. Thus, I shall rid the young master of this Chen Xuandu. The disciple from Tianmoya clasped his hands and said, I am Zhang Hua, here to seek your guidance. I hope you will show mercy, senior brother. Chen Xuandu flicked his spiritual sword with disdain and retorted, You wish to challenge me? I could vanquish you without my sword. With that, Chen Xuandu sheathed his long sword and swiftly struck out a palm towards Zhang Hua. Chapter 111. The Palace Confrontation. What appeared to be a light-hearted strike, augmented by Chen Xuandu's spiritual energy, was far beyond the capability of a novice in the soul condensation realm to withstand. Driven by his ambition to secure first place in the sect's grand competition and redeem his past failures, Chen Xuandu intended to dispatch the disciple of Tianmoya with a single blow. Yet, the Tianmoya disciple seemed oblivious, failing to evade until Chen Xuandu's palm was almost upon him, at which point he hastily raised his hands to defend. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Xuandu's mouth, while a sense of unease stirred within Xiachen's heart. The flustered Zhang Hua could hardly match the force of Chen Xuandu's charged attack. When their palms collided, Zhang Hua was sent hurtling off the stage, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiachen's foreboding feelings intensified, just as he was about to issue a warning. He noticed the Tianmoya disciple's eyes widen before his head drooped, and he fell unconscious. The judge's table erupted in commotion. Lin Yi, observing from below, hurried over to check for a pulse, only to shake his head in astonishment, declaring, he has no breath left. No, this cannot be. Chen Xuandu cried out directly, and the other disciples of Tianma Cliff hurriedly surrounded the lifeless body of Zhang Hua. One of them wept bitterly, Brother Zhang. You said you wanted to come and take a look, and I agreed to bring you, but you were killed by this person. How can I explain this to your family? No, I did not kill him. I merely gave a light slap. How could that possibly lead to death? Chen Xuandu exclaimed anxiously. In this sect's grand competition, it is strictly forbidden to take a life. Any violator would have their qualifications completely revoked. This contest was intended to assess the disciples' abilities. How could they possibly allow for malicious harm among fellow practitioners? Humph, your words seem rather casual, sneered Qi Huantian, the young master of Tianma Cliff, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Chen Xuandu. You have already reached the gathering spirit realm. How could your light slap be withstood by a disciple who has just entered the soul condensation realm? Indeed, you exploit your superior strength, disregarding the bonds of brotherhood, and directly commit murder. How can we allow you to remain? Chen Xuandu found himself at a loss for words, his expression growing increasingly anxious. He could not comprehend how a mere slap could result in Zhang Hua's demise. Seeing Chen Xuandu speechless, the focus of the Tianma Cliff disciples shifted towards Yunchen. Qi Huantian remarked coldly, I did not expect the deputy sect master Yunchen to raise such a disciple. Yunchen appeared grave, and an elder from Tianma Cliff added, This. Deputy sect master Yun, your disciples' actions seem excessively forceful, do they not? Qi Huantian snorted disdainfully. This is not merely a case of excessive force. It is clearly an act of malicious murder. Such reprehensible behavior must be met with severe punishment. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to indulging the perpetrator. Enough. Yunchen let out a cold snort as he gazed at Chen Xuandu and slowly spoke. Are you aware of your crimes? I am innocent. Please discern, master. Chen Xuandu gritted his teeth, forcing out those words through clenched jaws. To claim innocence after committing murder? This is a blatant refusal to repent. Such a person, if found within my Tianma Cliff, should be expelled from the sect. The elder of Tianma Cliff thundered, then turned his attention to Yunchen, saying, Master Yun, I hope you will render a fair judgment, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. As a result, not only would Chen Xuandu be barred from participating in the upcoming competition, but even Yunwu Peak would be embroiled in this matter. The Tianma Cliff is indeed ruthless, willing to use even the lives of its disciples as bargaining chips. This thought sent a chill through Xiachen. The world of cultivators is inherently one of decisive slaughter. Thus, the actions of Tianma Cliff are not surprising. One might consider that had he joined Tianma Cliff instead of Yunwu Peak, he could very well be the one who perished today. Yet, at this moment, Yunchen found himself cornered. Should he rise to defend justice? Although he had always harbored disdain for Chen Xuandu, the reputation of the sect now hung in the balance. Just as Xiachen was about to stand up to unveil the conspiracy of Tianma Cliff, he was seized by Wang Yifan. Xiachen, tell me, why has she not arrived? You must tell me. Xiachen felt a surge of urgency, but before he could articulate a response, he heard Yunchen declare, Chen Xuandu has unintentionally caused a death. His qualification for the sect competition is hereby revoked. Furthermore, my Yunwu Peak shall compensate Tianma Cliff with 50 Xin-level elixirs. No, master, I did not commit murder. I did not kill anyone. Chen Xuandu exclaimed in panic. Take him away. Let him stay inside to reflect on his actions. Once the matter concerning Chen Xuandu was resolved, Yunchen's expression turned increasingly grim. Given his temperament, he could not fail to recognize that this was a deliberate ploy by the heavenly demon Cliff. However, with the evidence laid bare before him, he had no choice but to provide an explanation to the heavenly demon Cliff. The members and elders of the heavenly demon Cliff, seeing Yunchen's magnanimity, chose not to voice further objections. After clearing away Zhang Hua's remains, the grand competition resumed. Due to the recent turmoil, Yunwu Peak was required to send forth another contender. Just as Xiachen was about to take the stage, he was halted by Yunlinger. Suddenly, Feng Yu leaped onto the arena, surveying his surroundings, and declared, I am Feng Yu from Yunwu Peak. I humbly seek your guidance. Zhang Xiao from the Nine-Sword Pavilion stepped forward to challenge him. As he spoke, a disciple clad in dark robes soared into the air from the Nine-Sword Pavilion, notably bearing 3 swords upon his back. The Nine-Sword Pavilion's martial arts were unique, utilizing one's own energy to control flying swords in combat, and with each sword unsealed, the wielder's power would dramatically increase. Judging by Zhang Xiao's appearance, he seemed to be an initial stage gathering spirit disciple who had unsealed 3 swords. Feng Yu fixed a cold gaze upon Zhang Xiao, who returned the gesture with a polite nod, then formed his fingers into the shape of a sword. As his aura radiated outward, the 3 spiritual swords levitated as if guided by an unseen hand, gleaming with a chilling light. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Feng Yu's mouth. He had concealed his strength for many years. Even within his own sect, few were aware of his true capabilities. Now was the moment for him to shine. He summoned his spiritual energy, and his entire presence erupted forth with overwhelming force. Feeling the overwhelming aura, nearly everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 112. The Remarkable Cloud Spirit. The pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. No, how can this be possible? Dugui exclaimed in shock. As the scion of the Blood Knife sect, he had always regarded Feng Yu as his rival. Yet only now did he realize that Feng Yu's strength had far surpassed his own. It was as if an adversary he had always considered evenly matched suddenly became overwhelmingly superior, leaving him with a sense of helpless defeat. Young master, do not. The disciples behind him, witnessing his intent to challenge, hurriedly restrained him. If he were to ascend the platform now and be unable to compete, he would end up with no ranking at all. Dugui paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, with his prowess, he can easily look down upon the masses. Let him advance smoothly. After all, I am also at the mid-stage of the gathering spirit realm. I shall have ample opportunity to progress tomorrow when I defend my title. Meanwhile, on the platform, Feng Yu had already engaged in combat with Zheng Xiao, a disciple of the Nine-Sword Pavilion. However, Zheng Xiao had merely just entered the gathering spirit realm, and under Feng Yu's overwhelming strength at the pinnacle of the realm. He scarcely had the opportunity to showcase the unique techniques of the Nine-Sword Pavilion before being unceremoniously kicked off the stage. The sheer might of Feng Yu astounded everyone present, with the exception of a few, including Xiachun, who were aware of his capabilities. This long-hidden trump card, revealed by Feng Songhai after years, dominated the arena and stood proud among the crowd. Upon witnessing Feng Yu's strength, not only did Dugui suppress his desire to compete, but Qi Huantian also dared not ascend the platform. The rules of this grand competition dictate that each sect is allotted a day to defend their title. Should they ascend to the stage and suffer defeat, they not only face the humiliation of failure, but also forfeit their opportunity to defend their position in subsequent rounds. It is crucial to note that each individual possesses but a single chance to compete, compelling them to wait until their sect's designated day. By preserving their strength until their turn arrives, they can be assured that the disciples from other sects will prove no match for them. Even if they were to lose in the final battle for the champion's title, they would still secure a place among the top contenders, thus ensuring they are not left without recognition. Consequently, Feng Yu, as the venerated leader of the younger generation, successfully defended the platform, emerging as the victor of the day. Upon their meeting, Xiachun promptly exclaimed, "Of course, I am aware that something is amiss." Yunchun glared at Xiachun in indignation, stating, "That Tian Mo Cliff may not excel in many aspects, but they have certainly mastered the art of deceit." This revelation left Xiachun astonished, and he quickly inquired, "Master, since you have discerned the truth, why then do you punish senior brother Chen?" Yunchun sighed softly and replied, "The Tian Mo Cliff operates with such ruthless intent, wagering the life of a disciple as collateral. Even though I can see through their schemes, it is prudent to remain silent." Xiachun nodded in understanding. The relations among the 5 major sects were, to say the least, fraught with tension, yet they maintained a precarious balance. Furthermore, with the Holy Dynasty lurking ominously, any internal conflict would only serve to benefit their adversary. Fortunately, Chen Xian was not the linchpin of this occasion. Yunchun smiled and encouraged, "You must give it your all." Xiachun eagerly nodded in agreement. With no further discourse, the following day arrived, marking the time for the Tian Mo Cliff to defend their title. Initially, Tianma Cliff dispatched several disciples to deplete the strength of the other sects, ultimately sending forth the 7 illusions of heaven. By this point, only the elite members of each sect remained, and none were willing to squander their power frivolously. "Xiachun, aren't you going to give it a try?" Yunlinger inquired, her expression laced with curiosity. With a gentle smile, Xiachun replied, "No. I would prefer to witness the martial prowess of the Nine-Sword Pavilion." Yunlinger nodded in acquiescence. "As you wish. Then I shall ascend." Feng Yu interjected hastily, "Junior Sister Linger, the demonic techniques of the 7 illusions are exceedingly treacherous. Their spiritual energy can disturb one's mental faculties. Exercise caution." Yunlinger responded with a melodious laugh. "I understand." She then leaped gracefully, akin to a drifting leaf, landing effortlessly upon the stage. Upon seeing such a beautiful young girl approach, the 7 illusions could not help but lick their lips in a bloodthirsty manner, grinning. "Little sister, you are merely at the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm. You are no match for me. One must engage to ascertain who is the true adversary." Yunlinger replied with a soft smile. drawing forth her short sword from her storage space, nodding slightly before launching an assault on the 7 illusions. Dark energy surged forth, causing all to be thrown into disarray. The 7 illusions shouted coldly, forming a peculiar hand seal, and soon a layer of pale purple mist enveloped the entire arena, emanating from his being. This is not good. This is the demonic energy technique of Tianma Cliff. Feng Yu exclaimed, his pupils constricting as he spoke with grave caution. Xiachen quickly inquired, demonic energy? What exactly is that? Feng Yu explained with a grave expression, the techniques practiced by the disciples of the heavenly demon Cliff are exceedingly peculiar. Their practitioners do not cultivate martial skills or body refinement methods, resulting in inherently feeble abilities. However, their bizarre demonic energy serves as a nemesis to all cultivators. The method employed by the disciples of the heavenly demon Cliff is indeed sinister, as the demonic energy derived from their spiritual essence can disturb the souls of other cultivators. The consequences can range from a state of utter confusion to a complete loss of consciousness, reducing one to a mere puppet. The soul consciousness is the most enigmatic aspect among cultivators, and the losses incurred here are beyond the endurance of even those at the profound levels of the intent realm, let alone those at the gathering spirit level. Hence, the ominous name of the heavenly demon Cliff. As the mist dissipated, the figure of Yunlinger, muttering to herself on the arena, came into view, while the one who had just flown off the stage was none other than the initial level gathering spirit cultivator, Qi Huantian. How could this be possible? Xia Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? Why are you impervious to the demonic energy of the heavenly demon Cliff? Qi Huantian clutched his chest, gazing at Yunlinger with astonishment. Just moments before on the arena, upon unleashing his demonic energy, he realized that Yunlinger remained completely unaffected, which robbed him of his greatest advantage. In terms of strength, he was significantly inferior to Yunlinger, who was at the mid-level of the soul condensation realm, and thus he was directly cast off the stage by her. Upon hearing Qi Huantian's words, Yunlinger, though somewhat perplexed, feigned an air of profound mystery and replied, "There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. My technique just happens to counter your demonic energy. There is no room for dissent." Chapter 113. Xiachen takes the stage regardless of how Yunlinger managed to restrain the demonic aura. It was evident that this competition was destined for her triumph. With no other disciples from Tianma Cliff left to defend the platform, Yunlinger astonishingly emerged as the day's qualifier. The arena contests over the past 2 days had allowed 2 disciples from the Cloud Mist Peak to advance seamlessly, enveloping the entire peak in an atmosphere of jubilation. Such a spectacle was indeed a rare occurrence. In previous sect competitions, while Cloud Mist Peak achieved commendable rankings, they often placed 3rd or 4th. However, this year, with the absence of Tianyin Academy, Feng Yu's first position was assured, complemented by the unexpected advancement of Yunlinger. Thus, Cloud Mist Peak had fortuitously secured 2 significant ranks. Amidst the general elation, 2 individuals bore expressions of heavy concern, both grappling with the same question. "Master, what is Linger?" Xiachen inquired, perplexed. He had long harbored suspicions about Yunlinger's true identity. His doubts had first arisen when she fell ill upon parting with the Yunlong silver ring. Now, witnessing her apparent immunity to the demonic aura heightened his apprehensions. Ultimately, Yunshin had no choice but to set aside his own contemplations. Regardless of Yunlinger's origins, her current identity as his granddaughter remained paramount. Meanwhile, Chen, confined by Yunshun in the storage space for 2 full days without a visitor, simmered with fury. Bias. Chen Xuandu cursed vehemently, his anger intensifying at the mere thought of Xiachun. As Xiachun watched the matches on the 3rd day, he suddenly sneezed several times, perplexed as he had not caught a chill. At that moment, the guardian of the arena was the young master of the Bloodblade sect, Dugui, whose strength was at the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm. His blood dragon claws slashed through the air with tremendous vigor, leaving few rivals in his wake. Among the disciples of Yunwu Peak, only Xiachun and Wang Yifan remained, but given Wang Yifan's current condition, he was ill-suited for combat. However, Xiachun, intrigued by the intricacies of the 9-sword pavilion's techniques, yearned for first-hand experience. Thus neither of them took to the field. The other sects were similarly positioned. After a defeat in the arena yesterday, only some lesser-skilled disciples remained from the Demon Cliff sect, while the 9-sword pavilion planned to exert all their efforts in defending the arena the following day. Consequently, Dugui advanced directly in the competition on this 3rd day. Xiachun, Why are you so intent on competing with the nine-sword pavilion? Inquiring with a puzzled expression, Yunlinger pursued him as the crowd dispersed. Unable to resist her questioning, Xiachen replied, I merely discovered that the techniques of the nine-sword pavilion are rather unique, and I wish to experience them for myself. Hearing their conversation, Feng Yu approached with a smile, saying, the techniques of the nine-sword pavilion involve externalizing spiritual energy to control spiritual swords. And their swords resonate with their master's intentions, allowing for countless transformations. Is that so? Does the power of externalized spiritual energy truly possess such might? Xiachen pondered. Feng Yu smiled slightly and replied, it is entirely understandable that you are unaware. The method of externalizing spiritual energy from the nine-sword pavilion has always been a closely guarded secret. Moreover, even more enigmatic than externalized spiritual energy are the intricate sword formations. Xiachen listened with only a partial understanding and wished to inquire further. Yet Feng Yu was also not well informed. It seemed that Xiachen would have to rely on his own experiences tomorrow. For this sect competition, the Nine Swords Pavilion had dispatched the young master, Jian Ersan. However, Jian Ersan was not his true name. It was merely a title derived from the singular lineage of the Nine Swords Pavilion, adopting the surname Jian, which signifies uprightness. In this instance, he was the 23rd generation. His prowess was commendable, as he was a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm, positioning him as a leading figure among the younger generation. Complementing his strength was his wisdom. Although others viewed the disciples from different sects as insignificant adversaries, he chose to be the last to take the stage. After effortlessly defeating a disciple from the Bloodblade sect, he remarked with a smile, it seems I shall be the final one to advance. Before his words could settle, a disciple chuckled softly. That may not be the case. Xiachen smiled faintly and strode confidently onto the arena, cupping his hands in greeting. I am Xiachen, a disciple of the Cloud Mist Peak, here to seek your guidance. Jian Ersan subtly furrowed his brow, pondering, why have I never heard of you before? Xiachen replied with a smile, I only joined Cloud Mist Peak last year, so it is understandable that you haven't heard of me. Ah, you just joined last year and have already attained the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm this year. It appears your talent is quite remarkable. Jian Ersan's handsome visage betrayed no emotion. Individuals like him, who excelled at concealing their feelings, were naturally reluctant to allow others insight into their thoughts. Xiachen chuckled lightly. It is the merit of my sect. I humbly ask for your guidance, senior brother. Having spoken, Xiachen retrieved a pitch-black spiritual sword from his storage space. This sword, known as Wanquang, was a gift from Wang Yifun's father and had remained in use since Xiachen entered Yunwu Peak. It was the first time he had drawn it. Opposite him, Jian Ersan offered a subtle smile before forming his right hand into a sword-like gesture, slicing through the air. Forthwith, four swords flew forth from his storage space, causing Xiachen's pupils to contract in astonishment. As is well known, the number of spiritual swords wielded by disciples of the Nine-Sword Pavilion correlates directly with their cultivation level. Typically, those in the gathering spirit realm are limited to 3 swords. However, Jian Ersan's ability to summon an additional sword spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent. Yet, Xiachen remained undaunted, for his intention was to gauge the prowess of disciples from other sects, and he was resolved to give his all. Thus, he discreetly channeled his spiritual energy, awakening the innate 5 elements within him. A strand of which spiritual energy flowed into the Wanquang sword, which emitted a soft hum. Responding to his energy, Jian Ersan, with a barely perceptible furrow of his brow, altered his sword gesture, and in an instant, the 4 spiritual swords lunged towards Xiachen. Disciples of the Nine-Sword Pavilion are all sword cultivators, and in their hands, spiritual swords resemble flying daggers, at times ethereal and graceful, and at others, strikingly fierce, wielding tremendous offensive power. Xiachen, however, remained composed, relying on the ceaseless nature of wood's spiritual energy to fend off the onslaught of the flying swords with Wanquang, refining his sword techniques in the process. However, despite the exquisite finesse of his swordsmanship, his cultivation level remained merely at the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm, with an insufficient reserve of spiritual energy. Consequently, this method of mutual consumption of spiritual energy was ill-suited for him. Jian Ersan, clearly perceiving Xiachen's intentions, refrained from launching a vigorous assault. Instead, he opted to utilize the abundant spiritual energy within his own body to gradually deplete Xiachen's reserves, intending to wear him down over time. Noticing Jian Ersan's offensive intentions had somewhat diminished, Xia Chen promptly altered his tactics. The golden spiritual energy in his lungs condensed instantaneously, rendering his swordplay fiercely formidable. Jian Ersan raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had assumed Xia Chen to be a practitioner primarily adept in with spiritual energy. Yet he was taken aback by Xia Chen's remarkable proficiency in golden spiritual energy. This unexpected shift in Xia Chen's approach inadvertently placed Jian Ersan at a disadvantage, forcing him into a position of passive defense as he maneuvered his spiritual swords to counter Xia Chen's aggressive onslaught, transforming the situation on the stage into one of peril. Perhaps even Yinchen from back then could not have anticipated this. Furthermore, the innate energies of the five elements are fundamentally interrelated and capable of achieving a state of perpetual existence through their circulation. Regrettably, Xia Chen's current cultivation was too low for him to discern the profundities of these elemental energies, compelling him to resort to a rudimentary application of their attributes for his attacks. Nevertheless, even so, Xia Chen's prowess surpassed that of the average practitioner at the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm by a considerable margin. He relentlessly wielded the wild frenzy sword, launching incisive thrusts in a bid to shatter Jian Ersan's defensive circle of spiritual swords. Yet, Jian Ersan's defenses were not so easily breached. Before them, the four ethereal swords seemed to multiply into countless entities, forming a formidable barrier that staunchly protected the space before Jian Ersan, leaving Xia Chen with no opportunity to exploit. However, passively enduring the onslaught was not a sustainable strategy. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Jian Ersan deftly manipulated his sword, causing the four ethereal blades to ascend into the air, encircling Xia Chen in a precise formation. It is well known that in the lineage of the nine-sword pavilion, the number of flying swords correlates directly with one's cultivation level. However, few are aware that mastering an additional flying sword can exponentially enhance our prowess. With a smile gracing his lips, Jian Ersan regarded Xia Chen and, after a brief pause, continued, "Now, I shall unleash the ultimate technique of the nine-sword pavilion." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen became acutely vigilant, yet he observed Jian Ersan's swift hand gestures as he coldly commanded, "Sword formation, activate." In an instant, the four swords began to dance in unison, as if four adept individuals were skillfully maneuvering them, each employing distinct and intricate techniques. Xia Chen was astonished to realize that the four swords were executing four different sword techniques simultaneously. This was indeed the unparalleled secret art of the nine-sword pavilion. At this moment, he found himself in combat against four opponents of equal strength. Xia Shidi conceded defeat, Jian Ersan declared coldly. The activation of this sword formation had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy, and despite his mid-stage gathering spirit realm cultivation, he was beginning to pale under the strain. To force Jian Ersan to resort to such a technique, even if Xia Chen were to lose, he would do so with honor. Yet, would Xia Chen so easily succumb to defeat? In that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xia Chen's eyes as he wielded the wild sword with a flourish, its movements generating a fierce wind. He engaged fiercely with the four spiritual swords, showcasing an impressive momentum that showed no signs of faltering. Witnessing this spectacle, not only was Jian Ersan taken aback, but even Yunqin and others were astonished by Xia Chen's formidable combat awareness. His swordplay appeared to be etched in his mind, manifesting as instinctive reactions. The instant the four spiritual swords exhibited any unusual movement, he would promptly counter, creating a scene of vibrant spiritual energy on the arena. It was undoubtedly the most exhilarating duel of the sect competition. Little did they know, Xia Chen's combat consciousness had been honed since childhood. Particularly after his Qi was rendered useless, he had diligently studied sword techniques. Initially, his prowess was not apparent, but now, with the assistance of spiritual energy, this advantage became glaringly evident. It was unexpected that his comprehension was so profound. No wonder the innate Qi had chosen him as its master, Yunqin mused inwardly. However, at that moment, the situation on the arena took a sudden turn. Seizing the opportunity while Jian Ersan was momentarily distracted and unable to keep pace with the energy flow, Xia Chen launched an attack. A wisp of golden spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, and with a flick, an invisible force shot forth toward Jian Ersan, manifesting the martial technique known as Qi Sect Sword that Xia Chen had previously mastered. The Qi Sect Sword disrupted Jian Ersan's protective spiritual energy, causing a brief hesitation in his sword formation. In that fleeting moment, Xia Chen abandoned the four spiritual swords, closing the distance and advancing towards Jian Ersan's side. As Jian 23 beheld Xia Chen's unexpected breakthrough of the sword array, he was poised to summon his spiritual sword to confront the foe. However, Xia Chen preempted him, discarding the Wan Kuang sword and opting for a barehanded approach against Jian 23. With a remarkably agile close combat technique, he circled around Jian 23 with relentless precision. Consequently, Jian 23's spiritual sword could not land a blow on Xia Chen. Any reckless attack might even result in self-injury. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Jian 23's forehead, realizing that Xia Chen was employing aggression as a means of self-preservation. In Chapter 115, Cheating, it was evident that a sharp aura accompanied the spiritual energy surging from Xia Chen's fists, each strike landing with palpable force upon Jian 23, causing a disarray in the latter's spiritual energy. This sword of the Qi sect possessed not only long-range offensive capabilities but also the ability to condense spiritual energy into his fists, thereby augmenting his attack power. Jian 23 endeavored to seize Xia Chen, yet the latter's movements were exceedingly nimble, reminiscent of a monkey deftly maneuvering around Jian 23's form. A tactic Xia Chen had mastered from the Yun monkey's close-quarters combat style, now proving remarkably effective. Whenever Jian 23 attempted to command his spiritual sword for a collective assault on Xia Chen, the latter would position himself defensively, effectively nullifying the utility of Jian 23's relied-upon sword. Long ago, Xia Chen had grasped the principle of exploiting his opponent's weaknesses to launch his attacks. Although Jian 23's spiritual energy manipulation of the sword was indeed exquisite, his inherent combat prowess was not as formidable. Once deprived of his spiritual sword, he could only endure a passive onslaught, which epitomized Xia Chen's philosophy in battle. The strength of Jian 23 lies in the exquisite finesse of his ethereal swordplay, particularly in long-range attacks. However, he is not adept at close combat. Thus, in this instance, he felt the influx of spiritual energy from Xia Chen's fist invading his body, causing a disarray in his vital energy. Ultimately, Jian 23 could no longer withstand Xia Chen's relentless assault. It was only a matter of time before he would face defeat. For him, the outcome of the sect competition was trivial, but losing face was a matter of great significance. Therefore, he called out, "Stop." Xia Chen halted, gazing at Jian 23 with a look of confusion. "Junior brother Xia, you possess remarkable skills. I, as your senior, have already depleted most of my spiritual energy after several battles. Moreover, I wish to befriend you, so I concede this match." Upon hearing Jian 23's words, the crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment. How could this be? Jian 23 actually admitted defeat? Indeed, I don't see what makes Xia Chen so formidable. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the disciples of Yunwu Peak, though neither Xia Chen nor Jian 23 paid them any heed. You say you concede? Yun Chen looked at Jian 23 with uncertainty. While others might be unaware, as the acting head of the sect, he had heard of Jian 23 mastering the sword formations of the Nine-Sword Pavilion. How could he possibly be outmatched by Xia Chen? Indeed, I see that junior brother Xia has achieved such mastery in a remarkably short time. I would prefer not to make an enemy of you. I hope that you will consider our encounter today and choose to befriend me in the future. Jian 23 smiled as he gazed at Xia Chen and Yun Chen, declaring in a resonant voice, this. After careful consideration, Yun Chen could only nod and say, in that case, the final victor is Xia Chen from Cloud Mist Peak. The audience offered little applause. Instead, the disciples of Cloud Mist Peak began to whisper among themselves, seemingly in disagreement with the notion that Xia Chen had brought glory to their sect. Only Yunlinger and Feng Yu stepped forward to congratulate him, exclaiming, "Xia Chen, you have now attained fame." Subsequently, Yun Chen announced that the draw for the afternoon's duels would commence, and thus Xia Chen, along with the others, ascended the stage to draw lots. To their surprise, it turned out that Yunlinger would face Du Gui, while Xia Chen would duel Feng Yu. During lunch, Xia Chen noticed the disciples of Cloud Mist Peak pointing and murmuring about him, as if implying that his recent victory had not been earned through his own prowess, but rather through Jian 23's deliberate favor. However, Xia Chen chose not to engage with their baseless conjectures and dismiss their comments. In the afternoon, the first match commenced between Yunlinger and Du Gui. This duel was expected to be a mere formality, as Du Gui's cultivation level surpassed that of Yunlinger by 3 minor realms, even crossing a major realm. Yet Yunlinger held a different perspective. As soon as the match began, she unleashed a tempestuous onslaught, but the disparity in their levels proved too great. leaving her consistently at the mercy of Du Guiyi's overwhelming strength. Suddenly, Du Guiyi's blood-red dragon claws lunged towards her like a bolt of lightning. Yunlinger leaped gracefully, landing behind Du Guiyi. However, a cold smirk emerged on Du Guiyi's face as he swiftly turned, executing a fierce black tiger pounce aimed directly at Yunlinger's chest. At that moment, Yunlinger had just touched down, her balance precarious, and she could only watch in horror as the dragon claws drew closer, her delicate face turning ashen. From the audience, Xia Chun was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Unexpected casualties were all too common in the sect competition. Although it was strictly forbidden to inflict harm, unforeseen incidents were not included in that prohibition. If Yunlinger were to be struck, her fate would be sealed. Xia Chun dared not dwell on the thought. In a moment of desperation, he conjured a surge of innate energy at his fingertips, flicking his fingers with precision. The force of the Qi sect's sword instantly shot towards Du Guiyi. Completely focused on confronting Yunlinger, Du Guiyi was taken by surprise. In an instant, his spiritual energy was thrown into disarray, causing the blood dragon claws to falter momentarily. A gasp rippled through the crowd, astonished by the dramatic turn of events. Who would have anticipated that Yunlinger would emerge victorious? If her earlier triumph had been attributed to her unique abilities in countering the demonic energy of Tianmo Cliff. This turn of events seemed bewilderingly odd. She must have cheated. Du Guiyi sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunlinger. He had distinctly felt a surge of energy disrupt his own. Otherwise, how could this have transpired? Oh, do you possess any evidence? Yunshin furrowed his brow as he gazed at Du Guiyi, for he had just sensed a fluctuation of innate energy. However, to protect Xia Chun, he feigned ignorance. Just moments ago, an unseen force had indeed attempted to ambush me. Du Guiyi squinted, surveying his surroundings, seemingly in search of the assailant. The elder leading the Tianmo Cliff team could not help but chuckle derisively, remarking, Du Guiyi, you have been bested by a mid-level girl of the soul condensation realm. Do you not feel ashamed? Du Guiyi's face immediately reddened at the remark. It was true he had been ambushed. Yet it was equally true that he had failed to defeat Yunlinger in their earlier encounters. To think that his previous restraint would be so publicly ridiculed left him feeling quite aggrieved. Originally, he had intended to compel Yunlinger to concede at the last moment, thereby preserving his reputation as a gentleman. Yet, how had things come to this? Yun Zhangjiao. In this competition, falling to the ground equates to defeat. I hope for a fair judgment. The elder from Tianmo Cliff spoke with a smile, for their faction had not secured a place in the rankings, which had already left him quite displeased. At this moment, dragging the Bloodblade sect into the fray would not be a bad outcome. Who was Yunshun? He was a figure so esteemed that even his own father referred to him as Yun Zhangjiao. To call out to Yunshun would be akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. Furthermore, it was said that Yunshin's greatest affection lay with his granddaughter, Yunlinger. Thus, having suffered a setback at her hands, Du Guiyi could only swallow his pride. The elder leading the Bloodblade sect then stepped forward to mediate. Yun Zhangjiao. Although Du Guiyi fell from the platform due to an error, a loss is still a loss. However, we hope you will investigate the truth and deliver us justice. Yunshin smiled slightly, remarking, that is only natural. Subsequently, Yunlinger emerged as the victor, while the Blood Knife sect, with a wave of their sleeves, departed. Feeling that securing fourth place was commendable, after leaving Cloud Mist Peak, Du Guiyi gazed at the sect elder in confusion. Elder. It is evident that there was cheating this time. Why do we not pursue the matter further? The elder scoffed lightly, for in that critical moment, he too had sensed a trace of innate energy, a matter that could not be divulged to Du Guiyi. I shall certainly report this to the sect master. You need not say more. Though Du Guiyi was far from pleased, he could only acquiesce with respect. Meanwhile, the competition at Cloud Mist Peak continued. Earlier, Xia Chun, having utilized innate energy, found his spiritual energy nearly depleted and recognizing that he was no match for Fengyu, chose to forfeit without taking the stage. Unexpectedly, after he declared his surrender, Yunlinger stood up, stating, I have been fortunate to win 2 rounds, which is already an immense stroke of luck. Moreover, I am aware that my strength does not rival Xia Chen's, so I too concede. Yunshan was momentarily taken aback before responding, that is well. You are all of the same sect, and it is best not to damage the camaraderie. Ultimately, Fengyu claimed first place, Xia Chen second, and Yunlinger third, while Du Guiyi settled for fourth. Remarkably, Cloud Mist Peak swept the top 3 positions in this sect competition. However, while Fengyu and Yunlinger were well regarded, the disciples of Cloud Mist Peak were somewhat indifferent towards Xia Chen's ranking. Have you heard? That Jinx only won his 2 matches because his opponents conceded. Indeed, did they not just forfeit? Moreover, due to excessive exertion, Xia Chen's concession to Feng Yu led the disciples of Yunwu Peak to perceive him as a timid turtle, relying solely on others to concede in order to secure a victory. Whenever confronted by someone unwilling to yield, he would promptly surrender himself. Such behavior inevitably attracted criticism. However, Xia Chen remained indifferent to their judgments. If they wished to gossip, they were free to do so, as long as they did not interfere with him. It was a blessing. At this moment, within the Hall of Illumination, Yunshin waved his hand, releasing Chen Xuandu, who had previously been confined within a storage space. Xuandu, do you acknowledge your mistakes? Yunshin inquired leisurely. Yes, I am aware of my errors. Chen Xuandu's submissive demeanor took Yunshin by surprise. Was this the same Chen Xuandu who had previously feared nothing? Why the sudden change? In the Grand Sect competition, Feng Yu secured first place, Xia Chen came in second, and Yun Linger claimed third. For the specifics of the competition, you may listen to the accounts of other disciples. Yunshin chuckled. However, you must refrain from causing any further trouble for Xia Chen, do you understand? With a scholarly smile, Chen Xuandu replied, I am more than pleased to congratulate junior brother Xia for bringing honor to our sect. Why would I trouble him? That is well, Yunshin remarked, somewhat astonished as he regarded Chen Xuandu. The old master is your mentor. Your visit could serve to refine your character. Chen Xuandu respectfully clasped his hands, stating, I shall obey. Yunshin observed Chen Xuandu's retreating figure with a curious gaze, puzzled by the drastic alteration in his temperament. Nevertheless, this change might prevent any further calamities. He mused. Once Chen Xuandu exited the hall, the smile at the corner of his mouth swiftly transformed into a cold smirk. Previously, he had believed that a ruthless demeanor would suffice to maintain his position. However, from the moment he found himself confined within the storage space, he realized that sometimes a hypocritical smile can wield greater lethality than genuine cruelty. In order to secure his status and to one day inherit the cloud mist peak, he had no choice but to adopt a posture of forbearance. Moreover, he must present himself in a manner that earns the unanimous approval of the elders and the sect leader to achieve his goals. If the former Chen Xian was a true villain, he had now transformed into a thoroughgoing hypocrite. And the peril posed by such a charlatan far surpasses that of a genuine scoundrel. Chapter 117, The Reward this time. You 3 have brought glory to the sect, and as a special reward, you are invited to select an item of your choice from the treasure pavilion. What do you say? Yuan Shun proclaimed, seated with poise in the Hall of Illumination, gazing at Feng Yu, Xia Chen, and Yun Linger before him with a jovial smile. The disciples expressed their heartfelt gratitude in unison. Thank you, sect leader. However, it was evident to discerning eyes that this reward was particularly favorable towards Xia Chen. As the eldest son of Feng Songhai, Feng Yu's family possessed an abundance of martial arts techniques and skills. While they may not compare to the treasures of the Cloud Mist Peak, he had never found himself lacking in such resources. Meanwhile, Yunlinger, being the most cherished granddaughter of Yuan Shun, had access to the most exquisite martial arts, though she was reluctant to practice them. As for the treasure pavilion, she had little need for its offerings. Only Xia Chen stood apart, despite being a direct disciple of Yuan Chen. He was required to make significant contributions to the sect before he could pursue martial techniques. This occasion presented a timely opportunity for him. However, Yun Chen's decision drew some dissent among the other disciples, yet the remaining 3 elders refrained from voicing their opinions, feeling it inappropriate to intervene further. Only a few disciples, who were usually close to Chen Xuandu, focused intently on him, curious about his reaction. To their surprise, Chen Xuandu merely smiled faintly and clasped his hands, saying, Master, I believe that the 3 of them have distinguished themselves in this sect competition. It would be beneficial to grant each of them an additional martial skill. Upon hearing this, the outside disciples gazed at Chen Xuandu in astonishment. Even Yun Linger tugged at Xia Chen's sleeve and whispered, Xia Chen, do you think he has lost his mind? Xia Chen stepped forward and replied, In this victory, apart from the well-deserved recognition for senior brother Feng, both of us have benefited from certain advantages. Such a generous reward feels undeserved. Yun Chun smiled gently. It is of no concern. Junior disciples ought to be nurtured based on merit. Thus, after you have selected your treasures, come to the back mountain, and I shall personally instruct you. With that, Yun Chun dismissed the assembly of disciples. While Xia Chen approached Chen Xuandu, Junior brother Xia, do you have something to discuss? Observing the warm smile on Chen Xuandu's face, Xia Chen began to doubt what had prompted such a change in him, as he seemed entirely different from before. Nevertheless, Xiachen did not hold back and relayed the conversation he had inadvertently overheard between two disciples from the Tianma Cliff, eager to see Chen Xuandu's response. So that is the case. However, the Tianma Cliff has only brought misfortune upon themselves, having been entirely defeated by junior sister Yunlinger. Chen Xuandu slightly cupped his hands, expressing gratitude to his junior brother Xia for bringing this matter to his attention. Xia, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing. Brother Chen, I shall proceed to the treasure pavilion now. Be swift and do not keep them waiting." Chen Xuandu replied with a serene smile, summoning a spirit crane and departing. Xia Chen gazed at Chen Xuandu's receding figure for a considerable time before letting out a slow sigh. Regardless of what had spurred Chen Xuandu, his decision to refrain from troubling him was ultimately a favorable turn for Xia Chen. Thus, he cast aside his thoughts and made his way to the treasure pavilion in search of Feng Yu and the others. "Xia Chen, I have taken note of this." Setting aside Chen Xuandu's plans, let us turn to the moment Xia Chen and Feng Yu entered the treasure pavilion. They were immediately awestruck by the multitude of treasures before them. "Are these all yellow-tier martial techniques, relegated to the lowest tier?" Xia Chen exclaimed in astonishment as he perused the names and ranks of the techniques. Indeed, above them lie the Shen-tier techniques. But those require at least the Cyclone Realm for cultivation. Acquiring them would be of no use, Feng Yu explained. On the next level, you will find various weapons. "Xia Chen, you may select something here while I ascend to take a look." Xia Chen nodded, perceiving these martial techniques as priceless treasures. Yet they seemed somewhat lacking in value to Feng Yu, since acquiring Shen-tier techniques would be futile for him at this moment. He deemed it wiser to choose a suitable weapon. As Feng Yu departed, Yunlingo approached Xia Chen, tugging at his sleeve, and inquired, "Was it you who saved me yesterday?" Xia Chen hastily exclaimed, "How could that be? I possess no such abilities." Yunlinger shot him an exasperated glance and remarked, "Stop pretending. I witnessed you employing that kind of energy during the trial." Xia Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, conceded, "All right, it was indeed I who disrupted Du Guyi's energy." I knew it." Yunlinger pouted. "However, I am not one to owe favors to others. You may select 2 martial techniques this time." "Really?" Xia Chen's eyes brightened, and he responded with immense excitement. "Ugh, you." Yunlinger, seeing that he genuinely accepted her offer, stamped her foot in frustration. "You truly are a blockhead." Xia Chen found it puzzling. Did this girl have a tendency to change her demeanor? Just moments ago, she had claimed to relinquish her choice to him. Yet now she was berating him. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring an additional martial technique made him dismiss such thoughts. To him, the only path to swiftly rescue his mother was through diligent cultivation. Personal sentiments were of little concern. Seeing that Xia Chen was entirely preoccupied with those martial techniques, Yunlingo could only mutter in dissatisfaction, "What a simpleton," before departing from the treasure pavilion. As for Xia Chen, amidst the plethora of martial techniques, he found himself dazzled. Ultimately, he chose a supportive technique named 5 Elements Decision and a martial skill called Clear Cloud Sword, thus returning with a bountiful harvest. Chapter 118. Outdoor training. Yun Chen's meticulous planning was evident. When he previously intervened to rescue Yunlinger, he employed the techniques of the Qi sect. This action, if scrutinized by the observant, would inevitably lead to him. However, should Feng Yu and Yunlingo also master the Qi sect techniques, it would create a veil of confusion. Even if someone pursued an investigation, they could simply claim that Yun Chen had only recently taken up the study of the Qi sect. Truly, Yun Chen had put forth considerable effort. With a gentle smile, Yun Chen remarked, "Is it truly deemed training merely to have hunted a few spiritual beasts on Yunwu Peak? You have yet to explore the entirety of Yun City." Yunlinger, slightly perplexed, inquired, "But why must we go out for training when everything seems fine?" With a soft sigh, Yun Chen explained, "It is due to the recent sect competition. You two conspired to cheat, and have thus drawn the ire of the Blood Knife sect. Should they come seeking you, I would have no means to assist." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, now that Xia Chen has reached the spirit-gathering realm, it is a stage fraught with challenges. If he were to remain in seclusion, not only would his cultivation stagnate, but it could also yield adverse effects. Hence, it would be more beneficial for you both to embark on some training." Upon hearing this, Yunlinger pouted in mild discontent. "But I am only at the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm. I do not require training. You have always expressed a desire to venture out, have you not? This time, I have arranged for a companion to accompany you. Are you truly reluctant to go?" Yun Chen chuckled. "If you prefer to stay and cultivate within the sect, so be it." Wait, grandfather." I wish to go and play. Yunlingo laughed lightly and inquired, So, is Xiachen the attendant you have bestowed upon me? After all, upon the ethereal Yunwu Peak, the only individual whom the esteemed Tao Master Yunxin would refer to as senior brother was none other than the venerable Elder Master Yunqing, who had recently secluded himself in contemplation of the Tao. Clad in a gray Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow yet a visage youthful and unblemished. He possessed an aura that belied his emaciated frame, emanating the formidable presence of a peak cyclone realm cultivator. With a gentle smile, he remarked, I have merely been cultivating in the back mountains, yet have failed to perceive that fleeting opportunity, thus I ventured forth for a stroll. Yunxin sighed softly. If entering the realm of understanding is so arduous, then the path ahead must surely be even more treacherous. Yunqing replied with a serene smile, Thus, it is conceivable that we may spend our entire lives without comprehending the supreme Tao. The hope now rests upon the shoulders of the next generation. Yunxin respectfully acknowledged. Indeed, merely cultivating acquired energy can only be deemed a minor path. To achieve the great Tao, one must condense innate energy. However, discerning innate energy from the acquired 5 elements is no simple endeavor. Yunqing nodded thoughtfully. Yet, fortunately, heaven has bestowed upon us a bearer of innate energy. Are you not concerned that he may encounter peril during his journeys and meet with untimely demise? Yunxin paused before responding. The innate energy possesses sentience. Its chosen master is always capable of transforming danger into safety. Moreover, given the limited resources of Yunwu Peak, it is nearly impossible to foster a cultivator of innate caliber. Xiachen's stage is destined not to be confined by a mere small town like Yun City. Yunqing nodded in agreement, stating, A mighty eagle soars through the vast skies. How could it ever be ensnared within a cage? However, your granddaughter possesses exceptional talent. It is regrettable that her heart is not devoted to cultivation. Otherwise, our Yunwu Peak would have a promising successor. Upon mentioning Yunlinger, Yunxin smiled with great satisfaction. My granddaughter is merely waiting for the right opportunity. With Xiachun by her side, I believe she will diligently pursue her cultivation in due time. Has there been any recent movement from the Holy Dynasty? He inquired. I have heard whispers from the south that the new Holy Emperor is about to ascend the throne, possessing unfathomable strength. It seems he is but a hair's breadth away from the great path. Yunxin spoke with concern. Now that the Holy Dynasty has grown so powerful, shrouding the heavenly secrets with their might, the entire star continent's fortune is entwined with them. If they truly manage to unveil the heavenly mysteries, there may no longer be a place for our sects to exist. No, dear aunt, my beloved aunt, where are you taking me? Xiachen gazed at Yunlinger, who had been in a state of exuberance ever since leaving Yunwu Peak. She was dragging him through the streets of Yun City, stopping at various stalls, yet buying nothing. It depends on my mood. Xiachen observed her antics, but chose to indulge her whims. After all, it was customary that even if he did not seek trouble, it would find him regardless, and what he required was precisely this sort of opportunity. Early the next morning, a series of loud knocks resounded on Xiachen's door. Fearing that the door he had painstakingly crafted might be damaged, he hurriedly opened it. Little follower, what hour is it that you are still asleep? Hurry and come with me. We must reach Chenxing today. Yunlinger, surprisingly, was not dressed in the disciple robes of Yunwu Peak, but rather adorned in a remarkably elegant dress, which instantly captivated Xiachen's attention. Chenxing? What purpose do we have for going there? Xiachen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yet Yunlinger tossed him a set of azure attire, exclaiming, No need for such questions. Of course, we are going for leisure. Chenxing boasts the most exquisite scenery surrounding Yun City. Chapter 119. Balan Pavilion. Xiachen felt a pang of despair. He was embarking on a journey to seek opportunities and hone his skills, yet it seemed they were merely in pursuit of amusement. Quickly change into this. I selected it with great care. Yunlinger teased, sticking out her tongue, remaining in the room without closing the door or stepping outside. Miss, I need to change. How can I do so with you here? What is there to fear? It's not as if you've never been seen. Before long, Xiachun donned the fitted attire, exuding an air of a lone ranger. Very well, let us proceed. The two then selected 2 horses from the stables of Yunwu Peak and galloped away. Chenxing lay a staggering 800 miles from Yun City. Even though their steeds were not of ordinary stock, they would require 2 days to traverse the official roads, encountering a rugged mountain and a vast desert along the way, teeming with various spirit beasts. Xiachun exclaimed as he extricated his sword, the frenzied blade, from the head of a colossal fire tiger, which lay lifeless at his feet. This fire tiger marks the third spirit beast of the soul condensation realm we have encountered today. I must say, dear aunt, the path you have chosen is rather perilous. Yunlinger playfully stuck out her tongue, remarking, it will take a considerable amount of time to reach the main road. It would be better to take the small path. Very well, then tell me, where are we now? Asked Xia Chun as he extracted the spirit core from the fire tiger. Since departing from Yun City, Yunlinger had insisted that the official road was too distant and had guided Xia Chun down a less traveled route. They braved various obstacles together, and by evening, they found themselves deep within a dense forest, devoid of human presence. The small path had dwindled, and spirits beasts emerged one after another. At this point, only one horse remained. Previously, Yunlinger's steed had fallen victim to a lone wolf, compelling the two to share a single mount, which ultimately led them into this desolate mountain wilderness. You ask me? How would I know? Yunlinger mumbled. Didn't you bring a map? Xiaochen replied, taken aback. I thought you had it. He added with a hint of exasperation. What shall we do now? Yunlinger questioned. Having jumped off the horse and glancing at the darkening sky, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There's nothing we can do. We must find a cave to spend the night. We can seek the main road at dawn, Xiaochen stated as he tossed the fire tiger's carcass aside and severed its two legs with his sword, heading toward the mountain. Thus, they discovered a cave where they roasted the tiger's legs. Fortunately, Yunlingo had a few seasonings in her storage space, otherwise, the meat would have indeed been quite unpalatable. Xiaochen, what brings you to Yunwu Peak? After finishing their meal, the two individuals gathered around the campfire, engaging in a casual conversation. The flickering flames cast elongated shadows of Yunlinger, yet her slightly soiled face appeared even more captivating. Wasn't it your grandfather who initially sent me here? Xiaochen smiled faintly. Well, since we have some time, why not practice our martial arts? Yunlinger mumbled. You're such a blockhead. Xiaochen, unable to catch her words, asked, What? Nothing, I'm going to sleep. He shook his head and directly opened the auxiliary martial arts manual. The 5 elements technique to begin his training. As night passed, Xiaochen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The 5 elements technique is an auxiliary method that utilizes the innate energies of the 5 elements, and combined with his own elemental energy, it proved effective in his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Yunlinger peering curiously at something in front of him. Wow, big sister, could you refrain from scaring me like that? Xiaochen exclaimed, only to hear Yunlinger say, let's hurry along. Eventually, they spotted a caravan of merchants, observing the medicinal herbs on the carts. It was evident they had come from Yun City. Xiaochen approached them for inquiries and discovered that their destination was also Stone City. Consequently, he promptly identified himself as a disciple of Yunwu Peak, expressing his desire to travel with them. The group of herbal merchants, comprised of ordinary folk, was eager to accompany the skilled cultivators from Yunwu Peak, appreciating the opportunity to journey alongside them. Esteemed young hero, I am the esteemed manager of Balin Pavilion in Cloud City. I am on my way to Shurcheng to deliver medicine to the Shilin Pavilion. I wonder if you... An elderly man, claiming to be the manager, approached Xiaochen. Although Wuyun Peak is a prestigious sect, it is prudent to inquire beforehand. If Xiaochen and his companion intended to cause trouble at Shilin Pavilion, they would certainly invite calamity upon themselves. Xiaochen smiled faintly and replied, My junior sister and I merely wish to explore Shurcheng. Unfortunately, we encountered a spirit beast along the way, resulting in the loss of one of our horses. I see. The manager chuckled. The spirit beasts along the official road have been cleared by the court. I presume the two young heroes took a less traveled path? Xiaochen cast a somewhat awkward glance at Yunlinger, regretting his decision to follow her suggestion of the shortcut. Noticing Xiaochun's discomfort, the manager instructed his assistant. Bring a horse for this young hero. Immediately, an attendant led over a horse. Xiaochun expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed manager. But please do not refer to me as young hero, simply call me Xiaochen. The manager smiled. Very well, Xiaochen. This horse may not compare to your spirit steed, but we shall soon reach in county, just a short distance ahead. Xiaochen replied with a grin. No worries. However, Yunlingo, trailing behind, voiced her discontent. Xiaochen, these merchants are ordinary folk. At this pace, it will take at least 4 or 5 days to reach Shurcheng. Why don't we set off first? Chapter 120. The Desert Bandits. Xiaochen smiled slightly and remarked softly. The Balin Pavilion is an enterprise of the Wang Yifan family. Since we've encountered them, let us assist in their escort. Moreover, I have previously received kindness from the Wang family. It would be fitting to repay such a debt. Yunlinger nodded in understanding. Consequently, The two refrained from further conversation and simply followed behind the medicinal cart, leisurely making their way towards County. The manager of Baolin Pavilion was an ordinary person, but his son, Bao Wu, was a martial artist who accompanied the medicinal cart on this journey. Although he was termed a martial artist, he had yet to reach even the chi refinement stage. Upon learning that Xia Chen and Yun Linger were cultivators from Yunwu Mountain, he became animated, engaging Xia Chen in conversation throughout the journey. While Xia Chen was not particularly loquacious, Yun Linger, being curious, inquired of Bao Wu about the sights and attractions of Chenxing, thus making the journey far from dull. That evening, the group settled in County, where they changed horses once more, continuing their journey the following day. Soon we shall enter the 300 miles of barren desert. For days on end, we shall see no trace of green, Bao Wu said with a smile to Xia Chen. Xia Chen responded affirmatively but chose not to elaborate, while Yun Linger eagerly pulled him to ask various questions. Before long, Xia Chen noticed that the trees along the roadside were dwindling, giving way to patches of yellow sand. As they advanced, the landscape transformed abruptly, revealing a vast expanse of clear skies. Before them lay an expanse of boundless yellow sand, shimmering brilliantly under the intense rays of the sun. The peculiar dunes, seemingly etched with the most eccentric of lines, manifested the desert's merciless and frigid nature. Manager Bao and his companions donned masks crafted from thin fabric, not only to shield their eyes from the abrasive sands, but also to protect them from the piercing sunlight. In contrast, Xia Chen and Yun Lingo gathered their spiritual energy around their eyes, allowing them to avert the sun's blinding rays, while the encroaching sand posed no concern, as their surrounding aura was sufficient to fend it off. Bao Wu cast a somewhat envious glance at Xia Chen and Yun Linger, pondering how delightful it would be to possess the abilities of a cultivator. Yet, he was acutely aware that such aspirations were mere daydreams. Not only did he lack the family secrets to advance to the chi refinement stage, but his innate talent was also insufficient for cultivation. With a resigned sigh, he turned his attention to assisting the disciples in replacing the wagon wheels with those designed for traversing sandy terrain. Once all tasks were completed, they resumed their journey. The desert, with its endless sea of yellow sand, rendered their group as insignificant as ants upon the earth. Fortunately, the expansive horizon uplifted even Xia Chen's spirits. That evening, they took respite in the desolate wilderness, where the desert night was anything but warm. The sand, unable to retain heat, rendered the nights surprisingly frigid. However, this chill posed little discomfort for Xia Chen and his companions. By the third day, they had reached the heart of the desert. In the afternoon, noticing the deteriorating weather, Manager Bao prudently instructed them to tether their horses to a large rock. It appears that a sandstorm may be approaching this evening, the shopkeeper Bao expressed with a hint of concern. A sandstorm? Xia Chen queried, perplexed. If a sandstorm arises, wouldn't it bury all the goods? Bao waved his hand dismissively. It should merely be a slight breeze, not severe enough to escalate into a sandstorm. Yet, the look of worry on Bao's face did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified as twilight deepened. Look over there. What is that? Suddenly, one of the attendants exclaimed, pointing towards the west. Xia Chen turned to see a group of horsemen galloping towards them, numbering approximately 34, silhouetted against the setting sun. This is bad, it's sand bandits, Bao shouted urgently, causing the other attendants to cry out in alarm. Sand bandits? Xia Chen echoed, realizing they were bandits operating in the desolate expanse of 300 miles, comprised of martial artists who specialized in plundering passing goods. This is dire, Bao Wu remarked beside Xia Chen. Do not panic, Bao commanded sharply. Then, attempting to reassure those around him, he added, these bandits are merely after wealth. We have prepared the toll, and since we are affiliated with the Wang family, they will not harm us. However, the slight tremor in his voice revealed his own trepidation, and in his effort to maintain calm, he feigned steadiness. The other attendants gradually regained their composure, watching as the bandits drew nearer, finally arriving before them. Before them stood a group clad in coarse animal hides, exuding a rugged demeanor, adorned with decorations made from beastly fangs. They glared menacingly at the shopkeeper Bao and his companions, as if the medicinal herbs before them were already within their grasp. With trepidation, Bao stepped forward and, after a brief moment of hesitation, spoke gently, Esteemed sir, I am the shopkeeper of Baolin Pavilion of the Wang family in Cloud City. I humbly ask for your leniency, allowing us safe passage. Upon hearing this, the lead bandit burst into a hearty laugh, followed by raucous guffaws from the others, encircling Bao and his group. Old man, he sneered, have you brought the toll for passage? In haste, Bao retrieved a cloth bag from his bosom, revealing it to be filled to the brim with silver coins. He respectfully presented it, saying, "Sir, this is our toll. I hope you will graciously accept it." The bandit weighed the bag in his hand, then laughed heartily. "Very well. What treasures does your cart carry?" Bao, lowering his gaze humbly, replied, "Merely some inconsequential medicinal herbs, intended for delivery to Stone City." Stone City? The bandit's eyes gleamed with sudden interest as he flung the coin bag back to Bao. "My comrades are in dire need of medicine for their ailments. Your timely arrival is most fortuitous. Will you step aside willingly, or shall we take matters into our own hands?" Hearing this, Bao's heart raced, and he implored, "Esteemed sir, these herbs are for Sherlin Pavilion. I beseech you to reconsider." The bandit spat disdainfully and retorted, "Just the mention of them infuriates me. Just days ago, they injured several of my brothers, and today, seizing their medicine serves as their just retribution. You lot, seize everything. Spare me, esteemed sir," pleaded the shopkeeper, only to be met with a fierce kick to his chest, nearly causing him to stumble. However, he was unexpectedly supported by a gentle force. "You're being excessively unreasonable. We have already paid the toll. Why must you still rob us?" Yun Linger steadied the shopkeeper and rebuked directly. "Oh, I did not anticipate such a delicate young lady in this desolate wilderness." The bandit responded with a fearless demeanor, mocking her. Chapter 121. Stone City, listening to his words. Yun Linger was incensed, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Suddenly, she shouted, "Xia, come here and cut out this blabbermouth's tongue." The bandit, puzzled, wondered who she was addressing. Just as he was about to inquire, a soft sigh echoed from the back of the group, and a young man clad in a green outfit emerged from behind. "Who are you?" "I advise you to leave now. I can pretend you were never here," Xiachen said coolly. The bandits before him appeared to be mere commoners, and even their leader was only a chi refinement stage cultivator. He found no need to engage with such unworthy opponents. The bandit burst into laughter, seemingly mocking Xiachen. And once he had his fill of mirth, he derisively remarked, "Brothers, have our ears deceived us? This little brat, barely past childhood, dares to command us to leave?" The other bandits erupted into laughter, each brandishing their blades and beginning to spar. Xiachen let out a deep sigh, remarking, "You have brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me." Just as one bandit was about to mock him, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze sweep past and realized, to his astonishment, that he seemed to be soaring through the air. "Ah!" The bandit screamed in terror as he witnessed Xiachen delivering a powerful kick, sending his body crashing against a stone like a mere sandbag, instantly extinguishing his life force. "Let us avenge our leader." The other bandits howled in frenzy. Xiachen's gaze swept over them, and the concealed aura he had been harboring suddenly erupted forth, unleashing a ferocious presence that bore down upon the bandits, rendering them unable to lift their heads. It was at that moment that Bao Wu began to grasp the formidable strength of the cultivators. Xiachen required no physical confrontation. His mere aura was sufficient to obliterate any will to resist among the bandits. Such power could only be wielded by a cultivator. Xiachen regarded the remaining robbers with a cold snort. Who else wishes to court death? "Step forward." With a calm smile, he ordered. "Bind them and let them fend for themselves." Yun Linger approached, tugging at Xiachen's sleeve. "Xiachen, isn't this a bit too ruthless?" Xiachen shook his head, replying, "To eradicate the roots, one must slay the weeds. Having killed their leader, they will undoubtedly harbor deep-seated resentment. If we allow them to escape, it poses a threat to Master Bao and others." Yun Linger nodded in understanding, casting a glance at the lifeless body of the bandit leader, and fell silent. Soon, Manager Bao and his assistants bound the remaining sand bandits. Among them were one or two who resisted, but with Xiachen watching, no chaos ensued. Once these bandits were dealt with, Manager Bao and Xiachen's group resumed their journey. However, this time, Bao Wu attempted several times to engage Xiachen in conversation, only to be stopped by Manager Bao. To them, mere mortals, cultivators like Xiachen seemed like celestial beings, especially after witnessing Xiachen's ruthlessness, which made them even more hesitant to act out of line. Little did they know that Xiachen had undergone numerous trials, and his temperament had long since evolved into one of merciless resolve. He understood deeply that mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself. After 2 more days, the group finally traversed the 300 miles of desolate desert and arrived at Stone City. True to its name, Stone City was constructed entirely of massive stones, with formidable walls and grand gates, yet it was surrounded by picturesque scenery, dotted with oddly shaped rocks that added to the local charm. Unlike Cloud City, Stone City was predominantly inhabited by ordinary people who made up over 90% of the population. Thus, it relied on its stone fortifications to fend off occasional incursions by spirit beasts. Do you possess the necessary passage documents? Upon reaching the city gates, Manager Bao and his party were halted by the city guards. These soldiers were dispatched by the Holy Dynasty to protect various towns, mostly comprised of ordinary folk, with only a few captains possessing any degree of cultivation. Indeed, we do. Manager Bao hurriedly produced a document from his pocket, along with a handful of silver, and presented it to the guard. The city guard glanced at the documents and weighed the silver, then smiled contentedly and said, "You may enter." Summerchin and Yun Lingo proceeded into the city alongside shopkeeper Bao and others. Upon crossing the city gate, they were greeted by vendors lining the streets, captivating Yun Lingo's attention immediately. "Shopkeeper Bao, since we have arrived at Chenxing, it is time for us to part ways," Summerchin remarked with a respectful gesture. "Do not be in haste, young sir. Your assistance to us along the way has been invaluable. I must report to Sherlin Pavilion and express my gratitude with a generous reward," Shopkeeper Bao replied, bowing earnestly. Summerchin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "We are all from Yun City. It is only natural that we support one another. As for the generous reward, I humbly accept it in spirit." With that, he pulled on the reins and began to stroll through Shurcheng with Yunlinger. After bidding farewell to Summerchin and Yunlinger, Shopkeeper Bao and his companions hurried their carriage towards Sherlin Pavilion. Once the goods were unloaded, Shopkeeper Bao and Bao Wu met with Manager Lin. "Was the transportation process relatively smooth this time?" Manager Lin inquired leisurely while sipping tea. Reporting to the manager, it was quite uneventful, Shopkeeper Bao replied, aware that Manager Lin was simply making small talk. However, to his surprise, Bao Wu took it seriously. "Uneventful? Not at all. In the 300 miles of wilderness, we encountered sand bandits. Fortunately, 2 cultivators from Yunwu Peak came to our aid. Otherwise, the medicinal herbs." Shopkeeper Bao quickly pulled Bao Wu back. But Manager Lin had already caught wind of the conversation and, with a curious expression, pressed, "Yunwu Peak? Please elaborate." A cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the Shopkeeper Bao, who, after years of experience, was well aware of the perils that accompany careless words. However, when Manager Lin inquired, he had no choice but to respond truthfully. It was indeed peculiar. Had the Cloud Mist Peak not always been a secluded retreat? Why then? Had they dispatched disciples this time? Could it be that they harbored intentions against our Stone Forest Pavilion? Upon hearing Bao's account, Manager Lin's eyes flickered as he pondered silently to himself. Chapter 122, Stone Forest Pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Manager Lin was called from behind. He turned swiftly to find it was none other than the young master of Stone Forest Pavilion, Shiryu. "Young master, I have learned through discreet investigation that 2 disciples from Cloud Mist Peak have recently appeared in the city. I harbor concerns regarding potential ramifications for our sect. Hence my report to you," Lin said respectfully to Shiryu. A glimmer of interest sparked in Shiryu's eyes as he replied with a smile, "Cloud Mist Peak, indeed? Let us not rush into action. After deliberation, my father is currently in seclusion and should not be disturbed. I shall meet with them first to ascertain their origins before we devise a plan." Manager Lin furrowed his brow. Although Shiryu held the title of the pavilion's young master, his abilities were only at the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm. He often relied on his position to exert influence, while those beneath him dared not voice their grievances. Given the gravity of the situation, Lin felt a sense of unease at Shiryu's desire to take charge. "What is it, Manager Lin?" Shiryu, noticing Lin's silence, felt an unbidden anger rise within him. "Do you look down upon me, the young master? Your subordinate would never." Lin hastily lowered his head. "Then go and investigate," Shiryu commanded. "Xiachen, why does this stone city use such thick walls to enclose its inhabitants?" Yunlinger inquired, munching on snacks purchased from a street vendor. "It is naturally to defend against the spirit beasts," Xiachen replied with a smile. "Oh, spirit beasts require defense?" Yunlinger gazed at Xiachen with curiosity, pondering whether the surrounding spirit beasts were merely in the qi refinement stage. Xiachen sighed softly. "Even those in the qi refinement stage can pose a significant threat to ordinary people. After all, not everyone is a cultivator." Yunlinger nodded thoughtfully, yet soon cast the matter aside, eagerly dragging Xiachen out of the city to enjoy the mountains. The mountains surrounding the stone city boasted extraordinarily unique stone forests, with pillars resembling human figures or majestic horses, which left Yunlinger in awe. Furthermore, as the majority of the populace within the stone city were common folk, The local commerce thrived splendidly, an experience unseen in Yun City, captivating Yunlinger immensely. As the two reveled in their outing, their carefree demeanor did not escape the attention of some well-meaning observers, who reported their whereabouts to the steward of the Stone Forest Pavilion. Indeed, they are disciples of Yunwu Peak? The steward furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier instructions from Shiryu to capture them, and he could only silently grit his teeth. Very well. With a wave of his hand, the steward summoned a dozen disciples from the Stone Forest Pavilion. You are to go to the inn where the two are staying and invite them to come. Understood. The disciples replied in unison, and soon, under the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the inn where Xiaqin and Yunlinger resided. The Shilin sect was merely a modest faction nestled within the Stone City. Consequently, the most formidable of its disciples possessed strength only at the pinnacle of the soul condensation realm, accustomed to wielding power over life and death due to their cultivation. They now felt emboldened by the backing of their sect, showing little regard for ordinary folk. With a resounding thud, the leading disciple forcefully kicked open the door of the inn and bellowed, "Which of you is a disciple of Yunwu Peak? Step forward at once." At that moment, Xiaqun and Yunlinger had not yet taken respite. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they emerged from their respective chambers, drawn by the ruckus. "Who are you?" Xiaqun inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded the disciples of Shirlin's sect in the inn's lobby, his voice cold and authoritative. "We are disciples of the Shirlin sect, here on the orders of Manager Lin to summon you." The leading disciple regarded Xiaqun with a cocked neck, and although he claimed it was a request, his tone was anything but courteous. Xiaqin's brow furrowed deeper. It seemed that the innkeeper had reported their situation, prompting the Shirlin sect to send representatives. However, the attitude of these disciples irked him considerably. Before he could voice his irritation, Yunlinger, standing beside him, erupted in indignation. "What do you think you are? If you wish to invite us, it should be done by Manager Lin himself. The Shirlin sect is merely a small faction. How dare you act with such arrogance?" Accustomed to being cherished by Yunchun, she had never before been treated so rudely. Seeing the disciples approach with such aggression, she could not help but retort scornfully. Upon hearing Yunlinger's words, the Shirlin sect disciples erupted into laughter. Once their amusement subsided, the leader snorted derisively. "Do you truly believe yourself to be the headmaster of Yunwu Peak? I advise you to follow me quickly. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly endure some pain." Upon hearing this, Yunlingo could no longer restrain herself and retorted furiously, "What makes you think you can threaten us? Prepare to face my wrath." With that, she unsheathed her sword and engaged in battle with the dozen or so disciples. Xiaqin observed from the sidelines. These disciples were all at the soul condensation realm, and for the time being, Yunlinger was able to hold her ground. Previously, both Xiaqun and Yunlinger had concealed their true power to avoid unnecessary trouble. But as the fight erupted, the disciples of the Shirlin sect realized that Yunlinger was, in fact, at the mid-stage of the soul condensation realm. Seeing their ordinary disciples unable to overcome Yunlinger, the leading disciple summoned his energy to confront her directly. Xiaqun, dissatisfied with the Shirlin sect disciples' arrogance, unleashed his own energy and plunged into the fray. The strongest among those disciples barely reached the peak of the soul condensation realm, making them no match for Xiaqun. He fought like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, wielding no weapon but his bare hands, sending the Shirlin sect disciples sprawling in disarray. However, Xiaqin refrained from using excessive force, mindful that this was the Shirlin sect's territory, and causing fatalities would not bode well for them. "How dare you harm a member of the Shirlin sect?" the leading disciple exclaimed, realizing Xiaqin's cultivation was at the spirit-gathering realm, and thus resorted to invoking the sect's name. "What if I do?" Yunlinger replied with a playful smile, delivering a swift kick that sent the disciple flying. Witnessing the turn of events, the others hastily scattered in retreat.